the throne of Egypt.
People of Thebes, any man caught hiding Karu the tomb robber will be punished by slow death. Karu is an enemy of the state and an enemy of Shenmut, Pharaoh of all Egypt.
Egypt, the end of the 16th dynasty in the year 1600 BC. The land of the pharaohs has been invaded by nomadic tribes called the Hyksos. The pharaoh still rules, but in name only. We present Shadow of the Pharaoh, Part 1, Into the Shadow.
Ken, there, in the clearing. Gazelle.
A young one, too.
Careful. Don't make a sound.
Shoot now, Amos, now! Amos, you missed.
Yes.
It was easy. A child could have hit it.
Ah, you're right, Kem. It was easy.
You're supposed to have the best aim in the village. What'll everyone say if I tell them that Amos, champion of the bow, couldn't hit a gazelle at 12 feet?
They will say Amos is champion no longer. Want some dates?
You're my best friend, Amos, but a Hyksos with cloth over his eyes could have done better. That was our last arrow.
What does it matter? The joy of hunting is in the hunting, not the killing.
Why did you miss the gazelle?
It heard us. I could see fear in its eyes.
You meant to miss.
The ears pricked up. At a distance, one doesn't notice those things. Anyway, I like gazelles.
Shh. What? Trumpets. Horses, listen.
Let's see what it is.
Keep hidden.
No one will see us in these reeds.
Over there. Clouds of dust and sand.
Chariots.
Looks like an army.
Not a very large one.
They're riding right through our crops.
Quite a speed, too.
Is that the royal flag of the pharaoh?
No. It's the flag of the pharaoh's heir, Peten Ra.
Right through our crops, right into the village.
What do the Hyksos want here?
Food, water. They're a long way from Thebes.
No. It's an attack.
The houses. They're breaking into the houses. Why, Amos? The smoke near the well.
A house burning.
Burning the village? It can't be.
Burning. Pillaging. Driving people out into the streets. Beating them like criminals. Come on, Ken. We must go and help.
And what do you two youngsters hope to achieve against Peten Ra and 100 of his ruffians?
Who are you?
Someone with a bit more sense than you appear to have.
We can't stay here and
It's the only wise thing to do.
My father's down there.
If your own sense won't protect you, then you must allow me to, and I shall use force if necessary.
My father's an old man. I am not going to leave him to...
Then, take them. You have no choice. You must wait here until the danger is past.
How dare you?
Are you such a coward, then, that you're frightened of taking these men and defending innocent villagers who are being whipped, bullied, possibly murdered?
Your father, old Batu, would wish me to keep you here.
How do you know Batu is my father?
I know.
Look, Amos, they're taking prisoners. They're dragging them away in chains.
Please, sir, let us go. Are we just to stay here and do nothing?
There is nothing we can do.
And so, Egypt lies down like a tame dog and whimpers while Peten Ra beats it to death. One day I will kill him.
A fanfare of Peten Ra. Learn to fear that sound.
Like the rest of Egypt.
You could have done no good. One day you may thank me. We shall no doubt meet again.
I shall never thank you. Never. When my father needed me, I was not there. Father? Father?
I'm here, my son.
They hurt you?
No. I'm better now. I know you are safe.
I should have been here to protect you.
Sit down, my son. Here, close to me.
What can I do for you, Father?
You can be obedient and listen. And call my mind back if it should wander.
Father.
Amos, this village is no longer safe for you. You must leave it.
No, Father.
You will not take advantage of my weakness and be disobedient.
Do you really expect me to leave you?
We must leave each other whether we like it or not. Amos, you have been brought up in this small village, learning to make things grow. A simple life. But your future will not be simple, my son. That is why I've taught you to read and write, to look into your heart when you're puzzled, to know the wisdom of the heart, to be brave, to be honest, and all these things you have learned well. Your destiny does not lie here in a small village like Tamet. Egypt needs you.
I don't understand you, Father.
You will. One day you will.
Father, why did Petenra attack our village?
He believed we have been sheltering Karu, the tomb robber.
And were we, Father?
That is no concern of yours, Amos.
You knew. You knew they were coming. And that's why you sent me hunting instead of working here in the village.
Amos, this belongs to you.
What is it?
It is all I have to give you, and it is not mine to give. It is already yours.
An amulet. Father, it's beautiful.
You must not show that amulet to anyone. It is your protection. It is your identity before the gods. It is your mystery. It could lead you into terrible danger. Or one day, into eternity. It is the eye of the great sky god. It sees all. Never lose it.
I'll keep it safe.
Now, Amos, listen carefully.
Yes, Father.
You must ride to Thebes, the city of the pharaohs, but do not go near the pharaoh's court. Go to the street of the sycamores, close to the harbor on the Nile, where Antef, the royal physician, lives. Show him, and only him, the amulet. He will tell you what to do.
But, Father, I don't...
The time has come for you to seek your true heritage, to know who you are, to find your real father.
To find my... But you are my father.
No, Amos.
But...
No. I've always called you my son, and you've always called me your father. It was not true, but I've always loved you like a father. And that is true.
Then who is my father? Where is he?
Listen to that flute, Amos. The good gods are always near. We shall meet again. You know that. You will recognize me, won't you? May the eye of the sky god watch over you always.
Amos!
What?
Amos!
Ken!
Amos, wait for me!
Whoa there. Whoa. Ken, what are you doing here?
You left without me.
I had to. This is a journey I must make alone.
Not while I have breath in my body, and I nearly haven't anymore. I had to sell everything for this rotten old donkey, the oldest in the village. I thought I'd never catch you up, Amos. Where are we going?
Thebes.
Good. I've always wanted to see the city of the pharaohs. Move! Move, you brute! Amos, I know that you're sad.
Yes.
Your father was a good man.
Ken, since I left, I've had a strange feeling I'm being followed.
I followed you.
Not you, idiot. No, something different, something sinister. That group of camels traveling over the sand there?
Yes, I'd noticed them.
For the last hour, they've been keeping exact pace with me.
Oh, merchants travelling north from the Sudan, probably going to Thebes too, laden with spices and elephant tusks.
They make me feel uneasy. Let's stop over there by the Nile and give the donkeys a drink.
Right.
They've deserved one. I've some bread and dates we can share. Whoa there. Ooh.
Oh, these flies. The way they hover over the fish bones. I always feel so sleepy after food. It's the hottest time of the day. Time for sleep.
They haven't moved.
Oh, the flies.
Camel train. When we stopped, they stopped.
Probably stopped for food, like us.
What was that?
Oh, a water bird. Maybe a snake's rubbing its eggs.
It's an old beggar woman.
Tell her to go away.
Have the great, rich lords got any food for a poor old woman?
No.
Ken. Of course we have.
We'll need it.
Donkey, you are going to Thebes
Yes.
to see the pharaoh?
No.
That is for the gods to decide.
Well, I hope to see him.
He is old now, like me, but I remember the day he was crowned pharaoh. He was strong, handsome, a golden figure, holding all Egypt's hopes in his hands, and by his side the beautiful queen Sapphira. All Egypt loved her. But like scorpions in the night the Hyksos came. One by one the Egyptian nobles were stung to death. Queen Sapphira had a son, and he will be the chosen one to remake Egypt with his hands and drive the Hyksos from Egyptian lands. But she died. Queen Sapphira died, and Egypt's hopes died.
She had no son.
Well, some people believe it.
She died, strangely, suddenly. And the pharaoh's chief counselor and friend, the Lord Tahotep, fled the country, and our golden pharaoh was forced to marry a Hyksos princess, the mother of Patan Ra, and to make Patan Ra heir to the Egyptian throne. Then the gold on our golden pharaoh began to tarnish. He weakened, he aged. Now he drifts through his Theban palace like a dried-up leaf.
Where are you picking up those sticks?
I have strange powers. I see things that are hidden from your eyes. I know things. I am the high priestess of the goddess Hathor. Hathor, the cow, the universal mother who gives her golden milk only to the gods and to the chosen one who will wear the double crown and rule over Upper and Lower Egypt. Make room in the sand and I will throw the sticks. Hathor, Hathor.
What do they say?
I see a village destroyed. I see the pharaonic city with its golden gates. I see the Pharaoh's hand trembling. I see danger. Danger threatening you both. A giant spider.
Spiders?
You must not go to Thebes. Keep away from Thebes.
We must go.
Egypt is in shadow. In dark, dark shadow. The Hyksos throw long shadows. Paten Ra throws a long shadow. But one day, the sun may shine. You.
Yes?
You are looking for your father.
Yes, I'm...
There is danger. Danger! Hathor knows you. She recognizes you and she warns you. Take care. Take care. Take care.
Come back!
He's gone.
Hiding.
He's mad.
There's no one here. It's as if we imagined it all, Ken, as if it...
What is it?
The camel train's gone. Nothing but sand.
Oh, let her ride on. I'll wake the donkeys. Almost. That sound's not being made by a bird.
Ken, they're all around us.
Almost. Look out!
Tie them up.
Leave me alone, will you?
Murderers! Murderers!
Take off their blindfolds.
Well, I still can't see.
You'll soon see when your eyes get used to the torchlight.
Where are we? Why have we been brought here? And who are you?
Quiet! You're the prisoners of Karu, the tomb robber.
Karu? You? You were at our village when we were hunting.
Yes.
It's because of you our village was raided. Because of you our friends were taken away as slaves. And it was you who stopped us going to their help. Well, what do you want with us? Do you think we're rich men? We've nothing worth stealing.
Then what is it that hangs around your neck?
Well, what do you mean? It's nothing.
Then why are you concealing it? Give it to me.
No.
You there, take it.
No. Coward! Thief!
Let me have it. We'll let the torchlight shine on it. This is yours?
Yes.
Come here. Into the light. Now, what is your name, boy?
Amos.
Where did you get this, Amos?
My father gave it to me before he died.
Batu. I'm sorry he's dead. This place is a sacred one, Amos. Sacred to the old god of Thebes, Amun. Amun-Ra, the sun god, the god of war. He's sleeping now, but soon he will awake. You will meet him again. Take the amulet. It's of no value.
Why did he let us go? And that god, what was it called? Amun-Ra? What did all that mean? He gave everything back to us, everything. The donkeys, your bow and arrows, that thing you wear around your neck. It's funny, I've never seen it before. Amos, you're dreaming.
Ken, he took the amulet and held it up to the torchlight. He looked at it carefully, didn't he? And then he gave it back to me.
He said it was of no value.
Yes, Ken, of no value, and yet this amulet is made of solid gold. What's that?
Look, it's a heron.
And look, Ken, the city of Thebes. The city of 100 gates. Thebes, the city of the pharaohs.
Anything like it. Merchants from Nubia and Syria, all kinds and colours. And look at all that food, Amos, all that fruit.
So many temples and palaces. All those statues and sphinxes. Gods everywhere.
Never imagined it was like this. Where are we going?
The Street of the Sycamores. If we can find
Oh,
it.
let's get some watermelon first. I'm dying of thirst.
With what?
I'll look sorry for myself.
Not a chance. The city's crowded with beggars much better at their trade than you. That chariot's out of control! The horses are bolting!
What do you expect? It's a stupid girl driving here. No, almost. Wait!
Give me the reins, Melody.
What do you think you're doing?
Don't be frightened.
Idiot! Leave the reins alone!
Let me have them.
Leave go!
Let me have them.
Oh, dare you!
Whoa there! Whoa! Whoa! That's it! Whoa! There. Sorry if I frightened you.
I suppose you think you've been very brave and clever.
I've never driven a chariot before. I think I handled it quite well. You'd have been killed.
Fool! I've been riding horses and driving chariots since I could walk.
I don't understand.
How can one expect an uneducated peasant like you to understand anything?
My education has been as good as...
Out of the way, you dogs! Out of the
Anyway, here come your rescuers.
My rescuers? You know nothing.
You gave us quite a chase, my lady. Who's this?
I have no idea.
My name is Amos.
Dog! Get on from there. How dare you stand near the Lady Nefertari?
Amos! Are you all right?
Two of you, are there?
What?
Arrest them!
There is no need, Captain. This idiot helped you in your task. He stopped my chariot.
Orders, my lady. Anyone talking with you is to be arrested at once. Arrest them both. I must ask you to return with us, my lady. I would not dare to disobey the orders of Peten Ra.
Where are they taking us?
I don't know.
See the Pharaoh?
I wish they wouldn't march so quickly.
It must be the palace. Look at all these paintings and pillars and gold statues.
No talking there.
This doesn't look like Pharaoh's palace. Look, it looks more like...
I said no talking. In there.
It looks more like a prison.
Sorry, Ken. This is all my fault.
Why? What, for rescuing some stupid girl who couldn't drive a
I
chariot?
didn't rescue
Of
her.
course you did. I saw you. The horses were running away.
No, Ken, it wasn't the horses that were running away. It was the Lady Nefertari herself.
What?
The soldiers weren't trying to rescue her, but to bring her back. She called me an idiot. That's exactly what I am. For some reason, she was trying to escape. And I stopped her.
Down on your knees, you dogs. Kiss the ground in front of Peten Ra, heir to the throne of all Egypt.
I think we may forget formalities in front of such very brave men. Well. So you saved my future wife, the Lady Nefertari, from a bolting chariot.
Yes.
But the chariot was not bolting, was it? What's your name?
Amos.
Yours?
Ken.
Where do you come from?
The south.
Where? In the south?
It's a small village, sir. You'd never have heard of it. A couple of mud huts, that's all.
The name?
Tamet.
You're wrong, I have heard of it. I may even have some friends of yours working for me. So you're friends of Karo the tomb robber?
No.
Don't lie to me. He hides near the village of Tamet, or did. Did he send you to meet the Lady Nefertari?
No one sent us. We've told you we were on
You
our...
lie. This part of the palace is my own secret domain. Nobody questions what happens here. Nobody dares to. There are deep wells where hungry crocodiles wait in the mud to be fed. Small rooms where snakes and scorpions breed at an alarming rate. Pits where vast armies of ants wait to eat off flesh smeared with honey. Oh, no, little flies. This is not your lucky day to be caught in a spider's web.
Spider?
Once a fly is caught in my web, it never gets away again. Poor fly. Where is Karo?
I don't know.
Where were you going to take the Lady Nefertari?
I didn't know who she was. It was a mistake. I thought the chariot had bolted.
I'll get the truth in time.
That is the truth.
You take me for a fool. Do you think I'm like that pathetic old man who calls himself Pharaoh of all Egypt? Your Egyptian Pharaoh, Senmut, is my prisoner. He obeys my commands. He fears me. More than anything else, he fears me. And you know why? Because I am the god Seth. Seth, the forked tail. Seth, the murderer. Have a body. Have a body.
It's the old woman. The one who told our fortunes.
I have two little flies, Hammerbody, who refuse to tell the truth. What shall we do with them?
2 little flies. Poor little flies. Welcome to Thebes, my dears. Welcome to the court of PHAROAH.
What shall we do with them, Hammerbody?
Put them in the vulture cage. In the vulture cage.
That was the first part of Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer, with Sean Barrett as Amos, David Valler as Kem, John Bentley as PHAROAH, Sheila Grant as Nefertari, Betty Bascom as Hammerbody, and John Westbrook as Karu, with John Ruddock, Martin Friend, Catherine Parr, and William Edel. Production. Egypt, the end of the 16th dynasty in the year 1600 BC. The land of the pharaohs is under the domination of the Hyksos. Amos and Kem have traveled from their village to the city of Thebes, but now they are the prisoners of the much-hated Hyksos prince, the heir to the Egyptian throne, the tyrannical PHAROAH. We present Shadow of the Pharaoh, Part 2, Beware the Serpent.
These are the vulture's sacred neckbit, the vulture goddess.
How their talons shine!
They are not as well fed as they should be. They eat only human flesh. And that cage frustrates them. It must be obvious to both of you boys that no one who enters that cage ever comes out of it alive. But perhaps now you will tell me the truth.
But we have told you the truth. We've never seen the Lady Nefertari before. We're just poor village folk. This is the first time we've ever been to Thebes.
Liars. Very well. You have made your choice. Come, Hammerbody, we shall sit over here and observe the game in comfort.
Amos, what are we going to do? They'll kill us.
Open the cage.
We must fight them.
How? With what?
Our belts. Use our belts.
Into the cage with them!
Whatever you do, protect your eyes.
Close the cage! Yeah. Keep back, Tim! Keep back!
My shoulder!
Tim!
Neckbed, goddess of the sacred vulture. Neckbed.
What is it? Why are the birds not attacking?
They have heard the voice of the great goddess, Neckbed. She is here.
I am the god Seth. Neckbet obeys me. Go on, you brutes! Attack, attack!
Neckbet has spoken. It is her will.
And it is my will that they attack!
The goddess of the sacred vulture says, put these insects to work on the pharaoh's tomb. The slaves who work there are never seen again. They rot. They die.
In here. You both look in a bad way. No need to ask where you've been. I can guess.
Come on, Ken. A few more steps. That's it.
Can't think how you're still alive. There's a bit of food here, some water. Take an old man's advice. Eat and drink what you can while you can. You won't get much over there.
Over there?
And where you're going, across the Nile, the far bank, the Valley of the Kings, where the dead pharaohs sleep. And I warn you, it'll be tough. Out in that sun, pulling those huge stones, tunneling down in the earth in that hot darkness. Your friend's in a bad way.
Yes.
Better do something for him. Only the strong survive over there, if any survive at all. I'll see if I've got some herb leaves to put over those cuts.
Ken. Those vulture claws went deep.
That old witch. She was one of Peyton Ra's spies all the time.
She warned us to keep away from Thebes. And then...
Yes,
I think he's coming back.
Yes.
Here, these herb leaves will help. Hold them over the wounds. My wife knows about these things.
Jailer, can you tell me... There were some men from the village of Tarmet. Are they over there in the valley?
Are you from Tarmet?
Yes.
Oh, then you're luckier than they are. Friends, were they? Oh, yes, of course. They were sent south to the granite quarries. Work's harder down there. Conditions even worse. I'm sorry. Punishments for helping Karu the robber are severe.
Karu has a lot to answer for.
They should be well on their way by now. Their boat left soon after sunset, and the moon rose some time ago.
The river's flowing strongly tonight. Slows us down.
Can't they row any faster?
On there! Faster, can't you? Faster!
See anything?
Not a thing, Captain. The moon's bright and the bank's clear. We'd see a crocodile move in this light.
And the prisoners?
Huddle like frightened goats. They have heavy stones tied to their feet. They can't move.
I'll be glad to deliver this cargo and return to Thebes. What's that music?
It's coming from a group of small reed boats spread across the river ahead of us.
Give them a warning.
Idiots. Can't they see we're flying the flag of Peten Ra? We'll have to sail right through them. We're a royal business.
Warn them again.
They won't listen. There's nothing we can do. Why don't they move away?
It's a village ceremony, Captain.
No, I don't like this.
Slow!
How long do these things last?
You can never tell with the Egyptians. They enjoy their ceremonies.
I don't like stopping with those slaves on board.
They're quiet enough.
What are all those little lights?
They fill large lotus leaves with oil, set fire to them, then let them float on the water, and the Nile carries them downstream.
Quite a sight.
There must be hundreds of them.
Yes. Hundreds.
What the...
Karu!
It's a trap!
Karu! Karu!
Karu. Karu. Am I continually to be plagued by this man?
They came swarming over the sides, oh mighty Peten Ra. Knives between their teeth. We had no warning.
While you stopped and watched pretty burning lights. And Karu's men tied you up and laid you all out on the banks like mummified corpses, released all my prisoners, all the men we captured from Tarmet, and set fire to the boat, my boat, flying my flag. Is he a magician, Hanabari, that he can outwit me at every turn?
Your time will come, great lord.
Offered a large enough reward. Does anyone claim it? Well, am I to be fooled by a common thief, tomb robber? Now look at this rat here, shaking with fright.
Oh, my lord. I kiss the dust at your feet.
Will that bring back the men from Tarmet, Captain? Will that wipe out this insulting message? In honor of Queen Sethora's son, the future pharaoh.
The chosen one.
I know the rhyme, thank you, Hamabari, only too well. Well, Captain, I must not show ingratitude to the gods for returning you to me, but in my service there is no room for the incompetent, the weak. Guard, take him away.
No, great lord.
Your powers seem to be weakening, Hamabari. They have not caught Karo. They have not stopped these rumors of Queen Sethora's son.
They will work in their own time.
Karo is now my greatest threat. Every Egyptian, for the sake of Egypt, hides him. Karo must be killed.
He will be, but he is not your greatest threat.
Queen Sethora never had a child.
The Egyptians do not believe that.
They will, when I bring them to their knees.
Come on, you insects! Death won't wait for you!
I don't think I can go on. You must, Kem. You know what they do to those who get too weak to work. Throw them in the pit, alive, to rot in the sun. Keep working, Kem. We don't want to be noticed.
You're from the village of Tarmet, aren't you?
Yes.
I have some news. Keep working.
What is it?
The men taken from your village were rescued last night by Karo and his men.
It's not possible.
Every single one of them.
No talking there! Get this stone into position. You'll get no food or rest until you earn it. That one's finished. Throw him into the pit.
That's the third since we've been here. I never knew the Pharaoh could be so cruel. Life's worth nothing here.
Oh, it's not the old Pharaoh's fault. This is Petten Ra's doing. May he be pursued through eternity by the 100-footed serpent.
Snakes are fascinating creatures.
I'm afraid I'm unable to share your enthusiasm.
You're looking exceptionally beautiful tonight, Nefertari.
You sent for me, my lord Petten Ra?
It was wrong of you to run away. Your father ran away. Didn't he, Nefertari? We all know your father was a traitor.
My father was not a traitor.
Well, of course he was. The great Lord Tahotep, the Pharaoh's friend. Poisoned Queen Sethora and fled the country in fear.
How dare you?
Where is your father?
I don't know.
At the Syrian court, no doubt. Dreaming of the Egyptian throne, he lost through his cowardice.
I will not stay to hear my father insulted.
You will stay until I give you permission to leave.
One day, my father will return.
Never. And you know it. Were you hoping to meet a tomb robber when you ran away?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Karo, Egypt's enemy.
Oh, he is not Egypt's enemy. He is your enemy.
Yes, I know that you too dream of an Egypt free of the Hyksos yoke. I can hardly blame you for that. You're Egyptian. But how can you hope to fight the inevitable? I only have to snap my fingers. And my brothers in the north of Egypt will march down here in all their strength. Why not be sensible? Karo is no ordinary thief. He's a political rebel and feeds the dreams of the young. These young men you met were sent by him, weren't they?
I'd never seen them before.
They confessed it. Do you not wish to know what happened to them?
They're of no interest to me.
They're at work on our noble pharaoh's tomb. Yes, Nefertari, my time is nearer than you think. Tonight, I shall have them brought to me. They will tell me all that you are trying to conceal.
Kem? You asleep? How could anyone sleep in this place?
Shh. Don't wake the others. Moon's full tonight.
Oh, Mose, we've got to escape from this place.
I've been trying to think of a way. It's difficult.
Those jackals send shivers down my spine.
I can see it too. Well, 3 of them. In the shadows there. Near the date palm. Just waiting for one of us to move outside the hut.
A single jackal we could find. They always hunt in packs.
It's a clever way of keeping us here. They're trained to attack anything that moves. They tear a man to pieces in a matter of seconds. Kem, I wish I could understand.
What?
Everything. Everything that's happened to us. Look, this amulet. The eye of the sky god. It sees everything. Guides. Protects. My father gave it to me.
How did El Batu come by it?
Batu was not my father.
Not your... Well, who was?
That's something I must find out. Shh. What?
I thought I heard something move on the other side of the wall.
I don't hear it.
It's the guard. He's been killed.
Kem, it sounds like that priestess.
There's very little time. Do exactly as I say.
What do you want with us?
When I've released these stones from your ankles, get up and follow me. But don't argue. Sit. Now, quickly, follow me. Follow.
You killed the guard.
That only looks like death. A few drops of my own special fire water.
Oh.
Now, hurry, hurry. Keep in the shadows.
The jackals. Look.
Anubis, Anubis. This way, hurry, into the reeds. Quietly now. If we startle the waterfowl, they'll know we're here.
You're taking us into a swamp.
There's a small boat hidden in the rushes.
What's that?
Quiet.
A large boat lit with torches.
It's Peten Ra. He's coming here to see you.
Us? Again?
Keep your heads down. They'll see us in the torchlight.
Why are you doing this?
The boat's passing close to us.
What's that strange animal?
It's Peten Ra. He's wearing the golden mask of the god Seth. See the forked tail, the long muzzle, the pointed ears? He's the god of the Hyksos, the god of evil.
What's that wound round his arm?
One of his pet snakes. That shows he's angry. They've gone. Quick, into the boat.
Why should we trust you?
You tried to have us killed by vultures?
Did I not know the sacred word to quieten the jackal? Did you really believe that it was a goddess who calmed the vultures?
You have the power to...
Oh, we're wasting time. We must reach the further bank of the Nile before your absence is discovered.
How did my prisoners manage to escape, Are you dumb? Does the great mask of the god Seth frighten you?
My lord,
Well?
It was the spirit of a dead woman. I swear it, O great lord. Wrapped in white mummy cloth.
So Cairo has women working for him, has he? And, what were you doing while this woman walked out with my prisoners.
I saw her eyes, great lord. They looked straight through me. Cold, burning. I don't know, my blood turned to sand. It was as if a dagger had entered my flesh. I fell to the floor.
And the cup found on the floor beside you.
Cup? What cup? Oh, no.
You were drunk. Drunk on duty. That is a serious offense. What would you suggest as a punishment?
My lord, the two who escaped, I can tell you something. Information.
Are you attempting to bargain with me?
I've always been loyal to you, O great Petin Ra. I'm a servant of the Hyksos. For years I've served.
Well?
Spare me, O great Lord Seth.
Your information.
Mercy?
No, it's worthwhile. We shall see.
They were thieves, O Master of the Universe.
Of course they were thieves. That's hardly worth my mercy, is it?
Earlier, before the dead woman appeared, I looked into the hut. They didn't see me. One of them was showing the other something he'd stolen. An amulet, O great lord.
An amulet? What kind of amulet?
I could only see that it was valuable. I saw it shining in the moonlight. It was gold.
Gold?
Only gold could shine like that. And it had precious stones. Many precious stones.
Now, what would a poor village boy be doing with a golden amulet? Stolen? Possibly. But why keep it? Why keep it? They must be found.
Have I served you well?
Oh, yes. Very well.
Mercy?
More than that. The reward. Come here.
Yes, my lord.
Nearer. Come nearer. That's it. You see this bracelet I wear on my arm? Beautiful, isn't it? The best craftsman in Egypt could never match such beauty. Take it. It's yours. Why do you hesitate? I said, take it.
It's a snake, my lord. It's real.
Take it.
You promised me mercy.
I have kept my promise. The venom is powerful. Your death will be quick. That is merciful.
This is the lotus pool sacred to Hathor. You're safe here.
The scent.
The flowers of Hathor. The white moon flowers that only open in moonlight. That way, through the archway, there's the temple of Hathor. I must leave you. Go inside. Hurry. I must return to the palace before my absence is noticed.
Shall we go in?
Suppose it's a trap.
Look. The temple's not made of white stone. It's covered in white flowers. And the door is open. This place is as if I recognize it.
I don't like it.
Empty.
Let's get away while we can. What's that? What? Coming out of the shadow there, a white figure.
It's the Lady Nefertari.
So you recognize me?
Yes. Did you send Hamvari?
Well, of course. Now listen, we haven't much time. When Petin Ra discovers you have gone, he'll search Thebes for you.
First, my lady, I ask you to forgive my stupidity. Because of my foolishness, you were caught again.
I know now why you leapt onto my chariot. You were sent by Karu.
Oh, no, my lady.
Well, there's no need for secrecy. Petin Ra told me himself you had confessed. Well, that is why I sent for you. I must meet your leader.
My lady, there's some mistake. If Peten Ra told you that we confessed anything, it was to trick you. And if he told you that we were Karu's men, he lied.
You are not Karu's men?
No, but there's no man I'd rather follow.
Then you did leap onto my chariot out of foolishness, not because you were sent by Karu.
I tried to explain. I thought the horses had bolted and...
I have risked danger, arranged a difficult escape, just for the privilege of talking with two village idiots.
I'm sorry.
But thank you for rescuing us.
What is your name?
Kem.
And yours?
Amos.
You're still in danger.
We'd better go.
Wait. Forgive my rudeness. To have saved 2 lives is better than nothing. And maybe you can help.
Anything, my lady.
Try to find Karu. Tell him that when Pharaoh's tomb is complete, Senmut the Pharaoh will die. How or when he will die, I do not know. Do you think you can do that?
Yes.
We'll try.
From the back of the temple, a small pathway leads directly onto the harbor quay. Amos, Ken, we must save the Pharaoh.
How do we find Karu? We'll try the taverns on the quayside. But first I must see Antef, the physician. I must, Kem. It's the reason I came to Thebes. I promised Batu. I'll join you on the quayside.
Good. Be careful, Amos. We don't want to be caught again.
You say Batu gave you this amulet?
Yes, Antef. It's the eye of the sky god.
Yes, but what am I supposed to make of it?
I don't know.
You don't know? I'm not any old village doctor, you know. I'm chief physician to the court. What do you mean by coming hammering at my door in the middle of the night, giving me a piece of jewelry and asking me to play a game of riddles with it? I'm not a jeweler.
I only did what Batu asked me to do when he was dying.
So, Batu is dead?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that. He was a good man. How do I know you are who you say you are? For all I know, you might be one of Peten Ra's spies.
What? Your only concern is to protect your own skin. I thought a friend of Batu's would have more courage, more wisdom. And if it comes to that, how do I know that you are who you say you are? I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Good night.
Amos!
Yes?
These are dangerous times. One has to make quite certain about people. You understand that? Good. So you won't mind if I put you to a little test?
Test?
Are you willing?
Yes.
Good. Then follow me.
What is this place? Why is it so dark? Antef? Antef, where are you? Antef?
Amos, you must stand trial.
Stand trial?
You will be judged by the gods of the underworld. You must know the reality of death.
A trap. It's a trap.
This is the black tomb of Osiris, the king of the dead.
Antef, please.
Let the gates be closed.
Antef, don't leave me. Please don't leave me.
That was the second part of Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer. Production was by Graham. Egypt in the year 1600 BC. After their escape from the Valley of the Dead, Amos and Kem have been warned by the Lady Nefertari that Peten Ra may try to kill the old pharaoh Senmut. Amos has gone to see Antef, the royal physician, hoping to learn the secret of the golden amulet old Batu had given him. But Antef requires Amos to prove his identity and has locked him alone inside the black tomb of Osiris. We present Shadow of the Pharaoh, Episode 3, The Black Tomb of Osiris.
Antef, please don't leave me. Where are you? Antef? What's that? Who's there? Antef, is that you? Music. And a sweet smell. Incense. Hardly breathe. Dizzy. What's happening? The air's cold. Like death. It's getting lighter. I can see. Marble floors. Stone pillars. There's something. Someone. Horrible. A man's body with the head of a black jackal.
I am Anubis, the jackal god, the embalmer, who wraps the dead in special cloth. I am lord of the closed tomb. You are standing on the threshold of the underworld. It is from here that the sunboat of Ra sails into the darkness. Look, Amos, the gods are approaching.
I am Thoth, the green-headed ibis bird. With my pen and palette I record only facts. Facts are merciless.
I am the God Devourer. The guilty dead are my food.
I am the hawk, Horus. I soar through the dark mornings and the bright nights. I am Sekhmet, the lion goddess. I teach men to hate, and I teach men to love. I am the snake of Popis with 100 legs. I attack the dead. I am
Here is a pair of scales. In one, the feather of truth rests lightly. In the other, we weigh your heart. If the scales shift, you will be torn to pieces by the dark devourer, and the 100-footed serpent will drink your blood. Amos, you are now in the land of the dead. Let the trial begin.
I can't breathe. Can't move. I'm dying. Kem.
No more wine.
Oh, but you must. And what's a young man like you doing in a place like this?
I am looking for someone.
First visit to Thebes?
Yes.
You expect to find whoever you're looking for here, do you?
Well, I hope so.
The harbour of Thebes is a rough place to be friendless in. This tavern's known to be the haunt of robbers, outlaws, criminals of every kind. One has to be careful. On a hot night like this, a man needs to drink. You know, there's one kind of person the people of this tavern cannot tolerate, and that's a spy.
Are you threatening?
Sit where you are. The wine was even stronger than you thought.
I have to...
Who are you looking for? Who?
Karu.
You're after the large fish, then.
I'm not a spy. I only want to...
He's finished. Get him him out of here before any guards come snooping around. You know what to do with him.
O Seth, God of evil.
God of evil.
You who are born again as Peten Ra.
As Peten Ra.
Enough! Enough! Are you trying to deafen me with that gong, Hammerbari?
We were praying for you, O mighty Peten Ra.
I heard, thank you. Dismiss the priests until the next time they pray for me to try and sound a little more enthusiastic, or I'll make them pray on hot stones. Go, and throw that wretched gong into the Nile.
Yes, great Lord. Mighty princess, my great prince.
Hammerbari, you always raise your voice loudly to the gods on my behalf.
Of course, great Lord.
But your heart, your mind. I wonder, Hammerbari, how much I can really trust you.
I have seen what happens to the people close to you, Peten Ra. Trust has no meaning for people like you. Need is the word, Peten Ra.
Why should you think I need you?
I see that you are not as safe as you think you are.
Well, because of these letters from the Lady Nefertari to Karu the tomb robber. Come, sit down and advise me.
About what?
Nefertari's games no longer amuse me, Hammerbari. She's like a desert thorn pricking into my skin. I may have to remove her.
Do you think you can hold the Egyptian throne without her?
Why not?
You're the heir, as we both know. Senmut, however, unwillingly did marry your mother. You are his stepson, but the Egyptians will not easily accept a Hyksos as their pharaoh. However, if you were married to Nefertari, the daughter of Tahotep, a descendant of King Scorpions, that might make a difference.
Yes, I have thought about that often. Egypt would have to accept me if the Popey, the Hyksos king of the north, sends his armies.
Oh, yes, he'll send his armies.
Well,
then, he would control the whole of Egypt, north and south.
And me.
And you.
Popey is sending an envoy. He's on his way to Thebes.
That is why.
I have underestimated you, Hammerbari.
Yes, Peten Ra, I think perhaps you have.
My lord, Peten Ra, the pharaoh, my lord. The pharaoh has disappeared.
Disappeared? What do you mean?
Nowhere to be found, my lord. We've searched the royal rooms, not a soul.
Those idiots, do you mean he's escaped?
Yes,
with
my
my
lord.
guards at every door and window patrolling the terraces? Impossible.
But
impossible, I say. Must be hiding somewhere in the palace. Find him.
Yes, great lord, yes.
This is Nefertari's doing. She's interfered with my plans once too often. Guard!
My lord.
Arrest the Lady Nefertari and have her brought here to me.
At once, my lord.
But Peten Ra, think of the consequences.
She is a traitor. She must be treated like a traitor.
Your name is Amos.
Yes,
Where are you now, Amos?
in the land of the dead,
Why did you come to Thebes?
to find the physician Antef.
What did you want with the physician?
I was told he would lead me to my father,
Who told you?
Batu, the scribe of our village. I believe that Batu was my father.
And your mother?
I have no mother.
No, mother.
She died when I was born.
Who told you?
Batu.
Batu told you to come to Thebes and to seek out the physician, Antef?
Yes, he gave me an amulet.
What sort of amulet?
The eye of the sky god.
Where is this amulet?
I gave it to Antef.
He has no amulet.
I did have an amulet. I gave it to the physician. He kept it. He said I had to prove my identity by this test. Ask him, ask Antef.
Has the feather of truth moved?
Not yet.
Amos, are you still in the land of the dead?
Yes.
Sleeping?
Yes.
Dreaming?
Yes.
And you are young, Amos, a little child. Describe what you see in the darkness before you.
A garden. White flowers. All white. A square pool. In the pool, a crouching statue pouring water. In the water, there are golden fish. I am very young. Someone is holding me. I think it's my father. I'm frightened, but my father tells me not to be afraid. I can hear him, but I cannot see him. Then, whispers, fear. A boat in the darkness, mustn't cry, mustn't make a sound. My father's gone. My father's gone. Gone.
Has the feather moved?
No.
Osiris, the god of the dead. Osiris, 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 Osiris.
Amos, Amos, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I hear you.
Wake up! Wake up!
I'm awake.
Do you know who I am?
You are Osiris, the god of the dead.
No, Amos. I am Senmut, Pharaoh of all Egypt.
The Lady Nefertari, my lord.
Good, you may leave us.
Very good, my lord.
Well, milady?
Am I to be given some explanation? Why have I been brought here like a common prisoner?
Nefertari, you're a traitor.
To what? To whom?
Me.
I have never pretended loyalty to you, so I cannot betray it.
You recognize these letters?
Perfectly.
These scented bits of papyrus are addressed to KARO, a tomb robber, a revolutionary, and my bitterest enemy. Oh, I've known for some time you were attempting to betray me, but I allowed you to continue because I hoped you were good bait to catch the shark. And all you caught were two little minnows. With this evidence, I could have you punished for treachery to the state. You can imagine, no doubt, the kinds of punishment I could demand.
You are threatening me.
I am warning you. Look at this floor, Nefertari, to see what my faithful painters have painted here.
A map of Egypt.
Egypt, yes, and the surrounding countries. There, under my foot, is Thebes. But if I move along the Nile to my right, in a few steps I can stamp out Nubia and walk into dark countries never seen before. Moving left, I can reach the Nile Delta and the sea. I can wipe my foot on Avaris. And from Avaris I can stride across other countries and yoke them like oxen to Egypt's yoke. You and I could rule an empire, Nefertari, larger than Egypt ever ruled, the north and the south, bound together once again under a single pharaoh.
Not a Hyksos pharaoh.
If I do not become ruler of Egypt, a Pope will march south with his armies and Egypt will have no pharaoh. It will be ruled totally by a Hyksos king. I want Egypt for myself, not just the south obeying a Pope's least whim, for myself, the whole of it. Only a strong man can unite Egypt under one crown. I am that man.
Oh, a man.
Power is the only thing worth anything to a man. Power over life. Power over death.
No one lives forever, Amos. Not in the sense of ordinary daily living. Not even a pharaoh. My life has been in danger for a long time.
But, great Pharaoh, Peten Ra means to kill you.
You have been through the ceremony of death, Amos. You have faced the gods of the underworld. Are you afraid to die?
I was.
Now?
No. Not afraid anymore. But I want to live.
It is right that you should.
These gods. Did I dream them? Am I dreaming now? I thought I was dead.
Those gods were acted by the priests of Osiris. The ritual is very ancient. A man has to be recognized by the gods. You smelt incense.
Yes.
That subdues the slyest part of a man's brain, and the truer self, unknown to the man, rises up and remembers things that the man himself cannot. Do you remember telling us about a garden and being held by your father?
No. I must have been lying.
That was the truth, Amos. You have proved your identity. Come here, into the light, so that I may look at you. Yes. I see now some part of your father, and a great deal of your mother. But yes, Amos, I know your father. But it is not safe for you to know him. Not yet. When the time is right, Antef, my own physician, will take you to meet him. But I shall say no more. Come with me, Amos. I want to show you this tomb. It is a secret. The corridor leads directly to my room in the palace. Only the most trusted priests know of its existence. It is my tomb.
But I thought...
The tomb Peten Ra has so thoughtfully prepared for me will no doubt be useful for someone else. Do you see these frescoes?
Who is this beautiful lady, great Pharaoh?
That, Amos, is my beloved Sathora, my wife, my queen. This tomb is connected to her tomb by a small stone passage. I often come down here to visit her. That's why I look forward to my death, because only then will I join her again. She will be standing in the death boat of Ra, her arms outstretched, laughing, just as she used to when I returned from hunting. Amos, Peten Ra must never become Pharaoh. You, Amos, must help to stop him.
Me? Great Pharaoh? But how?
You have made your journey, Amos, through the land of the dead. And like the great sun itself, you have risen to see a new day. Your father would be proud of you. Go to Antef, my boy. He will tell you what you must do.
Well... You slept too long.
My head. I drank too much wine.
A few poppy seeds. It's an old trick. I told you what happened to spies.
But I'm not a spy. I've got a message for Karu.
What is your message?
You heard what I said.
Enough. I recognize him.
Karu.
You had a lucky escape. You were intercepted by one of my own men. Who's your message from?
The Lady Nefertari.
The lady. The message?
Peten Ra intends to kill the Pharaoh.
When?
I have no more information.
Can Nefertari be trusted?
Do you doubt it?
Her father is a known traitor.
If the Lord Tahotep is a traitor, and not everyone believes he is, Nefertari isn't like him.
Where's your friend?
Amos. I must go and find him.
One moment.
But he may be in danger. We were to meet on the harbour quayside after he talked with Antef.
The physician?
Yes.
Then your friend is in danger. Antef's house is being watched by Peten Ra's soldiers. If Amos returns there, he'll be walking straight into a trap.
The people of Thebes are very sullen today.
The Hyksos envoy is hardly a popular visitor.
I do not mind Honeyman being greeted with surly silence, but I intend him to see that I am popular. Have you arranged for people to cheer me?
It has been arranged.
Good. No word of the Pharaoh's whereabouts, Hamabari?
Not yet.
We must not know of his escape.
No, Peten Ra.
Remember, he is indisposed.
Of course, O mighty Peten Ra.
And, Nefertari, you hold your tongue.
Yes.
Do not forget, I could have had you punished.
We all know how powerful you are, Peten Ra.
But you are my hostage, Nefertari, my prize. I have reason to believe that your father is actually here in Thebes.
I don't believe you.
Does that surprise you? I have also reason to believe that a revolution may be planned. But I have my plans, too. You are part of those plans. But do not treat your death too lightly, Nefertari. It could so easily become a reality.
My father?
His Excellency Honeyman, Envoy Extraordinary of King Apopi, salutes Peten Ra.
Prince Peten Ra welcomes King Apopi's envoy to Thebes.
My dear Hardyman, welcome to Thebes.
Greetings, Prince Peten Ra. My lady Nefertari.
Welcome to Thebes, my lord Honeyman.
And where is the Pharaoh?
The indisposition of a fever. His physician advised... you know what physicians are.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Make way for Senmut, the most mighty pharaoh of all Egypt.
It's Senmut.
Suddenly recovered, it seems. How it must please you, Peten Ra, to hear the crowd's enthusiasm.
He's wearing the royal robes of Jah, the Creator. How magnificent he looks.
And all this splendor for a mere envoy. I am extremely flattered. His presence seems to disturb you, my dear prince. One cannot fail to be impressed at how healthy the Pharaoh is looking.
Why was I not informed of the arrival of Lord Honeyman? Peten Ra, you are failing in your duties.
My lord
I am
Pharaoh,
ashamed that the envoy extraordinary of my friend King Apopi should have been treated so churlishly.
I am delighted that your recovery has been such a spectacular one, my Lord Pharaoh.
Recovery?
From your indisposition.
Peten Ra, is this one of your silly tricks?
Your rooms were searched.
And why should you have my rooms searched? I have been sitting quietly in Nefertari's aviary. Those new silver peacocks are quite beautiful, Nefertari. You must show them to Lord Honeyman.
I should be delighted.
My Lord Pharaoh, you look so well, so changed, so happy.
I am, Nefertari, I am. I have seen a ghost. A ghost of the future. Lord Honeyman, I shall look forward to hearing the many fond messages I shall no doubt receive from my friend King Apopi.
Many gifts, too, my Lord Pharaoh.
He is always so generous, so friendly. Peten Ra, we must really find something suitable to send the Hyksos king, and you shall deliver it personally.
May I remind you...
Come, Nefertari, my dear. We must leave our dear prince to explain this confusion to Lord Honeyman. And welcome to Thebes, my lord. Welcome, welcome.
Make way for Senmut, the most mighty pharaoh of all Egypt.
Well, my dear prince?
Senmut has done this to make me look foolish.
He has succeeded.
Something's happened, something I do not yet understand.
What do you mean?
This new strength, this apparent happiness, the awakening of the old lion.
But it is the last growl that lion will make.
It had better be, Petenra. King Apopi is becoming impatient. He would like to know why the pharaoh is still alive.
I have to be careful. When he dies, it must look as if he'd been killed by his own people.
You can do that?
Oh, yes.
Then do it quickly. Senmut must die.
Antef? Antef, are you there? What's happened? Everything smashed and broken. There's someone behind that curtain. Antef. Antef. Dead. Murdered. Who's there? A trap. Who's there?
That was the third part of Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer. Production was by Graham. Egypt in the year 1600 BC. After his strange meeting with Senmut, the pharaoh of all Egypt, and his trial in the Black Tomb of Osiris, Ahmose has returned to the house of Antef, the royal physician, in Thebes to find out more about his father. But the house has been ransacked and the physician himself murdered. Approaching footsteps warn Ahmose that he is not alone in the house. We present Shadow of the Pharaoh, Part 4, The Eye of the Sky God.
Hamabari.
Why have you come here, Ahmose?
Antef's dead.
I know.
He's been murdered. Brutally murdered.
He was strangled.
Who's responsible? When I came into the house, Antef's body was hidden. Hidden behind that curtain there. How did you know he had been strangled? How did you know, Hamabari?
When I first met you on the banks of the Nile, Ahmose, I warned you of the dangers that were threatening.
You did not warn me that you were one of them.
Thebes is a dangerous place. It's filled with shadows, intrigues, pitfalls. You should have looked more carefully, Ahmose, before walking straight into a trap. Come over here to the window.
Soldiers.
They have been waiting for you. The house is surrounded. Oh, yes, you have walked straight into the trap.
I did not kill Antef.
No? What were you searching for in his house? When a man as important as the pharaoh's own physician is discovered strangled, a murderer has to be found. Even in Thebes, the law must appear to be observed. Those soldiers could have arrested you outside before you came in. Why do you think they stood by and allowed you to enter?
You prepared the trap, didn't you, Hamabari? And it was you who killed Antef.
He has conceded defeat. You see, Kem, wrestling is not only a sport, it has its serious side. It helps a man to defend himself. You haven't been paying attention.
Karu, I'm worried about Ahmose. You said he might be in danger. If Antef's house is surrounded by Petenra's soldiers, then I must go and help him.
And what do you think you're going to do against Petenra's soldiers? That's foolish talk, Kem, and foolish thinking.
I must try to help.
If you were to rush off now, by yourself, you might make the situation worse and place your friend's life in danger. Antef's house is being watched by one of my men. Believe me, as soon as action is possible, we shall be ready.
Oh, yes, Ahmose, Peten Ra pays me well, and I serve him well. I am his eyes and his ears, and when he becomes Pharaoh, he will make me Queen of Egypt. But we have no time to play games, Ahmose. If Peten Ra catches you, he will make quite sure you will never escape again. Next time, I may not be able to control the sacred vultures or row you across the Nile. We must get you away from here. Now I think I have an idea.
Yes?
You will have to die.
What?
You cannot escape from here alive, but you just may if you are dead. We are going to disguise you as a corpse.
How?
I know this house well. Come with me. There's another entrance which I used. That is why the soldiers did not see me. This is where Antef used to mix his medicines.
The smell.
Some of these jars contain strange ingredients. Now look between those shelves, a small door.
I never noticed it.
There. A staircase. It leads down to the embalming room, where there's a way out to the river. That is where the boats come to deliver or remove the dead.
I'm not going to be embalmed.
There's no time for argument.
I don't trust you, Hamabari. Why haven't the soldiers arrested me?
Once the bird is snared, a good hunter knows that hurry is not necessary. But there is just a chance the snare may not be as perfect as the hunter believes. The soldiers know you are here.
Why then do they wait outside?
They are waiting for the arrival of Peten Ra.
Peten Ra?
But he is occupied with the Hyksos envoy. No doubt at this very moment they are sharing some deep intrigue together. Come, Ahmose, follow me. Hurry, hurry.
Python Seba. Such nobility. This Hanuman is my favorite. Do you know it can strangle an elephant?
Oh.
The Nubians sometimes use them when they are hunting for ivory. This beauty can curl itself around the neck of a man and squeeze him to death in a matter of seconds.
I must admit, I am unable to share your enthusiasm, my Lord Peten Ra. I collect monkeys myself. They are more companionable, more entertaining. And King Opopi collects wealth, people, territories.
His collection is renowned.
Oh, did I tell you that Opopi has already assembled some troops along the border? In readiness?
In readiness for what?
Senmot's death.
Ah.
It is long overdue.
I told you I have to be careful. Did you bring what I asked for?
Has our great king ever denied you anything?
Where is it?
Don't be so impatient, my lord. In my room. Quite safe.
Does it work?
Naturally, I have not tried it myself, but our herbalists assure me that they have carried out experiments on 22 Egyptian slaves. Only 7 died.
7?
But the rest have lived, even recovered. I am told all this is sufficient proof of the drug's effectiveness.
It induces a state of trance?
Yes, and their behavior was fairly natural, if a trifle subdued. They ate, drank, slept, woke without being unduly noticeable. A conversation, however, is a problem, if that can be kept to a minimum.
The victims did what they were told.
With the utmost obedience.
And said everything they were told to say.
To the exact phrase.
Then Opopi will not need to send his soldiers to my help. Nor will he have to wait very long. I may have my own reason for urgency. Do you see this amulet?
Oh, rather beautiful.
The eye of the sky god.
Where did you get it?
It was a gift from the court physician. As a precaution against snakes.
Embalming is a difficult process. Only physicians and priests know the secrets. The flesh has to be purified and preserved with many spices and minerals. Yes, I'll need these. Those alabaster jars are where they put all the parts of the body that rot easily.
I don't trust you, Hamabari, and I don't want to be embalmed. How shall I breathe?
Oh, you'll breathe. I'll leave enough space under the bandages. Just enough.
First, tell me what you were doing here.
I was looking for an amulet. Your amulet. Does that answer your question?
My amulet? No.
When I arrived here, Antef was already dead. Poor man. He was the Pharaoh's friend. He was also mine.
Well, why were you looking for my amulet?
To prevent it falling into the wrong hands. But I was too late. It has gone.
I cannot leave this house without the amulet.
Unless you hurry up and lie down, we may not leave here at all. Bandaging must look real, and it takes a long time to complete. Lie down on this slab.
But is there no other way?
No.
Hamabari, what are you doing?
Asking the gods to forgive this sacrilege. Embalming is a sacred rite and should not be mocked. Lie perfectly still. Amos, we shall prepare you for your burial.
The signal. Now we'll know Kem.
Karu! Karu!
Well, what's happening at Antef's house? Is it still surrounded?
Yes, but Antef is dead.
Dead? How did that happen?
It was Peten Ra. I saw the whole thing. Peten Ra had a snake in a cage. As he talked, he released it. The snake wrapped itself round Antef's neck. It was horrible. Peten Ra just stood there and watched the old man choke. There was nothing I could do.
No. And what happened then?
Peten Ra rode back to the palace, leaving his soldiers still surrounding the house.
Many soldiers?
Enough to make it difficult.
And the boy?
Arrived a little later and went straight in. Karu, what are we going to do?
Harness the donkeys to the carts. Kem, you better come with me.
Right.
We can only take a few men or we'll arouse suspicion. 4 men in each cart and cover them with bundles of reeds. Quickly! We must get down there before Peten Ra returns from the palace.
Why are you so sad, Nefertari? Is it the music?
No. Why do you look so happy? That isn't the music either.
I am happy.
My lord, you said something. Something strange that I could not understand.
I am an old man. Old men are permitted to say strange things. What did I say?
You said you had seen a ghost. The ghost of the future.
Ah, yes.
What did you mean?
How beautiful you are, my little Nefertari. I'm always happy when you and I are alone together. And what did I mean? These have been dark years for us, my child. For you, for me, for Egypt. It seemed as if all the gods had turned their backs on us, that Egypt would never be forgiven, would be punished forever. But I have seen, I have seen something that is very like hope, Nefertari. And hope in an old man is a rare thing, but I have seen it.
I still do not understand you.
You will, my little gazelle. You will.
Why are you so good to me, my Lord Pharaoh?
Because you are pretty, because I like you, because you comfort me, and because I love you as if you were my own child.
You love me, in spite of my father's crime.
And what crime did your father commit?
He betrayed you.
Is that what you've been thinking all these years? Oh, my poor little child. Why did you never ask me before?
I was ashamed. And I was frightened of hearing the truth.
The truth, Nefertari, is never frightening. Never. There's only what we imagine to be true or false that causes us pain. Your father was as royal as I am. We grew up together. He was like a younger brother. Whatever I did, he tried to do, and whatever he did well, I envied and tried to copy. I could never have wished for a more loyal friend.
Why, then, is he called a traitor?
He is never called traitor in my presence. I should not permit it. Do you trust me, Nefertari? Do you think I would ever lie to you?
Well, of course not, great Pharaoh.
There are certain things it is dangerous to talk about, even here alone. One day I shall tell you everything. But I promise you, my dear girl, that when your father left the Theban court, he did so with my knowledge, my consent and my gratitude. What he did for me. And Nefertari, he has never ceased to be the loyal friend he always was.
Yes, I know it's uncomfortable. But it really needs at least 2 people to carry a corpse. Now lie there while I open the door onto the river. And don't wriggle or you'll break the bandages. That's it. Now I shall cover myself in thick mourning cloth. I cannot risk being recognized. Quiet. Not even the noblest of corpses are in the habit of talking. One more effort, and it's done. This may be uncomfortable, but somehow I have to get you into the boat.
But why in carts, Carlo? Why donkeys? They're so slow. We'll never get there in time, never.
If a group of men were to come galloping into Thebes riding wild Arabian stallions, don't you think Petenra's soldiers might become a little suspicious? No, Kem. Outlaws cannot afford to be ostentatious. These bundles of reeds were a good idea. Looks as if we've come to trade with the basket weavers, don't you think so? You can't see the men hidden beneath them. Move there! Move!
All women! All women!
Me, sir?
Yes, you. Bring your boat over here.
Quiet now, Amos. It's one of the guards. I am taking my dead son for burial, sir.
Row over here. At once.
Do you threaten a poor old woman with your arrows? It's sacrilege to interrupt a mother's mourning.
There'll be worse sacrilege unless you do as I tell you.
All right. We have to go over, Amos. Not a movement now. Coming, sir, coming.
What were you doing in Antef's house?
Antef?
The physician. Don't deny it. I saw you row away from there. Let's have a closer look at your son.
Do not dare to touch him. The body has been purified. You will bring down the curse of Anubis on you and 50 generations of your family.
It moved. The corpse moved.
Anubis heard my curse.
I don't know what you're trying to do. But that corpse is as alive as you or I. Undo the bandages.
Nonsense. You must have been mistaken.
You heard, undo the bandages. What the?
Carts coming straight towards us. Look, there, look. There, no. A dagger in your back. I warned you not to commit sacrilege.
Up a body!
Karu! How did you...
Is that struggling corpse the boy by any chance?
Yes.
Kem, help the men get your friend into the other cart. Quickly!
Soldiers, Karu!
We'll have to drive straight through them and pray that the donkeys don't decide to be obstinate. Reeds in the soldiers' faces. Drive straight at them. Create confusion. Oh, the Reeds! Prince Petenra, to see the Pharaoh of all Egypt.
The Pharaoh is waiting.
You sent for me?
Yes, Petenra, I did. I hope you will forgive the audacity.
Well?
Please sit down. I realize that for some time now, I have shut myself away from court life. I intend to alter that state of affairs. From now on, I would appreciate it if you would remove your guards from my doors and allow me the freedom to move about my own palace.
Those guards are there for your safety.
Petenra, I may no longer be a young man, but if you think I have grown foolish, you misjudge me. I am still the Pharaoh of Egypt. You have behaved like a tyrant. I have slept for a long time, and in that sleep I have betrayed Egypt by not fighting, by allowing myself to be shut away in my rooms like a prisoner. But the future has shaken me awake, Petenra.
And what have you to do with the future? You belong to the past, Senmut. The old nobility, the old idealism that has all perished. Gone. The future belongs to me.
And to your bullies? No.
Yes.
In a few days, Thebes is holding the annual crocodile festival in honor of the crocodile god Sobek. I intend to take my rightful place as the head of my country. The spectacle will be one of the most magnificent Thebes has ever seen. After the feeding of the sacred crocodiles, I shall speak to my people. I shall tell them that you are no longer heir to the throne.
Sobek, the crocodile, is friendly to the god Seth.
What does that mean?
Antef is dead. Poor man, brutally murdered.
I do not believe you.
No, it's true. You see, my lord Pharaoh, these are dangerous times. There are many traitors in Thebes. We must protect you from them.
I want you to know, Petenra, that my death will make no difference to the future. Many pharaohs have been killed before, and many more will be killed before Egypt's history comes to an end. But the pharaoh casts a long shadow, Petenra. He is the representative of the gods, and the gods cannot die. Kill me, and you will still not kill the pharaoh. You are standing in the pharaoh's shadow, Petenra. The pharaoh casts his shadow beyond life, beyond death, beyond time. You can never escape it, Petenra. Beware the shadow of the pharaoh.
Why a feast, Ken? Why tonight? What have we got to celebrate?
Your escape. But you're alive.
Why should Cairo celebrate that? Well, that isn't the reason.
Amos, why are you so sad?
I'm sad for Antef's death. I'm sad because I may never know now who my father was. Who I am. I'm sad because I've lost the amulet. I promised old Batu that I would keep it, always. In everything I've failed, Ken.
How can you say that?
Has Hamabari gone?
She had to get back to the palace.
It was my fault that her plan went wrong. But a fly crawled into the bandages and up my nose.
What?
I tried not to move, but it was buzzing and tickling.
Glad to see that you've recovered from your death, Amos.
Thank you for coming to our rescue, Cairo.
It was exciting.
We were lucky that time. And tonight, we celebrate.
But isn't it dangerous? There may be spies.
Tonight, we are protected. Not only by the Egyptian people, but by Egypt itself. Look at the desert, Amos. Look at that dark red sky. An Egyptian sky. Look at the Theban hills, like sphinxes on guard. and look down there at the stillness of the Nile that says, I am Egypt. Let no enemy intrude. No, Ahmose. Tonight, there are no spies. There is no danger. Only Egypt.
Do you trust him, Ken?
Oh, yes. And you?
Karu, Amabari, Antef. The Pharaoh himself. Who does one trust? Who can one trust? Who has the amulet? Who am I?
Well, Hammerbody?
It is a beautiful amulet.
What does it mean?
An amulet is for protection.
And for identity.
The eye of the sky god.
And what does it see?
There is a small cartouche. The name, so small that the unpracticed eye could never notice it. And above it, the emblem of Ra, the sun.
Yes, I have added that to my own name, Ra, the sun.
And Amun.
Amun Ra.
The god of Thebes. The god of war. He has woken again.
Who does it belong to, Hammerbari? Who does it belong to?
This, Ahmose, is the deepest cave of all. Many of my own men do not know of its existence.
It's full of bones and skulls.
This is where the ancient Thebans buried their princes. Place the lamps on that ledge and help me move this rock.
What?
It's easier to move than it looks. There. The greatest treasure in the whole of Egypt.
Solid gold.
The golden statue of Amun-Ra. Look at the face. The face of a young man. The face of a warrior. The face of the great pharaohs. It was that golden face that made the Syrians flee, the Nubians grovel, the Libyans beg for peace. Do you see the golden cloak and the golden crown? That is the sun crown of the pharaohs.
But what is he doing here? Hidden in a dark cave?
When the Hyksos invaded Egypt, the statue and the true crown of Egypt were hidden here. But now, Amun-Ra is awake. Let Egypt's enemies begin to tremble. But come closer. Hold up the lamps and see what the god is wearing round his neck. Do you see it, Ahmose? Do you know what it is?
My amulet. Ken. It's my amulet. The eye of the sky god.
Yes. Karu, Antef is dead. He was murdered. I gave him my amulet.
Yes.
Then why is it hanging round the neck of this god?
That was the fourth part of Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer. Production was by Egypt, the end of the 16th dynasty in the year 1600 BC. Ahmose has been rescued by Karu the tomb robber. At Karu's camp, a feast has been planned. But before it begins, Karu takes Ahmose and Kem to one of the caves, where he reveals the golden statue of Amun-Ra, the god of Thebes. Around the neck of the god hangs Ahmose's own amulet, the eye of the sky god. We present Shadow of the Pharaoh, Episode 5, Into Battle.
Karu, how did my amulet get there? Did you kill Antef?
Almost. Look, we're trapped.
Karu, why are all these men here? Are we your prisoners?
Ahmose, do you acknowledge this amulet as your own?
Yes, of course I do.
Amun-Ra has waited for the future to awake. Now the future is here. Stand, Ahmose, and look into the face of the god. You are his reflection.
I don't...
Kneel, Kem.
But why?
Kneel.
Why are you all kneeling? Karu? Kem? I don't understand.
We are kneeling to the future Pharaoh.
Future Pharaoh?
Yes, Ahmose. You are the true son of Queen Sathora. Your father is Senmut, our Pharaoh. Long live Ahmose, the true heir to the throne.
Long live Ahmose, the future Pharaoh!
I knew it! So he exists.
Yes.
There is no mistaking about it. The amulet is real.
It is real, Peten Ra.
So, my dear stepfather, the Pharaoh, thinks he is now a strong lion again. At the festival of the crocodiles, he intends to inform the Egyptian people that I am not his son and heir.
Queen Sathora had a son, and he will be the chosen one to remake Egypt with his hands and drive the Hyksos from Egyptian lands.
We suspected, of course, that a son had been born, but how was the child ever taken out of the palace?
There were many people still loyal to Queen Sathora.
There still are.
Oh, yes.
It is better that our distinguished guest does not know about this.
Lord Honeyman, why should he? What do you intend to do?
Oh, I know what I must do. At the crocodile festival, the Pharaoh will die. As for the owner of this trinket, I believe I know how I shall catch him. We need bait to tempt the bird. And I think, Hamabari, I know precisely what that bait will be.
But, Karu, I don't understand.
You will, Ahmose.
How can I be who you say I am? How do you know? What proof do you have?
More than you think.
I was so certain that amulet round the god's neck was mine.
There were two identical amulets. One worn by the god, the other by the god's representative on earth, the Pharaoh. You've been known to many of us for a long time. Batu was a scribe at your father's court.
But he never told me.
Ah, the dangers were great, and they are greater now, Ahmose. Peten Ra knows for certain that you exist. There will not be a corner of Egypt where you can be truly safe. That is why we didn't wish you to know your true identity.
Why, my father never told me.
In the black tomb of Osiris?
How did you know?
Before a pharaoh is crowned, he has to endure the secret ceremony of meeting the gods of the underworld. He has to die, so that he is reborn like Ra, the sun. The pharaoh of Egypt must learn never to fear death. Your father learnt that, and his father before him. It was also necessary that you were officially recognized. The pharaoh and the priests of Osiris were convinced.
Karu, you were a tomb robber. A brave one. But you're a declared outlaw in Egypt. How is it that you know so much about my father, and the Black Tomb, and Batu, and about me?
All my men are dedicated to the service of Amun-Ra. They are here for one purpose only, to clear Egypt of the Hyksos locusts. We are servants of the true Egyptian crown. But come, my royal prince. Let us eat, drink, laugh, and dance, and celebrate the future.
You are not attending the feast tonight, Hamabari?
The life of a priestess is not all food, wine, and pleasure, Lord Honeyman. I have my duties. But you wish to see me?
I wondered if you had any news for me. King Apopi likes to have value for the money he gives to people.
Ah. Then please tell King Apopi from me that Peten Ra plans to betray him.
How?
After he has killed Senmut and seized the throne of Thebes, he intends to break with the northern kingdom.
How ambitious of him.
He is ambitious. Before Apopi can recover from such a wounding betrayal, he plans to march into Avaris, overthrow your Hyksos king, and place all Egypt under his sole power.
And with what does he intend to defeat Apopi's army? Or does he plan to march into Avaris all by himself?
Once he is married to Nefertari, in her name he hopes to create a powerful army of patriotic Egyptians. And there are such people.
You should have killed her a long time ago, as Apopi wished.
It is not always possible to do everything Apopi asks me to do.
Apopi pays well.
But I have to be certain he will win.
Oh, he will. Secretly. Unknown to Petenra, there are Hyksos troops within striking distance of Thebes. As soon as Senmut is dead, before Petenra can do anything, Thebes will be controlled by our army. Simple, my dear Hanabari.
They need to be very close to Thebes indeed.
Oh, they are. They are. The bodies of your Egyptian girls are made for dancing. Our Hyksos women are too coarse, too thick-set. Apopi always insists on Egyptian girls to dance at his banquets, but I notice, with some envy, the best of them are down here in Thebes.
We must send some to the mighty king of Avaris.
You have been too generous already.
Give Lord Honeyman a bowl to wash his fingers.
More wine for Lord Honeyman.
You are very quiet, my Lord Pharaoh. Oh, is it that you have attention only for the dancing girls?
You are staying for our festival of crocodiles?
Oh, you Egyptians, always having festivals.
I propose to make a speech to my people that may be of interest to you.
My Lord Pharaoh, have I shown you this new treasure of mine? An amulet, the Eye of the Sky God.
My Lord Pharaoh.
Are you ill, my lord?
What is it, my Lord Pharaoh? Do you recognize this piece of gold? A trinket taken from a murderer?
Forgive me.
Escort him to his room. The Pharaoh is ill.
My Lord Pharaoh.
Nefertari.
I have brought you some crushed limes. The juice will cool you. It is a hot night and the food may have been too rich.
Nefertari, we may not have much time.
What do you mean?
I want you to find Karu, the tomb robber.
Karu? Well, no one can find him.
The old burial caves in the Theban hills. Tell him my son is in great danger.
Your son?
Nefertari, why has it become so cold? A desert wind.
Oh, you may have a fever. Drink, dear lord.
My mind, my thoughts, I feel as if I'm floating in water. Deep water. Nefertari, what was I saying?
Your son. But I did not know.
Yes. The amulet Petandra showed me. It belongs to my son, the rightful heir. I'm afraid for the boy. Tell Karu. Tell her. Nefertari!
What is it, dearest lord? I am here.
Legs. Can't move. Legs. Cold.
I'll call for help.
No. Listen. Something in the lines.
No.
Karu. Tell. Quick.
My lord. Don't you recognize me, my lord?
Leave us, Nefertari. Leave us.
The Pharaoh is ill.
I can see that he is ill. Go to your room. We don't want the whole palace to know that you've poisoned the Pharaoh.
I poisoned.
Go to your room at once.
Oh.
Well, my Lord Senmut, how is the Lion of Thieves? Not so strong now, I see. But you can hear me, Senmut, can't you? Did you really think you could cheat the gods, Seth? Senmut, listen now only to me. Seth is all-powerful. You will lead the great festival of the crocodiles as you planned. After I have spoken, then you will speak. Follow only my words, Senmut. Do you understand?
I understand.
People of Egypt.
People of Egypt.
I, Senmut.
I, Senmut.
Am a traitor.
Am a traitor.
It has been confirmed. The Hyksos army lies near Dendera on the desert side where the Nile curves.
Is it a large army?
300 to 400 men. They're obviously expecting Thebes to be an easy victim.
Can we fight them?
We've only about 100 men. That's 3 or 4 to 1. We have very few weapons. They have 50 chariots.
Chariots?
Our men could be scattered by 10 chariots. They have 50.
Draw a map in the sand. A map of Dendera.
Now the Nile curves here. There is Dendera. Beyond, the Arabian desert. We would have to attack from here.
No, they'd see us coming. If only we could destroy their chariots first.
If only we could fly like eagles. No, it's too much of a risk.
Wait! Karo, where the Nile curves, does it flood at flood time?
Mm-hmm. Dendera has high floods because of the curve. That's why the lands there are so rich.
That means there must be marshland.
Yes.
Treacherous marshland.
Oh, stop pacing up and down like an excited leopard, Amos, and tell me what you're thinking.
It could work. Look at the map, Karo. There's another way of approaching, from the river.
Cross the river?
Why not? You've done it before, when you rescued our friends.
And then?
Force them to charge.
And how do you suggest we do that?
When Kem and I used to go hunting in heavy marshland, we always took with us planks of wood. On those we could stand without sinking. If the Hyksos could see us standing above the reeds, they'll think the ground is safe. Their chariots will thunder towards us, and straight into the swamps.
It might just work.
Yes.
A warning.
Karu! Karu!
What is it?
A young man leading a lame horse, obviously lost.
Did he see you?
No, he's only just turned up on the valley.
Come, Amos. We don't encourage the curious in this place. He may be just a harmless passerby, but we can't afford to take risks. Give me my sword. Now, quietly, come with me. We'll go down behind the rocks.
The horse is lame, all right.
The young man looks as if he's landed in the mud at some time.
He's looking round him.
Who wants Karu? We're Hyksos guards, looking for that infamous tomb robber, and we arrest you in the name of Petan Ra.
No!
Stop him.
Wait! Let me go! Let me go!
No need to... Ow! Fight!
Hyksos pig!
It's all right, we're not... My lady...
Amos, it's you.
Karu, it's the Lady Nefertari. Karu? Strange. He's disappeared.
The moment he heard my name, yes.
Why?
Because of my father. He distrusts me. But I must see him, Amos. I must. I've been sent by the Pharaoh.
Then follow me.
No, Amos. It's impossible.
But, Karu, we can't just send her away. She's risked great danger. She can't go back to the palace.
She should never have come. She'd have been followed.
No, that's why she dressed as a beggar boy.
Beggars don't ride ponies, even lame ones.
Why don't you trust her? Because of her father.
Is that what she said?
Yes. You've got to speak to her.
No. Let her come in. Let her tell you everything. I shall be listening. I do not wish to see her.
Kem,
Yes?
please ask the Lady Nefertari if she'll come in.
Of course. My lady.
He still refuses to see me?
Would you tell me your message? I will tell Karu.
Very well. The Pharaoh has been poisoned. What? Not deadly. That would have looked like murder.
What then?
A Hyksos mixture brought from Avaris. And I gave the Pharaoh the poisoned drink. Do you think I poisoned him? You may think what you like. I did not know there was anything in the drink.
Why should I think otherwise?
The mixture has put the Pharaoh in a kind of trance. He will now obey everything Peten Ra tells him. At the Festival of Crocodiles, Senmut will tell his people that he has betrayed Egypt, that he conspired with the Hyksos king of Avaris, that he wished to stop Peten Ra becoming Pharaoh, as the loyal Peten Ra wished to free the Egyptian people from a Pope's yoke. As he reaches the end of the speech, he will be assassinated, a Syrian marksman. It will look as if Senmut was killed by one of his own people, in anger at his betrayal.
How do you know all this?
I was with the Pharaoh. Peten Ra ordered me to leave, but I hid and listened. I do not know if my father was a traitor or not, but I love the Pharaoh. I'd give my life for him willingly, if I could save him.
Nefertari, you saved my life once, mine and Kem's. And one day I hope to repay him. But I can tell you this. If your father is like you, he could never have betrayed the Pharaoh.
Thank you, Amos. I shall wait outside.
Has she gone?
Karu, you should have spoken with her.
You think what she said was true?
Why should she lie about such things? Why should she risk her own life looking for you, alone?
I see you admire her. Well, she can wait here until we return. Then we'll decide what is best for her safety.
And my father, the Pharaoh?
First, we have a battle to fight, and then we'll save the Pharaoh.
That's Dendera ahead. You can see the silhouette of the great temple. Now, the Hyksos camp should be to the right somewhere.
Nothing.
Only desert.
Perhaps they've moved on.
No, there's often a haze over the desert at night. We shall see them as we get closer.
Could the information have been wrong?
Never. Came from Hamabari.
Why have you brought so many bundles of dried reeds, Karu? Are we going to throw them at the enemy again?
If our Moses plan works and the Hyksos chariots plunge into the marshlands, we have to make certain they cannot get out again.
With dried reeds?
With dried reeds on fire. Look, over there to the right. You can see them now.
Yes. Looks a bigger army than I expected.
And the enemy always does until the fight begins, and then they shrink considerably. You nervous?
Yes, very.
Every true soldier's afraid these moments before a battle.
You, Carl?
Oh, yes. Until the fighting begins.
Gentlemen. Our task here is going to be an exceptionally easy one. I have just received a message from our envoy in Thebes, Lord Honeyman. Tomorrow the Thebans are indulging in some festivity or other, apparently to do with crocodiles. While this is at its height, we are to enter Thebes as noiselessly as possible, by the north gate, which Honeyman has arranged to be conveniently left open for us. We proceed directly to the palace, disarm the guards, and when Peten Ra returns in triumph, we place him straight under arrest. Afterward... What in Set's name is that?
Captain! Captain, we're being attacked! From the river, sir! From the river!
Let's go and see.
Over there, sir. Where the reeds are.
How many?
Impossible to tell, sir.
Order the chariots to form up and charge.
But, sir, with respect, sir, if those are reeds, the ground will probably be wet.
I have been an officer for some time, and I have yet to learn lessons from any of my men. Look at this ground, idiot.
Yes, sir.
Dry sand. Look over there. They're standing above the reeds. That means it must be dry there, too. Order the charge immediately and send in the soldiers to follow.
Are they going to charge?
It's difficult to say. When I give the order, set fire to those bundles of reeds. They've been soaked in oil. The moment the chariots pass over them, they'll be cut off by a wall of fire. There'll be no turning back. Now, men, when they begin their charge, we rush out of the reeds and force them to pursue us. We then run back into the reeds as if we were scattering. Is that understood?
Yes, understood.
Good. And remember, keep to the planks of wood.
Carl, I think they are going to charge.
Yes, here they come. Indians! They're actually going to charge straight into our ambush. They're passing the dried reeds. Now, fire the reeds! Fire the reeds! Oh, Moses, worked! It's worked!
They can't turn back. They're floundering into the swamp.
Straight into the Nile.
Now we shall fight with our hands.
Good, I'm ready.
No, not you, Amos.
Carl,
That's an order. Tim, you and Amos ride back to the camp. Wait for me there. No arguments. The risk's too great. The battle isn't won yet. Take the horses and don't leave the camp whatever happens. Do you understand? Those are orders.
But Carl,
Even a pharaoh Amos must learn to obey orders before he can give them.
Yes, Carl.
And be careful. Death to the Hyksos! In the name of Amun-Ra! Amun-Ra!
Don't let's feel sorry for ourselves. It worked, Amos. Your plan worked.
Well, I wanted to see it through to the end. The actual fight.
No. Kara was right. Your life is important to Egypt. There are the caves.
Come on. I want to see Nefertari's face when we tell her. That's strange. Did you hear the signal?
No.
Nor me.
It's very quiet.
I don't see any of our guards.
Can anything have happened?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
I'm coming with you.
No, Kem. If there has been any trouble, you must ride immediately to warn Cairo. This may be some sort of trap vein.
I don't like this silence, Amos. I think we should both ride back to Cairo.
Something may have happened to Nefertari. Listen.
What is it?
I thought I heard something. Sounded like a dog whimpering. I'm going nearer the cave. You be ready to ride. If anything's wrong, Cairo must know.
What about you? Nothing must happen to you.
Nothing's going to happen to me. Did you hear that?
What is it?
Wait here. I'm going into the cave to find out.
Go away, Amos! Go away!
It's no good, Amos. You're completely surrounded.
We'll see.
I'm coming, Amos!
No, Kem! No! Do what I said! Quickly! I'll try to hold them off!
Drag him from his horse. Drag him down.
Amos!
Tie him to my chariot. And thank you, my dear Nefertari, for catching us this prize. Take them both back to the palace. This, Amos, is the tomb of your mother, Queen Sathora. It is right that you should share her eternal sleep. You and Nefertari here. She could have shared Egypt with me, ruled an empire. But it seems she prefers death. And it will not be a pleasant one, I assure you. When the torches flicker out, and you are left here in the dark, fighting for every breath, your frightened souls will beat their wings against the stone walls of the tomb. But you will not be heard. Here is your amulet. Amos, you are the legend that has always haunted me. Now there is nothing more to fear. By sunset tomorrow, I, Heterar, will be the pharaoh
Egypt! Seal the tomb!
That was the 5th part of Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer. Production was by Graham Gould. Egypt, the end of the 16th dynasty in the year 1600 BC. Ahmose has been told that he is Queen Sathora's son and the rightful heir to the throne. Caught in an ambush by Peten-Ra, he's been closed up in his mother's tomb with the Lady Nefertari, and the stone doors have been sealed. We present the last episode of Shadow of the Pharaoh. Out of the Shadow.
Ahmose, I'm frightened. The torch will soon be out. We'll be left in the dark.
We'll find a way out, Nefertari. I promise you.
There's no way out. We can scream and beat at the walls, but no one will hear us.
Nefertari. In that marble sarcophagus there, my mother sleeps. We never knew each other. When she sees me for the first time, shall I let her see that her son is frightened of death? There is nothing to fear. The gods are good. We are royal, Nefertari. We must show ourselves worthy of our blood. Somewhere in these walls we shall find a way to escape. If we're to prevent the Pharaoh's death, my father's death, we must get out of here.
And again. And again. Well, Hammerbody?
He shoots perfectly.
He hits the target every time.
I never miss, Lord Peten-Ra. Assassination is my profession.
But if you do miss, you will die.
If he misses, we will all die.
You are Syrian?
Yes.
You remember your instructions?
The High Priestess makes a speech. Then you, my lord, make a speech.
And then?
Then the Pharaoh.
Wearing the crocodile mask of Sobek.
Yes. He makes a speech. I wait until he has finished.
That is most important. The people must hear all his words. When he shouts out, "Long live the Hyksos,"
I shoot.
One arrow. That is all.
That is all I'll need.
How will you hide?
In a crowd, there is no need to hide.
Why, Hammerbody, should he hide?
Someone may be looking for him.
Who?
Please, do not be so anxious. I shall be blind. A blind man cannot shoot a pharaoh. I shall sit on the marble steps leading to the crocodile pool. From there, I shall have a perfect target.
Good.
May I go now, my lord? Thebes will be crowded, and I must make sure of a good place.
Go, then. And do not fail.
How can I fail?
Hammerbody.
My lord?
Were you expecting to be in the crowd today?
No one.
The boy Ahmose?
It is possible.
No longer. Last night, the trap closed for the last time. Nefertari was the perfect bait. He will trouble me no more. By the time the festival of crocodiles begins, he and Nefertari will be dead. How long does it take to suffocate?
What have you done with them?
They've been buried alive in Queen Sathora's tomb, and there is nothing you can do about it, Hammerbody.
What should I do?
Oh, come now. You've made a fool of me for a very long time. The trustworthy priestess, my friend, my ally, and all the time you were my enemy.
What do you intend to do? Even you would not dare to kill the High Priestess of Hathor.
If I dare to kill a pharaoh, I assure you I dare to kill a priestess.
But I cannot ruin the festival. People have come from miles around to watch you talk to the crocodiles. How can I disappoint them? But tonight, Hamabari, when I am the Pharaoh of all Egypt, that will be different. Guards! Guards!
Follow. Make sure that the High Priestess of Hathor sees no one and talks to no one. There will be no rescue this time. I shall see you at the ceremony. I leave you now to think of the two little birds dying slowly in a sealed tomb.
There's no escape.
No. And the torch will soon be out. Oh, almost. Are we really going to die?
Huh?
What are you looking at?
My father told me that a person's life is painted on their tomb so that the gods may look and know them. And here, Nefertari, is my birth. Look, the Pharaoh's holding me. There's Antef, the physician, and Mabari, the tall man, and then...
The tall man is carrying you. There's a boat. The Pharaoh is waving to him. He's sad. Now, you and the tall man are alone on the Nile, and... The torch, almost. Smoke and a tall flame. It's going up.
Nefertari, look, the name of the tall man who took me away and saved me from the Hyksos. He's your father, the Lord Tahotep. Your father wasn't a traitor. He was the Pharaoh's friend. He saved my life. The torch has gone out.
How strange, Amos. I am no longer frightened.
That's for you. And that's for you, my beauty. Ah, my dear Harleman, it's good of you to spare me your valuable time. I see you're dressed for the festival and wearing all the jewels of Avaris.
As a representative of a great king, I have to take some care.
I wonder if you've taken sufficient.
What do you mean?
Care over your plan.
My dear Petanra, my only plan is to attend the festival of crocodiles. And then I hope to return to Avaris and tell my king that at last Senmut is dead and that a Hyksos prince is Pharaoh of Thebes. There is still no sign of such an event, but I assure you there will be great cause for celebration in Avaris when the Pope announces that the whole of Egypt is in Hyksos hands.
By tonight it will be.
Good.
I have received a most surprising message from Dendera. You look quite green, Harleman. Perhaps it's the heat or the subdued light. Yes, a very strange report. 50 Hyksos chariots sinking in the Nile mud. A Hyksos army routed. But they were routed by a band of outlaws who mistakenly believed they were helping Egypt. Instead, of course, they were helping me. When I have the power of Egypt fighting for me.
Fighting for Nefertari?
No, Honeyman, for me. The Lady Nefertari will not be here to share my throne.
No?
No. Senmut will die a traitor. You will be accused of Nefertari's death. Egypt will rise at my command to rid the land of your fat king.
I shall deny
That
it.
little army of yours was meant for me, Honeyman. How sly you be.
Petunra.
Yes, Honeyman?
Snake. Out of its cage. Snake.
The python of Seba.
Keep it away from me. Keep it away.
Well, it seems to like you. Quite loving.
My neck.
Your eyes are bulging, Honeyman.
All that finery, Harleman. And you'll miss the festival.
Nefertari.
It's difficult to breathe. So hot. Lightness. Is that what death is, almost? This lightness?
Do you remember when I thought I was rescuing you?
I was hungry.
And then the white temple in the moonlight. If I had become Pharaoh, I would have asked you to be my queen. Would you have shared Egypt with me? Nefertari? Nefertari? You're crying.
I'm seeing what life means for the first time. It's beautiful, and we have to leave it. Well, what is it?
Scratching. The sound of scratching.
There's something in the tomb.
No.
Scorpions. Rats. Oh, almost I'm frightened. I don't want to die.
Great Pharaoh, your audience is assembling. The whole of Thebes is waiting for you. And you look magnificent. Now your cloak of crocodile skin. Good. There is no one to save you, O mighty lion of Thebes. And you can't even roar. But I hope you remember your speech. People of Egypt.
People of Egypt.
I, Senmut. Am a traitor. Good. Now for the golden mask of Sobek the crocodile. Beautiful, isn't it? Your face, Senmut, will never be seen again alive. There. Now you are Sobek the crocodile, the friend of the god Seth.
People of Egypt, I, Senmut, am a traitor.
There is something, almost. A rat. Many rats.
I'll go and see.
No, don't leave me. Stay with me.
Give me your hand, Nefertari.
Oh, with pleasure, my lord.
Strange to be called that.
Oh, my leg. Ken! I didn't realize it was such a long drop. Are you both all right?
The gods must be with us today.
Hey!
They're here, Karu, and they're both alive.
Hurry! We must get them into the fresh air.
I'd forgotten how good it was. Just to breathe the clean air.
Oh, it's the poor girl. You've recovered a little, I see, my lady. And here's some strong wine. It'll bring some colour back into your cheeks.
You've been very good to us.
If you're friends of Karu, why shouldn't I be?
Has the festival begun yet?
No, not yet, don't you worry. The young lady as well.
It's fortunate for both of you that I'm a tomb robber, that I know my way through the tunnels that connect the palace tombs.
How did you know we were in my mother's tomb?
Have you forgotten it connects with the black tomb of Osiris? The priests there are loyal to the pharaoh. And are you quite recovered, young lady?
If you had not come when you did, it would have been too late. We were already in the presence of death.
Karu, my father.
The procession will soon be leaving the palace. The only way we can save your father now is out in the open in front of his own people. Betan Ra would not dare to challenge the crowd.
Here are the weapons, Karu.
Ah, good.
A bow and arrow for you, Amos.
Kem tells me he's seen you shoot the head off a single reed.
Once an accident. But, Karu, how are we going to save my father?
Find the assassin.
We don't know what he looks like.
We know he's a Syrian marksman.
The Festival of Crocodiles attracts great crowds. There'll be all nationalities in the streets, and everywhere you look, there'll be Syrians. It makes it even more difficult to find him.
Can't we get near enough to the Pharaoh to warn him?
How can you warn a man in a trance? I know, I saw him.
Besides, Peten Ra would have made certain that he's securely guarded.
Well, what are we going to do?
Get me some of those stones.
Yes. What's that music?
The priests of Sobek on their way to the crocodile pool. We have little time left. Now, here is the palace where the procession begins. It'll move slowly as the Pharaoh will be walking under the ceremonial canopy. They pass between the temple of Horus and the temple of Nephthys, down the street of 100 Rams, round the lake of the Blue Lotuses, to the sacred crocodile pool on the edge of the Nile. You and I, Amos, will cover our heads like the holy men from Mitanni. We'll have to follow the procession all the way.
Look, and I can...
You, Kem, I'm sorry to say, will have to stay here and look after the Lady Nefertari.
I'm not staying here.
Nefertari, whatever happens, you must not be seen. You'll be recognized immediately. Don't leave this house.
Is the Pharaoh ready?
Yes, my lord.
He is unwell, but wishing to set an example to us all, he will attend the ceremony. Escort the Pharaoh to the great canopy.
Yes, great and noble one.
And do not disturb him with speech.
My lord.
Ah, the High Priestess of Hathor.
You seem excited, my lord.
Oh, I am. Hemabari, you and I are walking with the Pharaoh under his golden canopy.
That is hardly customary.
But more friendly, don't you think? Besides, I have no intention of allowing either of you out of my sight. And, dear Hemabari, I am surrounded by my guards. No harm can come to me. Now, let the festival of the sacred crocodile begin, and the fanfares sound!
Thebes still loves her Pharaoh.
Is that my father? In that strange mask?
Today he is Sobek, the crocodile. At every festival, the Pharaoh becomes the god to whom the festival is dedicated.
Peten Ra's walking with him.
And Hamabari. Something must be wrong.
She's looking from side to side as if she half expects to see us.
We must remain hidden from her. Peten Ra is just waiting for her to give something away.
It's going to be impossible to find the assassin in this crowd. What are we going to do, Karo?
Move with the procession to the two temples. That, I think, is where the danger lies.
Do I detect a look of desperation in your face, Hamabari?
No.
Not looking your usual cool, collected self. It delights me to see that the High Priestess of Hathor can be ruffled. Are you thinking of a way to save the Pharaoh?
I see you have recovered your good humor.
It is written in the stars that this is my day.
When you learn to read the stars as I have done, you will find there are many interpretations of what is written there. Do you see, my Lord Pharaoh? Your citizens are waiting for you to speak to them. Ah, the two temples.
Why have they stopped?
I don't know.
Acrobats?
Yes, Amos. Syrian acrobats.
Syrian?
The procession's moving on. They're not making the speeches here. Come on, Amos. We must keep with them, and as near to your father as we dare.
We can't stay here, Ken. We can't.
We have to obey Karo's orders.
Yes, I know.
But he's right. If you were recognized, they would arrest
That's
you.
exactly what I was going to say, Ken. Karo has overlooked the fact that Peten Ra will be surrounded by his guards. We must get those guards away from him.
Impossible. No one can do that.
I can.
You?
By being recognized. Ken, it's a good idea, really.
I don't like disobeying Karo's orders.
Peten Ra may use his guards to kill the Pharaoh if the assassination should fail. Oh, come, please, Ken.
Ah, the crocodile pool, Hamabari. Pity we're not going to offer human sacrifices today. Your powers extend to calming 100 hungry crocodiles in a very small pool. Hold on to the Pharaoh. He's beginning to stagger.
They've arrived, sacred crocodiles. The assassin must be here somewhere.
Sirs, spare a piece of bread for a blind man.
I have no bread.
Anything?
Nothing, I'm sorry.
Is the Pharaoh approaching?
Yes.
Come on, Amos.
I shall never see him. Never see the Pharaoh. Spare a piece of bread for a blind man. A man cursed by the gods.
We'll stay here.
Who are all those men in black?
The priests of Sobek.
Silence for the High Priestess of Hathor! Great Sobek, God of crocodiles, we salute you. We bring you offerings and beseech you to look kindly upon us. Thebes is full of blind men. You know, greatest of crocodiles, what it is to be blind. Were you not blinded by the light of Ra? Look then for a blind man. For a blind man can be dangerous.
She's talking nonsense.
He is
Sobek
the
was never
enemy
blinded by
waiting
Ra.
for his
Ra
time
looks
to
angry.
strike. Look for the blind man, Sobek, I beseech you.
Peten Ra's risen.
The guards are pushing Hamabari back.
Blind. Of course, the blind man.
I'll find him and kill him.
People of Thebes, my enemies have spread dark stories about me, but I am as much an Egyptian as you are, and Egypt has been betrayed. The Pharaoh will tell you.
Silence for Senmut, Pharaoh of all Egypt!
People of Thebes, I, Senmut, am a traitor. I have sold Thebes to my
have you done it?
friend
Yes,
Apophis
the assassin is
of
dead.
Hermes. I believe in the Hyksos cause.
Say no more, great Pharaoh!
It's Nefertari.
Arrest that woman!
The guards are chasing after her. Stupid girl, I warned her to stay away.
My son and heir, Peten Ra, tried to save you from the Hyksos yoke, but I prevented him. Long live the Hyksos!
Peten Ra.
Gods!
Look at me, traitor. I am the future.
People of Thebes, it is Peten Ra who is the traitor. He planned to kill my father, the Pharaoh. People of Thebes, I am the son of Queen Sathora.
The shadow! The shadow! Keep it away from me!
Crocodile fool, he'll fall in.
The Pharaoh's shadow! Keep it away!
How is the Pharaoh, Hamabari?
He has recovered from the trance, but I fear the shock has been too much.
Amos, my son, let me look at you.
Father?
Will he not make a splendid Pharaoh, Nefertari?
Yes, my lord.
With Nefertari at my side, with Kem as my general, Karo as my chief counselor, and Hamabari.
As the High Priestess of Hathor, I shall continue to be the most powerful woman in Egypt, next to the Queen.
Amos, is this your friend, Kem?
Yes, Father. Great Pharaoh.
Kem, a man who at his death can say, I have a lifelong friend, can die a happy man. I can say it, and I know that my son will be able to say it.
Karo.
Tahotep, my dear, dear friend.
Tahotep? But great Pharaoh, this is Karo, the tomb robber.
No, Nefertari, this is my lifelong friend, Tahotep. Your father.
I disobeyed your orders.
You did. But then the guards did follow you, and that helped.
Father?
Senmut, I have brought the cloak and crown of Amun-Ra.
Put them on, my son.
Amos, I cover you with the golden cloak of the warrior. And on your head, I place the true crown of Egypt. May you wear it with wisdom.
A golden king indeed. Go, my son. The people of Thebes await their new pharaoh.
Amos, your father is dead. You are pharaoh.
People of Thebes, I dedicate myself to ridding Egypt of the Hyksos, and Egypt will be Egypt again.
Long live Amos, Pharaoh of all Egypt.
Long live Amos, Pharaoh of all Egypt.
The Hyksos were driven from the land of the pharaohs, and Amos and his queen Nefertari founded the 17th dynasty. This dynasty included some of the greatest pharaohs of all, and among them the boy king, Tutankhamun. And so we come to the end of our serial Shadow of the Pharaoh by Victor Pemberton and David Spencer, with Sean Barrett as Amos, David Valler as Kem, John Bentley as Peten-Ra, Sheila Grant as Nefertari, Betty Bascom as Hamabari, Rolf Lefevre as Senmut, and Louis Stringer as Honimon, with Fraser Carr and Catherine Parr. Production was by
The Silver Eagle! A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The untamed North, frontier of adventure and peril. The lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right. The most famous Mountie of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed record and events dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this message. And now our Silver Eagle adventure, Red Man's Vengeance. Trouble was brewing in the Beaver Indian country, and the two men who had roused the anger of the savages to fever pitch were a pair of white trappers named Mike Dunlop and Roy Carwin. One morning, as the two white men were having breakfast in their cabin.
Listen, Mike, I've been thinking. Maybe we ought to clear out of this territory.
After all the work we've done putting up our cabin and stringing out our trap lines? Not on your life. Sit down and have your coffee. What's got into you?
It's the way the Injuns have been acting lately.
Well, what about them?
You know as well as I do. Those beavers don't like us invading their territory. They're spoiling for trouble, Mike. Even old man Cavanaugh up at the trading post says so.
Never mind what that old windbag says. This is a free country and we can trap anywhere we please. We'll leave here next spring and not before. We'll have a whole sled load of pelts. Put the coffee pot back on the stove.
I don't like it, Mike. If we're gonna stay on it, at least let's play it safe.
Meaning what?
Well, let's not give them a chance to pick us off. When we're out tending the traps, let's stick together all the time.
How can we cover the whole trap line if we don't split up?
Suppose one of us runs into trouble.
The Indians won't give us no trouble.
You can say that now, but suppose you wind up with a trade ball in your back one of these days, or maybe get your scalp lifted.
The trouble with you, Carwin, is you've got a yellow streak a foot wide down your back.
I'm not yellow.
Oh, yes, you are. You proved that last spring. There was a blasted fool ever to team up with you.
Don't start talking that way, Mike. Just because I lost my nerve that one time, you got no right to hold that against me.
You chickened out once, you'll do it again.
I tell you, I'm as much a man as you are.
Then act like it.
Oh, all right. But I still want to know what we're going to do if the Indians make trouble.
You've got a rifle. Show them you're not afraid, and they'll leave you alone. Just one thing you got to watch out for. Don't get jumpy and go pulling trigger when there's no call for it. If we ever spill blood around here, those beavers will really go after our scalps.
Alarmed by growing rumors of unrest among the Indians, the mounted police had already ordered Sergeant Jim West, the Silver Eagle, to the scene of trouble. Accompanied by his big French-Canadian trailmate, Joe Badeau, he arrived that same day at the trading post run by old Sam Cavanaugh.
By gum, Sergeant, you got here just in time, and that's a fact.
What's this all about, Sam?
Just what I wrote in that letter to Inspector Argyle. The Beaver Injuns are fixing to go on the warpath.
You mean the whole tribe of Beaver Injuns, monsieur?
Well, I ain't saying about the main bunch over in British Columbia, but the hunters in this part of the territory, Chief Big Tooth's outfit, they're really out for blood.
What's causing the trouble?
2 white trappers, Mike Dunlop and Roy Carwin. They moved in last fall and started running a trap line. That made the beavers fighting mad. They hate the sight of them. Big Tooth says if they don't clear out, he'll have their scalps hanging from his lodgepole.
Because I think those beavers don't like any paleface so good, eh?
They're the meanest redskins in Canada, Joe. In fact, they're kin to the Apaches down in the States.
That doesn't mean they turn into a pack of killers, Sam.
They've done it before, Sergeant. Don't forget that time they burned down the Northwest Company post and massacred all the hands.
That was a long time ago.
But they still remember. Look how they handled that party of Klondikers that came through this way.
Well, what about Dunlop and Carwin? Are they going to stay on?
As far as I know, they are. But you take my advice, Sergeant, and tell them to clear out while they still got their scalps.
Where these two have their cabin?
Down in the South Fork of the Medicine River. I reckon you can make it there by tonight or maybe tomorrow morning.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
It was late that afternoon when Roy Carwin paused on the bank of a frozen creek to remove a marten from one of his traps. His manner was fearful. Every nerve in his body was taut as a bowstring. He had seen the tracks of a band of Indian hunters in the neighborhood, and now he suspected they were dogging his trail. Suddenly, he looked up as a swarthy, fur-clad Indian stepped into view.
What you do, white man?
You got eyes. You can see what I'm doing. I'm taking a marten out of my trap.
No, you not take. All furs belong in John.
That's not true. I have as much right to trap here as you do.
White man lie. This land belong Beaver in John.
Now look, I don't want any trouble, but this marten's mine.
No, me take.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
In John take fur.
No. Put that knife away. I'm warning you, don't come any closer.
No, not so take.
Oh, you crazy fool. I didn't want to shoot. Oh, good night. It's a whole bunch of them. I better get the team. Mike, are you here?
Sure I'm here. I got back half an hour ago. What's wrong with you?
We gotta leave. Right now, we gotta clear out.
What are you talking about?
I just killed an Indian.
What?
Killed an Indian. I didn't mean to, Mike, but I couldn't help it. He was gonna kill me.
Calm down. Tell me what happened.
I was taking a marten out of one of my traps. This redskin showed up. He pulled a knife on me. I warned him to stay back, but he wouldn't listen, so I had to shoot him.
Why, you confounded hair-brained idiot. I warned you not to...
Don't go blaming me, Mike. I told you the truth. He was gonna kill me.
What did you do with his body?
Left it. I had to. There was a whole hunting party up on the hill. They saw what happened. I had to run for it.
You mean they're after you now?
They were, but I think they turned back. Probably went back to the main camp to rouse all the braves.
They'll rouse them, all right. We'll have the whole pack of them here on our necks before midnight.
Help me get some grub on this sled. We better load up everything we need.
Wait till I get my parka on.
Do you suppose we can make it to the trading post?
No, there's no chance of that now. They'll cut us off when we head in that direction.
Which way can we go?
We'll head south, toward Lake Ladue. There's a Scotch Indian half-breed down that way named Ike McQueen.
Yeah, I know him.
He stands in pretty good with the Indians. Maybe he can help us.
All right, let's get moving.
Hold it, Joe. Stop the team.
Oh, stop. Oh, my little curly tails. What's the matter, Chief?
Up there on the hillside. It's Ike McQueen.
Because you're right. I don't even see him before.
Come on, let's go meet him.
Okay, donkey, Silver Eagle.
Hey there, Silver Eagle!
Hello, Ike.
Bonjour, my friend.
I figured that was you and Joe, and by thunder, I'm sure glad you're here.
You know what happened at Medicine River?
Oh, say I do. That blame fool Carwin shot a beaver engine. Now the whole pack is after him and his partner. But how'd you find out?
The cabin was burned down. First we think maybe they'd be inside, but we don't find no bodies.
They cleared out just in the nick of time.
Did they come this way?
Yeah, they showed up at my place yesterday morning just before daybreak, but they didn't stay long.
But what about the Indians?
They came too, 3 or 4 hours later. Chief Big Tooth's a pretty good friend of mine, you know, so I tried to calm him down, but to no use. He almost wound up killing me.
How many braves are with him?
Close on 50, I reckon. And believe me, they're really out for blood.
Son of a gumdrop, Chief. You suppose they listen to you?
If we can stop them in time, we'll make them listen. Which way did they go?
Carwin and Dunlop headed south, but I told them to double back through the hill. Figured maybe they could throw the engines off that way. Maybe you could meet up with them if you go through Buffalo Gap.
Good idea, Ike. We'll try it.
Ain't much of a chance, though. You want the truth, I think the engines will catch them before they ever get that far.
Okay, but why do you say that?
Because Mike Dunlap broke his leg. Had to ride the sled. The way things look when they left here, they can't hope to outrun the engines.
Want some more coffee, Mike?
No, I've had enough.
All right. Yes, we better put out the fire and get moving.
Yeah, it'll be daylight soon.
How's your leg?
Not bad. I sure wish I didn't have to ride the sled. That's slowing us down.
You think we're safe yet?
I reckon we threw them off back there on the ice, but we sure can't count on it. Fact is, we took a chance lighting this fire.
What gets me is this never knowing what...
What's the matter with you? What are you looking so scared for?
I thought I heard a noise. Over there in the... Mike! Mike, it's the savages!
Holy mackerel! Now we're in for it. Get the rifle.
No! Not me! I'm clearing out!
Roy! Roy! Don't leave me! Roy!
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this. Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Red Man's Vengeance. It was nearing midday, and the Silver Eagle and Joe had paused to rest their dogs and eat a hasty meal when a haggard, exhausted white man came stumbling into their camp. The stranger was half crazed with fear, and it was only after they had calmed him down and forced him to drink a cup of strong tea that he was able to speak coherently.
Well, now that you're feeling better, suppose you begin by telling us your name.
It's Carwin. Roy Carwin.
I thought you must be Carwin, or Dunlop. What about your partner?
I don't know. He must be dead by now, I suppose. The engines got him.
If the engines capture your partner, how come you get away?
Oh, what's the use of lying? I ran off and left him.
Son of a gumdrop.
I turned yellow on him, just like he said I would. I turned yellow.
Easy now. Don't blame yourself.
What else can I do after the way I acted? I lost my nerve, but I couldn't help it.
Everyone feels fear sometime, Roy, and everyone has his breaking point. Just tell us what happened.
It was early this morning, just before we broke camp. The engines came rushing up on us all of a sudden. There wasn't even time to get the team. Mike had a broken leg and couldn't run. But I did run.
Don't the engines come after you?
Yeah, but it was still dark. I finally threw him off my trail.
Where was your camp?
Over that way, beyond those hills. Right near the mouth of the creek.
We'll see if we can find it. In the meantime, you better stay here.
You gonna leave me here alone?
Go up there among boulders and stay out of sight. You should be safe, but here's a rifle and some ammunition just in case. All right, Joe, let's hit the trail.
attack. Oh, my little curly tails. Oh, you little tail wagger.
There they are, Joe.
Son of a gumdrop. Look like they got white man tied to stake. Those beaver Indians plenty tough baby, Jim.
I know that. We'll have to try to impress them. You see that slender tree, that little sapling down there where the Indians are milling around?
Oui, Joe see it.
Think you could drive an arrow through it at long range?
Oh, sure, with Joe's Eskimo boat, that'd be easy. If I shoot straight.
You will. Here's what I have in mind. I'll go down there alone and you stay out of sight. But when I signal with my hand...
Me Chief Big Tooth. What you want here, Redcoat?
I've come to ask you why you're holding this white man prisoner.
Him kill Beaver Injun?
No, not this white man. It was his partner.
If we find that one, we kill him too.
Only we who wear the redcoats can enforce the law of the Great White Queen, and that law's the same for everyone. The other white man will stand trial, and if he's found guilty of murder, I promise you he'll be punished.
Redcoat, lie.
I want to show you something, Big Tooth. This.
Where arrow come from?
That arrow came from the mightiest bow in all the North Country. Even your strongest warriors couldn't bend it. You can see how the arrow went clear through that sapling, and notice what's fixed to the shaft.
Arrow have eagle feather.
Can you... Obishokwe?
Yes, I'm the Silver Eagle, and I'm proud that the Indians call me their friend. You know my word can be trusted.
What you want, Silver Eagle?
I want you to let this white man go free. I've already taken his friend in charge.
You bring other white men here.
Yes, I can bring him here, but he must remain my prisoner. If I do that, will you promise not to harm either of them?
Maybe so. But Big Tooth not promise. First you bring other white men here. Then we powwow.
Leave the team here, Joe, until we get Roy Carwin.
Oui, mon ami.
I told him to stay out of sight up among the boulders. Carwin, you up there?
Here I am, Sergeant. What about Mike? Is he dead?
No, he's not dead.
The Indians, they hold him prisoner.
Won't they let him go?
They will eventually, but first I have to take you back to the Indian camp.
Take me back? But they'll kill me.
No, they won't. The idea is simply...
Why, you're crazy. Why do you think they've been chasing us these past 3 days?
They want justice, and I promised them that justice will be done. According to what you told Ike McQueen, you shot the Indian in self-defense.
Sure, that's true. He was coming at me with a knife.
And some other Indians saw what happened.
That's right. A whole hunting party.
All right, then. You have nothing to fear. I promised them you'll stand trial.
Yeah. And what did they promise you?
If they see that I have you under arrest, we can persuade them to release Mike Dunlop.
Persuade them? Then they haven't actually promised you anything.
Well, no, the Indian chief didn't actually promise, but he is willing to powwow, and I'm sure that when he sees you...
What kind of a fool do you think I am? Don't you realize those Indians want to kill me?
Listen, Roy, there's some danger, I admit, but this time why not face it? It's a chance to save Mike's life and win back your self-respect.
No, you don't know those beavers. Why should I go back and commit suicide?
You can't always run away from fear, Roy. The only way to conquer it is to face it.
No, I won't do it.
You've got to do it, Roy. Your partner's life depends on it.
I want to save my own life. I'm not going to face those Indians, and you can't make me.
Put that rifle down, Roy.
No. I'm a coward, I admit it, but don't come any closer, Frenchie, or I'll shoot.
Hold it, Joe. For the last time, Roy, won't you try...
You've had my answer. Now take off your gun belts, both of you. Frenchie, drop that bow.
What do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to see that you two clear out. And then I'm going where you and those Indians can't find me.
Those Indians look plenty mad, Sheem.
Yes, they see we don't have Carwin with us.
Son of a gumdrop. We don't have guns, you don't even have bow. What we gonna do?
Just try to keep our nerve.
White man who killed Indian.
He escaped from us.
Silver Eagle speak with forked tongue.
No, I don't lie, Big Tooth. He did escape, but that doesn't mean he won't be captured. I promised you he'll stand trial, and my promise...
Silver Eagle lie! You say you bring back white man, but you promise no good. Now this white man die.
Sergeant, don't let them kill me.
They're not going to kill you, Mike. I'm here as the servant of the Great White Queen, and I intend to set him free. Come on, Joe, let's untie him from the stake.
No, him die. Nitakana, Mohiko, Wabishakwe, Tasha. Jim, you stand back to back with Joe, mon ami. Maybe this be last fight, but son of a gum-dum, she gonna be good one.
As the Indians closed in, the Mountie and Joe fought like wild men, but even the bull-like strength of Joe Badeau couldn't hold back the angry mob of warriors. Finally, both he and the Silver Eagle were subdued and bound hand and foot. They watched in horror as the Indians prepared to burn Mike Dunlop at the stake. Brush was piled around his feet, and one brave stood by with a flaming torch as Chief Big Tooth spoke.
White man, kill Injun. Now you see how Beaver Injun take revenge. What you go? Duck on me.
Wait, Big Tooth. Wait and hear what I have to say.
What you are now, Silver Eagle?
I tell you, you're making a mistake. If you kill this man, you'll pay for it.
White man pay now for life of interest.
Many redcoats will come, pony soldiers and walking soldiers with big guns. You and all your braves will be punished.
You think to frighten us. You think we fearful like old squaw. What you got? Talk on me.
Let me through. I'm the man you want. I said let me through. I'm the one who killed the Indians.
Jim, you hear that voice?
Yes, I heard it. It's Carwin. It's Roy Carwin.
I can't believe it, Sergeant. You mean they're actually going to let me go to him?
You heard what the chief said.
But they were going to kill Mike, and now they're not going to do anything. Just turn me over to you.
The Indians respect courage, Roy, and you've just shown that you have courage. You were willing to face almost certain death in order to save your friend. We were getting quite a beating just before you interrupted.
You brave man. Have strong heart. So you got strong heart, Bido.
I got strong heart, but bruised eye. Ooh, do it get black and bluesy, Jim?
Yes, you'll have quite a shiner.
Now, Big Tooth, know you speak true, Silver Eagle.
My way, Silver Eagle always speak true. But son of a gumdrop, sometimes truth hurt. Oh, my eye.
I reckon I better take back what I said about you having a yellow streak, Roy. They've been there once, but man, you sure wiped the slate clean today.
I don't know, Mike. I still feel mighty ashamed of what I did.
Oh, forget it.
You'll still have to face trial, but you shot in self-defense, so I don't think you'll have too much to worry about. Will your braves come to the trial, Chief, and tell what they saw?
They tell. We come too.
What about the Indian who was shot? Was he killed instantly, or did he live long enough to say anything?
Not talk when we leave village, but maybe him talk before him die. We find out from school.
You mean he wasn't dead when you left your village?
No, him hurt bad, but him still live. Little bit.
A little bit? Maybe he's still alive. We'd better head back right now and find out.
Well, what's the outlook, Sergeant?
I'd say the outlook was very good, Roy.
My way, that Injun you shoot, he's one top customer.
The wound shows no sign of infection, and now that he's survived this long, I'd say he's have to recover.
Well, I'll be doggone. Sounds like a miracle, eh, Roy?
Whatever it is, I'm mighty thankful. But I think the real miracle is what happened out there on the trail when the Injuns were going to burn you at the stake.
You mean them letting us both go free?
No. I mean what happened inside me. Thanks to what the Silver Eagle told me, I got back something I've been missing for a long time.
What'd that be, mon ami?
My self-respect.
Oh, my way. When man find that, he'll be rich for rest of his lifetime.
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by James Lawrence. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Badeau is played by Jacques Lister. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. This is Bill O'Connor.
The Silver Eagle! A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The Untamed North.
frontier of adventure and peril, the lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right, the most famous Mountie of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed record and events dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this message. And now our Silver Eagle adventure, Murder on MUKLUK Creek. Like most gold mining camps, MUKLUK Creek was a tough and brawling community. Its main street was lined with cafes and dance halls where the sourdoughs spent their hard-won gold with reckless abandon. But there was one voice at MUKLUK Creek which spoke out against evil and preached the ways of righteousness, and that was the voice of the Reverend Abe Jenkins.
Oh, my brothers, will ye not repent before it is too late?
Hey, look, it's the Sky Pilot again.
Turn away, I beg you, from the paths of evil and seek the road to salvation. Bethink you, I pray, of the light which is to come, and of the evils.
Look, Reverend, I know you mean well, but don't you think you're wasting your time?
Believe me, my daughter, time spent preaching the word is never wasted.
Oh, use your head, Pop.
Though your face is that of a painted Jezebel.
Who's a painted Jezebel?
And nevertheless, I can see that your heart is kind, and that you do not belong in this den of iniquity. Will you follow me?
What's he doing, Bill? Making nasty remarks to you?
No. Leave him alone, Buck. He's all right.
Why don't you stop making a nuisance of yourself, Parson? What do you come in here for, anyhow?
I have come to invite you all to a prayer meeting next Saturday night.
Prayer meeting? What are we supposed to pray for?
For grace to see yourselves as poor sinners, and to be spared from the fires of eternal torment.
Yeah, well, it seems to me them fires might feel mighty comfortable when it's 50 below out on the creeks. How about it, boys?
You, Buck Jenny, you are a leader among your fellow miners. Therefore, it is especially important that you see the light. If only I could persuade you to heed the word.
Yeah, and if only I could persuade you to stop preaching and act like a human being for a change. By thunder, I think I'll make you dance right now. Come on, take a leg, Parson. Get happy. Go on, Blasty, I said dance.
It's no use, my friend. Go ahead and shoot me if you like. I'm not afraid of your bullets.
Oh, you aren't, huh? Well, I reckon there's only one way to handle a windbag like you, by the scruff of the neck and the seat of the pants.
Buck, let go of him.
Go on, get out of my way. Now march, Parson. Open the door, somebody. All right, Parson, there's the open door, the door to salvation, so take it. And don't come back.
Later that same evening, the Silver Eagle arrived at MUKLUK Creek, and with him came his big French Canuck trailmate, Joe Badeau. They entered the office of the North Star Mine.
Good evening.
Well, good evening.
Are you Mr. Chadwick, the manager here at the North Star Mine?
Yes, I am.
I'm Sergeant West, Northwest Mounted.
The Silver Eagle. I thought that's who you were. A Mountie and a big French Canuck in a stocking cap. I guess everyone knows that means the Silver Eagle and Joe Badeau. Bonsoir, my friend.
We got your message at headquarters in Dawson City. What seems to be the trouble?
We need some law and order here on MUKLUK Creek, Sergeant.
Have any crimes been committed?
No, not yet. But this camp is loaded for bear. That's why I thought there should be a Mountie on hand.
Are you expecting something to happen?
Yes, doggone it. The miners are restless. Drunken brawls every night. And on top of that, they don't like the syndicate that owns this mine. There's bound to be an outburst of some kind, and we'll be the natural target.
I see. Well, we'll keep an eye on things. By the way, how's Reverend Jenkins?
Well, the Padre? Oh, he's fighting sin as hard as ever. He's built himself a log church down the creek a ways. He lives in a little cabin right next to it.
Yes, I know.
He be a good man, that one. Yes, he is a good man. Without his influence, this camp would be even worse than it is. He had a little trouble tonight, I hear.
What kind of trouble?
A brush with some roughneck over at the Gold Nugget Cafe. A fellow named Buck Jenny.
Oh?
Oh, we better find out about that, Chief.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Well, what are you going to do, Sergeant?
Well, we'll stop off at the roadhouse first and have a bite of supper. Then we'll pay the Padre a visit.
Come in, Sergeant. And you too, Joe. I'm most happy to see you.
Thanks.
Merci, mon frère.
Well, come and sit down by the stove. It's nice and warm over here.
Thank you. How's everything been going, Padre?
Oh, mighty discouraging. Last time you were here, my church was full. I thought the miners had begun to feel the power of the word.
I should think that was very encouraging.
It was. But then I found out they were attending service only because Joe had threatened to knock their heads together.
Son of a gun, do I say that?
I appreciate your efforts, my friend, but if the gospel is to mean anything to these miners, they must come willingly of their own accord.
Padre, the good book says that a minister of the gospel is a fisher of men.
I see you know your Bible, Sergeant.
Perhaps you're casting your net too wide. I mean, hoping for too much at the start. Maybe you can do just as much good if you build up your congregation one by one.
You mean stop trying to reform the whole camp at once and be satisfied to save one soul at a time? Is that it?
Something like that. After all, these miners are a pretty tough crowd. It takes time to win them over.
Bro, you hear that shot, Jim?
Yes.
That be shooting, all right. Sound like trouble.
Far off, up the creek a ways.
Sounded like it came from the North Shore mine.
Get the team, Joe. We'd better find out what's going on. What's going on here?
It's Mr. Chadwick, Sergeant. He's in the mine office. Someone killed him.
Stand back, please.
Move aside, my friend. Sacre bleu. We just talked to him about 2 hours ago.
He's dead now. Who killed him?
Some hold-up man, I guess. Look at the safe. It's been cleaned out.
Who are you?
I'm Rafe Kenner. I'm the timekeeper here at the mine.
What happened?
I was asleep in the bunkhouse. I heard Mr. Chadwick scream for help, and then there was a shot. I came rushing out, and I saw a man driving away in a dog sled. I fired some shots after him, but he kept going.
What about the rest of the hands?
It's payday. They're off having themselves a good time. This crowd, you see, they're miners from some of the other claims down the creek.
Which way did the killer go?
Headed south. That trail up over the bench line.
Take the lantern, Joe. We'll go outside and see if we can find his tracks.
Oui, mon ami.
He went this way, Sergeant.
Stand back, my friends. We don't want the snow all tramped down.
There you are, Sergeant. There's his tracks.
We follow this trail easy enough.
Lock up the office and don't disturb anything until we get back, Kenner.
Right, Sergeant.
All right, Joe, let's go after him.
The night was dark, and before long, snow began to fall, covering the tracks of the fugitive. But the Monty and Joe pushed forward steadily. Several hours later, they saw the faint gleam of a campfire in the distance.
Stop the team, Joe.
Oh, so duck. Oh, now I need upstairs. You suppose you hear our dogs, mon ami?
Maybe not. We're downwind from him. We'll leave the team here and see if we can take him by surprise.
Swiftly and quietly, the Monty and Joe moved forward through the darkness. As they came close to the camp, they saw a man hunched before the fire. He was just pouring himself a cup of tea. In a holster strapped to his waist was a long-barreled revolver, and a rifle lay close at hand.
Jim, look. That fellow's he.
Yes, I see. It's Buck Janney.
Sacre bleu. These dogs catch our scent.
Hold it, Joe.
That you, Vic? Who's out there? Come on, speak up.
Don't move, Johnny. We have you covered. Stand up and keep your hands away from those guns.
All right, I'll stand up. But first I'll have to put on this cup.
As he put down the cup with one hand, his other hand closed on a burning stick from the fire. Suddenly, he hurled it forward.
Steve, look out!
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this. Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Murder on MUKLUK Creek. When the Silver Eagle and Joe attempted to capture Buck Janney, he took a burning stick from the fire and threw it at them. Involuntarily, they ducked, and in that moment, Buck went for his gun, but the Silver Eagle beat him to the draw.
Silver Eagle? Reckon you must be pretty sore at me for shooting at you that way.
I think you be the sore one, my friend.
When I heard your voice come at me out of the dark, I thought you were a road agent. You know, trying to stick me up and grab the gold. Then when I threw that burning stick at you and saw you were a Mountie, well, it was too late to stop myself from shooting.
Put the irons on him, Joe.
Oui, mon ami.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not going to arrest me for shooting at you by mistake, are you?
Far from it. I'm arresting you for robbery and murder.
Robbery and murder? Are you crazy?
You admit you have the loot?
Loot? What loot?
The gold you steal from mine company's safe.
What are you talking about? Mr. Chadwick gave me that gold.
Oh, sure.
He hired me to take it down to Skagway for shipment to the bank at Vancouver.
Oh, and when did this hiring take place?
A couple of days ago. But he asked me to keep it a secret so there wouldn't be any danger of a holdup. And then tonight he came to my cabin and said he wanted me to load my sled and leave as soon as possible.
That's a pretty feeble alibi, Buck. You expect us to believe that?
I don't care whether you believe it or not. Ask Chadwick. You won't take my word for it. He'll soon put you straight.
Chadwick is dead.
What's that? Dead?
Yes, and you were seen leaving the mine after the shooting. Put those irons on him, Joe. Then we'll go back to the North Star mine and see if Buck here has all the gold. According to this entry book, there should have been almost 200 pounds in the safe. Isn't that right, Kenner?
I don't know, Sergeant. You see, Mr. Chadwick did the weighing. He made those entries. But I sure didn't think we had that much gold around.
Well, if there was, 150 pounds of it is now missing. Over $30,000 worth.
Oh, no, McCall, that'd be a lot of gold.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Reverend Jenkins. Come in, Padre.
I just heard the news, Sergeant. I mean about your capturing Buck Janney.
Yes, we have him handcuffed in the back room.
Perhaps you'd be kind enough to let me talk to him. I might be able to give him some spiritual comfort.
Of course, Padre. But I warn you, he may not listen to what you have to say.
I'm quite prepared for that, Sergeant.
Very well. Visitor to see you, Buck. Go in, Padre.
Thank you. What do you want?
I'm sorry we have to meet again under these circumstances, my son, but perhaps now you may be willing to heed
Stow that stuff, Pardon.
Believe me, the path to salvation may be hard and full of pitfalls, but if you truly repent, the door is open.
I said stow it.
Oh, my son, with this terrible crime of murder on your soul, how will you dare stand?
I haven't got any murder on my soul. I never killed Chadwick or anyone else.
But I heard you were seen leaving the mine right after the shooting.
That's a lie.
And the stolen gold was found on your sled.
Chadwick hired me to take that gold down to Skagway.
My son, is what you tell me the truth?
I'll swear it on a stack of Bibles.
Only the Almighty can look into a man's heart and read his inmost thoughts. And yet I have the feeling that you are speaking the truth. Is there anything I can do for you?
There's nothing anyone can do except a judge and jury.
Not so, my son. To him who has faith, all things are possible. Now perhaps you will join me in a prayer. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Well, how'd you make out, Padre?
He claims to be innocent.
Yes, I know.
What do you plan to do with him?
In view of the evidence, I haven't much choice. I'll have to take him back to Dawson and hold him for trial.
But surely if he's telling the truth...
Don't tell me you believe that cock and bull story.
Are you quite sure you saw him leaving the mine?
I couldn't see his face because it was pitch dark out. But it must have been him.
Suppose it was someone else. Someone who came and killed Chadwick after Janney had left.
Silver Eagle and Joe followed his sled tracks, and they led straight to Janney's camp.
Well, Lucy's tracks long time before we find Janney's camp.
You hear that?
There is one thing that hasn't been cleared up. When we came to Janney's camp, he called out, "Is that you?" It sounded as though he were expecting someone.
One of his pals.
We waited around until daybreak, but no one showed up.
Sergeant, doesn't all this prove there's more here than meets the eye? Why don't you and Joe go out and make another search?
And, what about the prisoner?
Parole him to me. I'll be fully responsible for him while you're gone.
Very well, Padre. I agree to your plan.
Getting pretty dark, huh? How soon do you expect the Mountie will come back, Padre?
I dare say it won't be long now.
What's that stuff you're cooking?
Mulligan stew.
Smells good. I'm hungry. Can we eat soon?
Right now, if you like.
That suits me fine. But look, how about taking off these handcuffs for a while? You've got the key. I can't very well eat like this.
Will you give me your word that you won't try to escape?
Oh, sure, Parson. You can trust me.
Very well, Buck. I shall trust you. I have the key here in my pocket.
Thanks. That feels a lot better. I'll go over to the water barrel now and wash my hands and then... Reach, Parson.
What does this mean?
It means you shouldn't have been so careless with this gun that the Silver Eagle gave you.
Have you so little faith in divine providence that you have to resort to this sort of cowardice?
Think I want to be hanged for a crime I didn't commit?
But you gave me your word. I trusted you because I had faith in your innocence.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I have to let you down, but that's how things are. You're a pretty decent guy, Parson.
So before I go, I'd like to confess something to you.
What?
Everything I told you is true. But there's one thing I didn't tell you. I was planning to grab off that gold instead of taking it down to Skagway. A friend of mine was going with me. We were going to head for the border, but we talked it over at my camp last night and changed our minds.
That was a wise decision, my son. I trust you'll make an equally wise decision now.
I'm making a wise decision, all right. I'm leaving. And don't try to stop me.
Oh, finally got back, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, but I have bad news.
What do you mean?
Buck Johnny escaped from the Padre.
Escape? Confound it all, Sergeant. I warned you it was a mistake leaving him with that crazy fool of a parson.
The important thing is for you to be on your guard.
On my guard? I don't understand.
Johnny has a gun. He knows that your testimony may help to convict him, so he might try to put you out of the way.
I never even thought of that. You gotta protect me, Sergeant. I demand a police guard.
Sorry, but that's not possible. Stay near the mine crew at all times and you should be safe enough. In the meantime, my job is to hunt for a killer.
Hey, Belle, how about singing a song for us?
No, thanks. I don't feel like it just now. I'm going back to my dressing room.
Howdy, Belle.
Buck, how did you get here?
Sneaked in the back way.
But I mean, how did you escape
Never
from...
mind that. Just get your things together.
Why? What's the idea?
We're heading for Alaska.
Oh, Buck, that'll never work.
It's the only thing I can do. We should have done it last night like we planned while we had a chance to grab off the gold.
You weren't suspected of murder then.
I am now, and if I stay, I'll hang, so get moving.
All right, whatever you say, Buck.
All set?
I guess so.
Here, let me help you on with your parka.
Thanks.
Come on, let's hurry.
Reach, both of you.
Who's that?
Rafe Kenner.
I said reach. That's better. I thought I'd find you here with Belle.
All right, you've got me, so now what happens?
We're taking a little walk up into the hills, all three of us. And don't try making a break for it or this gun will go off.
How much farther do we have to go?
I reckon you can stop right here.
You know, Kenner, I've been doing a lot of thinking since we left the cafe. Now it's all beginning to make sense to me.
I figured it wouldn't take long to soak in.
You framed me, didn't you?
Chadwick framed you.
How do you mean?
He gave you $10,000 for shipment to Skagway, but after you left, I was supposed to tie him up. We were going to make it look like a holdup and claim you took $40,000. And after you went to jail, we'd split the rest of the gold between us.
So that's it. Then you decided there was no sense splitting with Chadwick, so you killed him and made it look like he was murdered during the holdup.
That's right. I killed him.
Why, you dirty, sneaking rat.
But a smart rat, my friend, and a rich one, too, with that missing $30,000 in gold.
Well, what are you going to do with us?
Kill you, naturally.
Oh.
As long as Buck's alive, I'd never be completely safe. But with the two of you dead, it'll look like you escaped from the law and disappeared, and I'll have nothing more to worry about. What was that?
An arrow.
In that tree right behind you, and it's got an eagle feather tied to it.
An eagle feather?
Yeah, and you know what that means? It means you got plenty to worry about from the Silver Eagle.
Don't turn around, Kenner. Just drop that gun and get your hands in the air. I'm arresting you in the name of the Queen for the murder of Leo Chadwick.
It's been a great pleasure having you here at the parsonage, my dear. But are you sure you're feeling quite rested?
Thanks, Reverend. I feel fine now. But I still don't understand how the Silver Eagle and Joe found us and saved us.
We didn't have to find you. Joe had been following Buck ever since he escaped, and I was following Kenner.
What's that?
Oh, wait, that'd be right. You mean you expected Buck to escape from me?
Well, I thought it might possibly happen.
So that's why that gun you gave me wasn't loaded.
Wasn't loaded? You mean I was pointing an empty gun at a man your size and you let me go anyhow?
I am not a man of violence, my son. Besides, I still believed you were innocent.
Thanks, Parson. I guess you win after all. From now on, you'll be seeing Belle and me at church every Sunday. And we'd like to get married as soon as possible.
The gosh, Jim, if Parson the Fisher of Men, I think this time he catch 2 good ones on one bent hook. That's foxy, eh?
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by James Lawrence. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Badeau is played by Jacques Lister. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. This is Bill O'Connor. The Silver Eagle! A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The untamed North, frontier of adventure and peril. The lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right. The most famous Mountie of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed record and events dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this. And now our Silver Eagle adventure, Indian War Clouds. It is dusk on the prairies of Assiniboia. Camped on a good site along the east bank of Eagle Hill Creek is a small party of Cree Indians, the best hunters of their tribe. The embers of their fire glow dimly in the gathering darkness, and the braves dream of good hunting on the morrow. On the west bank of the creek, shielded by a clump of trees in the darkness of the night, several men have gathered. Across the creek, they see the last red embers of the dying fire, and they know the Crees have gone to sleep.
Everything ready? Yeah, Matt. All set. This has got to be good, Pete. Remember that.
Don't worry about it, I tell you.
Pete, we'll never get away with it.
You watch. Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Shut up, you. I don't want no evidence left here that the Mounties can pick up.
Stop worrying, will you? Quiet back there.
Scar'll hit him on the other side, right?
I told you to stop worrying. All right, boys. Now get this. We don't want to leave any of them Injuns alive.
That's right.
Okay, boys. Let's get them.
Get that Injun! There's one break to the horse. I'll fix him.
Last time he won.
They're all dead. Stop wasting your bullets. Quiet down. Pete's got something to say to you.
That's better. Now, each of you knows what he's supposed to do. Scar.
Yeah?
Go back across the creek and get that Injun we bagged before. The rest of you do what I told you to do. Not an Injun left alive. When we leave that one we got earlier today, everything will be perfect. Then tomorrow night, when the other tribe gets the same medicine, there's gonna be the doggonedest Injun war you've ever seen.
Howdy, Joe.
Jim, it be Matt Reardon.
Go in, man. Thanks, Sergeant.
From the look of you, monsieur, I think you traveled a long way, very fast.
Anything wrong, man?
You ain't gonna like what I'm gonna tell you, Sergeant.
What?
I left my trading post early this morning. I was going out to get some of my traps that needed repairing, and I come across a small band of Blackfeet over at Muddy Lake.
Oh, there don't be nothing wrong with that, monsieur.
They were all dead, Joe.
Sacre bleu.
What? Every single one of them. Must have been a fight. I saw one dead Cree near the Blackfeet.
Cree Injun dead with Blackfeet?
That means trouble. The Blackfeet and the Crees don't like each other. It might mean war between them.
That's right. And when them Injuns get mad, they don't care who they scalp.
When do you think this massacre took place, Matt?
Sometime last night, Sergeant.
Parbleu, someone else coming, Chief.
You better open the door for him.
The sergeant here?
Mais oui, monsieur.
I gotta talk to him. I'm Scar Doby, Sergeant. I was bringing some furs up to Battleford when I stumbled across a band of dead Injuns.
We just heard about that, Monsieur Doby.
I just told him about the dead Blackfeet over at Muddy Lake. You may be talking about Blackfeet, mister, but I'm talking about Crees. 8 Crees, 1 Blackfoot, all dead over on Snow Hill Creek.
Jim, you hear what he said? Those be different ones.
It's gonna mean war between the Crees and the Blackfeet. And if that's what's gonna happen, I'm going back up to my trading post and clear out my stock while I can still get it. I'm gonna need some help, Doby. You want a job? I don't know. Sounds kind of dangerous. I'll pay you good. You got a deal. Then let's go. Let's see you again, Sergeant.
I sure think you two better be careful, monsieur.
Don't worry. We'll be plenty careful.
By the following morning, the news had spread like wildfire. From Fort Saskatchewan to Medicine Hat, from Regina to Batoche, the word of the impending Indian Wars sped over the telegraph wires, reached the townspeople, and then spread out across the farm and prairie country like a thing alive. The seeds of war had been sown, and no one was to be spared. From east and west, from north and south, came the tribes of the great Indian nations. And before the anger and fury of their hatred, the white settlers fled and banded together behind the stockades of the forts and built barricades in the towns. Slowly, the spark was fanned, and the coals glowed with a white-hot heat, waiting for the precise moment to burst into the raging inferno of war. And at Matt Reardon's trading post.
I told you, Matt. I told you everything would work out just like we planned.
You were right, Pete.
Scar's already made a deal with Grey Wolf, the Blackfoot chief. And Running Deer of the Crees ought to be here any time now. We're going to make a pile of money on this deal.
The only thing I worry about is that Mountie Silver Eagle and that big Frenchy pal of his.
He won't catch on to us. He thinks we're real good citizens. You and Scar going to warn him that way, he'd never figure it was us.
That must be Running Deer and some of his braves.
Scar will be with him.
Matt, Pete, I got Running Deer with me. This is the man I was talking about, Running Deer.
A chair, I trader.
How, Running Deer? What can I do for you?
Hold down, my cap. Guns. Me want guns.
You come to the right man.
You give me.
Wait a minute now, not so fast. They cost me a lot of money.
Me pay. First, swamp 'em, whatever trader want.
I'll give you all the guns and ammunition you need, but the price will be high. I'll send Pete and Scar here along with you, and you can send back all the furs and wampum you got. Is it a deal? Good. Scar,
Yeah?
Pete, help me get those guns and bullets loaded on my wagon.
Why we stop here at Matt's trading post, Chief?
I want to find out if he's learned anything new. Maybe we can give him a hand bringing his stock into town. Oh, boy.
Oh, my dear. He should hold off war so far, Chief, but Joe can smell him in there.
That's right, Joe. It'll break out at any moment unless we can stop it.
Chief, look there on ground. Lots of horses come here. No shoes. Indian horses.
Maybe Matt can tell us about them. Come on.
Porch all scuff up too, Chief, like people carry heavy things.
They've been moving the stock from the trading post, Joe.
Why, it's a Silver Eagle and Joe Bedeau.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello, Matt. We came out to see if you needed any help.
Come on in.
Go ahead, Joe. You still have a lot of stock left here, man.
I had a big year, Sergeant, trading with the Indians and the trappers.
We noticed some hoof prints of Indian horses out there.
Yeah, a bunch of them came out here this morning trying to buy some guns. I told them I didn't have any.
Where's Scar Doby?
Or sent him into Battleford with a load of furs. He'll be back tomorrow morning.
It'd be safer for you, monsieur, if you be in town.
That's the way I figure it, Joe. Doby's going to bring back some extra wagons in the morning. We can cart the rest of my stock in then.
I wouldn't stay out here any longer than necessary, Matt.
I won't.
We'll be leaving then. I'll probably see you in Battleford.
Just as soon as I can get there.
We'll see you, monsieur.
You bet, Joe.
Yeah. You think Matt better get out too sweet, Chief?
Yes. He said the Indians were looking for guns. They must be counting on someone to supply them.
Who'll be crazy like that, Chief?
A lot of unscrupulous men, Joe. It's an easy way to... Wait a minute, Joe.
What's wrong?
Look down there. Look at these hoof prints.
They'll be made by Asian ponies.
Yes, most of them, but look there. Prints of horses that have been shod.
Someone else may come here after Asians do. Then they ride off same way.
Yes, that may be it. We have a long trail ahead of us, Joe.
Where we go now, Jim?
We'll ride over to Muddy Lake. I want to see the ground where that massacre took place.
Good thing we heard him riding up, Matt.
Do you think the Silver Eagle suspected anything?
Nah.
I think he is suspicious. We ought to get rid of him. If he ever gets on to us, Pete, we won't stand a chance.
We gotta stop sometime. Let's clear out.
Will you shut up? I say let's get rid of him and his partner.
That's what I say, too.
They were riding off toward Muddy Lake. We'll trail them, and when it gets dark, the three of us will take care of them. Let's go get our horses saddled. We can't let a Mountie and a big French Canuck stop a profitable Injun war.
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this. Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Indian War Cloud. The plains of Assiniboia are menaced with the threat of war between the Blackfoot and Cree Indians. The air is alive with tension, for no one knows when the first shot of the war will be fired. The Silver Eagle and Joe Badeau have ridden over to Muddy Lake to inspect the spot at which a small band of Blackfoot Indians had been attacked and murdered.
Oh,
my little Havana. Oh, little one.
This is the place, Joe. Look at the ground.
Oui, Joe see track of Blackfeet.
The remains of their campfire right over there.
From the look of it, they were surprised at what happened.
If we were camping here, Joe, from what point would be the best place to attack us?
From behind that rise. Right over there.
Let's take a look over there.
This be where they track, Jim. Look at prints on soft ground. What son of a gumdrops? Those don't be.
No, they're not moccasin prints, Joe. Those are the prints of hard-heeled boots.
Which mean not Indian killed Blackfoot.
Yes, and I'll wager that white men also attacked that band of Crees over on Snow Hill Creek.
Then white men are ones who try to start war.
Attack the Crees and make it look like the Blackfeet did it. Then do the same to the Blackfeet. Then sell guns to both sides and make a fortune.
Hey, here be spot where they wait, Jim. Joe think there'll be maybe 5-6 men.
We'll camp here tonight, Joe. We'll go see Chief Grey Wolf in the morning.
Well, we don't go tonight, Jim.
The Indians are nervous and jumpy, Joe. If we were to try and get through tonight, one of Grey Wolf's sentries would have an arrow in our backs before we knew it.
I guess that's right. You're right, Jim. We can't see our finish in the dark. It's better to be killed in daylight. Hey, what I say?
Come on, let's get some sleep. Joe, are you awake?
Sure be awake, Jim.
Don't move. Make believe you're asleep. That was battle winning. There's someone around this camp. I think they're up in that rise.
Like Joe say, it'd be a good place to attack from. What we gonna do, Jim?
Make believe we're sleeping. That'll bring them down here. Keep your gun handy. We'll wait until they show themselves. When they do...
we give them fight they not expect.
How much longer, Pete? We've been here an hour now. I guess they're sleeping.
By Judas, we're gonna kill them. Let's get it done with and get out of here.
All right. Let's go.
All right, Joe.
You'll be with you, Chief.
Hey, they're away. Shoot at them, you fool. They're still coming. I'm getting out of here. I'm going with you.
Wait for me, you crazy coward.
Hey, Chief. They run away.
I was afraid they would, Joe.
Joe followed them. Even in dark, Joe trailed them.
Oh, Joe, we'll get them later. They're not as important as seeing Grey Wolf and stopping him from doing anything. We'll tell him what we know. If he believes this, there'll be no war. If he doesn't...
If he do not believe, Joe think how you say it, we be dead certain.
Morning dawns gray and cold. Ominous, dark war clouds hover over Abyssinia. As the Silver Eagle and Joe Badeau ride into the village of Grey Wolf and his Blackfeet, they sense a tension tight as a drawn bowstring, ready to loose the arrow of death at any moment.
Keep looking straight ahead, Joe.
I can't have look at their paint faces, and they got me like to kill you, look.
Keep moving, Joe.
Mais oui, mon ami.
That's Grey Wolf's lodge right ahead.
If they let us through, Jim.
This is as far as we can go, Joe. Dismount.
Mais oui. What? Hey, Jim, they grabbed me.
Don't lift a hand against them, Joe.
I can't lift hands, Jim. Grey
Wolf! Grey Wolf!
Ogdom, Mama Shamagonis! Take back! Take back! What Wobber Jacques want?
To talk to you, Grey Wolf. I come as your friend.
Silver Eagle come to camp of Blackfoot. Want Blackfoot forget. Attack by Cree. Want Blackfoot braves go back to teepee. In vein of Blackfoot is blood, not water. Grey Wolf say Blackfoot, Sholona Cree.
Wait a minute! Grey Wolf, wait!
Sigma don't come here! What Wobber Jacques once say?
Just this. Have you ever known me to lie to you, Grey Wolf?
Wobber Jacques not man of forked tongue.
Joe and I came to tell you that it wasn't the Cree Nation who attacked your people. It's the truth, Grey Wolf.
Who then kill brave?
White men, Grey Wolf. I'll prove it to you. They planned to start an Indian war, even get the whites into it. They'd make a handsome profit on the guns and ammunition they sold.
Oh, profit. What men? Who make plains run red with blood?
The white man's justice will take care of them, but you must help me catch them. You must promise me that you'll keep your braves from doing anything that might cause trouble. Joe and I'll ride over to Running Deer's camp and get his promise, too. I'll tell him that Grey Wolf and Wabashakwe will meet with him to smoke the peace pipe as soon as this is settled. Will you do as I ask, Grey Wolf?
Grey Wolf do as Wabashakwe say.
Good. Now, this is the rest of my plan.
I think it's time we cleared out of here.
We made enough money from the Indians.
You two weaseling cowards have been running things long enough. We're gonna stay here till we get every last pelt that's around. Wait a minute.
Who's that outside?
It's Grey Wolf and 4 of his braves.
What do you suppose they want?
Guns, of course. And we'll be downright glad to sell them to them.
What cheer, Grey Wolf? Oh, what can I do for you, Grey Wolf?
Indian want guns. Pay trader. All guns you have left, we pay for. Much wampum.
Will you listen to that now? I told you there was nothing to worry about, Matt. He's going to take the rest of the guns off our hands.
White men bring guns to Blackfoot village.
When do you want 'em, Grey Wolf?
Tonight. Bring guns tonight.
We can load the wagon full and drive it to their camp, Matt. Then we can clear out of here.
All right, Grey Wolf. It's a deal. We'll bring all the guns we got to your camp tonight.
It's a good thing Running Deer believe you, Jim. For a while, Joe don't think he gonna let us right away from Cree camp.
The important thing is that he believed me, Joe.
He no Silver Eagle and Joe Bidon never tell lie to him.
Why you clear Indians out of this Blackfoot village?
For 2 reasons, Joe. I don't want any of Grey Wolf's people to be hurt. I don't want them to get their hands on Matt and his friends. Listen, Joe. They're coming. Now remember what has to be done.
By Judas, I'm going to be glad to clear out of here. I don't like the looks of this.
What's the matter, Scar?
I don't care what you say. This is Grey Wolf's village, and I don't see anybody to meet us.
Probably hide until they're sure it's us. Just a minute, you'll probably see nothing but Injuns. Hey, what was that?
It's an arrow. Almost all the way through the sideboard.
Something's gone wrong.
Step down. We're going to need some cover. We'll get in the back.
Over there.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Grey Wolf! You're making a mistake. You're shooting at your friends.
What's the matter with that crazy Injun? I told you I didn't like it.
Grey Wolf! Why don't you come out and get the gun?
Duck down.
I don't get it. How are we going to get out of here?
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that arrow.
I'll get it. It's in deep, but this one didn't go through the sideboard like the first one. The point broke off, but here's the shaft.
Just what I figured.
What you talking about?
Look, an eagle feather.
Hey, that means the Silver Eagle.
And there's that pal of his. We gotta get out of here.
Let's get this wagon moving.
Not so fast, Joe. That won't do you any good. Don't surround it. Drop your guns on the ground and surrender.
What are we going to do?
Do as he says. Drop the guns, but don't touch this one on the seat. He and the French will come up together. They won't be expecting nothing.
How about it, Matt?
Well, come on, answer him.
You got us dead to rights, Sergeant. We'll do as you say.
Now drop them to the ground.
What do you want us to do, Sergeant?
Just stay right there.
He's coming. I don't see that Frenchy pal of his.
He's probably right in back of it. It's now or never. Mask me while I reach for the gun.
Hey!
Oh, you don't, monsieur.
It's a Frenchie!
That's right, monsieur.
Get him off me! Come on, get him!
Sure, take that gun. Now, Joe, fight on me, Frenchie.
Hold it! Hold it! You're under arrest in the name of the Queen.
It'd be a good thing you sent me round back a wagon, Silver Eagle. This one was going to shoot you. When I jump in the wagon, he fall back like he is now. You very brave with gun. Why you not so brave now, monsieur? Huh?
Pete can't talk to you. Look! When he tried to kill the Silver Eagle and you jumped into the wagon, he fell back and he's pierced with that arrow that went through the sideboard. Looks like he ended his own war. I told him we'd never get away with it.
So it is that I, Grey Wolf, chief of all the Blackfeet, say this. In the moons to come, may the Blackfeet and the Crees live together in peace with each other and with the white men. For it is foolish to fight amongst ourselves. And let us remember what Wabishakwe, the Silver Eagle, has taught us, to have faith in our brother, and that the spirit of evil will always be defeated with justice and with goodness.
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by Richard Thorne. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Badeau is played by Jacques Lister. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. This is Bill O'Connor.
The Silver Eagle!
A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The untamed North, frontier of adventure and peril. The lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right. The most famous Mountie of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed record and events dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this message.
And now our Silver Eagle adventure, Blood Brother. As the Canadian Pacific train roared westward, two men sat talking in one of the forward coaches.
What's the name of this berg we're coming to, Charlie?
Buffalo Bend. Ought to be there pretty soon.
Sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. There's too many people on this train.
Don't worry, no one's recognized us so far.
Are you sure that brother of yours will take us in?
Positive. We can count on Bert.
Thought you told me you and him never got along.
We don't. That don't mean he'd turn his brother away when I'm in trouble. I'll give him a sob story. Tell him I've seen the error of my ways. He'll come through.
What's he do for a living?
Got a little two-bit stock ranch. Does some farming in summer and runs a trap line in the wintertime.
You don't live in town then, huh?
No. 10 miles north of Buffalo Bend.
How are we going to get out there?
They'll have a livery stable in town. Get a couple of horses and ride out.
Buffalo Bend, next stop.
Means us, Hoke. Come on, let's get our clothes on.
Après de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon, fait bon, fait bon. Après de ma blonde...
Morning, Joe. Where can I find a Silver Eagle?
Son of a gumdrop, I don't even know he'd be lost.
Oh, none of your witch, Big Moose. I have important news for him.
He inside post last time Joe see him. What's matter?
Come on, and you'll hear for yourself.
Jim! Hey, Jim!
Yes, what is it?
That fellow from livery stable come here. He say he got big news. He hear it from the horses.
Oh, it's you, Mike. What's up?
I think I found him, Sergeant.
Found whom?
Them two fellas on the reward notice. Charlie Foreman and Hoke Burns.
Bleu, they be wanted for murder.
You mean they're in town?
They were about a half hour ago.
Son of a gumdrop, why don't you come tell Jim half hour sooner then?
Because I didn't recognize them at first, that's why.
Where did you see them?
At the livery stable. Came there bold as brass and hired 2 horses.
You're sure it was them?
Do I have 2 eyes in my head? Of course. They've grown whiskers. That's why I didn't know them right away. But then, when one of them went to pay me, I noticed a tattoo on the back of his right hand.
A snake and a skull?
Yeah. The moment I laid eyes on it, I said, there's something queer about that tattoo. It ought to mean something. Finally, I remembered. I read about a tattoo like that on the reward notice.
Charlie Foreman has the tattoo.
I know. He's a 6-foot blonde, and the other one's dark-complected. I went up to the post office and read the notice again before I came here, just to make sure.
Any idea where they went?
No, I didn't watch when they rode away.
If they hired horses, they must be planning to ride out of town.
Oui, but if they don't have horses when they come here, how you suppose they get here?
By train. The 10:15 from Saskatoon got in just about 40 minutes ago. Come on, let's get saddled. We'll see if we can pick up their trail.
That must be my brother's place up ahead.
I still think we'd do better south of the medicine line.
Sure, if we had money. We're almost broke. So we'll hide here for a few months till we're old news, and we'll slip across the border.
We'll need money then, just as bad as we do now.
We'll get our hands on some. We always have. The only one thing I'm worried about is how Bert's wife will act.
His wife? You didn't tell me he was married.
He got hitched last year. I've never seen her. I reckon Bert will keep her in line.
You better be right.
Whoa. Let me do the talking.
You'll have to. I wouldn't know what to say.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, ma'am. Is Bert here?
Why, yes. Won't you come in?
Sure. Come on, Hoke.
Thanks, ma'am.
Who is it, Meg?
2 men to see you, Bert.
Okay, be right there.
What the...
Howdy, Bert.
Charlie. Where in heaven's name did you come from?
We just hit town this morning.
I suppose your pal there is Hoke Burns.
You guessed it.
Don't you know they're looking all over Canada for you, too?
That's why we came here, Bert. We're in a tight spot.
Crazy fool.
Bert, what's this all about?
This man is my brother, Meg.
Your brother?
He goes by the name of Charlie Foreman.
Well, is that supposed to mean something to me?
It should if you saw that reward notice in town. He and his pal are wanted for murder.
Murder? Oh, no.
He's always been in some kind of trouble. That's why I never told you about him. Just got out of prison a little while before we were married. And a month ago, he shot a bank guard in Winnipeg.
He went for his gun, and I had to plug him.
All you meant to do was stick up the bank.
I needed money, can't you understand? I wanted to go down to the States and make a fresh start.
How many times have I heard you say that?
Don't be hard on me, Bert. This time I've learned my lesson. When I saw that bank guard go down, well, I've had nightmares ever since.
You've learned your lesson too late.
Bert, you wouldn't let me down. I'm your brother. If they catch us, I'll hang. I'm in a spot, can't you understand? We need a place to hide out.
You expect me to let you stay here?
Just for a little while, till they forget about us, then we'll clear out. Come on, Bert, say you'll help us.
I'll leave it up to Meg.
No, Bert, no. I can't take the responsibility. You'll have to decide for yourself.
All right. Just for a few days. And you'll have to clear out and take your chances.
It looks to me like we don't gonna find those 2 fellas so easy, Jeep.
I'm afraid you're right. That's why I want to talk to our Indian friend.
Maybe they head for Beaver Hills. Country be wild up that way. Make good hideout.
That could be the answer. But as far as we know, they have no supplies.
That's right. You think they got friends round here?
They could have. We'll have to question all the settlers.
Maybe Asian Wolfjaw will tell us something.
Yes, let's see if he's in his lodge. Battle.
Here he come now, Jeep.
Watch here.
Watch here, Wolfjaw. Have you been here at your lodge all day?
Where are you at?
We're looking for 2 white men. They're strangers in these parts. They both have much hair in their faces. They're riding horses. Have you seen them?
No, me not see. Them bad men?
Yes, they're wanted for murder. Would you do me a favor, Wolfjaw?
Silver Eagle friend to old Red Man. Me glad help, Wabishakwe. What you want Wolfjaw do?
Carry the news to your village. Ask them to be on the lookout for the 2 white men.
If them see white men, where may find you?
We plan to stop at every cabin in these parts. But we'll follow the river and try to cut their sign. You'll be able to find us. Let's go, Joe.
What's the matter, Meg? You've hardly said a word since we finished supper.
I'm sorry, Bert. I'm worried.
Well, you must feel having those 2 under the same roof with us.
Just hope you made the right decision.
What else could I do? He is my brother.
In your place, I'd probably feel the same way, but the fact remains. Oh, Bert, do you suppose it's a...
Easy now. I'll go answer it.
Evening, Bert.
Pop Jenkins. Good evening.
Mind if I step inside?
Oh, no, of course not. Come in.
Why, Pop.
Evening, Meg.
Goodness, we haven't seen you in a long time.
That's a fact. Just thought I'd stop by to see if you folks heard the news yet.
What do you mean?
About them 2 killers.
2 killers?
Yeah, Charlie Foreman and Hook Burns. The ones they had the reward notice up for. They were seen today in Buffalo Bend.
Really?
Yep. There was plenty of excitement in town. One of the fellas at the trading company store said he thinks he's seen them head north.
Oh, we'd better keep our eyes open for them.
We sure will. But how come you were in town, Pop? Stocking up on supplies?
Nope. I took in a bunch of pelts. I figure I'm through walking the trap line.
What are you going to do?
Go back to Ontario. Good old Essex County. Weather ain't so harsh down in them parts, you know.
Do you have relatives there?
Nope. But I got more than $6,000 saved up. Got it right here in my pocket, in fact. Just drew it out of the bank today. I reckon that'll be enough to end my days in comfort.
That's a lot of money. You better be careful with it.
Don't you worry about that.
Well, sit down and let me fix you a cup of tea.
Well, now, that's right kind of you, Meg. I can't stay long, but I reckon I can stay that long.
Meanwhile, in an attic room, Charlie Foreman and Hoke Burns had heard the old man enter the ranch house and had moved to a position where they could hear the conversation in the room below.
Hey, did you hear what that old coat said?
About that $6,000?
Yeah, we could use that money.
If we ever got our hands on it.
That can be arranged.
How?
Well, he's drinking tea and gabbing down there. We'll slip out the back window. And after he leaves here, we'll trail him and bushwhack him.
Let's go.
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this. Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Blood Brother. Long after nightfall, the Silver Eagle and Joe Badeau gave up the search for the 2 outlaws and made camp for the night near the bank of the river.
Hey, Jim, don't you want this other caribou steak?
No, thanks. I've had enough to eat.
Son of a gumdrop, can't let that go to waste. Guess I'm gonna have to eat that one, too. Don't know if I can or no.
Why not? You've only had 5 steaks.
You know, I bet you that's why I still feel hungry. You sure you don't want him?
No, I've had plenty.
Okay, donkey. That remind me, Jim. What you suppose happened to those 2 fellows?
I wish I knew. We've been following the river all day. If they headed north, we should have cut sign on them by this time.
Maybe they don't come so far as the river.
In that case, they must have found a hideout somewhere between here and Buffalo Bend. Tomorrow morning, we'd better start working back over the...
Hey, do I hear something, or was that me chewing?
No, that was a voice that came from the river. There's someone out there in a canoe. Better go see who it is.
Wait a little minute, Jim. I come with you. Eat that Asian, Wolfjaw.
Here we are, Wolfjaw.
Hey, what that he got in his canoe?
We'll soon find out. Come on, let's give him a hand.
Sacre bleu, that be man's body.
Oh, Jacques. Me find him on riverbank.
Who is it, Wolfjaw?
Him white man, old trapper fella. Someone shoot him.
It's Pop Jenkins. Is he dead?
No, but him hurt bad. Silver Eagle make strong medicine. Maybe save him.
All right, let's get him over to the campfire.
Maybe I shall carry him. Up you come, Pops.
Silver Eagle.
Hello, Bert.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
Howdy, Joe.
Sorry to rouse you this time of night, Bert, but I'm hoping you can give us some information.
About what?
About Pop Jenkins.
Pop Jenkins?
Yes, he was shot sometime tonight.
Great Scott. You mean he's dead?
No, but he almost be dead. Asian find him and Silver Eagle save his life.
He couldn't tell us much. He came to for a few moments and mumbled something about stopping off here at your place.
Yeah, that's right. He came here right after supper.
And what did he come for?
He's an old friend of ours. He came to warn us about those two killers, Charlie Foreman and Hope Burns. He told us they were seen in Buffalo Bend this morning.
Did he also mention some money?
The money he drew out of the bank today? Yes. He said he was planning to leave the territory. Said he was going to quit trapping and go to Ontario.
Do you happen to know how much money he had?
Yeah, over $6,000.
Sacre bleu, he don't got 6 cents now.
You mean he was robbed?
He must have been. The money's gone.
Oh, no. Where is he, Sergeant?
He was too weak to be moved, so we left him back at our camp. An Indian's taking care of him.
Have you any idea who did it?
That don't be hard to figure out with those two killers on the loose.
What are you going to do?
The Indian told us where he found Pop, so we're going there. We may be able to pick up their trail in the morning.
Is there anything I can do?
No, thanks, Bert. You've helped us already, but keep an eye out for those two.
I sure will, Sergeant.
Come on, Joe.
Oui, mon ami. Steady there, mon ami.
Steady, Madeline. Here. Up there. All right, let's go, Madeline.
As the Mountie and Joe rode away, Bert stood for a moment, watching them disappear into the darkness, his face grim and pale in the light of the oil lamp which he carried in one hand. Then he went back in the house. His wife, Meg, and the two fugitives were waiting for him.
Who was it?
Sergeant West of the Mounties.
The Silver Eagle?
Oh, you've heard of him.
I'll say I've heard of him.
What did he want? Was he looking for your brother?
No. He came to ask about Pop Jenkins.
Pop Jenkins? Well, what's wrong with him?
He was bushwhacked and shot after he left here tonight.
Oh, Bert, how awful. Was he killed?
No.
How did it happen?
I reckon these two can answer that one.
You mean...
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. You and Hoke sneaked out of the back window while Pop was here talking to us.
Well, sure, but we explained why. We thought it was the law.
Yeah, sure. We was afraid they might search the house, so we ducked out. Then we waited till we figured the coast was clear, and then we came back.
You're lying.
What are you driving at, Bert?
You heard what Pop told us about that $6,000 he drew out of the bank. So you sneaked out and laid for him after he left here.
That ain't so.
What kind of a fool do you take me for? I might have known that a pair of mangy killers like you would run true to form.
Hey, now, better calm down, Bert. You're talking kind of wild.
Am I? Then suppose you let me search you and make sure you haven't got that $6,000. Well, what are you standing there looking at each other for?
Looks like you got more brains than I gave you credit for, Bert, so I reckon the only thing to do is...
this. Put that gun away, Charlie.
Yeah, you think I'm afraid to use it just because you're my brother?
You dirty sneaking polecat.
What's the next move, Charlie?
We got the money, and we need then the Mounties have our number, so it's time to head for the medicine line.
You won't get away with this. They'll pick up your sign where you ambush Pop Jenkins.
Then in that case, we better take along a hostage, just in case. Grab her, Hoke.
Come here.
You...
Let go of me.
Boy, you dirty...
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, Bert!
Nice work, Charlie. That gun barrel laid him out cold.
Tie your hands and let's clear out of here.
Rain up, Joe.
What's the matter, mon ami?
I've been doing some thinking since we left Bert's place. How did those outlaws know Pop Jenkins was carrying all that money?
Maybe they find out in Buffalo Bend.
No, they couldn't, Joe. We know they went from the train station direct to the livery stable and then rode out of town. They had no chance to learn about Pop.
Bukush, that's right.
As far as we know, the only persons Pop talked to after leaving town were Bert and his wife. The shooting must have occurred soon after he left their place.
So the Macomb drop, you don't suppose Bert do it?
I didn't say that. But something else occurred to me. Charlie Foreman has light blonde hair and a cleft chin. So does Bert. And his last name is Forsythe. Foreman, Forsythe.
You think maybe that name Foreman be how you say it, alias?
Alias, yes. Charlie and Bert might be related. And that would explain why Charlie and his pal came here to hide out.
Gushim, I bet you that'd be right.
It's just a hunch, Joe. But I think we'd better go back and have another talk with Bert.
Okie dokie, Silver Eagle. Up, buddy.
Let's go, Battle.
Meanwhile, the two outlaws had tied Meg's hands and also tied and gagged Bert, who was still unconscious. Then they collected a few supplies from the kitchen and took them out to the barn, where Hoke proceeded to harness a team to the canvas-covered wagon. Charlie was standing outside the barn holding a gun on Meg.
You got him hitched up yet, Hoke?
Yeah, all set.
All right, drive him out and let's go.
Get up there. Come on, get up.
All right, climb up there and get in the back of the wagon.
For the last time, won't you please let me stay here with Bert? I promise you we
Get
won't...
moving before I use this gun on you.
Here, I'll pull her up. Now go on, get back.
How about the supplies?
They're in the back.
And I reckon we're all set. Hey, what was that?
Something hit the barn door.
Give me that lantern.
Here it is.
Hoke!
What's wrong?
Come here. It's an arrow.
Arrow?
Yeah, got a feather tied to it.
Charlie, that's an eagle feather. Sign of the Silver Eagle.
Holy mackerel. Do you hear something?
Yeah, and I see something too. Here he comes.
Come on, let's get back on the wagon.
Stand where you are, in the name of the Queen.
It's the mountie. Let him have it. Don't shoot! Tie him up.
Take that gun, Joe. You're both under arrest in the name of the Queen. Put that rope around his feet, Joe.
Okie dokie, Silver Eagle. Voila.
All right, you can stand up now, Bert.
Thanks.
Quite a bump you got on your head.
Yeah, that's where Charlie hit me with his gun. And if he hadn't slugged me, I'd feel like slugging myself.
Oh, don't blame yourself, Bert. We both should have known better. It was a bad mistake.
Yeah, a mistake that'll send me to prison.
Relax, Bert. I'm not going to arrest you. It's obvious from what happened that you weren't a willing partner to your brother and Hoke, and I think you've already paid for your mistake. If the court wants to take any action, well, you have a good record, and I don't think you have too much to worry about.
Whatever happens, Sergeant, I won't forget how you saved Meg. And we'll both be mighty grateful to the Silver Eagle. We'll never repeat that mistake.
Repeat mistake. Now, that reminds you. I cook 5 steak for breakfast. You say we got to ride. I mistake. Noon, I cook 5 more. You say we got to come here. I mistake. Look like Joe make more mistake than anybody. That makes me hungry.
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by James Lawrence. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Badeau is played by Jacques Lister. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted, transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. This is Bill O'Connor. General Mills, makers of Cheerios, the oat cereal ready to eat, and Wheaties, breakfast of champions, presents
The Silver Eagle!
A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The untamed North, frontier of adventure and peril. The lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right. The most famous Monty of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed record and events dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this message.
Jenny is 10 and is she good? She's skip rope champ of the neighborhood. She's so quick because she knows she's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, she's got go power. There she goes. She's feeling her Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
That makes sense. Try Cheerios, the wonderful oat cereal that's shaped like a little letter O. And you'll agree, you'll like that delicious toasted oat flavor. And Cheerios is ready to eat. Just pour out a big bowlful, add good fresh milk, dig in, and start getting your go power. Because a Cheerios breakfast is full of vitamins, proteins, and minerals. And those are the good things you need to help build red blood, healthy bodies, and strong muscles. So enjoy your breakfasts every day with delicious Cheerios and milk and get that good go power. Then folks will say,
she's feeling her Cheerios.
And now, our Silver Eagle adventure, Trouble Trail. With the hoods of their parkas pushed back, two men are crouched beside a campfire just finishing their noon meal. One of them, a grizzled veteran of the snows, is a freight sled driver. The other is a young man named Dan McPhee.
How much farther to Bear's Paw?
Oh, 10 miles or so. We'll get there before dark.
What kind of a place is it?
Not much. Trading post, few shacks. That's about all.
It'll be quite a change from Montreal.
Is that where you come from?
Yes. I've been working in one of the big fur auction houses there. Now I'm out here in the Northwest Territory to learn the other end of the business.
Oh, I see. Gonna try your hand at trapping, huh?
No, I'm gonna work at the company trading post.
You mean you're gonna work for old Levi Haggard?
Oh, not exactly. Levi Haggard is the factor in charge of the post. My family owns the company.
What? Folks up this way don't care for the Wilderness Trading Company.
Why not?
Levi Haggard. He's the most hated man in the whole Northwest. There ain't a trapper or an Injun in these parts who wouldn't like to cut his throat.
But why? What's he done?
It'll take an hour to answer that one. But, well, it's been a bad year for trappers. Famine year, you might call it. Pelts have been mighty scarce.
I know that.
Haggard's grub-staked most of the boys, so they're all in debt to the company. That means he's got them over a barrel. He won't hand out any more credit, and when they bring in a few skins, he pays them half of what they're worth. They have to take it and like it, or they starve.
Later that same day, Sergeant Jim West, the Silver Eagle, drove his team into Bear's Paw and drew up in front of the company trading post. An old friend of his, Doc Carter, ran out to meet him.
Oh now, you huskies.
Jim West. I come to Bear's Paw once in 5 years, and who do I bump into you?
Good to see you, Doc. Are you heading for the trading post?
Yeah, I run out of coffee. Just passing through, so I thought I'd better replenish my grub box. You going inside?
Yes, I have to see Levi Haggard. He sent word to Fort Smith asking for a Mountie. Let's go in and see what's on his mind.
Sure, come on. Wonder if he's changed any. Stingiest man I ever knew. Hear tell he squeezes mosquitoes just to get the tallow out in their hides.
Oh, Silver Eagle, huh?
Hello, Levi.
You took your time about getting here.
I just got your message the day before yesterday. By the way, this is my friend, Doc Carter.
Oh, we've met before.
Yep, Haggard and me have met. You're looking haggard today, Haggard.
Keep your opinions to yourself. I don't intend to pay for them, Dr. Carter.
Why did you ask for the services of the Northwest Mounted?
I was robbed about a week ago.
A holdup?
Bet all he got was dirty hands.
A sneaking polecat broke into the post at night when I was sleeping. Noise woke me up. I got out of bed just in time to see him run out the door. I traded shots with him. One of his bullets creased my scalp, knocked me unconscious. I didn't wake up till the freight driver pulled in till after midnight. He found me lying on the floor.
How much was stolen?
Close to $1,100 in cash.
Did he crack your safe?
Safe's out of order. The dial mechanism won't work. I had the money hidden in a box under the counter.
Did you see the robber?
No, it was too dark, but I know who it was. There was a fresh snow that night. I saw his tracks outside. He had a patch on the sole of his left MUKLUK. And it happens I saw tracks like that the day before. They were made by a trapper who came to the post, a man named Abel Newton.
I doubt that evidence would stand up in court unless the money were found in his possession.
There's more than that to convict him. Before he creased my scalp, one of my bullets winged him in the shoulder.
He'll still be nursing that shoulder.
Whoa there! Well, here we are, son. This is Bear's Paw.
Just the way you described it.
That's the fur post over there.
Will you be stopping here overnight?
No, I'm going on up to Fort Smith. Cover a few more miles and camp on the trail. Howdy, boys.
I'll take my luggage off your sled.
Who's the stranger?
His name's Dan McPhee. Meet the boys, Dan.
How do you do?
My name's Jeb Finley.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Jeb, but before you shake my hand, maybe you'd better know something about me.
What's that?
Well, I've come to work at the trading posts. My family owns the Wilderness Trading Company.
Am I hearing right? I've always wanted to know what a human bloodsucker looked like.
I'll take that this time, because I know you don't understand that I want to be friendly.
Friendly? You sure got a nerve using that word after the way your outfit operates. When it's a good year, you get rich on the furs we bring in. When it's a bad year, we starve.
I don't make company policy.
No, you let old man Haggard do the dirty work while you and your kind sit back and rake in the profits.
If I felt that way, I wouldn't be coming out here to learn about things firsthand.
You were asking for trouble.
I'm not asking for trouble, but I'm ready for it if it comes.
That sounds like you're daring me.
Now, take it easy, Jeb.
No man throws a dare at me. I'll wipe up the ground.
I said take it
No
easy,
need to
Jeb.
interfere, Bill. I think I can handle this.
All right, try this. Oh!
Keep your guard up, son.
Right home and tell your family about this.
You started this. I'm going to finish it.
All right, bring it up, you two.
Huh?
I said bring it up.
All right, let me go.
Now, what's this all about?
We sort of lost our tempers, I guess.
How did it start, Bill?
I just brought this young fella to the village, and, well, Jeb picked an argument with him.
What's your name, mister?
Dan McPhee.
McPhee. Are you connected with the trading company?
My family owns it.
Oh, then that explains it. You started the brawl, eh, Jeb?
He was asking for it.
Mind telling me your name?
I'm Sergeant Jim West. This is my friend, Doc Cotter.
Well, glad to know you. Glad you came along, Doc. It's good to know there's police in these parts.
I'm not stationed here. The trading post was robbed last week. I'm going out now to arrest the man who did it. In the meantime, there'd better be no more trouble. If anyone starts anything, I'll put him in irons as soon as I get back.
You mind if I chase along with you, Jim?
No, come along, Doc.
Howdy.
Are you Abel Newton?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant West, Northwest Mounted Police.
What can I do for you?
We'll step inside if you don't mind.
Yeah, kind of cold out here.
What's this all about?
That bulge inside your shirt. Is that caused by a bandage?
Why, yeah.
Bullet wound?
Uh-huh. I accidentally shot myself in the shoulder when I was taking my gun down from over the fireplace.
Where are your mukluks?
Over there in the corner. Why?
Go take a look at them, will you, Doc?
Yeah, sure. This pair over here?
That's them.
How about it?
Old man Haggard was right. He's got a patch on the sole of the left one.
Abel Newton, I arrest you in the name of the Queen for the robbery of the Wilderness Company trading post. Have you anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, what's the use? I don't know how you got wise to me, but you did, so...
Where's the money?
Money? What do you mean? I never took any money.
You've just confessed to the robbery.
I broke into the post. I traded shots with old man Haggard. I admit that. But I wasn't after money.
Reminds me I didn't get my coffee. What were you after?
Rub and ammunition. I was broke and Haggard wouldn't give me credit. He knew I would have paid him back.
According to Haggard, at least $1,100 was taken from a box under the counter.
He's lying, or else he took it himself.
Don't know about you, Jim, but I think this lad's giving it to us straight.
We'll look for the money before we decide that. Keep him covered, Doc, while I go...
Reach, Mounty. You too, Gramps.
Gramps?
I just dragged you out of a fist fight. Are you coming around here looking for some more trouble?
You're not sending my pal to prison, not for robbing that crummy fur company.
Old man Haggard told him I stole a pile of cash.
I heard what they said. I was listening outside the door.
It's a lie, Jim. Haggard's trying to frame me.
I'll take your word for it.
Don't you believe me?
What's the difference? Quit your blabbing and clear out.
Clear out?
If you're innocent, why be sent up for a crime you didn't commit? Now make a run for it. Now's your chance.
But what about you?
I'll hold them here till tomorrow morning. That ought to give you time enough.
All right, but first I gotta get my park and my gun. I'll prove he framed me.
How did you happen to trail us here, Jeb?
I heard what you said back in town about going out to arrest the man who robbed the post.
You knew Abel Newton was the man?
Sure. He came to my cabin the night it happened. He was wounded. Passed out, and I patched him up.
Practicing medicine without a license. Did you hear him, Jim?
All right, I'm ready to go.
Good luck to you, Abel.
I won't forget this, Jeb. So long.
All right, you two. We got a long night ahead of us, so I reckon you may as well sit down. But I warn you, no false move.
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this.
Diving Doris is 13, and she is a diving queen. She can do a flip because she knows she's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, she's got go power. There she goes. She's feeling her Cheerios, Cheerios, Cheerios.
That's a mighty good idea for you. Just make sure you eat a big bowl of Cheerios and milk every breakfast, and you'll get Go Power, too. Because a Cheerios breakfast is loaded with proteins, vitamins, and minerals, the very things that help build healthy bodies, strong bones, good red blood, and muscles. Why, they'd be the sort of breakfast you'd go for even if they didn't taste so good. And they do taste delicious. Cheerios are a real oat cereal, already cooked with that delicious toasted oat flavor. So that's for you. Swell-tasting Cheerios and milk for Go Power. Eat 'em every morning, and you'll hear...
She's feeling her Cheerios.
Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Trouble Trail. When young Dan McPhee arrived in Bear's Paw to take over the management of his father's trading post, he was quick to sense the high tension existing between the traders and the company. This situation was brought about by a poor trapping season and Levi Haggert's refusal to extend any more credit to the Indians or the white men who dealt with the company.
So they've come whining to you, have they?
You know what happened when I arrived here, the fight I got into. That's pretty clear evidence of how they feel toward you and the company.
I'm running a fur post, not a charity bazaar. My job is to make a profit for the directors.
But don't you see, in the long run, we'll lose. We need friends. Without them, we can't hope to stay in business and prosper.
We always have prospered. You may have a lot of newfangled ideas, but you're here to serve an apprenticeship. As long as I'm in charge of this post, we'll have the... Abel Newton.
Surprised to see me, Haggart?
Why are you pointing that gun at us?
You shut up and you won't get hurt. It's this old buzzard right here that I'm after. We've got a little score to settle. How many times I've heard the trappers say they'd like to have you in their sights. Now that's right where I've got you.
How long do you think you can hold us here, Jeb?
Until tomorrow morning.
You know, Jeb, this doesn't make sense.
Does to me.
Why should you hang for murder?
Hang for murder?
That's what I said. Why should you hang for murder just to save your friend from being convicted of robbery?
I haven't killed anyone.
You're going to have to keep me from leaving this cabin.
Hey, take it easy. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going out that door.
Hey, Jim.
I'm warning you, Silver Eagle. Sit down in that chair.
Sorry, Jeb, but I'm leaving. And you'd better keep your eye on me because the second you look away, I'll draw.
I'll shoot if I have to.
Go ahead if you want to hang, but I think you... Take him, Doc!
Wait, what?
Take that.
Oh, you don't. Hey, let me go.
I got him, Jim. Got his sweater pulled over his head. Now twist it around tighter, like this.
Push him in that chair, Doc.
Sit down.
Good work, Doc. Thanks.
What do you want to do with him now, Jim?
We'll tie him to that chair and manacle him.
You mean you're going to leave me here while you go after Abel?
That's right.
But you can't do that.
You've interfered with the law. You're under arrest.
But you may be gone all night, maybe a couple of days. You don't know where Abel went.
Won't take that long to run him down. In any case, we can't take you with us. Come on, Doc. Let's get busy. Night had long since fallen, but a full moon and the flashing northern lights made it easy to follow Abel's tracks in the snow. His trail led to the company trading post at Bear's Paw.
Oh, now, you huskies!
Still can't figure why Abel would come back to the fur post.
For revenge, Doc. Remember, he claims Haggart framed him.
Well, let's go inside and see if my services are needed. Well, I'd like to collect a fee from old Haggart for doctoring. Hope he isn't dead.
So do I. Come on, we'll soon find out.
Jim, look. That ain't Haggart.
It's Dan McPhee. Take it easy. We'll have you untied in a few seconds.
You better stop gobbling like a turkey. You're going to choke on that gag.
There you are.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Do you have a knife with you, Doc?
Your scalpel? Sure. Hold still while I cut these ropes.
What happened?
Oh, the man you were going to arrest came here. He tied me up and took Levi Haggart away with him. He forced him to go at the point of a gun.
Did he say where he was taking him?
No, I couldn't figure it out. He accused Levi of framing him. I think he was going to kill him.
Hurry up with those ropes, Doc.
One more incision and there. You're free, man.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, Doc. There's no time to lose.
Oh, wait till I get my parka. I'm going with you.
According to Dan, Abel Newton had about a half-hour start on the Silver Eagle. But Jim West figured that half hour could spell the difference between life or death for Levi Haggard. He knew that Abel Newton was desperately trying to prove his innocence and might resort to violence to force a confession from Levi Haggard. Finally, the Silver Eagle and Dan came in sight of Haggard and Abel Newton on the banks of the frozen Slave River.
There they are. Up with your hands, Newton. Who'll take me?
Oh, what a shot! Right out of his hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah.
Levi's dead. He's killed him. He's not dead. He just fainted.
Take a look at him, Doc. See if he's still breathing.
Yeah, sure.
How about it?
And he's still alive. I'll rub some snow on his face. That'll bring him around.
He got so scared when I gave him a count of 3, he passed out.
No, I don't know
Stop struggling, Levi. You're all right.
Tell us what happened.
Uh-huh. Oh, you. It's you, Sergeant West. Now, that crazy fool Newton, he was trying to make me confess I took the money myself. He was threatening to kill me.
I was just trying to scare him into talking.
Do you still think Levi was trying to frame you?
I don't know what to think now. Thought he was. Now I'm not so sure. If he had the money, I reckon he would have told me.
Haggard has had plenty of chances to cheat the company, but he never has. We've always found him honest to a fault.
Levi, do you still think Newton is guilty?
Blamed if I know. If he is, he was sure putting on a good act. Don't seem like he could be guilty, the way he was trying to make me confess.
Search Newton, Doc.
Hold still, Newt.
We searched his cabin. No money there.
He hasn't any cash on him, Jim.
Where does that leave us?
The money certainly didn't vanish into thin air, but... Wait a second. Levi, you said the freight driver found you unconscious?
That's right.
Was that Bill Dorcas, the driver who brought Dan up here?
Yep, that's the one. He was on his way to Chipewin at the time.
That's where he picked me up.
He could have taken it before Levi regained consciousness.
That's right, he could have.
We'd better go after him. He'll be camped for the night somewhere on the trail.
Well, you don't expect to find the money on him now, do you? The robbery happened a week ago.
Why not? His cabin's up at Fort Smith. It's not likely he'd hide the money at Chipewin.
He couldn't have. I met him when he arrived at Chipewin, and I was with him until we left, an hour later.
All right, you two go back to the post and take Newton with you. Levi, I want you to see that he doesn't escape.
Leave it to me. I'll watch him like a hawk.
Dan, go to Newton's cabin. Levi will give you directions. There's a man there named Jeb Finley. He's tied and handcuffed.
What do you want me to do?
Here's the keys to the handcuffs. Turn them loose and keep a gun on him and hold him there until I get back.
Sure thing, Sergeant.
All right, Doc, let's hit the trail. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when we found the freight driver's camp. His dogs were staked out between 2 trees, and Bill himself was rolled in his sleeping bag. Wake up, Bill.
Hey, what's going on here?
Take it easy, Bill. I'm Jim West.
Silver Eagle? What in blazes you doing here?
Crawl out of your sleeping bag. I'll have to search him.
Search me? For what?
$1,100 in stolen cash. Once again, we drew a blank. The money wasn't on Bill's sled or his person.
Yes, me, I think you're both plumb out of your mind.
1,100's a lot of pills these days, Bill. You can't blame the Silver Eagle for
Wait
searching,
a minute.
searching everyone.
There is someone else who could have taken the money.
Who, Jim?
Jeb Finley.
Jeb Finley.
I'll explain later. Come on, let's go back to Bear's Paw and check up on him. Once again, we headed back to Bear's Paw. Jeb's cabin was located about a quarter of a mile from the trading post. When we got there, we went inside, lit the oil lamp, and began a thorough search.
What you climbing up there for?
Looking for a loose stone. What's more, I think I found it.
The stone or the money?
The money. There's a big wad of it.
Suffering MD's look at a big enough wad to get you to South America.
There's at least $1,000 here.
What made you suspect Jeb Finley? He wasn't at the post when the robbery happened.
No, but Abel came here immediately after the shooting to have his wound bandaged. He passed out. During the time he was unconscious, Jeb must have gone to the post. He knew that Levi had been shot, but he was unconscious, maybe dead. It was a perfect chance. And by luck, he found all this money under the counter.
Don't move. Read on it.
Jeb Finley.
Jeb Finley it is, gents, with a loaded gun and a reason to use it this time. It was mighty smart work finding the money here, Silver Eagle.
What did you do to Dan McPhee?
He fell asleep, so I took his gun and walked out. I had a hunch you'd wind up here sooner or later.
A little too late, it seems. Just one thing I don't understand.
You mean why I pulled that stunt of keeping you from arresting Abel?
That's right.
If you arrested him, he might have proved his innocence. After all, he didn't have the money. You might have come around to suspecting me, just like you did, but if he made a getaway, I was safe.
Even so, you were risking a prison sentence.
As an accessory? I doubt it. I don't think any jury would have sent me up when I gave them that sob story about Abel once saving my life.
I see. And now what happens?
I'd never be safe with a Silver Eagle hunting for me, so I reckon this is where you cash in your chips.
Drop that gun, Jeb McQueen! Oh, Willie, pull through, Sergeant.
Yes, Stan. It wasn't a bad wound.
Oh, sorry I let you down. I woke up just in time to follow him. I'd have been there sooner, but I had to go to the post to get a gun.
It was my mistake for letting you take off his handcuffs.
There's a favor I'd like to ask, Sergeant.
What is it?
I wish you'd let Abel Newton go free. I won't press charges against him for breaking into the post, and I've persuaded Levi to forget the rest of it.
That'll have to be up to the inspector.
From now on, there's going to be a new company policy for both the white trappers and the Indians. And Levi Haggart will toe the line, or else. You see, the family has put me in charge.
A good decision.
When I left Montreal, I never thought I'd have to go through so much excitement and danger just to get to be manager of the post.
Hey, you should complain. Look what I went through. All I came to get was a sack of coffee.
Did you ever hear of a cereal box that sings? Well, I'm going to tell you about a special Wheaties box that practically does just that. Here, listen to a few seconds of this record.
Pony boy, won't you be my pony boy? Don't say no, here we go.
Now, wasn't that record sharp and clear? But here's an amazing thing about it. It came from the front of a special Wheaties box. That's right, there's an actual 5-inch plastic record sealed right on the front of this special Wheaties box I'm talking about. All you do is take a pair of scissors and cut the record out, easy as pie. Then play it on any 78 RPM manually controlled record player. And listen, Pony Boy is just one of the tunes you can get. There's also On Top of Old Smoky, Glowworm, Blue Tail Fly, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and many others. So go down to your grocer right now and pick up the special Wheaties record box. Remember, these records are absolutely free of extra cost. A real bargain in fun.
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by James Lawrence. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Bideau is played by Jacques Lester. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. Recording director Robert Wilson. This is Bill O'Connor. Breakfast of Champions presents The Silver Eagle! A cry of the wild, a trail of danger, a scarlet rider of the Northwest Mounted serving justice with the swiftness of an arrow. The Silver Eagle! The untamed North. Frontier of adventure and peril. The lone, mysterious North, where one man dedicated to the motto of the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police faces danger and death to bring in the lawless and maintain the right. The most famous Mountie of them all, the Silver Eagle. The transcribed records dealing with our Silver Eagle case after this message.
Sailor Sam is the smartest boy who ever shouted ship-a-hop. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios, Cheerios, Cheerios.
Good old Cheerios. They got go power.
So nourishing because they're made from oats, with minerals, vitamins, and proteins that your body needs. Yes, indeed, a bowl of Cheerios and milk really starts your day off right. Does all sorts of good things for your body. Helps you have strong bones and muscles, good red blood, and healthy nerves. So every morning, take on a bowl of Cheerios and milk for real go power. You'll like that wonderful toasted oat flavor, too. It's downright delicious. Come to think of it, Cheerios is one of the tastiest muscle-building foods you can eat. Try Cheerios, and you'll hear...
He's feeling his Cheerios.
And now our Silver Eagle adventure, Border Renegade. Fort Benton, Montana was a lusty steamboat port, thronging with fur trappers, Indians, freight drivers, and blue-coated cavalry troopers. One afternoon, in the Last Chance Cafe, two men sat talking together. One was a white man, the other a half-breed clad in greasy buckskins.
Jake, from what I've heard, you stand in pretty well with the Indians, don't you?
You calling me a renegade?
Don't get on the prod now. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, I get along with them, yeah. They all trust Buffalo Jake. I savvy the lingo.
Does that go for the Indians up north of the border in Canada?
Sure, I've smoked the pipe with all of them. Bloods, Crees, Sarsies. Why?
I've got a chance to make a nice little deal with the Gravel Gulch Mining Company down near Butte.
What kind of a deal?
They need fresh beef to feed their hands. They've offered me a contract for 100 steers at $50 a head. That's $5,000.
How you gonna fill a contract like that? You ain't got no cattle.
That's why I got in touch with you.
You mean you want me to rustle them?
No need to use a word like that. The contract don't specify where or how I'm supposed to get hold of them.
Not me, Bronson. You got the wrong man. I've got better use for my carcass than decorating limb of a tree.
I'm not talking about getting them here in Montana. The Stock Growers Association's made that too risky.
Then what are you talking about?
They raise cattle in Canada, don't they?
Yeah, and they got a bunch of red-coated troopers up there called the Mounted Police. They're bad medicine.
Jake, I'm not asking you to do the rustling yourself. I just figured you might be able to arrange for it.
Arrange for it? What are you driving at?
You're chummy with the Indians up there, so why not hire a few braves to do the job?
You mean get them to steal the cattle?
I've never seen a redskin who wasn't a natural-born horse thief. I reckon they can rustle beef just as easy.
Maybe you've got something there.
Sure. We'll pay them off in cheap trade goods. It won't cost more than a few $100s. That'll still leave us over $4,000 to split between us.
It'll be dangerous driving all that stock across the medicine line.
We can't earn that much money without taking some risk.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Know any Indians who might be interested?
Well, there's a young brave up in the Sweet Grass Hills named Fightin' Elk. He don't like the way things are going for the Indians. He's been trying to stir up the young bucks.
This ought to be just a job for him. I suppose he'll want plenty of firewater.
No, not firewater. If I know Fightin' Elk, he'll ask for guns.
All right, we'll give him guns. Of course, I ain't saying what kind of guns they'll be.
I reckon I can make a deal with him. I'll get my horse and start for Canada right now.
2 weeks later, on the opposite side of the Canadian border, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties was camped on the shore of the Milk River. He had just finished preparing his evening meal when a horseman rode up out of the gathering darkness.
Oh, they're poison.
Doc Carter.
Howdy, Jim. Yeah, I heard you was camping somewhere around here.
I thought you were going back to your practice in Medicine Hat.
Folks are getting too healthy up there. I figured it's time to go out and do a little circuit riding. Drum up some business, so to speak.
Which means you're out looking for excitement.
Shucks, even Sawbones has a right to a little fun now and then. Not that I haven't been keeping busy. Take today, for instance. I've already set 2 broken arms, delivered 1 baby, and yanked out 3 teeth.
Well, now that you're here, how about a plate full of bacon and beans?
That's one kind of invitation old Doc never refuses.
Yeah. There you are. Go to it.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Say, where in thunder's Joe Bedeau?
Joe's gone home to Quebec to visit his folks.
I thought this camp looked awful vacant.
Yes, things get pretty lonesome when the big fella's not around, but he'll be back soon.
You making a routine patrol?
No, the inspector sent me down on a special assignment. There've been a number of cattle stolen hereabouts in the last 2 weeks.
Some Yank rustlers paying us a visit, huh?
Not necessarily. We have some homegrown specimens on this side of the border.
What do you think? Some organized gang at work?
I don't know, but it looks that way.
There have been 8 cases reported in the last 2 weeks.
They operating on a big scale?
No, just a few heads stolen off each ranch. The biggest haul was 18 steers taken off the Bar K last Thursday night.
Wait a second. Am I hearing things, or is that shooting?
Those were gunshots, all right.
They came from west of here. Si Moffat's homestead's over that way.
Come here, Paddle. There. Get this saddle on. Here, steady, Paddle. You stay here, Doc. Watch the camp.
Stay here, nothing.
What are you doing?
Putting out the fire, my boy. I'm going with you.
Si Moffat's homestead was about a mile away. As we came in sight of his place, we saw Moffat coming out of his house with a lantern in one hand and a rifle in the other.
Rain up there, you varmints, and keep your hands high, or I'll blast you.
Hold your fire, Si.
Sure, we don't need no ventilation.
Ho, Paddle.
Oh, poison.
Hey, Silver Eagle and Doc Carter.
What's the idea of greeting us with that blunderbuss?
I didn't recognize you in the dark.
What's the trouble here?
Rustlers, that's what. They just run off my cattle, all 10 head.
How about that shooting we heard?
That is me. I got up the range just in time to catch on to what was happening. I fired after, but I don't reckon it did any good.
Did you try to chase them?
Sure I tried, but my horse dug into a gopher hole. Threw me clean out of the saddle.
Did you get a look at any of the rustlers?
No, it's too dark to see anything. It's the sound of the hoofbeats and the cattle bellowing that told me what was going on. But unless I missed my guess, those rustlers were Injuns.
Indians?
That's right. That's why I came back to the house and got this lantern. Figured I'd take a look at the tracks.
All right, let's go see.
Well, wait till I saddle up another horse.
Never mind, I get up behind me. Give me a hand.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
All right, let's go, Paddle.
Yeah, poison.
Rain up, Jim. It's right about here.
Oh, Paddle.
Oh, poison.
Yeah. Bring your lantern over this way, Si.
Here they are, Jim. Fresh hoof prints. They're Indian ponies, all right.
That's not all. Ever hear of a man called Buffalo Jake?
He's a half-breed trader.
I was hunting in the hills a couple of weeks ago, and I spotted Buffalo Jake holding a secret powwow with one of the young braves. An Indian named Fighting Elk.
We follow that trail, the sooner you'll get your cattle back.
All right. But from now on, I'm keeping my gun handy, and if I see any more Indians prowling on my range, I'll blast them right between the eyes.
You keep your finger off the trigger and stay out of trouble. This is a matter for the police. Right, steady, boy.
Good luck to you, Jim.
Thanks, and remember what I said about taking the law into your own hands. Let's go, Paddle.
Yeah, poison.
As the Silver Eagle and Doc set out in pursuit of the Indian cattle rustlers, a brisk wind began blowing and the snow was drifting fast. They had only a lantern to guide them. The trail led into the sweet grass hills, and after picking their way along blindly for about 2 hours, the Silver Eagle realized they had lost the sign of the 2 fugitives completely. There was only one thing for them to do, turn their horses around and ride back to the camp of Chief Raincloud and his blood Indians.
Hey, Jim, who's the old gent getting up from the council fire? The one next to that big fat squaw.
That's Chief Raincloud. That isn't a squaw, that's his daughter. Raincloud is one of the finest men I've ever known.
He looks peaceful enough, but ooh, that daughter.
He thinks the sun rises and sets on her.
She looks big enough to hold the sun.
Go, Battle. Oh, boy.
Oh, poison. She's got a face only a mother could love. What's she called?
Little Fawn.
Oh, no.
La Jolla.
Yep. La Jolla, Chief Raincloud.
Silver Eagle, friend of all red men in Eskimo. Him always welcome in lodges of my people.
Thanks, but I'm afraid this visit may not be a pleasant one. I'm looking for cattle thieves.
Why you come here? My braves not steal white men's cattle.
The thieves were riding Indian ponies. Their trail led into these hills.
When they steal cattle?
Tonight, just a couple of hours ago.
No braves bring cattle to village tonight.
Are all your braves here at the village?
Not all braves. Some go off on hunting party.
When are they coming back?
Maybe 2 days, 3 days. Me not know.
I bet you they're the boys we're looking for.
Is there a young brave named Fighting Elk in your tribe?
But him not here. Him go with hunting party.
Ain't that a coincidence?
You think him steal cattle?
I'd like to question him.
Reckon we'll have to find him first.
Raincloud help you find him.
Tonight?
Tonight. Me send out scouts, look for Fighting Elk. If him steal white man's cattle, then you take him, punish him by law of Great White Queen.
Thanks, Raincloud. I accept your offer of help gladly.
Through Throughout the night, the Indian scouts combed the hills, but the darkness hampered their search, and they found no trace of either the rustlers or the stolen cattle. During the hours the search went on, the Silver Eagle and Doc waited at Rain Cloud's camp. A short time after sunup, an Indian scout came in with the news that he had found fighting elk.
Him make powwow with another man.
A white man?
Maybe a white man, maybe half-breed. Me no see him face.
What did he look like?
Him wear buckskin, have long black hair.
Recognize the description, Jim?
It could fit a lot of people, but it sounds like Buffalo Jake. How far away is this place where you saw them?
Maybe 2-3 miles. Me take you there.
Rain Cloud go with you.
All right. Let's mount up and ride. We left the Indian camp and headed south through the hills. But before we reached the gully where the scout had seen fighting elk, the man we were looking for came riding toward us. Oh! Your name is Fighting Elk?
Now, Witka.
When you left your village yesterday, you were with a hunting party. What happened to the others?
Me ride off alone. Trail grizzly. Get lost from other braves.
Where did you spend the night?
Me camp in hills.
Did you steal cattle from a white settler last night?
No, not true. Fighting elk, not steal cattle.
Have you seen anyone else this morning?
You tell truth. Speak not with forked tongue to Silver Eagle.
Me see, man.
Who was he?
Me not know. Looks like me 'tis buffalo hunter.
What did he want?
We smoke pipe, make powwow. Him ask if my people have good hunting.
I see.
You think him tell truth?
You always tell the truth, Rain Cloud. Your word is good. Therefore, I'll take the word of your brave.
If Fighting Elk lie, bring shame to Rain Cloud, we punish.
Reckon that's no idle threat either. What do we do now, Jim?
We'll backtrack Fighting Elk to the place where he held the powwow and see if we can pick up the half-breed's trail.
You want Rain Cloud come with you?
No, thanks. That won't be necessary. See you later, Rain Cloud. Let's go, Battle.
Yeah, poison.
Cy Moffett had been waiting anxiously for Jim and Doc to return. When they failed to return by daybreak, he decided he would take a part in the search. He saddled his horse and rode off toward the Sweetgrass Hills, where he figured the rustlers would be hiding his stock. As he approached a wooded gully, he saw a lone rider ahead of him, and as he drew nearer to the man, he recognized him as a renegade trader from the States. A man he had met one time in Montana. It was Jake Bronson, heading south toward the border.
Hey there! Breed! Rein up! Whoa, boy!
Well, what do you want?
You don't remember me, do you?
Why should I?
The name's Moffett. I was hauling freight down at Silver Bowl the time you almost got lynched for knifing a miner.
You got a good memory.
I lost 10 head of cattle last night. They were rustled by Injuns.
What about it?
You always been chummy with Injuns. I got a hunch you know something about it.
Guess again, mister.
Turn your horse around, Jake. I'm taking you into the Mounties for questioning.
You and who else?
Me and this bitch.
You should have let that rifle stay put in your saddle boot, mister. It's a dangerous business going around pulling guns on strangers.
You're no stranger to me, you dirty renegade. You, by thunder, you'll pay for this.
You talk too much, Moffett, so I reckon I'll have to shut you up permanent. Old fool. Come on, hit up that.
Back to our thrilling Silver Eagle adventure in just a few seconds. But first, listen to this.
Fullback Bobby is a boy of 9. He can really hit that line. He's a star because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Yes, it's a fact. Cheerios does give you real go power. You see, Cheerios is made from oats, and every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. Yes, the good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body, help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones and muscles. And Cheerios is so much fun to eat with its distinctive O shape and its wonderful toasted oat flavor. So tomorrow morning and every morning, start the day right with a Cheerios breakfast. Then you'll hear people say,
He's feeling his Cheerios.
Now back to the Silver Eagle, Sergeant Jim West of the Mounties, and his stirring adventure, Border Renegade. The Silver Eagle and Doc Carter had found the spot where Fighting Elk had talked with the half-breed Jake, and from there they set out to follow the breed's trail. They had ridden only about a mile when they heard the sound of shots, the shots which had knocked Cy Moffat off his horse. When they arrived at the spot, they saw the old man lying on the ground.
His eyes are opening.
Jim. Doc.
What do you think you're doing, laying here with that hole in your hide? Don't you know you might catch your death of cold?
I was a blamed fool, all right. Should have heeded your warning, Jim.
What happened?
I started out for that gully where I saw the Injun and Buffalo Jake. Had a hunch I might find the cattle, and I didn't find the cattle, but I ran into Jake.
Was he the one who shot you?
Yeah. I tried to cover him with my rifle, but
He's passed out again.
Think it'd be safe to move him?
I reckon so. We can fix it, Travois.
All right, but I want you to take him back home.
What are you going to do?
I'm going after Buffalo Jake.
The Silver Eagle followed Buffalo Jake's trail to a point where it crossed the medicine line into the United States. Beyond that point, he was powerless to touch him, so he gave up temporarily and rode back, first to Rain Cloud's village and then to Cy Moffat's homestead. Doc Carter had arrived there a few hours earlier and was caring for his wounded patient. The hours dragged by slowly, and as it began getting dark out, Doc lit the oil lamp, while Jim turned to old Cy, saying,
How do you feel, Cy?
Weak as a kitten, but Doc says I'll pull through.
That's the main thing.
Jim, I still don't savvy why you let Fighting Elk go free.
What did you expect me to do?
Well, he admits he was powwowing with Buffalo Jake. We know Jake was up to some monkey business because he shot Cy to keep from getting hauled in. So why not arrest Fighting Elk and make him talk?
No one ever made an Indian talk if he didn't want to talk.
Yeah, they're stubborn.
Besides, he may be more useful to us if we let him run loose.
You got something up your sleeve, Jim?
Someone's riding up outside.
I'll go see who it is. Big Chief Rain in the face himself.
Me come see Silver Eagle.
You've come to the right place, Chief. Step inside.
Bahaya, Silver Eagle.
Bahaya, Rain Cloud. You bring news?
We have braves watch Fighting Elk like you say. Little while ago, leave him village. Ride off. We come here tell you.
Thank you, Rain Cloud. Has the rest of the hunting party come back yet?
No, they not come back.
How many were there in the party besides Fighting Elk?
10, 12 braves.
All right, wait till I get my coat. We'll follow his trail.
Whoa up there. Come on.
Well, there's the cattle, Bronson. Nice bunch of steers they've rounded up for us.
Yeah. Here comes the Injuns.
And the tall one in the lead is Fighting Elk. Let's get out. How are you, Fighting Elk? This is my partner.
You bring guns?
Sure, we got 'em loaded on these pack mules. Break out a couple and show 'em, Jake.
Right. Calm down now, you lop-eared devil. Reckon this'll do for a sample. All right, Fighting Elk. There you are.
What you call this?
It's an ordinary trade gun. What do you suppose?
Old muzzle loader.
What do you expect, a Winchester or a Sharp's carbine?
This gun, cultist.
Cultist nothing. That gun's skookum and so are all the others. You're getting your money's worth.
What are they talking about?
They're all riled up. They say they're not going through with the deal.
You lie to Fighting Elk. Promise good guns. Bring cultist muzzle loaders. Now you take guns. Go. We not give you cattle.
Simmer down, you redskin varmint. You made a deal, and by Judas, you're going through with it. We brought you your guns, and now we're taking them still.
Watch it, Bronson. They're going for the knives.
We'll see about that. Any more of you want a dose of the same medicine? You're gun hungry, all right. Feast your eyes on these two twin colts I'm holding. They talk loud and they shoot straight. Now back up, and don't try no more of your injured tricks.
What are we going to do now?
Just what we come to do. We're going to drive these steers down over the medicine line.
But what about these Injuns?
We don't want no arrows in our back, that's for sure, so I reckon we better get rid of these scum right now.
You mean kill the whole bunch of them?
Only good Injuns are dead one. You're packing a gun, now use it.
Drop those guns, you two.
I'm Murphy.
Let him have it.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too. Grab your horse.
Got me to shoulder. Help me, Bronson.
Help yourself. I'm clearing out.
You not get away.
Fix you, you dirty redskin. Back, all of you.
It was quite a job untangling that knot of maddened Indians. 5 of them were wounded too badly. But there was plenty of fight left in the others, and they were out for the scalps of Bronson and Buffalo Jake. When things calmed down, Doc got busy bandaging up the wounded. Then Chief Raincloud spoke.
What you do with these men?
If any of these Indians die from their wounds, Buffalo Jake and his partner will hang for murder. If not, they'll still have several charges to answer for.
What about young braves?
They'll have to stand trial for cattle rustling. Their punishment will be up to the judge. What happens after that will depend on their attitudes.
Fighting elk, heap big fool.
Worse than fool. You lie to Silver Eagle, bring shame on your people.
That's true, Raincloud, but I think they've learned their lesson. Haven't you, Fighting Elk?
No, Witka. Redcoat law is just. Fighting Elk heap sorry.
Well, that's all well and good, but who's going to pay the doctor?
Tribe pay you for help save wounded braves. Raincloud give you princess.
Oh, now you don't have to get extravagant. Wait a minute. You're going to give me what?
Princess Little Fawn.
That's what I thought you said. Goodbye, Jim. Tell him I always work for nothing. Be seeing you soon.
I want you to hear a few seconds of an amazing record.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
Recognize it? Notice how sharp and clear it is? But what's really amazing about this record of Take Me Out to the Ball Game is that I got it off the front of a special Wheaties box. There's an actual 5-inch plastic record sealed on the front of every one of these special Wheaties boxes I'm talking about. All you have to do is cut them out. These records play on any 78 RPM manually controlled record player. And listen, Take Me Out to the Ball Game is just one of the tunes you can get. There's also Pony Boy, Blue Tail Fly, Polly Wolly Doodle, and others. And each record plays up to 60 seconds. So go down to your grocer right now and pick up the special Wheaties record box. Remember, these records are absolutely free of extra cost, a real bargain in fun.
Today's story of the Great Northwest was written by James Lawrence. Jim Amici stars in the part of Jim West. Joe Badeau is played by Jacques Lester. The Silver Eagle is a copyrighted transcribed feature of Jewel Radio and Television Productions. Recording director Robert Wilson. This is Bill O'Connor.
Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 8 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes.
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number DR75-4613 of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys KERN. It is St. Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, 1948. The time is between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The place, the exclusive Los Feliz residential section in the hills high above the city of Los Angeles, California. A real estate agent is showing a prospective buyer through a vacant home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue.
Now, here's the dining room. As you can see, it's designed for good, homey, comfortable living, and yet large enough to accommodate a good-sized dinner party. And this way is the kitchen. Now, maybe as a man, you aren't interested in what makes a kitchen practical. But if you're like my husband, you're certainly interested in what comes out of it. So I'd just like to point out a few of... What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that knife? What are you doing with that knife? No, you can't. No!
On Sunday morning, February 15th, 1948, a red light winks on a switchboard in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Missing Persons Bureau.
Hello? Is this where you report a missing person?
That's right, sir.
Well, my name is Jack KERN. It's my mother. Well, ever since yesterday, we haven't any idea what happened to her.
I see. What's your mother's name, Mr. KERN?
Mrs. Gladys KERN.
Mrs. Gladys KERN.
Yes, sir.
And the address?
6200 Roy Street in Highland Park.
6200 Roy Street, Highland Park. Now, if you give me a detailed description of her, the department will be glad.
At about the same moment that Mrs. Gladys KERN is being reported missing, a sergeant enters an office in the homicide division.
Say, here's something you might be interested in, Lieutenant.
Oh? What is it, Sergeant?
A note, anonymous. It was picked up in a mailbox at 5th and Olive. Looks like it might be something for homicide.
Has the crime lab seen it?
Just got through with it. He said bring it down here.
All right, let's see what it says.
The note is written on a plain piece of paper folded over. On the outside, penciled in large scrawling letters, are 3 words. Hurry to police. The body of the note, also printed in clumsy penciled letters, is alliterately phrased, badly spelled, and unpunctuated.
It says, I made acquaintance of man 3 weeks ago. He said he wanted to buy a home for his family, but he was a racketeer.
No real estater would do business with him. He suggested I buy a home for him in my name, and then he would go with me to look at the property to make sure he liked it. They went into the house, and I waited outside. After a while, I went up to investigate. She was laying on the floor. I turned her over. I was covered with blood. I pulled a knife out of her, then I left and ran. I knew this man as Louis Fraser. He's about 5'10", has jet black curly hair, wears blue or tan gabardine suits. He told me he was a fighter, and he looks it. I won't rest till I find him, because I know that man is my only alibi. Without
him, I feel equally guilty.
What do you think, Lieutenant? A crank?
I doubt it, Sergeant. I think this man has described an actual crime.
Monday morning, February 16th, 1948, Mr. Fred Lyon, a realtor with offices at 2144 Hillhurst Avenue, is showing homes to 2 women prospects, one of whom is Mrs. Verdi F. Cross, a trained nurse. One of the homes on his list is located at 4217 Cromwell Avenue in the Los Feliz Hills. At the moment, Mr. Lyon and the 2 women are looking over the grounds at the Cromwell Avenue address.
And as you can see, ladies, the property's been well kept up. The owner spared no pains to maintain his home in keeping with the section.
Personally, I feel that at $25,000, the property is very sound value.
The two women and Mr. Lyon leave the grounds and enter the service porch. They walk slowly toward the kitchen door. Then, as they're about to enter the kitchen...
What is it?
What's the matter, dear?
There, on the kitchen floor. Look through that open door.
Good Lord.
Wait a minute. Stay here.
Mrs. Verdieff Cross, the nurse, walks a few feet into the kitchen. She stands there a moment looking down, then comes back to Mr. Lyon and the other woman.
You needn't go any further. That woman is dead.
A few minutes later, in the Police Communication Division, a monitor on a police complaint switchboard plugs in to answer a call.
Los Angeles Police Department, Complaint Division. You're certain the woman's dead? All right, what's the address? 4217 Cromwell Avenue. And your name? Mr. Fred Lyon. Who's with you, Mr. Lyon? Very well, sir. Go back to the house. Don't touch anything. You and the two women...
As the monitor talks to Mr. Lyon over the telephone, he plugs in the Homicide Division switchboard on the same line. Simultaneously, he writes the pertinent information on a form, rips it from its pad, and places it on an endless chain conveyor belt that carries it into the next room. The next room is the broadcasting room of KGPL, official radio station of police communications. The dispatcher takes the slip and hands it to one of the 7 broadcasters sitting fan-shaped around him. She looks it over quickly and presses a button on the microphone before her.
Code 2, a dead body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. Code 2, a dead body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. Cars 301 and 115 acknowledged.
Within a matter of minutes after the flash is given, Detective A.W. Hubka arrives on the scene. His official report, as given to the Homicide Division and later at the coroner's inquest, contains in part the following information.
In response to the Code 2 broadcast, I proceeded at once to the home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. In the kitchen, I found the body of an attractively dressed woman lying face down on the floor. My examination satisfied me that she was dead. There was a deep wound in her back between the shoulder blades. Obviously a knife wound. In the kitchen sink, I found a leather-handled hunting knife with a blade of about 6 inches in length. An attempt had been made to wash it clean, though some traces of blood stains still remained. Also in the sink was a man's balled-up handkerchief which bore stains that I presumed to be blood. Beside the body lay an open purse and a wallet. Within a short time, a detail arrived from Homicide Division.
Shortly after the discovery of the murder, information is correlated between the Missing Persons Bureau and the Homicide Division. A police car speeds to Highland Park and picks up Mr. John E. Kern, husband of Mrs. Gladys Kern, reported missing the day before. It takes him to 4217 Cromwell Avenue. A police officer leads the tense, anxious man toward the kitchen.
This way, please, Mr. Kern. Body is here in the kitchen.
Gladys. Gladys. Dear God. It's my wife, Gladys. My wife. My wife.
In just a moment, we'll continue with file number DR75-4613 of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern.
CBS invites you to hear another adventure in the far corners of the world with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, later tonight. Starring Hollywood actor Edmund O'Brien, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you the adventures of a top investigator for a large insurance company. Old hands who think they have a new twist and new hands who think they have a novel twist try to swindle Johnny Dollar's company, and Johnny has to keep one step ahead. For action, thrills, and adventure in the far places, listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien, every Thursday on most of these same CBS stations.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
The establishment of the identity of the body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue as that of Mrs. Gladys Kern, all the resources of the Los Angeles, California Police Department swing into action in an effort to apprehend her killer. Detective Captain Bert Jones' Hollywood Division is placed in charge of the investigation. The coroner's inquest is held at 1:30 p.m. Friday, February 21st, 1948. Deputy Coroner Edwin Lennox is presiding. The first witness to be called is Mr. John E. Kern, the dead woman's husband.
Now, Mr. Kern, we'll try to make this as brief as possible for you. Would you tell us, please, if you know of anyone who could possibly have any reason for doing harm to your wife? Will you talk into that hand microphone, please, so that we can all hear you? Go right ahead, please.
My wife had absolutely no enemies that I know of. There was no reason why anyone should want to kill her.
I see. When was the last time you saw her, Mr. Kern?
Last time I saw her alive was about 5:30 Saturday morning when I left for work.
Would you please tell us, in your own words, all that you can remember of your wife's activities on that day?
Well, Gladys was up before dawn to fix my breakfast. She always did.
I see.
She was a good wife.
Go on, please.
I left for work about 5:30, returned home about 4:30 that afternoon.
Was your wife at home then, Mr. Kern?
No, sir. But she'd left a note for me. It was to remind me that we were going to a wedding.
While waiting for his wife to return that night, Mr. Kern took a little nap. It was some time later that the doorbell rang.
Oh, the doorbell. It must be Gladys.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, Father.
Hello, kids. Come in.
We've come to take you to the wedding, Dad. Where's Mom?
Guess she's not home yet, Peggy.
Oh, that's too bad. We thought we'd all go together.
Well, you know how your mother is, Jack. She's got a client on the string.
I know. She's liable to come home at all hours.
Look, you two kids run along. I'll wait for her. We'll show up later.
Still sweethearts, eh, Dad? Can't move one step without the other. Well, I guess that's okay, this being St. Valentine's Day, but don't be late. This is going to be a night for the Kerns to howl. Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Kern, what did you do after your children left?
Well, I wasn't worried about Gladys, as I'd told the kids. She was very often kept late closing a deal, so I lay down again. It was Sunday morning before I woke up.
Mrs. Kern hadn't come home, of course.
No, sir. I was really scared then. I called the kids right away, and they hadn't heard from her either. Jack called the Missing Persons Bureau. We phoned everyone we could think of, and, well, then we just waited. Waited.
Meanwhile, the reports on preliminary investigation in the case are discouraging. Detective Captain Jones has only this information to offer.
The murder weapon, the leather-handled K-bar hunting knife, is the type widely sold in war surplus stores. A check has been made of each such store in the city without any concrete results. We are also urging the anonymous letter writer through the radio and press to turn himself in, work with the police. No response has been forthcoming to date.
Chemist Ray Pinker of the Police Crime Laboratory has this to report.
Mrs. Kern's purse of a black plastic material would hold no fingerprints unless applied by wet or blood-covered fingers. We found none. Nor were there any prints in the wallet or the murder weapon. The anonymous note had passed through too many hands to provide us with anything of value.
Then, finally, comes the first break in the case. A witness is found who saw Mrs. Kern on that fateful Saturday in the company of a strange man. The witness, Mrs. Mary Johnson, manager of a drugstore at North Vermont and Fountain Avenues.
Why, yes, officer. I saw Mrs. Kern on St. Valentine's Day. She came in here real often. Her real estate office is only a few doors away, you know, at 13007 North Vermont. Well, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd say, that she came in. I was busy back here at the drug counter, so I didn't really pay much attention. But I did notice that there was a man with her. He was... What? Oh, no, I'd never seen him before. None of the others had either. They sat at the soda fountain and talked for a while, and, well, then they left. That was the last time I ever saw poor Mrs. Kern. The man? Well, as near as I can recall, he was of medium build. He wore a dark blue suit. Yes, I remember now. He had very dark hair. Yes, very dark hair.
Blue suit, very dark hair. What was it that anonymous note had said?
I know this man is Louis Fraser. He's about 5'10", has jet black curly hair. Wears a blue or tan gabardine suit.
Then, 2 weeks later in Long Beach, California, just a few miles away, another event takes place that finds its way into the file on Mrs. Gladys Kern. In a real estate office at 4591 Banner Street, Mrs. Jacques Landis is sitting at her desk, checking property listings when the door opens.
Hello there.
Hi. You got any houses for sale?
Should say we have. What kind of a house were you looking for?
I'm not particular. Nobody else in the office?
Not at the moment, no, but I have all the listings. If you could give me some idea of...
Does this give you some idea, lady?
That knife. What are you doing with that knife?
If you just keep your mouth shut, I ain't gonna do nothing with it. If you don't, I'll... All right, now. Let me have that purse. Quick, now.
Yes, of course. Here.
Okay. Now you just sit there and keep that mouth shut.
Yes.
You better not do anything for 5 minutes. Or I'll come back and I'm gonna take care of it. So long. Thanks.
Oh, answer. Oh, please answer. Operator, get me the police. Hurry, get me the police.
Now the pattern begins to grow clearer. Another real estate woman has been threatened and robbed by a prospective home buyer carrying a hunting knife. And now there's a more detailed description. A description that fits into the same general pattern that the police have been building.
Attention all police officers. Wanted for questioning in the murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern, this man. Description follows. 23 to 26 years of age. 5 feet 7 to 10 inches tall. Handsome. Has black wavy hair neatly combed. Eyes dark brown, close set. Smooth shaven, features sharp. Has Midwestern accent. May be dressed in blue gabardine slacks and a greenish blue zipper jacket or a pinstripe suit. May be driving a 1939 Chevrolet Coupe or a dark gray 1940 Dodge or Plymouth sedan. Will repeat. Wanted for questioning.
Now the police receive 2 more important bits of information. The first comes from Mr. William Osborne, a physicist who maintains offices in the rear of Mrs. Kern's realty office on Vermont Avenue.
At about 4 o'clock the afternoon of Saturday, February 14th, I happened to notice Mrs. Kern go into a real estate office with a man. He was in his 50s, about 6 feet tall, weighed probably 200 pounds. His hair was graying and his face was, well, I would say rather lean. He had a New York appearance in his manner and his dress. He and Mrs. Kern were talking and joking, and they left shortly after they'd come in. I'd never seen the man before, and I never saw him again.
The second bit of information, undoubtedly one of the most important clues in the entire case, came from Mrs. Peggy Ann Phillips, young married daughter of Mrs. Kern.
When I was graduated from school, my brother Jack gave me a diamond wristwatch as a present. A short time before St. Valentine's Day, my mother took her watch to a jeweler for repair, and I gave her mine to wear meanwhile. She was wearing my watch on the day on St. Valentine's Day. When the police found her, the watch was gone. Oh, excuse me, please. My baby's crying. He loved his grandmother. Now, I'm sure he knows he's never going to see her again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've now given you all available information as contained in the files of the Los Angeles, California Police Department regarding the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern. On the basis of that information, the coroner's jury said,
We find the death of Mrs. Gladys Kern to be a homicide at the hands of person or persons unknown.
Person or persons unknown? No. The killer of Mrs. Kern is not unknown. Somewhere in whatever town or city this man is hiding, some one of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, eaten lunch and dinner with him, driven in the same car that he used on the day of the murder. No, the cold-blooded killer who took Mrs. Kern's life is not a person who is unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the known facts in the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Mrs. Gladys Kern, 42 years of age, a realtor with offices at 1307 North Vermont Avenue in Los Angeles, California, was stabbed to death with a hunting knife in a vacant home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue in that city.
The date? Saturday, St. Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1948. The time? Between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
The motive was obviously robbery. Only a few pennies were found in a rifled purse. And a diamond-studded wristwatch she'd been wearing was missing. The police have descriptions of two men whom they're seeking as suspects in this crime. Here's a description of the first man.
His age between 23 and 26. 5 feet 7 to 10 inches tall. Handsome. Wavy black hair, neatly combed. Eyes, dark brown, close set. Sharp features, smooth shaven. Has a Midwestern accent.
And please remember that this man seems to have a preference for blue or tan gabardine suits. Now here's the description of the second man seen with Mrs. Kern on the day of her death.
Age in his 50s, about 6 feet tall. Weight, about 200 pounds. Hair, turning gray. Face, rather lean. Has what is described as a New York appearance in his manner and dress.
Now, the clue most likely to trap the man we're looking for is a diamond-studded wristwatch. Here's the description. Listen carefully, please.
The watch is a Bulova. The case is yellow gold with a 2-tone overlay of platinum. On each side there are 2 or 3 diamond chips. The hands are black, spade type. The figures, Arabic on a white dial. The face opening of the watch is slightly oblong.
And most important of all, on the back of the watch is this inscription.
Peggy Ann, 6-1944.
Let me repeat that, please. On the back of the watch is inscribed the name Peggy Ann and the figures 6-1944. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern, please follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done, nor will you have to appear in person.
If the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Gladys Kern, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you won't have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $5,000.
Next week, at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA.
You out there. You who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it. Listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstadt. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mrs. Gladys Kern must be postmarked not later than midnight, July 26, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night for
Somebody Knows.
Excuse me, but have you met Ethelbert? Ethelbert is one of the constant joys of the CBS crime photographer shows. The others being the fast-paced action, the ingenious stories, and the trigger-quick thinking of Casey, the crime photographer himself. Stay tuned right now for Casey's latest adventure entitled Collision. This is CBS, where you hear Arthur Godfrey every weekday afternoon, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there. You who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. Now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA.
$5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
The month is December, the year 1949. In a classroom on the campus of the University of Minnesota at Minneapolis, Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology in the Department of Psychiatry and Neurology, is conducting a seminar with a graduate class. Listen carefully, please, because unknown to him at the time, this has a direct bearing on the case we're bringing to you tonight.
Well, it seems to me, Dr. Hathaway, that you've led us into an even more interesting field.
The discussion has covered a number of mental abnormalities and now turns to the subject of one specific type of insane or psychotic personality, one that presents an ever-present and terrifying threat to our society.
What do you have in mind?
Well, on the basis of the theories that we've analyzed so far, Dr. Hathaway, I'd say that psychotic personalities of this type tend to repeat their actions.
It's more than a tendency. It's almost a certainty.
Well, if that's true, then what of the so-called homicidal maniac, the psychopathic killer? Wouldn't he follow the same repetitive cycle, too?
In certain cases, unquestionably. The same pattern will be followed time and time again.
All right. Would it be possible, then, from a study of the circumstances surrounding a psychopathic murder to determine the type of personality of the killer? And then to determine whether such a crime would be repeated at a future date?
It would be definitely possible. As a matter of fact, we have a case in point that occurred in St. Paul a little over a year ago. It involves the murder of a young girl by the name of Geraldine Mingo. I consider it a classic example of the type of criminal personality now under discussion. Let's examine the details and see if they can be helpful.
The crime that Dr. Hathaway chose as an example took place on the stormy night of August 9th in the year 1948. As he described it to them, Geraldine Mingo, a small, slight girl of 17, was returning home late at night. Her destination was the residence at 1875 Pinehurst Avenue in St. Paul, where she was employed. It was around the hour of midnight that the Cleveland Avenue streetcar on which she was riding stopped at Pinehurst Avenue, and Geraldine Mingo got off. The dark, rain-swept street was deserted as she hurried along the 2 short blocks toward her home. Then, somewhere along the way, the street was no longer deserted. Other steps beside Geraldine sounded on the wet pavement of Pinehurst Avenue. And then...
What do you want? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be crazy. Let go of me. No, stop that. Get away from me. Get away before
Dr. Hathaway reminded his class that Geraldine Mingo's body was not found until the following morning, in an alley some 3 miles from where the murder had occurred.
Her throat had been slashed viciously and both wrists had been cut after death. What's more, she hadn't been robbed or criminally assaulted. Geraldine Mingo was a quiet, rather withdrawn girl, and she had very few friends or acquaintances. At the time, no possible motives for the crime were evident. Gentlemen, it is my conclusion that Geraldine Mingo was killed by a psychopathic slayer.
Dr. Hathaway?
Yes.
Did the St. Paul police know of your opinion at that time?
Yes, they'd call me in for consultation. But the point I wish to make is that a type of homicidal compulsion was involved, which has its classic type of personality. A psychopathic personality that will react in a predictable fashion to a predictable set of circumstances. In the case of the murder of Geraldine Mingo, the circumstances were these. She was a small girl, underweight. She was shy and with few friends. The murder was committed on a quiet, deserted street. It took place around midnight. The weather was stormy, inclement. The girl had been riding a public conveyance on Cleveland Avenue. She got off alone, started to walk alone to her destination several blocks away. It is my belief that when a similar set of circumstances occurs in the future, and it will occur, This psychopathic slayer who took the life of Geraldine Mingo will almost certainly kill again.
Dr. Hathaway's prediction to his class was made in December of 1949. On the evening of January 14th, 1950, a certain set of circumstances begins to form. The time is approximately 7:30 p.m. The place, the residence of Orlando Teshian, music teacher and composer at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mary Agnes KABISKA, adopted daughter of Mr. Teshian, is preparing to leave the house.
You sure you won't change your mind and go with me, Father?
No, Mary, no, not tonight.
Not even for a performance of the ballet Russe?
No, not even for that, my dear. I'm afraid my love for the ballet cannot transcend my dislike for this miserable weather we're having. And with this cold of mine...
Of course, Father, I understand.
Are you certain you wish to go, Mary?
To see a performance of the ballet Russe? You know I couldn't miss that.
Yes, I do know. But on such a night as this, and to go alone... sometimes I wish I hadn't catered so to your love of music. Young, pretty girl like you should have more interest in friends, young men.
Oh, Father.
No, I'm sorry. By all means, go, my dear. Go and enjoy yourself very much.
Don't worry, Father, I will. Don't wait up for me. I may be late.
Be sure to call me if you're going to be very late, Mary.
Of course, I always do. Good night, Father.
Good night, my dear.
The performance of the ballet Russe is a brilliant one. The audience at Northrop Auditorium sits enthralled by it. But at 10:45, a full 30 minutes before the ballet will be over, almost as though she'd remembered an important appointment, Mary Agnes KABISKA suddenly rises to her feet and leaves. At 11:14 p.m. at the corner of University and Pryor Avenues, a bus driven by Ray Milligan of 1022 Cumberland Street, St. Paul, stops to let her aboard. Then it proceeds through the stormy and clement weather along Cleveland Avenue. It is now 11:30 p.m., a half hour before midnight, and the bus stops at the intersection of Cleveland and Princeton Avenues. And Mary Agnes KABISKA gets off at the same corner where she'd first taken a bus 4 hours before. And then her small, frail figure starts along the dark, deserted sidewalk toward her home, 2.5 blocks away.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer. And the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
A few minutes after midnight on the morning of Sunday, January 15th, 1950, a call comes into the alarm room of the police bureau at 10th and Minnesota Streets in St. Paul.
Police Bureau.
Hello, Police Bureau.
Yes?
I want to report my daughter's missing. She left home early this evening. Should have been back some time ago. She could...
Just a minute, please. I'll connect you with the dispatcher.
The operator at the police bureau switchboard plugs in another line. A phone rings in the dispatcher's office in the next room.
Dispatcher.
I would like to report my daughter's missing. I'm very worried about her. I would like to...
What is your name, sir?
Teshin, Orlando Teshin.
How do you spell that, please?
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N, Teshin.
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N. Yes, and your daughter's name?
Mary Agnes Kabiska. She's my adopted daughter. She left home early this evening.
How do you spell Kabiska, Mr. Tension?
Kabiska, K-A-B-I-S-K-A. She left home early this evening. Should have been back at least half hour ago. I'm very worried about it.
Kabiska, and your address?
1899 Princeton Avenue.
1899 Princeton
She went to the
Avenue.
performance of the Ballet Russe at Northrop Auditorium at the university. Should have returned home at least half hour ago. Something has happened to her. I'm sure of that.
Well, if your daughter's only a half hour late, I wouldn't be too worried about it, Mr. Teshin. In weather like this, traffic's pretty slow. She'll probably be showing up any minute.
No. You don't know Mary. She's going to be late. She would have telephoned me. She always does. Something has happened to her. I know it. Something has happened.
We have no report on anything here, Mr. Teshin. Why don't you call the Minneapolis police? If your daughter was over at the Northrop Auditorium and there was an accident or something, they'd have a record of it. You try Minneapolis. If your daughter hasn't come home in a couple of hours or so, you'd better call us again. We'll see what
At 2:30 a.m., Orlando Teshin calls the police bureau again.
This is Orlando Teshin. My daughter Mary is still missing. The Minneapolis police don't know anything. I'm positive that Mary has fainted and is lying somewhere. She hasn't been well lately, and well, you must do something about it. You must.
The dispatcher obtains a description of the missing girl and immediately checks all hospitals as well as the Minneapolis police. The calls reveal nothing. Then this missing persons bureau report is broadcast to all cars.
To all cars, a missing girl, Mary Kabiska, 28, weight 90 pounds, medium complexion, 5'1", reddish brown hair, blue eyes, wearing a fur coat, white tasseled cap, yellow scarf, blue jacket, and green snowsuit. Left home to attend Ballet Russe at Northrop Hall, University of Minnesota. Has not returned. WPDS.
At 3:02 a.m., a squad car is sent to the Teshin home to investigate the situation and check the neighborhood. At 3:55 a.m., the missing persons broadcast is repeated. Then at 8:33 a.m., the dispatcher's phone rings once more.
Dispatcher.
A girl. She's lying there in the snow. She's hurt.
Where?
In back of my place.
Where?
A girl.
What's your address, sir?
Address? 839 Tuscarora Avenue. I was shoveling snow. It piled up pretty deep in my back walk. The one near the alley. And I was...
And your name?
Name? Peter Thule. Peter J. Thule. T-H-U-L. Like I say, I was shoveling snow in the rear of my place near the alley. Then I came to this snowdrift, a big one it was, and right there, half...
All right, Mr. Thule, don't touch anything. Keep everyone away from the area. We'll have someone down there right away. Squad 311, Squad 325, Cruiser 566, to rear of 839 Tuscarora Avenue. Investigate an injured woman.
Squad 311, going to rear of 839 Tuscarora.
325, 839 Tuscarora.
Cruiser 566, 839 Tuscarora.
8:35 a.m., WPDS.
McAuliffe.
Dispatcher, Lieutenant. I'm sorry to bother you at home, but we just got a report.
Yes.
An injured woman found buried in a snowdrift in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. Thought you'd better know, just in case it turns out to be something for homicide.
Thanks, dispatcher. Send a white car for me. I'll be dressed by the time it gets here.
Shortly afterwards, Detective Lieutenant Lester McAuliffe, head of homicide, arrives at the alley in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. The scene has already become a beehive of activity. Patrolman Trousseau has checked the body of the girl in the snowdrift and reported to the dispatcher that she is apparently dead. Lieutenant McAuliffe turns to Dr. Roy C. Herron, Deputy County Coroner and Medical Examiner.
Yeah, Lieutenant, it's official. She's dead, all right. Thanks, Herron. Have you seen Dr. Dalton from the crime lab?
Right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good.
We've taken photographs of everything we could find here at the scene. Everything we could lay our hands on is being checked for any possible.
Then Lieutenant McAuliffe contacts the dispatcher on the radio of Cruiser 566.
Hello, dispatcher. This is Lieutenant McAuliffe. May we have your missing persons list for the night?
Lieutenant McAuliffe, Only one person reported missing during the night. A girl. Name, Mary KABISKA, 28. Weight, 90 pounds. Medium complexion, 5'1", reddish-brown hair.
That's the girl, all right. Who reported her missing?
A man named Orlando Teschen, her foster father, at 1899 Princeton Avenue.
Send a car to pick him up and take him to the morgue for official identification. The body will be there by the time he arrives. And you better notify Chief Tierney. He's going to be very interested in the coroner's report on the killing of Mary KABISKA.
The post-mortem examination is made by Deputy Coroner Herron. Upon its completion, Lieutenant McAuliffe takes the report to the office of Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney.
A number of jagged cuts begin at right side of neck and become deeper as they approach the left. 3 stab wounds penetrate the neck and emerge on the left side below the angle of the jaw. The trachea was severed across. There's a deep cut on the right wrist. No evidence of criminal assault. Well, Chief, does that sound familiar?
It certainly does.
Yes, Chief?
Get hold of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, University of Minnesota.
Contact is established with Dr. Hathaway, and he leaves immediately for the police bureau. Upon his arrival, he goes at once to Chief Tierney's office.
Doctor, you remember the killing of Geraldine Mingo?
Quite well.
Oh, of course. You told us that the Mingo killing had struck you as a repetitive type of crime, one that a psychopathic killer would be bound to repeat. Do you still think so?
I do. As a matter of fact, Chief Tierney, the Mingo case came up for discussion in one of my classes last month. I said at the time that St. Paul could expect the killer to strike again, perhaps very soon. And the more I consider the possibility, the more convinced I am that another such killing is imminent. Why do you ask?
Here, look through this. A post-mortem report made this morning. Tell me what you think of it. Well, Doctor, what do you say?
I'd say my predictions come true.
With the full cooperation of the St. Paul Police Bureau, Dr. Hathaway immediately begins an exhaustive investigation of all the facts and circumstances surrounding the murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA. Meanwhile, Detective Lieutenant McAuliffe pursues a relentless examination and inquiry into every possible motive, every possible suspect or clue that might have even the remotest connection with her death. Relatives are questioned, neighborhood gossip investigated, telephone tips followed up. With a thoroughness typical of the St. Paul police, over 500 persons are interrogated.
The results? Negative.
Then, on January 24th, 1950, a conference is held in an office on the campus of the University of Minnesota. Present are Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney, several of his assistants, and Dr. Stark R. Hathaway.
Doctor, we're just about licked on this KABISKA killing, unless you've managed to come up with something for us.
I've prepared an analysis for you, Chief Tierney, on the similarities and conclusions to be drawn in the Mingo and KABISKA cases. There it is.
This? Oh, 28 pages, single-spaced. What's in it?
Among other things, 21 points of similarity in the two killings. Similarities that indicate to me the repetitive nature of the crimes and that the killer is a psychopath.
You're convinced of that, aren't you?
I am, to such an extent that you'll find a description of the killer in that analysis.
Description?
Not a physical one. A personality analysis that I've been able to make after reviewing the facts in these two cases. I think it gives a pretty clear picture of the man you're after. But it doesn't add a very optimistic note.
What do you mean, Doctor?
It has led me to the inescapable conclusion that these crimes are not at an end. That the killer may already have become acquainted with his next victim.
Oh?
That the next victim will again be a waif of a girl. And that she will be stabbed in the neck and her body left in some significant locality, probably an alley. It is impossible to predict what the time interval may be between the killing of Mary Agnes KABISKA and the next victim. But one thing is certain. If he is not caught, this killer may repeat his crimes again and again and again.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA, including Dr. Hathaway's personality description of her killer. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Mary Agnes KABISKA, 28 years of age, was stabbed to death somewhere in the vicinity of her home at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota.
The date? Early morning, Sunday, January 15th, 1950.
The murder weapon was a narrow-bladed instrument, possibly a penknife, very keen on at least one edge.
Her purse is known to be missing. A drawstring-type purse with a cardboard bottom, no metal on it.
The purse is black, with gold thread running through it in stripes. Inside the purse should have been her keys and a pair of opera glasses, lorgnette type, with mother-of-gold coating in a pinkish cast.
Also missing is the double mitten from her right hand. The inside mitten was black. The outside one was black with an embroidered flower in red with green leaves.
It is the theory of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology at the University of Minnesota, that the murder of Mary KABISKA is the second in a series of repetitive crimes performed by a psychopathic killer. Here is Dr. Hathaway's point-by-point analysis of that killer. Please listen very carefully.
Point number 1.
The man is somehow connected with the neighborhood in which the killing took place.
2.
He has an automobile, probably an inconspicuous one, possibly a small truck.
Number 3.
He has time to roam the neighborhood on at least some nights of the week around the hours of 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., either in the car or on foot.
4.
The killer had opportunity to hear about Mary KABISKA. Very likely knew her, at least by name. Possibly because he is in a business that contacts the public.
5.
He is probably between 20 and 45 years of age.
6.
He is likely to be married, with a probable deep maladjustment in that marriage.
7.
This man may be intelligent and a capable person who is thought of as reliable. He may have a good job or be in business. Not a person readily open to routine suspicion.
8.
He is likely to have had a nervous breakdown in the past.
9.
The killer will probably suffer from sullen or moody spells, though not be thought of as particularly queer or insane.
10.
He will probably be considered as having less than average interest in women and girls.
11.
The killer usually carries the knife with him.
You've just heard Dr. Hathaway's description, his personality analysis of the probable killer of Mary Agnes KABISKA, a psychopathic killer, one who, unless he is caught, will repeat his murderous crimes again and again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows. Hollywood 28, California. Tell nobody what you have done, and your name will not be revealed by us to anyone, nor will you have to appear in person.
If the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Mary Agnes KABISKA, we will announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you will not have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Number 235-1950 in the homicide files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The murder of Joseph P. Bohanek.
Remember, you out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Dr. Stark R. Hathaway was portrayed by Harry Bartell. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mary Agnes KABISKA must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 2nd, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night for
Somebody Knows.
Which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 6 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 235-1950, of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. Red car number 13 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department cruises slowly along in the almost deserted vicinity of Broad and Carpenter Streets in South Philadelphia. As the red car approaches the intersection of Broad and Carpenter, Patrolman Harry Bunting and Sergeant George Chester look toward the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner. It's well lighted, and the night manager is plainly visible within the office. He waves a cheerful hand in greeting.
No trouble there tonight, Harry?
Doesn't look like it.
What's the time?
2:20.
Well, we'll be around again in an hour.
Yeah.
Number 11 car. Number 11 car.
That's not us.
Disturbance in Broad and Fitzwater.
Car 11, Broad and Fitzwater. Got it.
It is now 2 hours and 30 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. And within the office of the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It is now 2 hours and 35 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. A 1949 Ford sedan drives south on Broad Street, approaching Carpenter. John A. Pellegrino of Chalfont, Pennsylvania, is at the wheel. He approaches the filling station at the corner, slows and pulls in, stopping beside the pumps.
Hey, where is that guy anyway? Probably asleep in the office. Hey, is anyone... Good Lord.
John Pellegrino runs out of the filling station office and into the street. The yellow cab is driving north on Broad Street.
Hey, cab, stop! Hold it, will ya?
What's the matter, mister?
The police. I gotta get the police.
Police? What's up?
The filling station, the attendant. Looks like he's hurt pretty bad. We gotta get the police.
Okay, mister. See what you can do around here. But I'll probably find a cop before you will.
John Banks, the driver of the yellow cab, speeds northward on Broad Street. Near the intersection of Fitzwater Street, he sees police car number 11 in charge of patrolmen Stecker and Donnell.
Hey, red car! Something wrong at the filling station at Broad and Carpenter. Guy's been hurt. Better get there fast.
Okay, thanks.
Red car 11 proceeds immediately to the filling station and pulls up in the driveway. One of the patrolmen is out of the car and hurrying to the office almost before it comes to a halt. He pushes aside the half-open door, enters the office, and stops. A man lies motionless on the floor beside a show window. In a pool of blood, his head toward the door. A bullet wound is plainly visible in one temple. The policeman bends down, feels for a pulse. Then...
Get the emergency car, Donald. He's been shot.
This is car 11. Send emergency car to Broad and Carpenter. Hospital case, shooting. Car 11, send emergency car to Broad and Carpenter.
In a matter of minutes, the police ambulance is at the scene. The wounded man removed and sped to the Graduate Hospital. There he's examined immediately by Dr. Sylvester. The doctor's report, recorded at 3 a.m.,
dead on arrival. Removed to the morgue.
At approximately the same time that Dr. Sylvester is examining the body, a telephone rings in an office of the Detective Division on the first floor of Philadelphia's historic City Hall.
Homicide, Riccardi.
Complaint room, Riccardi. There's been a shooting at a gas station, Broad and Carpenter Streets.
Right. Brenner's there. Come on, we've got work to do.
Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi and Detective Eugene Brenniser of the Homicide Division proceed at once to the scene of the shooting. and the police investigation of the crime begins. Several officials of the Atlantic Refining Company also arrive at the filling station, and among them is Mr. Philip T. Hopley, supervisor of the company. Following information is given to Acting Detective Lieutenant Charles Brown of the 1st Division at the 15th Street and Snyder Avenue headquarters.
His name was Bohanek, Lieutenant Joseph P. Bohanek. He's been with us, the Atlantic Refining Company, since October 1945. This past year, as night manager of the Broad and Carpenter Street station.
Mm-hmm. What else do you know about him, Mr. Hopley?
Well, let's see. He was 38, married. Wife's name is Mary. 2 children, girl 14, boy 7. What's happened at that station tonight, Lieutenant?
Well, right now, we'd have to guess. Our files show that Bohanek was the complainant in an attempted robbery and holdup at that station on December 2nd in 49. And there was a successful attempt at robbery just 11 days ago.
Yes, I know.
Well, this might have been another robbery attempt. And if Bohanek tried to put up a fight and was...
Our men are all warned not to resist if any such attempts are made, Lieutenant. We most certainly don't want them to get hurt.
Naturally not, Mr. Hopley, but I thought...
Of course, Joe did feel pretty grim about the last holdup, but I don't think he'd have done anything. Thought too much of his wife and kids. He'd been trying to get off night work because of them.
Oh.
He asked for transfer to a day job upstate. Promised to give him one, too. Matter of fact, there's a vacancy going to open up in another week or 2.
Meanwhile, Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi completes his investigation at the filling station, then proceeds to number 1 Detective Division to learn what information has been uncovered there.
Joseph P. Bohanek, 2816 East Castor Avenue.
He was the complainant in an attempted holdup at the same spot last December 2nd, Sam.
Yeah, I see. The 2 brothers apprehended as suspects released on bail December 13th.
We sent out a pickup on him, just in case.
Yeah. Well, I'll check back with you later, Lieutenant.
What about your preliminary report, Sam?
It'll hold for a couple of hours.
Oh? Something more important to do?
Somebody's going to tell the widow, don't they?
A short while later, a police car pulls up before the neat, well-kept house at 2816 East Castor Avenue. Several men get out and walk reluctantly to the front door. They hesitate there a moment, uneasily, and then one of them stabs at the doorbell with a rough, angry gesture.
Yes? What is it?
We'd like to see Mrs. Mary Bohanek, please.
I'm Mrs. Bohanek. Who are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Riccardi, Mrs. Bohanek, Homicide Division. I'd like
Detective? The police? What do you want with... Joe, something's happened. What is it? What's happened? Tell me what's happened.
There was some trouble at the filling station, Mrs. Bohanek. Your husband was shot. I'm afraid
Joe, shot? Oh, no. No, he couldn't have been. Where is he? I must get to him. Where is he? You said Homicide Division. Then my Joe is...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bohanek.
Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Why did anyone want to kill my Joe?
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 235-1950 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek.
CBS invites you to hear another adventure in the far corners of the world with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, tonight. Starring Hollywood actor Edmund O'Brien, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you the adventures of a top investigator for a large insurance company. For action, thrills, and adventure in the far places, listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien, every Thursday on most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Somebody Knows, and the true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer. and the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
During the day of Monday, April 10th, 1950, all the information then known by the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department is correlated and reported upon. Ballistics has this to say.
Fatal bullets were .32 caliber automatic. They were fired from foreign, Belgian, smokeless cartridge cases. The automatic used had right-hand rifling.
Coroner's Detective John Fenton made this report.
An examination of the body of the deceased disclosed one bullet wound in the vicinity of the right temple, one bullet wound just to the left of the spine at the shoulder blade, one at the shoulder joint, and one below the armpit to the rear. One eye was badly bruised.
At the filling station, the remains of a sandwich, piece of cake, and some milk are on the desk. A short folding ladder is overturned, and a man's cap is found beneath it. $25.72 in bills and change is scattered around. On the basis of this information, Sergeant Riccardi reconstructs the crime at No. 1 Detectives for Acting Lieutenant Brown.
The way I see it, Lieutenant, around 2:20 a.m., Bohanek was counting his receipts and entering records in a ledger.
Yep.
He was eating lunch at the same time. He waved to Chester and Bunting in red car 13, went back to his work.
Mm-hmm.
Then his killers came into the station, put up a fight for a while. That's when the ladder turned over and one of the killers lost his cap.
Yeah.
Then tried to break away. That's when they gave him one through the back. As he fell, they fired two more into his back and gave him a fourth bullet into the right temple and tore out of the place without picking up the money Bohanek had been counting.
Well, it could be that way, Sam. But if it is, it doesn't look like any ordinary holdup.
And that's what we figured. Brennizer's over at the morgue now, checking with Fenton, Bohanek's relatives. Maybe he'll come up with something.
Okay, Sam. Keep in touch.
Meanwhile, other detectives are conducting a search for possible witnesses to the killing. An intensive interrogation is made of truck drivers and employees of the Frankfurt Grocery Company at the southwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets, directly across from the filling station. Typical of the results is the statement of Vincent Balgarino, receiver in the produce department.
Yeah, sure. I was working at the time in the locker room. That's it there, facing north right at the gas station. I didn't hear any shots, didn't see anybody either. But I was busy working. Oh, I saw the red car drive up all right. But that's all. I was busy working.
By the afternoon of Monday, April 10th, 1950, two theories regarding the killing of Joseph P. Bohanek are advanced by the police. The first, as expressed by Acting Lieutenant Brown.
There aren't many gas stations open after midnight in that section of South Philadelphia. Bohanek's was the only one in a radius of many blocks. It made a natural target for a stick-up gang, as witnessed the attempts on December 2nd, March 31st. It's quite possible he was shot while resisting a third attempt, either by the same gunman on a return visit or by others.
The second theory is advanced at the City Morgue, 13th and Wood Streets. Homicide Detective Eugene Brennizer is accompanying Joseph Bohanek's widow and three brothers-in-law, Norman Franks, Charles Spuler, and Frank A. Mask. An official identification of the deceased is to be made.
All right, let's look at him.
No. No, I can't. I can't. Oh, Joe. Oh.
I'd better look after Mary.
Well, Mr. Spuler? Mr. Mask?
It's him, all right.
Yeah, that's Joe, Detective Branitzer. Well, thanks for your trouble. Okay, put him away.
Any ideas what happened to Joe?
We have a theory that it might have been a grudge killing.
A grudge killing? Yeah, but who'd have a grudge against Joe?
We thought maybe one of you could tell us. He didn't drink or play around. He was a quiet guy who liked to stay home with Mary and the kids. Any money troubles?
Money troubles? No. He made good pay, $67 a week in bonus. He owned his own home. You're barking up the wrong tree with that grudge idea of yours.
On April 15th, 1950, Detective Sergeant Riccardi and Detectives Brennizer and McCann went to Reading, Pennsylvania.
Bohanek had friends and acquaintances in Reading. Maybe we can learn from them if he was killed for revenge, a grudge, or some other reason.
The detectives talked to Corporal Toy of the Pennsylvania State Troopers, who had known Bohanek when he lived there.
Nope, no leads there.
They talked to Bohanek's sisters.
No leads there.
They talked to friends, acquaintances, people who worked with him there in the Berkshire Mills.
No leads there.
Meanwhile, detectives Robert McGarvey and Francis Kelly quietly working on another angle of the case. There is one clue that they're convinced will eventually crack the murder of Joseph Bohanek. The clue found under the ladder that was overturned during Bohanek's struggle with his killers. A man's faded green cap. The crime laboratory makes a thorough examination of the cap. Their report gives the police the first hint of a possible description of the killer.
Our studies indicate that the cap was worn by a young white male who should have medium brown, straight hair.
The cap is distinctive, unique in materials and workmanship. Philadelphia clothiers believe that it was of New York make. Detective Robert McGarvey leaves immediately for that city. Upon his return, he reports,
I made the rounds of every cap manufacturer in New York City. Not one of them recognized the cap as his own make or the make of anybody else known to the trade.
Detectives McGarvey and Kelly then begin making the rounds of Philadelphia cap manufacturers. At the end of 2 full weeks spent in visiting hundreds of places, they've come upon no leads. Their conclusions?
The shop that made that cap was probably small and possibly out of business now.
But if the manufacturer can be learned, we might trace that cap to the retailer who sold it, the man he sold it to, and the man who wore it early on the morning of April 10th.
Then, on April 25th, 1950, what seems to be the first big break in the case occurs. At 5 o'clock that morning, motorcycle policemen Thomas Brooks and Harry Sladek are in the vicinity of Ridge Avenue in Oxford when a car roars past them. The policemen recognize the car as one reported stolen and take out after the speeding automobile. After a chase of several minutes, they succeed in curbing the car and then approach it with drawn guns.
You, come out here.
5 youths are inside. They put up no resistance to the arresting officers and are taken to 2nd Detective Division headquarters at 12th and Pine for interrogation.
Okay, you've decided to talk. Now let's get it straight for the
In the second-floor interrogation room at number 2 detectives, Detective Lieutenant William Greenhall conducts the questioning. The 5 youths confess to a series of window-smashing burglaries, latest of which is the looting of the Crawford clothes store at 6th and South Streets earlier that very day. Then Lieutenant Greenhall makes a stab in the dark.
What about filling stations, boys?
Filling stations?
Yes, like the one at Broad and Carpenter Streets, for instance.
Okay, we'll give you that, too. Sure, we tried to knock it over. Only we knocked over Bohanek instead.
Be sure to get this down. All right, boys, start talking.
Sure. We'd spotted the joint a couple of nights before. It looked like a pushover, but we wasn't taking no chances, so we gave it the once-over a couple of nights running before we moved in.
As the civilian stenographer takes down the proceedings, a full confession is given by 3 of the 5 youths. They tell how they planned the hold-up attempt carefully. They knew of the hourly police car checkups. They waited outside the station at 2 a.m. until Bunting and Chester in red car number 13 came by, waved, and pulled away. Then, while one of them remained outside, the 2 others entered the filling station office.
Okay, this is a stick-up.
Bohanek jumped for the gun and a fight began. Then, when he tried to break away from them... Then, several hours after the confession, Captain James A. Kelly, head of the homicide squad, makes a statement to the press.
As most of you know, we've obtained confessions to the murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. Those confessions have been repudiated. They were based solely on the reading of newspaper accounts of the crime and not on fact. A typical attempt to get cheap publicity. Now, there's no actual evidence to connect these 3 men with the killing. The killer of Joseph P. Bohanek is still unknown.
Unknown? No, the killer of Joseph P. Bohanek is not unknown. Somewhere, wherever this man is hiding, some one of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, knows where the gun is that he fired that night 3 months ago in a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia. No, the killer who took the life of Joseph P. Bohanek is not a person who is unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. Better make note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Joseph P. Bohanek, 38 years of age, night manager of a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was shot to death while working at his job.
The date, Monday, April 10th, 1950. The time, approximately 2:30 in the morning.
Only a tentative description of the suspected killer has been determined.
A young white male who should have medium brown straight hair.
The murder weapon is a .32 caliber automatic with right-hand rifling. The bullets were fired from smokeless cartridge cases made in Belgium.
The only other clue is a man's cap found at the scene of the crime.
The police department in Philadelphia feels certain that this cap can lead to the killer. They're vitally interested in learning the name of the manufacturer, the identity of anyone known to have worn a cap of its description. Now here's that description. Listen carefully, please.
The size of the cap is 6 7/8. When new, it was a Kelly green cotton twill, but when found was badly faded from the weather.
The headpiece is sewn together from 6 sections instead of the usual 3. The taping used to sew the sections is unusual. 50% cotton and 50% wool, black and white tweed. It has an adjustable eye shield that can be folded up against the cloth visor or pulled down for protection against glare.
The cap was made on 2 types of sewing machines. One was a Singer, single needle numbered 24-7. The other, used to sew the taping, was a Singer, double needle numbered 24-36.
And remember, this cap is the most important single clue, possibly the vital clue in the solution of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information, and please don't send us guesses or hunches, but authentic information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Joseph P. Bohanek, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, or priest, minister, or rabbi. Have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, whoever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number 49-104 from the records of the state's attorney's office in Cook County, Illinois. The unsolved murder of Frank J. Christenson.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Joseph P. Bohanek must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 9th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night. And remember,
somebody knows.
Most cameramen are content to take pictures and let it go at that. But not Casey. When he snaps a picture, he also sees to it that the law snaps the handcuffs on the man he's photographing. Because Casey is the famous CBS crime photographer who is both cameraman and detective. Casey will be dealing with the Lorelei killer in just a moment over most of these same CBS stations. So stay tuned. This is CBS, where you hear Arthur Godfrey every day, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 5 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
ladies and gentlemen, a $10,000 reward will be offered on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes.
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer, or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
In tonight's case, in recognition of the efforts being made to apprehend her husband's killer, and hopeful of the results that may be obtained, Mrs. Madeline Christensen, widow of Frank J. Christensen, whose story we bring you tonight, offers an additional $5,000, doubling the original reward.
This makes a total of $10,000 in rewards for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. Now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's file number 49-104 from the records of the state's attorney's office in Cook County, Illinois. The unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen.
The recorder's ready?
He is, Mr. Coroner.
Have these proceedings read into the record?
Yes, sir. Office of the Coroner, Cook County, Illinois. Transcript of testimony taken at the inquest before the Coroner of Cook County, A.L. Brody, Deputy Coroner Louis J. Nat Herney, and the jury duly impaneled and sworn 2307 South Laramie Avenue, Cicero, Illinois, 11 a.m., December 13, A.D., 1949. We're ready, Mr. Coroner.
Very well. The inquest will please come to order. I'd like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any information you can give the police, I wish you'd come forward. If you don't wish to give it publicly, you can speak in private. I'd like to see the streets made safe so people should not be mowed down. All right, I'll take the family history. Mrs. Christensen, will you please step up?
Yes, Mr. Coroner.
Swear the witness in.
All right, Mrs. Christensen. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, December 12th, 1949, in the somber atmosphere of Raleigh's funeral home at 2307 South Laramie Avenue in the town of Cicero, state of Illinois, a man's life and death are being probed.
Your residence.
The life and death of a man named Frank J. Christensen.
Yes.
You are the widow of
Under the
Frank
skillful
J.
questioning of A.L. Brody, coroner of Cook County, many pertinent facts are being brought to light. Let's examine them in reference to the case which we're bringing you tonight. It's spring of the year 1946. Two men enter a candy and school supply store in the immediate neighborhood of a high school in the town of Cicero, western suburb of Chicago. They stand to one side looking over the crowded store.
Well, Leo, what do you say? I wouldn't have believed it, Chris. Slot machines and school stores. A fine education for the kids of Cicero, isn't it? Learning how to operate those one-armed bandits. Tossing their lunch money into the syndicate's payoff pot. Come on, Leo, before I get sick. You know, that's not the only school store I've seen those machines in, Leo. They're spotted in dozens of them.
What's it mean, Chris? You said the syndicate?
Yes, it looks to me like the syndicate's moving back to Cicero. Something's got to be done about it.
That's almost impossible. Where'll they get witnesses willing to stick out their necks far enough to testify? He's going to be crazy enough to put himself on a spot with the hoods from the syndicate.
Leo, I believe that some of the Capone gang have returned. They're operating openly without much hindrance from the law. And if they're allowed to continue, this means returning to the days of gangsters, hoodlum killings, and terrorism. But with God's help, I'm going to put a stop to it.
On August 26, 1946, as assessor and village board member, Frank Christensen forces the Cicero Town Board to call a special meeting in order to have a showdown on the gambling issue. An hour before the meeting is to convene, Frank Christensen's in his office, looking over the directive that he and Leo Kaspersky have prepared for the town board. He's almost finished when the door to his office opens.
Christensen?
Yes, that's right. What can I do for you?
He's here. Come on in.
Yeah, sure.
You going to the town board meeting, Christensen?
I am. Why do you ask?
Planning on introducing that resolution you and Kaspersky cooked up about gambling?
What's your interest in that?
Maybe we don't want you should get yourself in trouble.
Who sent you here?
What difference does it make? Maybe you better just lay off.
Well, if that's all you've got to
Better
say...
listen, Christensen. Wouldn't do you or Kaspersky any good. It got out that you're both taking a payoff from the syndicate.
That's a lie.
Who cares? It could get out anyway. Wouldn't be so good for you, maybe, if it did.
How about it, Christensen? Are we making sense?
Some 30 minutes later, at the meeting of the town board in Cicero, Frank Christensen gives his answer to the two men who had paid him a visit in his office.
That it was necessary to file a directive in order to have this board bring into the open the widespread gambling and operation of slot machines now taking place in Cicero. Every day, every one of you must have seen these slot machines in open operation. The board has received letters and complaints from mothers of young children, from the clergy, from employers.
It's gone so far that the Chicago newspapers have printed lists with the names and addresses of handbooks and dice games operating in Cicero.
Now, just a minute, Christensen, just a minute. The gambling detail investigated those addresses given by the Chicago papers. It didn't find a thing.
Well then, mister, the gambling detail ought to take a lesson from Cicero's high school kids. They can walk into their school stores and play the slot machines 24 hours a day. If the gambling detail can't find what these kids can find, then there's been a complete breakdown of law enforcement in this town.
Now, see here,
And that's why Supervisor Kapersky and I demand that the town board take immediate action to suppress gambling and slot machines, and not to stop until the gambling syndicate's been driven out of Cicero.
With the bombshell of his demand still echoing through the meeting hall, Frank Christensen leaves the town board and returns to his office. Then, as he opens the door and enters...
Hello, Christensen.
I thought I told you two to get out of my office and stay out.
That was a nice speech you made. Very nice. We figured we'd better congratulate you.
On what?
On still being alive. For a guy who sticks his neck out like you do, who knows? Might be the last time anybody can say that.
If you have a job to be done, try giving it to a physically handicapped worker. Your state rehabilitation agency has done a wonderful job of training disabled workers, many of them veterans, to do a specialized type of work in many different fields. When you hire a physically handicapped worker, you will do him a great service by boosting his morale, and you'll be doing yourself a good turn by acquiring a well-trained, efficient employee. The next time you need someone to do a good job, contact your state employment office and ask for a physically handicapped worker. Now back to Somebody Knows and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen. File number 49-104 from the records of the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County, Illinois.
Remember, $10,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer.
What is your name?
Charles Cusera.
You are a police officer of the town of Cicero?
That's right, town of Cicero.
All right, officer, tell us what you learned.
The coroner's inquest into the death of Frank J. Christensen continues.
We have not
A picture of the man grows clearer. The facts surrounding his battle for reform, for the eradication of gamblers, hoodlums, and gangsters in the town of Cicero, come more and more to light. For 2 more years, despite attempted frame-ups on bribery charges, despite threats made against his life, Frank Christensen continues his determined battle against crime. Then, in 1948, he refuses to run for a 3rd term as assessor. His stated reason...
I'm retiring from politics. From now on, I'm going to devote my time to my private law practice and the real estate business.
Frank Christensen opens a real estate office, and in partnership with Leo Kaspersky, forms the Boulevard Manor Corporation to develop a vast housing project in Cicero. However, he never for one moment stops openly fighting the gambling syndicate. It is now 6:30 on Friday evening, December 9th, 1949. In the modest 4-room apartment at 1637 51st Avenue in Cicero, Frank Christensen and his wife, Madeline, are having dinner.
Are you working again tonight, Frank?
That's right, honey.
Don't you think you've been working much too hard lately? Between your law practice and Boulevard Manor, you've been at it day and night. It's too much for one man.
You know, you're making it sound so tough, you almost convinced me to drop some of it.
I only wish I could.
Do you really?
No. No, I think I know pretty well what makes you tick, Frank. And I wouldn't want you any other way.
Yeah, you better not. Well, anyway, it'll only be for a couple more days. Then we'll be off for the farm. And you know what those Tennessee vacations do for me.
All right, Frank. I'll be good.
Does that mean I can depend on your leaving the Novena services on time tonight and being home when I get here?
Only if you promise to pick up the papers.
Honey, you just made a deal.
It is approximately 9:15 on the night of December 9th, 1949. Frank Christensen finishes work at the subdivision, and with his friends Leo Kaspersky and Michael Litka, drives to the Alton Hotel for a bite to eat. It's approximately 10 o'clock as they return to the development, and Frank Christensen says goodnight, gets into his own car, and drives away. At 10:07, two cars speed down quiet residential 51st Avenue in Cicero. One of them suddenly pulls over to the curb and stops. A man gets out and starts to run. The other car, a black souped-up Ford, has pulled up in the middle of the street.
Get in this car!
At that moment, in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Mack, in-laws of Frank Christensen, at 1640 51st Avenue.
Joe, were those shots?
Well, I'll take a look outside. Claire, there's a man out there near the entrance, lying on the sidewalk. I'm going to call the police.
The minute this call is completed, Joseph Mack runs back outside. His wife stands at the window, watching, waiting for the police cars to arrive. She glances from time to time at the motionless figure lying near the vestibule. There's something about it that seems vaguely familiar. Then a dawning, growing certainty comes over her, and she runs to the phone.
Hello? Madeline, this is Claire. Is Frank home yet?
Frank? Why, no. Why do you ask? Claire, that noise outside a while ago. Those firecrackers.
Madeline.
As the arriving police officers examine the body on the sidewalk outside and wait for the ambulance, the front door of the apartment building at 1637 51st Avenue bursts open. Mrs. Frank Christensen runs frantically across the street.
Is it Frank? Is it Frank? Joe, tell me, is it... I thought I heard firecrackers. Frank, speak to me. Speak to me, Frank.
Here comes the squad roll. We better get him to the hospital fast.
Frank J. Christensen has been shot 8 times, in the head and chest, in the back and arms. He's dead on arrival at Loretto Hospital. Meanwhile, the Cicero police dispatcher has notified the office of State's Attorney John S. Boyle in the criminal courthouse at 26th and California Streets in Chicago. Sergeant Nick Disseldorf, aide to Captain Daniel A. Gilbert, chief investigator, sets in motion the smoothly operating, efficient machinery of the criminal branch of the State's Attorney's office.
Pearson.
Hello, Charlie. Nick.
I'd have known I'd get a call from you on a night like this. What is it and where?
A shooting at 1640 51st Avenue in Cicero.
Got it.
No further details or identification given on the first flash.
Okay, Nick. Rourke and I'll cover.
When Sergeant Charles Pearson and Patrolman John Rourke arrive on the scene, they begin an immediate inquiry into the shooting. Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy also arrives.
Has an identification been made yet, Pearson?
Yes, sir. The man who was shot was Frank Christensen.
Christensen? We'd better get hold of Boyle himself right away.
State's Attorney John S. Boyle is notified and arrives at the scene with his first assistant, Edward Breen. Captain Dan Gilbert and Sergeant Disseldorf also arrive. Within an hour, the State's Attorney has over a dozen men on the spot. The investigation into the killing of Frank J. Christensen begins. An investigation that will not end until it's closed by a conviction. The following statements are obtained from 3 of Frank Christensen's friends and associates. They're of extreme interest to the State's Attorney's office. The first is given to Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy by John C. Stoffel.
Stoffel said that last year, during the summer of 1948, 2 swarthy men in a car curbed his auto on the 52nd Avenue overpass. One of them, carrying a pistol, jumped from the car and yelled at him, "Get out of the car, you." Stoffel said he quickly threw his car into reverse, backed off the overpass, and got away. Now, I think it's quite significant that the words shouted at Stoffel are almost identically the same words shouted at Frank Christensen just before he was shot to death.
The second statement was given to Captain Dan Gilbert by Mr. Frank Kay, who was a law associate of Frank Christensen's.
Kay stated that at about 12:45 a.m. on the morning of December 9th, some 20 hours before the murder, he was driving on 35th Street when he noticed a car following him. When Kay arrived at his home at 3525 South 59th Court, the other car was right behind him, a 1942 green-colored Plymouth or Dodge with 2 men in it. Afraid that it was going to be a robbery, he went into his house and locked the door.
The third statement was made by Mr. Frank Balloon, former fire marshal of Cicero.
It was on Friday morning, December 9th. I was leaving my home. It's about 75 feet east of Frank Christensen's law office, and I noticed 2 foreign-looking men trying the door of Frank's office. Finding it was locked, they walked a half a block east and got into a green-colored Plymouth sedan. Both of the men were carrying briefcases. And they drove away. Well, there was plenty of parking space in front of Frank's office, so why did they park their car half a block away?
At 5 p.m., Saturday, December 10th, a man telephones Captain Gilbert. He says that he has some information regarding the death of Christensen. Sergeant Pearson leaves immediately to pick him up.
Look, I don't want to get in no trouble. It didn't mean nothing to me until Christensen's murder, and then I figured I'd better let you know, but I don't want to get in no trouble.
Don't worry. We're just as anxious to conceal your name as you are. We'll call you, Smith. What's your story?
Well, about the end of October, or maybe it was the first week in November, I was at Mike Litke's tavern. Leo Kaspersky was there, too, talking business with Mike. It was about 11 in the morning. There was 2 guys sitting at the end of the bar, not 6 feet from me, and I got a good look at both of them.
The 2 men Smith is describing are swarthy in appearance, foreign-looking as he puts it. Both wear gray fedoras and dark overcoats. Both are about 5 feet 8 or 9, between the ages of 35 and 40, and weigh 190 to 200 pounds. Then Leo Kaspersky, who knows Smith, walks over to him.
I thought that was you sitting there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kaspersky.
I'm leaving now. If you're going my way, I can give you a lift.
Hey, I'll take you up on that.
Fine. Come right along.
Smith rises and starts to follow. Then he notices that the 2 men seated at the end of the bar are staring after Kaspersky intently. And as he passes them, he hears...
We'll have to get rid of them 2, and I'll tell you why. Listen.
Did you say anything to Kaspersky about what you'd heard, Smith?
Like I said, Captain, it didn't mean nothing to me until after the murder. Then it hit me. Who else could they mean by them 2 they wanted to get rid of unless it was Kaspersky and Christensen?
The intensive investigation into the death of Frank Christensen is pursued relentlessly by the state's attorney's office, the Cicero police under Chief Chris Rooney. But no clear motive for his killer can be ascertained. No suspects uncovered. No clues as to the possible identity of his slayer or slayers. It's the morning of January 31st, 1950. In the matter of the inquest on the body of Frank J. Christensen, the coroner's jury is returning to the box after having retired and deliberated on their verdict.
Have you, gentlemen of the jury, agreed upon your verdict?
We have, sir. We find that the said Frank Christensen came to his death on the 9th day of December, A.D. 1949, from multiple gunshot wounds. Said wounds received from the pistol or revolvers held in the hands of 2 unknown persons. From the testimony presented, we, the jury, find said act to be murder and therefore recommend the police to apprehend said unknown persons, and when apprehended, they be held to the grand jury until released by due process of law.
Is that your verdict, gentlemen?
Yes.
Sign the verdict, and that'll close the inquest.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn rewards totaling $10,000.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Frank J. Christensen, 44 years of age, was shot to death across the street from his home at 1637 51st Avenue in Cicero, Illinois.
The time, approximately 10:07 p.m., Friday, December 9th, 1949.
He died of multiple bullet wounds from 2 different guns, believed to be .38 caliber Colt Specials.
His killers are believed to have been driving a 1940 or 41 black souped-up Ford. Also may have had a green Plymouth or Dodge sedan.
Now, 2 men are being sought as suspects in the killing. Here's their description, so please listen carefully.
They are between the ages of 35 and 40.
They have swarthy complexions. Witnesses all claim that they have a foreign look.
Height, 5'8" or 9. Weight, 190 to 200 pounds. When last seen were wearing gray fedora hats and dark overcoats.
Ladies and gentlemen, many theories have been advanced as to the underlying motives in Frank J. Christensen's murder. Here's the opinion expressed by Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy, who, in cooperation with Sergeant Charles Pearson and Patrolman John Rourke, is still officially working on the case.
I am convinced that the murder was a warning by the underworld to a strong reform group to keep their hands off the suburbs government. Christensen had strong support for the post of first mayor of Cicero. He had a reputation as a vote-getter and would have been a tough candidate to beat in an election. Underworld bosses may have thought that by killing the reform group's number 1 candidate, they could scare off their other aspirants for the post.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information, and please don't send guesses or hunches, but actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen very carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or your doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you won't have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $10,000 in rewards will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $10,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Homicide file number 81550 of the Dallas, Texas Police Department. The murder of Leonard L. Lambert.
You out there, you who've murdered in cold blood, think you've gotten away with it. Listen, you cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County, Illinois. Research was by Maurice Zimm. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the $5,000 reward and the additional $5,000 reward that will be paid by Mrs. Madeline Christensen, a total of $10,000, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and postmarked not later than midnight, August 20th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the two $5,000 rewards among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night, and remember,
somebody knows.
You'll always experience a top-rating thrill when Casey, crime photographer, embarks on a new adventure each Thursday night on CBS. Casey, crime photographer, is the man who uses his news camera instead of a gun when a criminal's at large. And often enough, his girlfriend Anne and his slow-talking pal Ethelbert fog up his plates more than the criminals do. For the fast action and lively dialogue of crime photographer, stay tuned, for Casey comes along immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 4 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there. You who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you's had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number A1-1947 of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. The unsolved murder of Paula KOHLER EUBANKS. It is approximately 10:15 in the morning, Thursday, June 26, 1947. Several men are walking along a corridor in Menora Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri.
At what time was he admitted to the hospital, Doctor?
I would say it was at approximately 7:30, Mr. Kimbrough. He was in need of immediate medical attention, which we gave him. Then, because of the nature of his injuries, we felt the police should be notified.
What about those injuries? Serious?
Well, there are 2 deep lacerations on the right side of the head and While we're not sure yet, a depressed skull fracture seems indicated.
I see.
Here's his room now. Just about 5 minutes, Mr. Kimbrough. His condition.
I understand, Doctor.
Mr. Mendoza? There are some men here who'd like to ask you a few questions.
Men? Questions?
Yes, Mr. Mendoza. I'm James Kimbrough, prosecutor of Jackson County. These men are Mr. Randall, my assistant, and Detectives Gibson and Miller.
What is it you... Is it about Paula Eubanks?
It is, Mr. Mendoza. Have you any statement for us?
I will tell you everything I know, Mr. Kimbrough.
The statement of the injured man given on the morning of June 26, 1947 at Menorah Hospital, and later in more detail to Lieutenant Charles Welch at the Homicide Bureau in Kansas City, Missouri, contains in part the following information.
My name is Hector Mendoza. I am 22 years of age, single, and live at the YMCA. I came to Kansas City about 1 month ago from Mexico City to obtain employment and learn the American way of tool designing. While staying at the YMCA, I had my meals at the Mayflower Grill, 403.5 East 10th Street. While eating at this cafe, I became acquainted with a waitress named Paula Eubanks. I talked and joked with her on many occasions. On Wednesday, June 25th, I asked her for a date. We made arrangements to meet each other about 8:30 p.m.
On Wednesday evening, June 25th, 1947, Hector Mendoza has his first date with Paula Eubanks. They visit several cafes and taverns, having a gay, pleasant evening, laughing, dancing, and joking. It's about 3:30 a.m. on the morning of Thursday, June 26, 1947, that they return to the Fairfield Hotel at 923 Holmes Street, where Mrs. Eubanks has her apartment.
Would you like to sit out here on the porch and talk for a while, Hector?
You know I would, Polly, if it is not too late for you.
Oh, no. Now everything's been so nice. Here. We can sit down here.
Yes, this will be very nice.
Oh, it's been such a wonderful night, Hector. You're a very good dancer, you know.
How could I be anything else when it was you with whom I was dancing?
There you go again, saying those nice things. You know, I'm going to miss you when you go to New York.
Well, you know I mean them, Paula.
As Paula Eubanks and Hector Mendoza sit on the front porch of the hotel talking, a heavy-set man is walking south on Holmes Street.
There's enough trouble in life.
As he reaches a point opposite the hotel, he turns in, moves up the steps, and onto the porch.
That is why you meant so much to me when you made me feel so much at home here in Kansas City. You're so warm and gay and laughing.
All right, you two. Get up.
The man is standing beside them. The blue steel automatic in his hand is plainly visible.
I said get up.
Better do as he says. Get up.
Now, put your hands up.
All right.
I know you. You're new in town.
Yes, I've been here about 6 months.
Yeah.
Look, my friend, why don't
Stand still.
Do as he tells you.
Yeah.
If you're gonna rob us, take what you want.
Yeah. I know you, fella. What's your name?
Hector Mendoza.
Yeah. I know you, fella. What's your name?
It is Hector Mendoza.
Mendoza remains unconscious for several minutes. When he finally recovers, he staggers weakly to his feet. Paula Eubanks and the man are gone. Mendoza walks down the steps and out to the sidewalk. There, some distance south on Holmes Street, he sees them enter an old coupe. Then the car drives off. It is now 4:15 a.m. the morning of Thursday, June 26, 1947. An old coupe is heading east on Independence Avenue. Near the 6000 block, it approaches an old abandoned city dump. Then it slows and turns abruptly into the driveway leading into the dump. It is now approximately 4:30 a.m., the morning of Thursday, June 26, 1947. In a one-room tin shack about 10 feet square located in the city dump, Clarence Bayless, former caretaker for the city, is sleeping. Then...
What is it? What? Who's there? What are you doing at that door?
Clarence Bayless raises himself up in bed. There's one window in the tin shack. It's about 2 feet square and located in the upper half of the door. The chest and shoulders of a heavy-set man can be seen dimly against the darkness through that window.
I said, what are you doing there?
Keep quiet if you know what's good for you. I got a gun.
Gun?
You heard me, a gun. Take a look at it through the glass. So keep quiet.
What are you doing with the door?
I'm locking you in. Okay. Now remember what I said. Keep quiet, or I'll be back for you.
Clarence Bayless remains in bed quietly, listening. Then after a while he hears the dim murmur of voices from somewhere outside the north side of the shack. The low, apparently friendly conversation continues for a short while. Then...
Honey. Honey, no. Honey, don't kill me. Honey, don't kill me.
I'm not going to kill you. I was trying to see if you were still asleep.
Clarence Bayless continues to listen from inside the tin shack. He hears a faint sound as though a scuffle is taking place somewhere. It seems to be coming from an old shed some 5 feet away from Bayless's shack. It lasts a short while, and then stops.
What is it? What do you want now?
I just wanted to see if you were still there, minding your own business.
Yeah, I'm here.
Then see that you stay there. I still got that gun. See it? So stay there and keep on minding your business.
It is now 4:45 a.m., the morning of Thursday, June 26, 1947. A truck is driving eastward along Independence Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. As the truck crosses the tracks of the Kansas City Terminal Railway and approaches the old abandoned city dump, 2 men suddenly run out from an all-night fruit stand across the street. They begin waving frantically at the truck, trying to flag it down.
Hey, stop it! Hey, what's the big idea out there? You want to get killed or something? What's the idea? Jumping...
Police! Something happened! Go to the police station down the street and tell them to...
Police station? What's wrong? What happened?
I don't know for sure, but there was a man and a woman. He's nuts or something. He's got a gun. I seen him leave, but not her. She's disappeared. The noise they were
like
making...
Like that, huh?
Maybe...
Okay. I'll get the cops for you.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number A1-1947 of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. The unsolved murder of PAULA KOHLER EUBANKS.
Here's a message for young women who are looking for an interesting and worthwhile career. In order to meet the constantly rising demand for nurses, The nursing profession offers untold opportunities for ambitious, healthy girls who are at least high school graduates. From the time you become a student nurse, you have a chance to work with fine doctors and scientists and to help your fellow men. Inquire at your nearest hospital about how you can become a student nurse. Now back to Somebody Knows and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning file number A1-1947 from the records of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Paula KOHLER Eubanks.
Remember, $5,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
It's approximately 4:50 a.m., the morning of Thursday, June 26, 1947. In response to the truck driver's message, Officers Anderson and McCrary have arrived at the city dump from the Sheffield station in police car 302. Clarence Bayless is leading them back to the shed where the events of the past half hour had taken place.
And by the time I got out, this guy was gone, driving away.
Did you get the license number?
No, like I say, he was already driving away, but I hear these funny noises in this shed next to mine. Here, this one. And they were inside. The noises came from here, too.
Okay, we'll look around. Come on, let's see what we find.
Nothing in here but a lot of junk, Bayless. You sure they were inside here?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's where the noises came from.
Well, there's nobody in here now. You're sure that lady didn't leave with her?
No, I tell you, she didn't. I seen through my window. She must be around here somewhere. She must be.
Okay, we'll look around.
For over 10 minutes, Officers Anderson and McCrary searched that junk and debris-filled shed, their flashlights affording the only illumination. And then...
Here, give me a hand with this. I think maybe... Here. Give me a hand.
They start pulling apart a pile of junk at one side of the shed. They removed several tin buckets, a large sheet of plywood some 8 feet square. Finally, an old automobile seat cushion.
Looks like Bayless was right. The lady didn't leave this shed.
At that same moment at police headquarters, 2 detectives are working the midnight to 8 a.m. Homicide Bureau shift. They're Detectives Wayne Gibson and Isla Miller.
Talk about your quiet nights. This one's really dragging by.
Nothing much happening for a fact, but you never know it.
KGPE, Anderson, car 302. Hello, KGPE.
Car 302, KGPE.
Dead woman, found a dump at Independence Avenue in White.
Dead woman,
What
Independence
were you saying
Avenue
about
in
quiet
White.
nights?
Okay, 302.
Well, a guy can't be right all the time. Let's go.
Detectives Gibson and Miller leave immediately in cruiser number 22 and go to the scene of the crime. Their initial homicide report, as given to Chief of Detectives Frank B. Collins, contains the following information.
On arrival at Independence Avenue in White, Officers Anderson and McCrary, car 302, directed us to an old shed which is located on what used to be a city dump. Lying on the floor, we found the victim. She was lying face down. Her face was bloody, and spots of blood were around the body and on the walls of this shed. Lieutenant Welch was notified immediately. Also the prosecutor's office.
Within a few minutes after his notification, Lieutenant Charles Welch, head of homicide, arrived at the scene and was fully informed of the situation.
What about the identification, Gibson? None made as yet, Lieutenant.
Well, who's representing the coroner's office?
Deputy Coroner Jack Gibbs.
Yes, and as soon as you're through, Lieutenant, I'll send the body to the J.P. Shield Funeral Home.
What about you, Kilbane?
We're through with the picture. The lab men finished up, too.
All right, then. She can be removed.
The dispatcher is trying to get through to you, Lieutenant. He thinks he has something for you about this.
Thanks, Miller. I'll take it in your cruiser. KGPE, Lieutenant Welch, KGPE.
Lieutenant Welch, KGPE. We received a call from the Fairfield Hotel at 923 Holmes. The managers report some large spots of blood on the front porch. Also a woman's raincoat and black pocketbook on one of the chairs. They belong to a Mrs. Paula Eubanks, one of their tenants. They've checked and say her room's empty, hasn't been slept in.
All right, dispatcher. We'll check on it.
At the Fairfield Hotel, the police talk to Mr. and Mrs. Charles Logeman, the managers. Then Mrs. Logeman is taken to the funeral home. She identifies the victim of the killing as Mrs. Paula KOHLER Eubanks. Meanwhile, Dr. James Walker, the coroner, has made a preliminary medical examination. The findings...
It would appear without thorough autopsy that Mrs. Eubanks died from strangulation. The bruises on the victim's hands, face, and neck include those apparently inflicted by the killer while strangling her to stop her screams. It is also apparent that she was struck a number of times by blows from some blunt instrument, probably a pistol. There is no evidence of criminal assault.
In Paula Eubanks' black leather purse, left behind on the porch, is a small book. It contains a number of names and addresses. Among those names is that of Hector Mendoza. With a call from the Manora Hospital that he was admitted in an injured condition, Mendoza is questioned and his statement taken. In it, he gives the police a description of the man who struck him and walked away with Paula Eubanks. A general pickup is immediately broadcast.
KGPE, all stations. Pickup for investigation of murder, one white man, age 28 to 30, height 5'10", weight 170 to 180, dirty blonde, small mustache, heavy, thick shoulders. When last seen was wearing dark double-breasted suit, dark felt hat. KGPE 1142.
In an effort to find some possible motive for the crime and a possible clue to the killer's identity, the police make a thorough check of all Mrs. Eubanks' friends, a thorough investigation into her past life. Mrs. Margaret Dallas of 920 Holmes Street tells the police,
I used to work at the Mayflower Grill with Polly. Her close friends always called her Polly. She was friendly, a nice girl, and she had lots of admirers. I can't think of any reason why anyone would want to kill her.
Mrs. Ann Kramer of Overland Park, a sister of Paula Eubanks, had this to report.
Polly was a wonderful girl. She'd had some trouble in her life. She'd been divorced from her husband and remarried to him and then separated again. But she had a wonderful spirit. She was just crazy about Nancy. That's Nancy Kay, her little 20-month-old adopted girl. Kept her in a nursery, and I just don't know what's going to happen to Nancy Kay now.
Then, a strange and unusual development takes place in the case. Mrs. Dora Ann Morrell of 908 Jefferson Street, who'd worked as a waitress with Mrs. Eubanks at the Mayflower Grill some 2 months before, pays a visit to William H. Randall, assistant prosecutor of Jackson County.
Polly called to me one day at the restaurant. She had a pad of restaurant order blanks in her hand. She wrote something on the back of one of those sheets and gave it to me. She told me to read them if anything ever happened to her. Here it is.
Mrs. Morrell hands over the order blank. On the back of it, Paula Eubanks had written a number of Bible references. The references were Proverbs 8:12, Revelations 3:12, Matthew 11:14, Matthew 17:10 through 14, and Mark 9:13. The prosecutor's office makes a careful study of the verses designated on the back of that order pad. Then, this statement is issued.
The verses apparently were selected to be read in chronological order by listing. Since the 14th verse of the 17th chapter of Matthew ends, there came to him a certain man, kneeling down to him and saying, and the reference continues with Mark 9:13, which reads, But I say unto you that Elias is indeed come, and they have done unto him whatsoever they listed, as it is written of him. The name Elias is frequent in the verses, beginning with Matthew 11:14. In the 17th chapter of Matthew, the name Elias occurs 3 times, including the 12th verse. But I say unto you that Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall the Son of Man suffer of them. In the next verse, Matthew 17:13 continues. The disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Whatever Mrs. Paula Eubanks may have had in mind when she wrote those biblical references is not apparent to us. Not yet.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Paula Kohler Eubanks. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Mrs. Paula Kohler Eubanks, 27 years of age, was strangled and beaten to death in an abandoned city dump at approximately 6100 Independence Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri.
The time, approximately 4:40 a.m., Thursday, June 26th, 1947.
Now, here is a description of the man wanted for investigation in the murder, as broadcast by the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. Please listen carefully.
Age 28 to 30. Height 5'10". Weight 170 to 180. Dirty blonde. Small mustache. Heavy, thick shoulders. When last seen was wearing dark double-breasted suit, dark felt hat.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have a bearing on the unsolved murder of Paula Kohler Eubanks, and please don't send in guesses or hunches, but only actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now, please listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Paula Kohler Eubanks, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or your doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number HF12342 from the records of the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department. The unsolved murder of Samuel I. Parris.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zimm. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of PAULA, KOHLER, EUBANKS must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 23rd, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night. And remember,
somebody knows.
Now stay tuned for Casey, Crime Photographer, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you'll find Arthur Godfrey's daytime program every Monday through Friday on the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 3 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you's had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number HF12342 of the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department. The unsolved murder of Samuel I. Paris. It is approximately 3:30 p.m. Saturday, April 3rd, 1948. At 54 Jones Avenue in the Dorchester district of Boston, Massachusetts, Samuel I. Paris, a taxi driver, is preparing to leave home to go to work.
Don't forget a clean handkerchief, Sammy.
Okay, honey, okay.
You're feeling happy today, aren't you, Sammy?
Can you give me a good for instance why I shouldn't with you around?
I wouldn't even try. Now, look, Sammy, be sure and have a good dinner.
Yeah, sure.
You work a long shift, and I want you to eat well.
All right.
And be sure to wear your heavy jacket. You can't tell about these spring nights, and I don't want you catching cold.
Okay, honey, okay. You know, I thought we only had 3 kids, but as far as you're concerned, I guess I'm the 4th. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Sammy. Take care of yourself.
Don't worry. Oh, kiss the kids for me, huh? And, Mrs. Paris, you know something? Better save a couple for me when I get home.
Oh, Sammy.
So long, honey.
The time is approximately 10:45 p.m. Saturday, April 3rd, 1948. Cab number 702 of the Independent Taxi Cab Operators Association is speeding along quiet residential Norfolk Avenue in the Roxbury district of Boston, Massachusetts. Suddenly it swerves toward the curb, smashes into the rear of a parked car, and comes to a stop on the sidewalk. At the same moment, in the home of Fred Lutfi, 177 Norfolk Avenue in Roxbury, a game of whist is in progress. The players are Mr. Lutfi, his wife, Jean, his mother, and his sister, Mrs. Barbara Darien of 12 Rutland Street, South End, who is visiting him.
Oh, Fred, now you should have known better than that.
Oh, well, I always say this game is more luck than skill, Barbara.
Oh, now, Fred. Oh, he's only jealous, Jean. Maybe someday he...
Hey.
Now, what was that?
Oh, sounds like a couple of women drivers tangling bumpers somewhere. Whose deal is it?
Oh, mine, I guess.
Oh.
Though I don't mind telling you, young man, that I consider your remarks about women drivers as being highly... Now, I wonder...
What, Barbara?
My car's parked out in front. Do you think it's possible that... Maybe I better look out the window. Why, it is my car.
It is?
Your car, Barbara? Yes. That taxi cab must have hit it. Look, the cab's still on the sidewalk with its lights on.
Yes.
And the driver is somebody's running away down the street.
How do you like that?
A hit and run.
Hey, look, let's get out there, huh?
Now, be careful, Fred. Don't get into any trouble. Look! Oh, he's practically ruined the rear end of my car. Shoved it way down the street.
Don't worry, Barbara. The cab company will take care of it.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute. It wasn't the driver who... Look at him. Sleeping at the wheel. Must be drunk or something. Now, look, Mac, what was the idea of driving like a lunatic? Don't you know that you...
What is it, Fred? What's the...
This man. The driver, I think he's... Jenny! Jenny, you better call the police!
It is approximately 10:50 p.m. Saturday, April 3rd, 1948. At the dispatcher's desk on the 7th floor of police headquarters in Boston, Massachusetts.
Dispatcher.
I want to report some trouble.
What kind of trouble, ma'am?
A cab. It ran into my sister's car and then onto the sidewalk in the front of our place. It's there now. Something's wrong with the driver.
What's the address, please?
It's 177 Norfolk Avenue in Roxbury.
177 Norfolk.
Yes.
And your name?
Mrs. Lutfi. Mrs. Fred Lutfi.
All right, Mrs. Lutfi. Thanks for your notifying us. We'll have some men right over there.
The dispatcher takes a quick look at the lighted control board in front of him, notes the disposition of cars in the Roxbury district, and picks up his hand microphone set.
WRAS. Calling car 90. Calling car 90.
90.
Taxi cab has jumped curb on Norfolk Avenue near Shirley Street. Investigate.
90. On our way.
WRAS 1055.
Within a minute or two, car 90 arrives at the scene of the crash. The police officers make a quick check of the driver, who is still slumped over the wheel. Then they put in a call for an ambulance. While waiting for it to arrive, they talk with Mr. Lutfi and Mrs. Darien.
You didn't touch the driver. He was like that when you first saw him, huh?
Yeah, that's right, officer. He slumped over the wheel just like that. You know, at first we thought he might be drunk or something, and then, well, my wife called you.
There's a tab of $1.60 on the meter. It's still running. Must have had a fare. Was anyone else in that cab?
No, there wasn't anyone else. Oh, wait a minute. I did see someone running down the street.
Yeah?
It was just as I looked out the window. I saw him turn down Shirley Street.
Could you identify him?
Oh, no. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
All I could tell was that he seemed young, had dark clothes on. No, I'm sure I couldn't.
Ambulance. Yeah. Did you get the driver's name for the identification card?
It's Paris. Samuel I. Paris, 54 Jones Avenue, Dorchester.
Okay, be sure to give it to him, huh?
All right, folks. Stand back now, will you? Stand back, please. Let the ambulance approach the full lane. Stand back. Don't worry.
The ambulance rushes the cab driver to the Boston City Hospital, where he's examined immediately upon arrival.
Dead. Probably cardiac failure. Natural causes. Better remove him to the morgue.
The body of Samuel I. Paris is then removed to the Southern Mortuary, an annex of Boston City Hospital. His widow, Mrs. Rachel Paris, and his 3 children are informed of the tragedy. Then, some 12 hours later, the autopsy, as required by law, is performed by Dr. Richard Ford, Associate Medical Examiner of Suffolk County.
Too bad the law makes you waste your time this way, Dr. Ford.
Well, investigating the causes of death or life is never a waste of time. You'd better learn that before you complete your internship.
Well, I know how you feel about that, Dr. Ford. What's to be learned about causes of death in a routine autopsy like this one, for instance?
You never can tell. It's always possible to... there. Well, it's always possible to uncover a murder.
Murder? But, Dr. Ford...
Yes, it's a small caliber bullet. Penetrated under the right ear and lodged beneath the left ear after piercing the brain. We'd better notify the superintendent of police.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number HF12342 of the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department. The unsolved murder of Samuel I. Paris.
Do you have something around the house that needs fixing, or are you planning to take on a new employee? Contact your local state employment office and ask for a physically handicapped worker. Through your state rehabilitation agency and the Veterans Administration, men and women who have physical impairments have been trained in new and special skills. It's good business to hire physically handicapped workers. They'll do a good job for you. Now back to Somebody Knows, and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning file number HF12342 from the records of the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department. The unsolved murder of Samuel I. Paris.
Remember, $5,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer.
With the disclosure that the death of Samuel I. Paris was caused by the firing of a bullet into his head, Superintendent of Police Edward W. Fallon orders an immediate all-out effort to apprehend his killer. A detail of patrolmen makes a house-to-house canvass of the Norfolk Avenue, Shirley Street area, questioning residents seeking clues to the slayer. Thomas Del Tolfo of 164 Norfolk Avenue tells them,
When I heard the crash, I looked out of my window. Saw a man get out of the rear of the cab. Well, he was wearing a sweater, or maybe a short coat. I think he had a gray soft hat. Well, he looked young to me. I thought at first the cabbie had a blowout and the fare was leaving.
Bus driver James Spillane of 22 Bigson Street, Dorchester, tells the police.
It was about 10 to 11 Saturday night. That was April 3rd. And I pick up this passenger at Shirley Street in Massachusetts Avenue. I remember him pretty clear. He's about 19 years old. He's maybe 5'8". He's got blonde hair and he was built kind of thin. He was wearing a gabardine coat, no hat. He got off at the Northampton elevator station. It's about 11:05.
Police ballistician Edward J. Culkin reports.
The bullet that killed Paris was .22 caliber from a short shell, fired from a target pistol or an old or foreign gun. The murder weapon will be easily identifiable once we have it in our possession.
Out of the welter of reports finding their way to Superintendent Fallon's desk, a number of pertinent facts come to light. Facts that enable the police to reconstruct the last hour and 45 minutes of Samuel Parris's life. Now, this is their reconstruction of the crime. Please listen carefully. It is 9 p.m., Saturday, August 3rd, 1948. Cab 702 with driver Samuel Parris at the wheel is parked at the stand on Tremont Street in front of the Parker House. A man and a woman enter the cab and give him an address.
Okay, sir.
Somewhere in the vicinity of North Station, his two passengers leave the cab, and Samuel Parris heads back in a southwesterly direction. Then at approximately 10 o'clock, he parks at the cab stand at Washington and Neeland Streets, and almost immediately picks up a sailor and a girl as passengers and drives them downtown. Then at 10:15 p.m., he's returning from this trip when he stops for a signal light on Tremont Street at Park. And another cab driven by Harry Pitchell of 53 Ellington Street, Dorchester, pulls up alongside.
Hi, Sammy.
Hey, Harry. How goes it?
Same as usual. What about you?
Could be better, could be worse. I ain't kicking.
That's Sammy Parris, all right. Don't you ever kick?
What's the kick? Got my health, I'm working, they still need cabs in Boston, I'm happy.
Okay, pal, I won't argue. See you?
Yeah, sure thing, Harry.
As the lights change, Samuel Parris drives back toward the cab stand at Washington and Neeland Streets. It is approximately 10:20 as he pulls in and stops. Then, at about 10:25, the door of his cab opens and a man gets in.
Roxbury.
Yeah, sure thing, mister.
Samuel Parris drives south on Neeland to Albany Street, then turns west in the direction of Roxbury. When he finally reaches Hampton Street, he turns again, and then onto Norfolk Avenue. Somewhere along the way, he suddenly feels the cold muzzle of a gun pressing against his neck below his right ear.
All right, Hacky, that's a gun you feel.
What? What is this, Mac, a stick-up?
What else?
Look, I got no dough on me. You should have better sense than picking a hack who's out. But I'm telling you, I got... Okay, Mac, okay. What am I supposed to do now?
Just keep driving, I'll tell you what. Just keep driving.
Okay, you're the boss.
Samuel Parris keeps driving down Norfolk Avenue. He's calm, alert. He slips his wristwatch far up his left sleeve, hoping it might go unnoticed. He tries to figure some way out. Then an idea comes to him.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Well, maybe I'm in a hurry to get this over with.
Slow down! Slow down, you hear? I'll blow your lousy brains out. Now slow down!
Okay, Mac. Okay!
Dave! What are you doing, you white shot?
It is now the day following the murder of Samuel I. Parris. A car is speeding down a highway in Dedham near the Westwood town line. 4 youths are inside. The driver is weaving recklessly in and out of traffic. A dozen times, accidents are only narrowly averted. Finally, a pursuing police car forces them over to the curb.
All right, step out. Keep your hands up. Come on. Get a move on. Out. All of you, out. Better frisk him. Between hit and run and a stolen car, anything's liable to show up. Stand still, you. Just keep those hands up.
Hey, something did show up. This.
Yeah. Looks like .22 caliber.
It is. Isn't that the caliber that got the cabbie over in Roxbury last night?
Yeah. And that's where this car was reported stolen. Got a hunch the boys at Roxbury are going to be pretty happy to see these 4 punks.
The 4 youths are turned over to the police at the Roxbury Division. They're questioned thoroughly. The .22 caliber pistol found on one of them is given to ballistics for checking. And then sometime later, the police issue a statement.
Ballistics reports that the .22 caliber pistol is not the one used in the Parris murder.
Our questioning has convinced us that these 4 youths have no connection with that case.
The investigation into the murder of Samuel Parris continues unabated as the entire city of Boston is aroused. Voices of anger and protest are raised in the city council, in veterans' organizations. The cab drivers of Boston have their own way of showing their feelings about this case.
Thanks for the tip, mister. It's going to the widow and kids of Sammy Parris.
The search for the slim, blonde youth seen boarding the bus at Massachusetts and Shirley goes on unrelentingly. In his identification now seems to lie the one possible hope for solution of the killing. It is now April 7th, 1948. In Police Station 9 in Roxbury, the desk sergeant is checking reports from several patrolmen out in the field when the door opens. Then steps approach the desk and halt.
I'd like to talk to someone, please.
Sure. What's it?
Standing before the desk is a young man about 19 years of age. He's about 5'8", thin. He has blonde hair.
I'm the man who got on that bus at Massachusetts and Shirley. I understand you're looking for me.
The man is interviewed, questioned thoroughly, his statements checked and rechecked. And the result?
We are satisfied that this man has no connection with the death of Samuel Parris.
Then, 5 months later, what seems to be the first major break in the case suddenly occurs. It's 2 a.m. on the morning of September 12th, 1948. A cab driven by Joseph Murad of 29 Upton Street, South End, is driving through Andrews Square.
Hey, cab! Taxi! Hey, taxi!
See you in 6th Street, South Boston.
Then, as the cab approaches the destination, Murad suddenly feels something cold and hard pressed against his neck.
Okay, cabby, this is a stick-up.
The man orders Murad to throw his money on the floor, and the driver does so. Then he's ordered to stop the cab. He's forced out, and the man drives the cab away. "20 minutes later, cab driver Isidore Klein of 122 Howland Street in Roxbury picks up a man on Washington Street near Bennett. The same procedure is followed as with Joseph Murad. Klein is forced to throw his money on the floor. He's ordered out of his cab, and the man drives off in it. Meanwhile, a special service squad containing Sergeant Thomas O'Keefe, Detectives Frank Mulvey, and John Preston has been alerted to the Murad holdup. They're cruising on Dorchester Avenue near Columbia when...
Look, there's a cab being hailed up ahead there.
Yeah, I see it. Man getting in alone. Think I better talk to him.
All right, mister, you better get out and keep your hands up. I think they want to talk to you at headquarters.
The suspect is identified at police headquarters by drivers Murad and Klein. He's questioned exhaustively by Special Officers Leo Devlin and Arthur O'Shea, who've been working on the Parris case. Then this statement is issued.
We are satisfied that this man has no connection with the death of Samuel Parris.
It is now September 20th, 1948. Judge Samuel Eisenstadt of the Roxbury Court makes a report on the inquest into the death of Samuel I. Parris, an inquest that's been held open since April 3rd.
The deceased was a man of excellent reputation, good father and a good husband who had no known enemies. There was no motive for anyone to wish to take his life unless the motive were robbery. I advocate that the case be held open in the event that the assailant should be apprehended, despite the fact that this court is unable to recommend prosecution or the issuance of complaints against this unknown person.
Unknown person? No. The killer of Samuel I. Paris is not unknown. Somewhere, in whatever town or city this man is hiding, some one of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, eaten lunch and dinner with him, knows the location of the gun that he fired on that night 2.5 years ago. No, the cold-blooded, brutal killer who took the life of Samuel I. Paris is not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Samuel I. Paris. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Samuel I. Paris, 39 years of age, a cab driver, was shot to death in his cab in the vicinity of 177 Norfolk Avenue in the Roxbury district of Boston, Massachusetts.
The time, approximately 10:45 p.m., Saturday, April 3rd, 1948.
The murder weapon was .22 caliber. It is believed to be either a target pistol or an old or foreign gun.
A young man, slight build, wearing either a sweater or short coat and a soft gray hat, was witnessed running from the scene of the crime. This man is definitely wanted by the police as a suspect in the murder of Samuel I. Paris.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have a bearing on the unsolved murder of Samuel I. Paris, and please don't send guesses or hunches, but only actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers. Any arrangement of any 6 numbers. And then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you've done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Samuel I. Paris, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number 3867 from the records of the Detroit, Michigan Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Jean Long.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, Letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Samuel I. Parris must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 30th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts implied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Don Baker saying good night. And remember,
somebody knows.
When Casey, CBS crime photographer, goes on the trail of a Wagnerian theme in The Love Death tonight, you're invited to listen in. In fact, stay tuned for it right now, for Casey, crime photographer, follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you'll find Arthur Godfrey's daytime program every Monday through Friday on the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 2 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes.
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer, or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 3867 of the Detroit, Michigan Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Jean Long.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie
The time
down
is 8
in green
p.m.,
pastures.
Thursday, May 25th, 1944. In the chapel of the Roy Rex Road Funeral Home, 2721 West Grand Boulevard, Detroit, Michigan, where a silver-gray coffin lies banked with flowers, the Reverend Newell C. Leesimer, pastor of the 12th Street Evangelical Church, is officiating at memorial services for Mrs. Jean
Surely
Long.
goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
At the conclusion of the services, Mr. and Mrs. Robert L. CROYLE, the parents of Mrs. Jean Long, sit hand in hand, dazed and bewildered in their grief.
Jean was such a good girl. A good girl. She'd been a hard worker for the church for 18 years. Why did this happen to her? Why?
Let us see if it's possible to obtain an answer to Mrs. CROYLE's question. Let us examine some of the more pertinent facts regarding the life and death of Jean CROYLE Long. For 17 years, Jean Long lived a quiet, peaceful life in Detroit, working during the day, contributing in her spare time to the 12th Street Evangelical Church. The only rift in her peaceful life was the failure of her marriage to Kenneth Long. For on Sunday, September 26, 1943, she made a final entry in the diary she'd been keeping.
This is the end of our marriage. He left home for good.
It is now Tuesday, May 23rd, 1944. The time is 8 o'clock in the evening. In the parsonage of the 12th Street Evangelical Church, the Reverend Newell C. Leesimer, pastor, is dictating letters to be sent to the members of his congregation who are in the service.
Everyone has been putting his
Jean Long is cutting the typewriter stencils on them as he talks.
In aiding and abetting the war work. But never for one moment are you out of our thoughts or our prayers. May the good Lord bless you and keep you safe from harm. Well, I guess that does it, Jean.
They're wonderful letters, Reverend. Shall I enclose the church news bulletin with these?
Yes, if you don't mind. Sorry I can't stay and help you, but Mrs. Leesimer and I have a few calls to make.
Oh, that's all right. It'll only... Oh, say, I thought of a poem by Whittier the other day. I thought it might be nice to include in the bulletin.
Oh? Which is it?
The one that goes, I know not what the future hath of marvel or surprise, assured alone that life and death his mercy underlies.
Mm-hmm.
I know not where his islands lift their fronded palms in air. I only know I cannot drift beyond his love and care.
Include it by all means, Jean. I'm sure its message will have great meaning for those who are facing possible death.
Yes, I know it has great meaning for me. Well, I'll run over to the church office and get started on this right away. The letters will be waiting for you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Jean.
It is now approximately 8:55 p.m., Tuesday, May 23rd, 1944. Alex Simpson, a friend of Mrs. Jean Long, approaches the Davison Street door of the 12th Street Evangelical Church.
Jean? Jean, are you in here?
He goes down into the basement of the church where the office is located.
Jean? Are you down here, Jean? Jean?
It is now 9:30 p.m. In the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Robert CROYLE on Oakman Boulevard, a telephone rings.
Hello?
Hello, is Jean home?
Jean? Why, no.
This is Alex Simpson, Mrs. Croyle.
Oh, yes, Mr. Simpson. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Say, I had a date with Jean for tonight, Mrs. Croyle. I was going to pick her up at the corner of 12th and Davidson at 9 o'clock, but she wasn't there when I drove by.
Well, why don't you go into the church?
I did, but she wasn't there either, so I called you up. I thought she might have come home.
Why, no. She hasn't come home.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. She probably forgot about our date and is on our way home now. Sorry I troubled you. Good night, Mrs. Croyle.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Simpson.
It is now approximately 11:30 p.m. Mr. Leesimer stands in the doorway of the parsonage after saying good night to a guest. He notices that a light is burning in the basement office of the church.
Oh, that's strange. Either Jean's working very late or... I'd better check on it. Jean? Jean, are you still here? Jean, are you still working? Jean? Oh, well, she must have just left and forgot to turn the lights out. Jean?
It is now a few minutes past midnight. Wednesday morning, May 24th, 1944. On the 6th floor of police headquarters at 1300 Beaubien Street in Detroit, Michigan, a call comes into the headquarters switchboard.
Police department.
Hello? Hello?
Police department.
You've got to find her for me. You've got to find her.
What is it, ma'am? Is someone missing?
Yes. It's my daughter, Jean. Jean Long. She hasn't come home. No one knows where she's gone. Oh, you've got to do something. She's disappeared.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 3867 of the Detroit, Michigan Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Jean Long.
The United States Armed Forces need volunteers today in every branch of the services. You have the chance to choose not only the branch, but the type of work which you feel will be the most benefit to you in the years ahead. May we suggest that you go to your nearest recruiting office to see if you are eligible to volunteer and inquire about the many opportunities open to you. Now back to Somebody Knows, and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning homicide file number 3867 from the records of the Detroit, Michigan Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Jean Long.
Remember, $5,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
It is now about 9 in the morning, Wednesday, May 24th, 1944. Reverend Leesimer leaves his study and starts toward the side door of the parsonage.
Noel, are you going over to the church?
Oh, yes, dear. I want to pick up those letters that Jean got ready for me last night.
Well, while you're there, you'd better look at the flowers on the altar. The choir's going to meet tonight.
Yes, that's right. Those flowers are probably drooping by now. I'll take care of them. Flowers up at the altar. I'd better take care of them first.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hello?
Bill, this is Newell. Can you come over to the church right away?
To the church?
Yes, something terrible has happened. Jean Long is dead.
The Reverend Leesimer's call has been to Mr. William A. Hammond, Vice President of the Board of Trustees of the 12th Street Evangelical Church. It takes Mr. Hammond about 5 minutes to arrive at the parsonage, and Mr. Leesimer leads him immediately into the nave of the church and down the middle aisle.
You're sure she's Jean Long?
Those are her clothes, Bill.
What's that paper covering her face? I know not what the future hath of marvel or surprise.
Oh, dear.
Assured alone that life and death his mercy underlies.
I know not where his islands lift the fronded palms in air.
What?
I only know I cannot drift beyond his love and care.
What is it, Newell?
A poem by Whittier. Jean wanted to... That must be the church news bulletin lying across her face.
Did you place it there?
No.
We'd better call the police.
Police Department.
My name is Newell C. Leesimer. I'm pastor of the 12th Street Evangelical Church at the northeast corner of 12th and Davison.
Yes, Mr. Leesimer?
Hi, I want to report the death of my secretary. I believe she may have been murdered.
Where is she, Mr. Leesimer?
In the church. The nave.
We'll have some men out there right away. Don't touch anything. Just stand.
The emergency board operator immediately relays the information across the 6th floor of police headquarters to the operator of the West Side radio station, KQA 371. And the operator sets in motion the speedy, precise machinery of the Detroit police force. Within a few minutes, Chief of Detectives Paul H. Wenzel, Senior Inspector of Detectives Edward Graff, and Detective Inspector John Whitman, commanding the homicide squad, arrive at the scene. The investigation into the death of Jean Long begins. The initial homicide report is made by Detective Lieutenant Harry W. O'Brien of the Homicide Squad, contains in part the following information.
Upon arriving at the church, we found the body of Mrs. Jean Long, 40 years old, of 3625 Oakman Boulevard, lying in the nave. Her clothing had been disarranged, and she had been stabbed 3 times in the chest. The left side of her face was badly swollen, and 3 teeth had been dislodged, and her body was covered with blood. Her wristwatch, with the band broken, which was found near the body, had run down at 8:34 o'clock.
Coroner's investigator Tony Sapute responds to a call to the coroner's office and removes the body to the Wayne County morgue. A post-mortem examination is begun by Dr. Paul A. Kleba, Wayne County medical examiner, and Dr. Donald H. Comp, pathologist. The cause of death?
Internal hemorrhage following penetrating puncture wound to the aorta. There is no evidence of criminal assault.
A search is conducted for the missing murder weapon. It is believed at first that the murder was committed with some sort of pocket knife. Then, in the small kitchen adjoining the basement office.
Say, Inspector, mind taking a look at this? Here in this drawer. The lab men have finished the checking for prints, and I think we might check for a couple of more things.
The paring knife.
Yeah, it looks clean, all right. But it's got about a 4-inch blade. It's strong enough to make the wounds we saw.
Okay, I'll have Lieutenant Payne check for blood reactions.
Fine.
Report from Detective Lieutenant James Payne, head of the Police Scientific Laboratory, states,
We've obtained positive blood reactions on the paring knife. Blood reactions were also obtained in the kitchen sink and in the trap under the sink. There would seem to be little doubt that this was the weapon used in the killing of Jean Long.
One of the most important clues in the case is found lying on the floor about 4 feet from the body. It is a portion of a man's fingernail. It is about 1/4 of an inch long and about 9/16 of an inch in width. The portion of fingernail is examined by Dr. Comp, the pathologist, and he reports,
The nail is from the thumb, middle, or ring finger of a man's hand. It's my opinion that this man is not a day laborer, as the nail is fairly well groomed. The nail contains pieces of flesh and blood. It was evidently torn away violently during the struggle preceding Mrs. Long's death.
Meanwhile, an intensive and exhaustive investigation is made in an attempt to uncover some clue as to the identity of Mrs. Long's killer, to determine some motive for her death. The entire church membership, her friends, relatives, acquaintances are questioned. The results are negative. However, from the thorough examination made at the scene of the crime, a number of facts are determined. A number of deductions are made. Now here are those facts, those deductions, as expressed by Detective Lieutenant Lane.
The crime took place somewhere between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening. No struggle took place in the office. Mrs. Long's work had not been completed. The counter on the mimeograph machine showed only 89 copies of the news bulletins run off, and there were 2 chairs at the desk and 2 stacks of envelopes in the process of being filled with the bulletins. As for the church bulletins spread over the dead woman's face, only someone who knew her would have done that, because only someone who knew his victim well would have found it so unbearable to look at her dead face.
From these facts, these deductions, it is possible to form a theory as to what occurred on the night of Tuesday, May 23rd, 1944, to make a possible recreation of the murder of Mrs. Jean Long. Now here is our recreation of that crime. It is sometime after 8 o'clock on the evening of Tuesday, May 23rd, 1944. In the basement office of the 12th Street Evangelical Church, Jean Long is turning out copies of the church news bulletin on the mimeograph machine.
Oh, someone must be at the... Who's there? Oh, it's you. Come in. You're just in time. I haven't finished my work yet. I'll do you a great big favor and let you help me with it.
Jean Long and her visitor go down to the basement office where she's been working.
Here, you can help me stuff these envelopes. Take that chair and I'll use this. Make yourself useful now. Well, be careful.
For some time, Jean Long and her visitor work at stuffing the envelopes with the prepared news bulletins. They laugh and talk for a while as they work. Then something happens. The visitor gets to his feet and walks out of the office into the adjoining kitchen. He opens the drawer containing the kitchen utensils, looks down at it for a moment. Then he removes the paring knife with a 4-inch blade. He starts to return to the office.
You know we'll never get through here if you keep wandering around like... Now, what in the world are you going to do with that paring knife? No, you must be crazy. No!
Terrified, Jean Long runs out of the office, her visitor following closely behind. At the top of the stairs, she tries to turn toward the outer door, but he moves in front of her. She turns and runs into the nave of the church. The visitor is right behind her now. He lunges for her, grasping the rear of her dress.
No, don't. No.
It is now Sunday morning, May 28th, 1944, 5 days after the death of Mrs. Jean Long. Services are being held in the 12th Street Evangelical Church. There's no surreptitious whispering. No eyes are turned toward the center aisle. The aisle down which Jean Long had walked 17 years before to the slow strains of the wedding march. the aisle where Jean Long's body was found.
We come today with hearts and minds shocked by the events of the past week. Our minds are perplexed as to what would cause this tragic event to take place. We pray that this grave problem shall be solved and should not be content until justice is met.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Jean CROYLE Long. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Mrs. Jean CROYLE Long, 40 years of age, was stabbed to death at the 12th Street Evangelical Church, 12th Street and Davison Avenue in Detroit, Michigan.
The time, somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, Tuesday, May 23rd, 1944.
The police believe that the crime was committed by a person whom Mrs. Long knew rather well.
The only tangible clue is a portion of a man's fingernail. It was apparently torn away during the struggle preceding Mrs. Long's death. The nail is from the thumb, middle, or ring finger. The nail is fairly well groomed, indicating that the man was probably not a day laborer.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have a bearing on the unsolved murder of Jean CROYLE Long, and please don't send guesses or hunches, but only actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Mrs. Jean Long, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or your doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number DR 295771 from the records of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Detroit, Michigan Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Saphir production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mrs. Jean Long must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, September 6th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is John Jacobs saying good night, and remember,
somebody knows.
There's always an unusual adventure in store for you when Casey, crime photographer, takes his camera in hand to track the criminal to his lair. Stay tuned for his latest adventure, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you'll find Arthur Godfrey's daytime program every Monday through Friday on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Cary Grant, in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Cary Grant.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the heroism of tomorrow's battles. This is a doctor at war. And now, The Doctor Fights, starring Cary Grant.
Talk about Dunkirk. We had our Dunkirk, too. Our men huddled on the landing stages, watching Bataan fall to the Japs, watching the Jap shell fire hit the rock of Corregidor, watching the rocks strike back. Bataan falling. Bataan fallen. Our flag came down, and the red sun of Japan rose over Bataan. We laid down our arms, believing in the strength of confidence and in the honor of the enemy, and began the march of death. Yokohama, take it easy. There's a man here with a badly swollen foot. I'm a doctor. If you'd allow me to have a look at it, maybe I
Shut up! Now you shut up, huh? Now you march, huh? Huh?
All right, Light of Asia. I'll march. We'll all march. And someday we'll all march right back over your moldy, diseased bones. Someday we'll...
Shut up! March! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Your name?
Livingston Pope Noel.
A doctor?
Yes.
Why did you not attempt to escape to Corregidor? Are you a fool?
I'm a doctor. A lot of our men were sick and wounded. A number of us doctors remained to care for them. I realize that your own medical staff would be enormously overburdened with your own casualties, therefore...
We have very few casualties. Very few.
I was thinking of the future.
I could be very severe with you. You know that?
By experience, I know that, yes.
Then be civil and reasonable.
May I ask what's going to be done about me and the rest of the men who survived the march from Bataan to Camp O'Donnell?
You will be moved to the military camp at Cabanatuan.
I hope adequate medical facilities are available for the treatment of American prisoners of war there.
At the Cabanatuan, you will be assigned to a labor detail.
A labor detail?
Please send in the next man as you go out.
But doctors are scarce. The men are wounded. There's gangrene, malaria, dysentery.
Please send in the next man as you go out.
Right.
Right.
Stop! Take rest! Rest!
Well, darn decent of Nepal. Take rest. Dr. Bennett, take rest.
Those dirty, crawling, viperous, malignant, festering, louse-ridden sons
of heaven. Take it easy, Doctor. Relax. Easy does it.
Easy does it. You confounded Merriwell boy. We're doctors. Our men are sickening and dying. Their very flesh is falling from their bodies. The air of this slimy place reeks with human decay and death. Look at yourself. Feel the bones standing out all over you. A skeleton. And you lean your skeleton on your pick, and you simper like some
Bennett.
Surgeons trained for delicate surgery. Our hands are a mass of calluses, and you say, take it easy.
Because I have interesting news for you.
Take it easy, he says. Idiot.
I am a favored character in this stinking camp. The commanding officer likes me.
Well, that's likely.
Fact. The other day, he was beheading a dozen Filipinos because a tire had been stolen from a truck. He asked me if I'd like to try my hand at a couple.
Contemptible, crawling, vicious, savage, unregenerate.
All right. They're all of that. But you can make a cobra dance if you play a flute.
Noel, if you've been polishing the boots of these vile, sake-soaked, blood-drenched...
Bennett. You majored too much in adjectives when you were in college, whereas I specialized in tact and science. I was trying to tell you that the commanding officer here is under my medical care.
Poison the brute. What's wrong with him? I hope.
His Excellency suffers from an unmentionable affliction. In exchange for my professional services, he's promised to get me out of here.
Free?
No, but to Santo Tomas prison camp. A better place than this is, Gungadeen. In a place where we can practice some medicine and do the jobs for which our consciences appointed us, Bennett. We're doctors. And everything we can do to fulfill our responsibilities as such ought to be done.
Do I go with you?
Of course. Right now, I'm just concerned about what we can do for the sick and wounded. And that depends on what I can do for the commanding officer of this rat run.
All right. Work. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up!
Santo Tomas was a slight improvement. They starved us to death more slowly. That took a lot of doing, and it was a long time doing. Bataan to Santo Tomas prison camp. There were enough doctors and nurses in the camp to make things, well, endurable. We practiced medicine, and I call the spirits of Louis Pasteur and of Lister to witness that we never lost a mother in childbirth, nor did we ever lose a child, except from undernourishment. But we made the best of things at Santo Tomas. Santo Tomas was a world apart, a world of Japanese taunts and reports, and of our own stupid hysterical rumor-mongering.
Hey, American doctor! Our brave fleet has bombarded San Francisco, and there is a terrible epidemic in the city. Now, what do you say?
I overheard 2 Jap sentries talking, and I'm sure they wouldn't stand around fooling each other. The Panama Canal is blockaded near Culebra, and 4 of our biggest battleships are just trapped there for the duration. That's what they said.
Well, I don't know. It's been a long time since Pearl Harbor, and taking this and that and the other thing, the long time is taking our troops to come back, and the confidence of these Japs, well, I don't know. After all, Pearl Harbor was an awful jolt.
Yeah, and they say the Germans have a new plane that just flies figure eights around the best we've got over there. You know, I have a feeling that...
I'm very much afraid that...
Hey there, American doctor!
Who's there?
Just me, nurse. Came out to get the air.
Oh, Dr. Knoll.
Just, I meant. I went to school, Miss Jane.
We should certainly hope so.
Oh, why hasn't a sentry chased you inside? It's just past curfew.
I shrugged my shoulders.
Cigarette?
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. You misunderstand me. I'm asking for one.
Maybe I've got one.
From medieval times, no doubt?
Well, sure enough, here's a tired, bent old fag. I'll split it with you, Captain.
Done, Lieutenant.
Got a dry match?
Got.
That's pretty wonderful.
Mm-hmm. It's a result of a special course I took at Vanderbilt U. Here.
It's murder if a Jap sentry sees the light. Thanks.
Keep your hand cupped over the going in.
All the lights were low. Perfume hung in the air. And the suave adagio couple danced like 2 spirals of smoke, intertwining.
Writing a book?
Thinking of Velos and Yolanda dancing in the Rainbow Room. Radio City, New York. When was it?
1775. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year.
No, tell me, how long since Bataan?
3 years, more or less.
More or less.
More.
3 years out of a woman's life. More. It's a lot.
It's a lot out of anyone's life.
It's more with a woman. This kind of 3 years. In this place. Hungry all the time. Always hungry. Or dying for a smoke. Or just dying. By inches.
Millimeters. Slower, more exquisite, and more scientific.
I ought to be married now and having my first baby.
I ought to be getting on my feet now in some nice medical building back home. Indiana limestone front and lots of dignity. Oh, well, let's not gripe. Plenty of the folks are never going back.
And we are, I suppose. Shh. Dr. Knoll, when are we going to get out of here? I said when.
I heard you. Now, look, Miss James, the best thing is don't think about it. And when you do, just pray like Galahad.
On an empty stomach?
No, on your knees and on a full heart. Oh, listen to the Japanese air power keeping a weather eye on us poor demented nobodies. What can we do?
Good grief.
Gunplay.
But why?
I don't know.
Oh, riddle me that. What happened? Practice?
Hardly. I only know that if a plane flies over a place and doesn't identify itself to the satisfaction of the fellows on the ground, they're shooting.
Well, why wouldn't a plane respond to such a request? Oh, no! No!
It's probably nothing. It's a stray British or American plane lost them from God knows where.
An aircraft carrier?
You misunderstand me again, Miss James. I am not God. I'm just a small, humble, starving, frightened little man. A doctor with a finite mind who is beginning to wonder infinitely.
American doctor, our Imperial Navy has again completely defeated your Navy in a great battle. Now, what do you think?
Scat. How many times can the American Navy be defeated? I'm beginning to like this.
No one dared think too much about the lost airplane. But then there were symptoms, portents, tokens of alarm in the behavior of our captors. And then, oh, unbelievably, United States troops in the Philippines. United States troops closing in on Santo Tomas. Americans!
Oh,
Americans!
Never heard of 3.5 years! 3.5 years!
Miss James.
Fellas and Yolanda in the Rainbow Room. Wait till I powder my nose and I'll be right down, baby.
Miss James.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
I think Santa Tomas will be liberated by nightfall.
Oh, yes, doctor. Oh, yes, indeed. Yes.
Miss James,
yes,
listen to me.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes, doctor, yes.
Santa Tomas may be in American hands by nightfall. There'll be casualties. There'll be work for us. Now, let's all think just about that. Send Dr. Bennett and the others up here immediately. Round them up. We're going to see Americans. Nice, fresh Americans, right off the boat.
I know, doctor. Americans. From America. Americans. Oh, gee whiz. Praise the Lord.
Stop that blubbering, James, and get out of here before you get me started. What can I say? That night, United States troops entered Santa Tomas prison camp. And some of us just stood with tears running down our cheeks and necks. And others just stood in our rags and bones and shook with emotion. Now, what can I say to make you feel just a little bit of what we felt? Nothing. We were free. What else is there except being free after everything? Corpsmen carried our wounded into the basement of the main university building, where we had set up an emergency operating room. And there were some strange case histories assembled that night of liberation. All right, boys, put the litter down here and walk out gingerly. We're getting full up.
This one isn't bad at all, Dr. No.
Well, how do you feel, baby?
All hopped up with plasma and morphine, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Any pain at all?
Hardly any. I can take it. Hey, give me a morphine syringe.
Fixed you up, huh?
Yes, sir. No other syringe can make that statement.
Compound fracture of the femur.
All compound fractures and hemorrhages first.
Not here, too crowded.
The regular surgery is across the campus, but some Japs are holed up in the education building, shooting at everything that tries to get across.
We'll get across.
Alive?
Naturally. Now, come on, let's not waste any more time. We'll take this boy for one. Miss James, we want 6 nurses, several corpsmen, and 2 more of our most seriously wounded men, and we'll get underway. Now.
Why can't they root those Japs out of that building?
They've got a lease.
They've got 250 Americans in there with them, that's why. Dogs. I hate them. They are. We're trying to get badly wounded men to safety, and they cut loose with their contemptible little firing.
Contemptible little firing will make you a good little hole in your head, so just lie low, Noel.
Oh, gee, am I hungry? You know something? The kids brought some food with them when they drove into town.
Food? Who said food?
Chocolate bars and mush and stuff like that.
Oh, Lord, save a little for me.
That wasn't even close.
They lost track of us. Let's get moving again. Pass it down. Easy.
Here we go again, people. Easy.
Moving up, ladies. Easy.
They've got us again. Let's get the devil out of here and fast. Break for it! You don't know how weak you are until... Are we all here?
All present. Accounted for.
No new casualties.
All right. How long before you and your girls can get this surgery working?
2 hours. 1.5.
Sold. Do it.
Consider it done.
Wait a minute. We're not going to work with ether under those open burner Coleman lamps.
I'm afraid so, Dr.
We'll be blown to kingdom come.
What's the difference? We're half dead now.
Yes, but will they let me practice medicine in kingdom come with a Tennessee license? Let's go, everybody. Let's get set up here and get every bad surgical case in here, machine guns or no machine guns. And let's not lose a single man, huh?
Huzzah, Frank Merriwell, huzzah.
Dr. Frank Merriwell to you. Well, let's go. Any more bad chest wounds coming up beside this one?
Don't know.
Well, let's have some retraction here, will you?
Got it?
You haven't got it. Rule retractors.
Take it easy, Noel.
We just have Richardson retractors. I'm sorry.
All right. Use them.
Well, all right.
No rule retractors.
Well, I'm sorry.
Take it easy, Noel.
Quiet, please.
This isn't Bellevue, you know.
Trial hemostat. Look at you, plane number 1.
Right.
No, give it to Bennett. Can't you see I've got my hands full?
Sorry, I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Well, so am I. We all are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's have it.
Yes, Dr. Bennett.
You know, this wouldn't do at all in the movies, Noel.
How does this look to you, Bennett?
Looks fine, Dr. Noel.
Swell. Thanks.
Dr. Noel, please.
Huh? Who's next?
You are. You've got to eat something.
Nonsense, I'm not hungry. Eat what?
Mush. Thick mush, not like the Japs fed us.
Well, no time for that. Where's Bennett again? Get Bennett and we'll I'll tell you what, you get that mush and feed it to me while I'm working.
Good enough. I'll shovel it into you with a wooden tongue depressor.
What time is it now?
Oh, I don't know. Morning.
Who's next?
Badly shattered right tibia and fibula.
Uh-huh. We save the leg.
Dr. Bennett thinks so.
We'll save it. Lots of shock, huh?
Deep shock.
We'll save it for the kid. Plasma given already?
2 units of plasma and 1 of whole blood.
Wonderful. How's the ether holding on?
Plenty.
All right. Hey, just keep that hot mush away from those Coleman lamps.
You mean the ether?
Well, that's what I said. Didn't I?
No.
Oh. Hey, where's the boy with the bad leg? We'll save it. By heaven, we'll save it. That's what we've been rotting here for 3 years for. By heaven, we'll save it.
All right.
Hot mush. Really hot and thick?
Yes, Dr. No.
God knows, Miss James, the spirit is certainly willing, but if you don't mind, I'm really terribly hungry for some hot, thick mush. And that was Liberation Night at Santo Tomas in the Philippines. At any moment, that ether might catch fire from the Coleman lamps and fling its terrible blue scarf of flame across the room. Might blast us all into Kingdom Come, where they might not recognize earthly medical licenses and we'd be out of work. And we want to work. We want to keep on working until the last bone is knit, the last shattering pain gone, the last wound healed, the last dreadful memory of conflict and of horror rooted from the minds of the men who fought our war. I'm home now. The other day I walked into one of those immense food markets in New York, just looking.
Yes, sir, Colonel, Major, can I help you with something?
No, thanks. I'm just looking at all this beautiful food.
Huh?
The food. All this food.
Well, yeah, sure. What else?
Look, tell me something. Exactly what is mush? It's wonderful, but what is it? Ladies and gentlemen, from New Orleans, we now present the man whose story we have just told. Major Livingston Pope Knoll, Jr. Dr. Knoll will be interviewed by John Kent.
Thank you, Cary Grant. Well, Dr. Knoll, that soft, bland diet of mush was no joke when you were actually living through the experience we have just heard, was it?
It wasn't funny a bit. The Japs had us so hungry that a lot of us were overcome just by the sight of the steamed fruit pudding some of the Americans broke out that first night. I remember one of the nurses actually fed me a chocolate bar while I was performing an operation.
Tell me, how did you get your medical supplies? Did the Japs let you have enough to get along on?
They did not. In the entire 3 years we were there, they allowed only 2 shiploads of Red Cross supplies to come through. Needless to say, we used them very sparingly and operated only when we had to.
I suppose the mortality rate among the patients was rather high.
No, as a matter of actual record, we didn't lose a single surgical case during my year's stay in Santa Tomas. Our greatest problem, aside from malnutrition, which was always with us, was epidemics. There was one period there when we had 500 cases of measles, along with a lot of whooping cough and chicken pox at the same time. I don't think, Mr. Kent, that I did all this by myself. I'd like to pay special tribute at this time to Dr. Ted Stevenson, Major Sam Bloom, Dr. Henry Waters, Dr. Beulah Allen, Dr. Dora Chambers, Dr. Floyd Smith, and all of our Army nurses.
You had a regular ward and an isolation unit for contagious diseases, of course.
We had things set up as well as we could, but the hospital ward was always so full of malnutrition cases we couldn't use it for much else. The night the Americans came in, we had almost 100 casualties. We had no place to put them after they'd received treatment. The women internees in the main prison building gave up their own beds in the middle of the night so the boys would have a place to rest. These women were wonderful. When we were running low on bandages, they tore up what little extra linen they had and brought down their few hot water bottles and any other little comforts for the casualties. And remember, those women were just as hungry and tired as the rest of us.
Well, now that you've had a few months of 3 square meals a day, what are your plans, Major?
I want to get right back there just as fast as they'll send me. If people only knew it, that fight out there in the Pacific is only getting well started, and I want to get back in it until it's finished.
Thank you, Major Knoll, with sincerest gratitude from Shenley Laboratories.
This is Cary Grant in Hollywood, adding my humble thanks to you, Dr. Knoll.
The Doctor Fights is a program dedicated to the 180,000 doctors of our country, 60,000 of whom are with the armed forces, 120,000 of whom are maintaining the health of all of us at home. It is presented by Shenley Laboratories, makers of Penicillin Shenley, with this reminder. The continuing Shenley research program, which enabled us to be of aid in the expansion of penicillin production facilities, is even now at work on the development of other products of value to mankind. The Shenley organization will continue this policy of constant experimentation and development in the sure knowledge that such a course will play its part in an abundant peacetime economy. Next week over these same stations, at the same time, Shenley Laboratories will again present The Doctor Fights, starring the brilliant young motion picture actor Robert Cummings in a thrilling true story, Picnic at McBurney's Point. Tonight's Dr. Fights was written by Milton Geiger, with music by Leith Stevens, and was produced and directed Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Lieutenant Commander Robert Montgomery, United States Naval Reserve, in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Robert Montgomery.
Eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death
of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the heroism of tomorrow's battle. This is a doctor at war. Shenley Laboratories voiced the wish of all America that victory in the Pacific soon will be ours. When that day comes, this war will end for most of the men fighting today. But for some of those now serving on the battlefronts, their fight will never end. These men are America's physicians, for whom the battle against disease goes on endlessly. No development in recent medical history has given the doctor such aid in his fight, both in war and civilian use, as penicillin. The story of how this drug, so difficult to prepare in quantity, was first produced in sufficient amount for the Army and Navy, and then finally in quantity enough for most civilian needs, is a tribute to the 22 great industrial companies who turned their facilities to the demanding task of penicillin production. Shenley Laboratories is indeed proud to have been among those firms permitted to produce penicillin. Tonight, Mare Island and back is the true story of Captain Henry H. Kessler, the man who has done so much to return seriously wounded men to a normal, happy life. We will meet Captain Kessler in person later in our program. And now, The Doctor Fights, starring Robert Montgomery.
Now hear this, you blessed ones, you lucky ones sitting in your bedrooms with 10 pink toenails to clip, and you in your kitchens opening a bottle with 2 living hands. Now hear this, and you especially who sit by the loudspeakers and smoke, having but recently learned how to open a pack of cigarettes with 1 hand. Hear this. This is Sam Logan's story. Captain Sam Logan, United States Marines. He was feeling good that morning. Plenty of sky over Guadalcanal, and the smoke of the guns didn't come up this high. Might have been Florida below. It was so clean up here. And the clouds washed his wings as he banked left to circle the island. This was the life. This was the joy of it. This was Sam Logan's life, the beginning and the end of it. To wish for a cloud and be there. To yearn for higher air and climate on the hot back of an engine. Leveling off now, he dipped a wing to the boys below to show them he was there with his big hand over them. And then he saw the sun, and saw the speck on it, and grinned like a boy. And the clouds moved under to make a floor he could fight on. It came like a black stone, growing, sprouting wings now, firing now, the sun like a mirror shining in his eyes. Something went past. He banked hard right, the strong right leg on the pedal. Hatch opened hard with the wind sucking. Horizon over his left ear now, the wind on his head like a hammer as he stands on his seat and walks out and slides down the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sam Logan gripped the steel handle of his chest. 8, 9. His shoulders jerked and he grinned again. Far below he saw the sea between his legs like a great pillow. And then it came. The Zero turning back, nosing up toward him, the sun flashing like water on the prop. Angry, squirming upward like a snake. Sam Logan hung from his parachute, and the Japanese pilot, husbanding his Imperial cartridges, performed a successful but unnecessary amputation 2,000 feet above the sea. and Sam Logan's right leg flew in a high and bloody arc and followed him down, while the Zero, propeller dripping, moved northward toward Japan.
But consider yourself lucky, Logan.
Yeah?
Sure. Take little Henry here. I wasn't even supposed to be out here. I had too many independents. Wife and 2 kids. Had it all figured. I'm safe. All right, so I'm in. I figure, well, I get myself in the band. No violins allowed. Quartermaster. Ain't fat enough. Air Corps. Too fat. Landing barges? Just right. When we get back in the States, I'm going to get up in the morning. My kids tie my shoes, my wife puts on my hat, and I go sell my apples. Toss you for the intersection of 42nd and Broadway, Logan. Or are you going to corner the Macintosh market?
That doctor said he'd put a hand on you, didn't he?
You can't tie your shoes with a hook. What are you going to do? Give it any thought?
I don't know. I want to see that doctor. What's his name? Kessler?
He's nice, that doctor, but he can't grow you nothing you can put a shoe on.
Well, at least we only got one missing, Luke.
Yeah, which just about puts me right behind the 8 ball. Man, I heard the way you lost yours. That
I didn't lose it. I gave it.
Yeah? Well, whatever you did, you ain't got it, bud.
What'd you do, Luke? Farmer?
Yeah, that's all I ever did. And there ain't no corner to sell apples on in Clay County.
I heard those artificial legs are pretty good the way they got them down.
Yeah, but I ain't pitching no artificial hay. And I ain't plowing no artificial ground neither. It's tough enough with 2 legs. I just hope to God they never let me out of this hospital. That's all I hope.
Here's Dr. Kessler, Logan.
Morning, boys.
Morning,
Doctor.
Hot in here, isn't it? Yeah, that's better. Some of that new Hebrides ozone. Why didn't you open that window next to your chair, Henry?
I can't open that window. Needs 2 hands.
It'll open with 1.5. Try it. Let's see it, Henry.
There it is. What there is of it.
Oh, it looks nice.
Pretty.
Could have been worse, Henry.
I know. Every morning I thank God it wasn't my head.
What head? Henry, when you get back to the States, they'll do a fancy operation on you. Fix you up with a hand that you can open and close just by thinking. You won't have to move your shoulders to operate it. It works right off your own muscles. No, all you have to do is to learn how to think.
That's great, Doctor.
Now, look here.
I appreciate it, Doctor, but you don't have to kid me. I'm a truck driver. 10-ton max. How am I going to drive a truck with a tin hand?
You can do it with a tin hand, but you can't do it with a tin brain.
I appreciate it, Doctor. But I ain't kidding myself.
Okay. It's your funeral. Luke, take that cover off. Let me see the leg.
Don't hurt anymore, sir. Hardly.
Well, no reason why it should. Yeah. Looks fine. Cover up. Tell me, boy, you got the farm waiting for you back home, haven't you?
I can't go back to that farm, sir. They can't afford to feed me.
Why, you tired of working?
Oh, no, sir, but I can't...
I'll talk to you about it later. Let's see it, Logan.
Feels peculiar.
Raise it.
Feels funny. How's it look?
All right. Cover up. Move over. Let me sit on your bed.
How am I doing? Is it healing, sir?
Yes, coming together in great shape. I've been wanting to talk to you, Logan. What are your plans?
Plans for what?
They'll fit you with an artificial leg back in the States. The thing I'm interested in is the kind of work that you want to do. Maybe you can get started on it in the hospital by the time you're a civilian.
Oh, well, I'm going to fly, sir.
You're going to fly?
That's right.
That's a pretty damn nice way of taking it, Logan. I'm glad you feel that way.
How long will it take for me to get a leg?
Oh, a few months. You'll have plenty of time to get used to it, and then, I don't know, maybe a commercial line will give you a chance.
Well, I'm not interested in commercial flying. I'm going back into combat.
I see. Did you ever know anybody with an artificial leg?
No, but I know what you mean, sir, but it doesn't apply to me. I'll be able to walk, won't I?
Definitely.
Well, if I walk, I can fly. And if I can fly combat.
All right. I don't think it's ever been done in this man's Navy, but who knows? Maybe nobody tried. I'll see you later, Logan. See you later, boys. That was Sam Logan. Of course he'd never fly, certainly not for Navy combat. In the beginning, I berated myself for not telling him the truth, and every day I made up my mind to tell him. But it kept getting harder and harder. I'd come into the ward, and he'd be smiling up at me with that kid grin on his face, and whenever we'd talk...
You know, when I get a plane, Doctor, I'm going to take you up and turn you over so many times you'll think you drank a gallon of high octane. I'll show you a power dive like you never...
And another time, when we were alone.
I was just reading about these jet propulsion jobs. Man, that's for me. They'll never touch us in those babies. 700...
One day I went out to the field that was a few miles from the hospital. I knew a major there. We were old friends.
That's right, Captain. This is the kind of fighter he was flying.
Yeah, well, I'd like to look in the cockpit.
Well, here, step right up. There you are. Now hoist in. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to feel these pedals. How far does this pedal go?
Oh, go ahead and press it.
Uh-huh. Major, I want your opinion. What would you say to a man flying one of these in combat with one artificial leg?
Impossible.
Now, wait a minute. He's got the action of his knee. It's just from the knee down.
Couldn't do it. I doubt that he'll fly, and he'd certainly never make combat.
He's a remarkable kid, Major. He's all guts.
That wouldn't help, Captain. I'm not a doctor. I'm a flyer. But I don't believe that a man is ever going to time the use of an artificial leg so that he can go into combat and come out alive. That leg's got to respond, Captain. A man's got to act on the split tail of a second.
Is there any rule against it that you know of?
Well, there isn't any rule against a blind man flying either. But we don't give them airplanes.
But there's no rule?
No. No, but it just won't work. I wouldn't let him kid himself, Captain. He's got all the flying medals he's ever going to get.
Hee-yah, get your Macintoshes all red, all right. 5 apiece, help the veteran, hee-yah. How's that? Better, Logan?
Great. Henry, why don't you shut up?
What do you mean? Dr. Kessler says you should practice up on what you're going to be in life. I'm doing my occupational therapy.
We're going back to the States today. Buck up, old boy. Free ocean cruise.
You know, Luke, I think his mother must have been thinking of Santa Claus.
Boy, I sure hope they don't put me out of the hospital. That's all I hope.
Hello, Doctor. When are we leaving?
Hi. About an hour. Get out of here, will you, boys? I want to talk to Logan. Go ahead, Henry. Give Luke a push.
Yeah. Hey, don't you think we make a great pair, Doctor? He could carry the pencils in the tin cup, and I push him.
You're breaking my heart. Get out of here. You're going to Mare Island Hospital, Logan, California.
Swell. I heard about that place.
I won't be with you for a while, so I want to tell you a few things. First of all, I'm not sure that you'll ever fly again.
No, sir, I've got to fly.
Wait a minute now. You see, Luke and Henry here, they've made up their minds that they can't do anything. That's a bad attitude, obviously. But it's just as bad for a man to think that he can do everything.
If I can't fly, I might as well be dead.
Now, you cut that out.
No, sir, that's the way I feel. I was just getting hot. I was just getting good.
Tell me this. Before you started to think about flying, what were you interested in?
Nothing.
Oh, come on now.
When I was 6 or 7 years old, my dad drove us out to the flying field. You know where they took you up for $1? Well, when I saw one of those planes go up, that's when I knew. And I never changed. Not for 5 minutes.
Good enough. Now listen to me. Supposing I were God of the Navy and the Marines.
Would you have trouble?
Oh, you said it. But just supposing I had the power to put you in a plane and send you into combat, and you got in and took off, and after 5 minutes in the air, you realized that you couldn't make it. You came down, and... You see what I mean? I want you to have something to fall back on, an ace in the hole.
I realize what you're saying, sir.
I don't want you to think that it's completely out.
I know what you want me to think. I'd just like to tell you something, sir. You deal with hundreds of crippled men every week. And maybe after a while, you begin to look at them as though they felt crippled.
What do you mean?
I sit here looking out of this window, and I see the sky, and I see the planes going over, and I feel like Sam Logan, that's all. The same way I ever felt when I saw planes flying. I look different, but I feel the same. And I hope to God they're going to treat me in the States the way I feel, not the way I look.
You think I've treated you that way?
You've been all right, but I still don't think you realize what a man can do if he's got to do it.
You know, it's funny. Ever since I became a surgeon, I've been trying to make patients understand just that.
Then you believe that I can fly combat again?
You do, don't you?
Officially? No. Medically? No. But, well, I'm an official and I'm a medic. So, good luck to you, Sam.
I'll be back, and when I fly over here, I'll buzz you at 50 feet.
You do that, boy. Goodbye. It doesn't happen this way very often, but it did this time. Sam Logan left the Hebrides with Henry and Luke, and a little while later I followed. When I saw the lovely coast and the boys crowding the rail, I caught the longing in their eyes. I remembered Sam Logan's eyes, and as we docked, I felt that I must either do something that was impossible, or Logan was going to have to do it. And that's how it was when I sat with him and the boys in the warm Mare Island sun.
Am I glad to see you, Doctor? They got me marked nuts around here.
Good judges of character. Let me see that leg.
Yeah. I bumped into a captain I knew in the Pacific, and he says anytime I want, I can come out to the field and he'll give me a plane to take up.
You don't say.
Yeah. I got Henry and Luke working for me, too. Henry's... Here he comes now. Hey, Henry, come over here.
Yeah.
There's Luke, too. Luke, come here.
Oh, Doctor,
Hi.
how you doing, huh?
Hey, Doctor, I was just talking to a nurse.
Oh, Doctor?
Pull up, Luke.
This nurse has got an uncle who worked in the Admiral's office, and she's going to tell him to put in a word for Sammy here to get a plane when he's ready.
Only thing, she says you got to put the okay on him first.
Well, you're paying these fellas, Logan.
I promised to name my plane Henry and Luke.
And when I get a Mac again, I'm going to paint Sammy over the radiator.
When did you change your mind about truck driving?
Huh? I didn't change my mind. I just figured if Sam can fly an airplane with one leg, I can drive a truck with a tin hand anyhow. I mean, he ain't that good.
They're both crazy, Doctor. Why don't you tell them what's going on?
How about you, Luke? You make any arrangements at home?
Well, my old man keeps writing when I'm coming, but I discourage him. A man that eats and don't work, people ain't going to like him after a while, and I ain't going to get myself into none of that.
How about it, Doctor, huh? We got another operation, don't we?
Well, here's the story. You got a lot of work on your arm, Henry, and we'll start right away. There's just one more surgery for you, Sam, and another session for you, Luke. When I get you all fitted up, we'll start walking up and down stairs and climb some ladders. Put you in a car, Henry, and start you driving. Maybe some horseback riding and so on. And while this is all going on, Sam, I want you to do some thinking about your future. I understand there's a lot of good jobs in the local aircraft plant.
No, sir, I'm going to
I'll do the best job I know how to do, Sam. You'll be able to do anything that you want to do in civilian life, and there'll be plenty of jobs in the Marines for you.
Sharpening pencils, you mean?
I mean, there'll be plenty of jobs. Now, you think about it.
You didn't say this in the Hebrides, Doctor.
I hoped you'd come to realize it yourself. I can only make you walk. I can't think for you, Sam, and you're not thinking.
Oh, no. He thinks all the time, Doctor.
They're working over Tokyo day and night. It'll be over soon. I didn't finish what I was supposed to do. I got to finish. I want to finish it.
Don't you see how impossible it is? Even with bad teeth, a man can't get into the Air Force. How in the world...
I don't care. I got to do it.
He's got very good teeth, Doctor.
Oh. Well, I'll operate this afternoon. You be ready at 4 o'clock. In time, Sam Logan was walking, and so was Luke. And Henry was picking up magazines with his new hand. It's no good to put romance into this. It's not right to forget the sadness in this. But they were walking. And Henry was tying his shoes. In fact, he was going around tying everybody's shoes who would let him. And I noticed he forgot about the apple business. And then the thing happened. The thing that always happens.
Hey, Sam, give me a hand here. Hey, Luke, come on. Get up.
Come on, Buttertoes, get up. What, are you lazy again?
I can't do it.
Oh, baloney, you're just lazy again. Up. Come on, up.
Yeah, that's it. There, sit him here. That's it. Sit down, Luke. What are you trying to pick up cigarette butts for?
Cut out. Let me alone, will you?
Come on, Luke, we're going for a walk.
I ain't walking no more. Staying right here. I ain't getting up again.
We're going horseback riding next week. You got to get in trim.
I ain't getting in no trim here. Ain't gonna make no damn fool out of me. I'm sitting here. And I'm gonna keep right on sitting here.
You know what you're gonna do? You'll go and disgrace Dr. Kessler. Look at that nice work he did. You want to go and disgrace the doctor? Oh, Luke,
on, open your eyes. Open your eyes. Get on your feet. Sam, you talk. Sam? Where did he go now?
Oh, there you are, boys. I'd like to talk to you.
What's on your mind, Doctor?
Well, I was planning some things for the three of you next week. You feel up to it?
Oh,
sure.
why not? Boy, look at that plane. That's the same plane I was flying. Look at her tear. Look at it. Heading west, too. When am I going to fly, Doctor?
You want to get yourself killed? Sam, you crazy.
Doctor, please. Give me a chance. One chance. Get me into a training plane, anything. I'll tell you if I can't do it. I swear I'll tell you.
All right, Sam.
Doctor, you're not kidding now.
I have a light plastic leg I want to fit you with first. Then you'll get used to that and we'll see what we can do. I'm not guaranteeing the Navy is going to give you a plane now.
But you'll tell them I can fly.
I can only tell them what I know, boy. I know that you want to fly. And I don't know any reason why you shouldn't. The rest is up to them.
Hey, and when do I get a car to drive, Doctor?
I'll let you know when you're ready, Henry. Well, what do you say, Luke?
I'll wait, Doctor. I'll just wait.
He's all set, sir. Sorry you can't come along.
Well, I'd just like to stick my head in for a minute, Lieutenant.
I'll get right up on the wing, sir.
Oh, thanks. I got it. It's all yours now, Sam. How's the leg feel?
Just like my own. Don't worry about anything, Doctor. I'll be all right. And say, Doctor.
Yeah?
I never thanked you for everything. I'd like to thank you.
One look at that puss of yours now is enough for me. Let's see you fly, Sam.
Step aside, mister.
And remember, fly over the hospital. The boys will all be out watching for you.
I'll be there in 5 minutes. Make way.
I have 3 letters now. One is from New York. Part of it says, I knew I'd get mixed up with apples one way or another. I'm delivering them from upstate in a 10-ton Mac. The hand steers fine. You were right. All I gotta do is think, and it opens and closes. And I know how to think now. Any news from Sam, the flying man? Signed, Henry. The second is from Clay County. My son Luke, it says, is out hoeing now, so I'm taking this opportunity to say that he still feels embarrassed about the trouble he was to you, but is fine and works good. Keeps wondering about a boy name of Logan, and his mother and myself are wondering how he made out finally. Our thanks to you for Luke. And the third letter is from somewhere in the Pacific. Just a quick one, it says, to let you know I am now Major Logan. Hope you're still at Mare Island when I get back, because you're not getting out of that ride I promised you. Button up, Doctor, I'm coming. And the way it looks out here, it'll be soon. P.S. I wrote your name on the leg, just in case I start forgetting who put me back in the clouds. It's signed, Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, from San Francisco, we now present Captain Henry H. Kessler himself, Director of the Rehabilitation Division of the Naval Hospital at Mare Island. Dr. Kessler will be interviewed by Grant Holcomb.
You must have many stories, Captain Kessler, as inspiring and courageous as that of Major Logan.
Yes, Grant. The story of Sam Logan is one of my favorites. But there are thousands of others just as good. As a matter of fact, Bob Montgomery and I used to swap a lot of mighty fine stories down there in the New Hebrides.
You know Commander Montgomery, who portrayed you this evening?
Indeed I do. We've spent many an evening visiting in my hut when his cruiser was down in that part of the world. I've gotten quite a chuckle out of sitting here tonight, listening to Bob play me.
I know he's felt it a privilege to do it, Captain Kessler, because he's had an opportunity to see your work at first hand. Now, at just what point do you feel the actual rehabilitation of an amputee should begin?
At the very moment he's hit. That would be the ideal thing. But of course, we know that isn't possible. By the time the boys reach us at Mare Island, they have had their preliminary surgical treatment and also a chance to do a lot of thinking and worrying.
What worries them most?
First of all, they wonder how their wives and sweethearts are going to be affected by their disability. They want to know how their communities will receive them and whether or not they are going to be able to take care of themselves and earn a living.
You can reassure them on all those scores?
Yes, Grant. We do everything possible to help them. And before the patient leaves the hospital, he must be able to dress and undress, feed and shave himself, lock and unlock doors, drive, swim, dance, write, handle a telephone, earn a living. In other words, be a completely self-sufficient person.
That's more than some of them could do before the war.
That's very true. We have found that a majority of our patients did not go beyond the 11th grade in school. Many were in unskilled occupations. We want to do more than restore these men to blind alley jobs, especially now that they are older and somewhat changed by their experiences. Our aim is to use the valuable time of convalescence for education and training, for giving them a chance to find the work they really like and are interested in doing, and then seeing that they return to civilian living better equipped than they ever were to take their place in social and business life.
Thank you, Captain Kessler. And it's easy to see why it gives the boys new hope just to know that they're being routed to you at Mare Island for their new arms and legs and their new start in life.
This is Bob Montgomery. Thank you, Captain Kessler, for the privilege of taking a part which rightfully belongs to you. You know, I've been hoping that we could take up spinning those yarns we started out in the Hebrides, and it looks as if we're going to be able to. I'll be in San Francisco the latter part of the week, and I'll give you a call at Mare Island. See you later, Doctor, and good luck.
Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 doctors of our country, 60,000 of whom are with the armed forces, 120,000 of whom are maintaining the health of all of us at home. In closing, Shenley Laboratories leaves you with this thought. In the piece to come, an important part of Shenley policy will be a continuing program of research. Even now, in the same spirit of experimentation which made possible Shenley's participation in the penicillin program, Shenley scientists are at work on new products, new developments, which ultimately may benefit all mankind. This is James Wallington reminding you that Shenley Laboratories will present The Doctor Fights, starring one of Hollywood's finest actors, Robert Young, in a thrilling true story, Rescue to the Moon, next week at the same time over these same stations. Tonight's Dr. Fights was written by Arthur Miller with music by Leith Stevens. It was produced and directed by D. Engelbach. We've promised our fighting men overwhelming superiority in weapons and equipment. We've spared nothing to give them this superiority. We'll spare nothing to keep giving this to them until final victory is won. We must all help pay for the tools of victory by investing every available dollar in fighting war bonds now. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast. Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Ronald Colman in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Ronald Colman.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft.
prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the heroism of tomorrow's battle. This is a doctor at war.
London street, rigged out in his best, stepping around the puddles that might ruin the shine of his shoes. Down a London street toward Buckingham Palace, where the king himself is waiting to put a Sir before his name. Son of a farmer out of Ayrshire, Scotland, going to be knighted by the king. What can a man be thinking on a day like this?
I wonder how long this is going to take.
To you who sit listening in your parlors by the grace of Sir Alexander Fleming, instead of hearing this perhaps from heaven, this will be a miracle play. But the man who discovered penicillin is no St. George slaying the bacterial dragon, nor is the little powder that saved your soldier's life a distillation of clouds. Alexander Fleming is a man, and penicillin a drug, and this is how they came together. Begin it then without the flare of trumpets. Begin it in Boulogne, France, the British Army hospital in the First World War.
They're bringing in 100 more. Fleming, do you hear me?
Let them bring in 1,000 more, and then again 1,000. If they're festering wounds, they'll die here. Oh, I can't save them, sir. Let me go to a laboratory somewhere and try and figure this thing out. I'm no use here.
Do the best you can.
Well, we're doing precious little, and that's the truth of it.
Perhaps stronger antiseptics.
If an antiseptic is strong enough to kill the bugs, it always kills some of the white blood cells, too. And the man's resistance is lowered that much. And if it is too weak to kill the bugs, the man dies of the infection. Oh, there's no use fooling ourselves, sir. We've nothing that will clean up enough of these infected wounds.
Here come the new ones. Do your best, Fleming.
When the guns fell silent, I returned to England, still remembering those Tommies of the other war. But the secrets of disease are locked with locks of iron, and they won't open till they're good and ready. I tried many paths to find a way, a chemical that would really clean a wound and not harm the flesh. And there was a day I thought I had it. Well, now, come on, Ellison, smell it. It's only an onion. Come on, Ellison.
You've taken all my tears. I don't know if I have any more.
Oh, now, just cry a little more. A few drops more. Come on, sniff it up now. There, that's it. Now, now you're crying. Let it come. That's fine. You know, Allison, you should have been on the stage. You cry so fluently. I found that in human tears there was a germ killer, and a good one. There was only one trouble with it. It didn't kill the germs that are dangerous to man. And that was that.
He will not tell you more. Ask him what he did from 1922 to 1929, and he'll say...
What do you mean, what I did? I worked. And in the evening I came home and played a little chess and went to bed. In 1925, I won a golf match. The first in my life. And in 1927, had my house painted, top to bottom.
And your wife? Encouragement? Inspiration?
My wife is a good woman who keeps a good home. She hasn't the slightest interest in scientific matters, for which I can't blame her.
But then, in 1928, in his laboratory at St. Mary's, the miracle happened. It was a beautiful day. He opened the window over his work table and...
I did not open the window. It didn't have to be opened. Many moles float unseen in the air all over the time. and I find the term miracle objectionable. If it must be told, this is the way it happened. It was a beautiful day, and I don't remember if the window had been opened at all. The important fact, however, is what was lying in those petri dishes. I had several dishes on the table. They were covered with staphylococci, which are the terms that cause blood poisoning, carbuncles, and many other human ills. I wasn't looking for a drug like penicillin. Wasn't in my mind at all. I was trying to discover a food which staphylococci would not thrive upon. Oh, it was rather a routine investigation. I picked up one of the dishes and held it up to the light. Oh, the devil. Allison, come here a minute.
What's the trouble?
Have you had these dishes open?
These?
Yeah.
No, I haven't touched them since you left them.
Well, this one's contaminated. A more beautiful culture of staph I'd never seen, and now something's got into it and it's ruined.
Let's see it.
Well, here, I'll hold it up to the light for you, you see? Huh? Notice? That green stuff spreading out?
Oh, yes. Well, throw it away. You know, I got into a lively game of backgammon last night.
Well, you did? With whom?
Williams. He's quick, all right. As for you, by the way. I say, how about coming over to the house tonight for some chess, you and I? Fleming, I say. What's got you?
Well, here's a funny game.
What?
Well, this green stuff in the dish.
It's just some sort of mold, I imagine. Probably blew in the window and contaminated the plate when you were...
I know, but if you'll notice, Allison, the bacteria all around this mold look peculiar. Oh, here now, let me get this under the microscope.
What is it, Fleming?
Well, it's a mold, all right. Sort of brushy looking. Penicillium family. Say, Allison.
Eh?
I believe it's killed everything close to it on the dish. It has. This mold, or something excreted by it, has stopped the growth of these bugs. Ha! They're done in.
Who's that?
Only I.
Oh, you're early tonight. Haven't dinner half finished.
I'll wait. Oh, it's bitter cold.
Warm yourself here in the kitchen. There's a spoon there you can lick.
Chocolate cake. Ah, that's a good kind of cake. Good chocolate.
What's been keeping you these nights?
Oh, a little something.
Is it finished now?
Oh, no, but I've gone as far as I can with it for the time.
What is it? New germ?
No, a germ killer.
Ah, that's nice. Does it work?
Mm-hmm.
Could you cure anything with it?
Oh, I don't know. In the test tubes, it kills all sorts of things. Pneumococci, meningococci, gonococci, all sorts of things. Seems to have 2 or 3 times the power of carbolic acid in that respect.
I suppose there'd be a fuss about it. Or does it kill people, too?
No, it should be very kind to people. At least it doesn't harm mice at all.
Alex, you don't mean to say you've discovered a cure for pneumonia, meningitis?
Oh, perhaps I have that.
Well, why don't you?
The only difficulty is that to get enough of this stuff to cure anyone, I'd have to get a tank car full of mold.
Oh.
And then I'd have to pump gallons of the stuff into the patient. And you can't put gallons of anything into a human being, my dear.
No. It's always something.
Yes, well, I'll go up and wash. Say, that smells good, what you've got there.
Oh, nothing special. You might stir up the fire before you wash, Alex.
All right.
What do you call the stuff?
Penicillin.
Uh-huh. When you fix the fire, don't get yourself full of ashes. The cleaning bill is high enough as it is.
So the miracle was not a miracle at all, you see. As a matter of fact, for 10 years after I reported penicillin to the world, it was quite forgotten.
Like many discoveries, the most astonishing boon in the history of mankind lay neglected by the medical profession.
My good man, it was not a boon to mankind at that time. A little heat and it disappeared. It lost its potency when contaminated. It was as difficult to keep as the foam on a glass of beer. And to do a sick man any good at all, he needed tremendous quantities of it. In the whole world, there was barely enough penicillin to cover an exclamation point. Besides, no one really knew whether it would work on humans. Mice are not human, you know. In Oxford, 10 years after I had noticed the action of penicillin, a policeman was dying in a hospital. Beside his bed stood Dr. Howard Walter Florey. Into the policeman's veins, he was dropping a solution of penicillin. Dr. Howard Walter Florey was going to find out if this thing that killed in a test tube would save a man dying under the attack of microbes that were destroying the bones of his head and his eyes, causing abscess over his upper body. Sulfur had failed. Everything had failed. From a glass jar beside the bed, a fluid was dripping into the dying man's veins. It was penicillin, which Florey and his team of workmen at Oxford had succeeded in concentrating and making fit for administering to man.
His left eye, Fletcher. Doesn't it seem to you to be clearing?
It does. How long do you intend to keep filling him with this stuff?
Until he's well. Doesn't no harm at all, apparently. I say, this abscess seems better, doesn't it?
Florey, I think it's working.
It is. It must be. We'll save him. Mark me, we'll save this man.
The policeman's veins took penicillin for 5 days. His eyes were improving every hour. His abscesses had stopped discharging. He had only one misfortune. He had fallen ill a few years too soon.
He's dead, Florey. He's dead.
Another day. Would have been enough to get him for another day.
We'd better get down to the shelter, Florey. Looks like another smash from Jerry.
The war. Another war had come. Our boys in Africa were being torn by German shells again. It wouldn't do to have them dying of wounds that penicillin could clean up. And there began the real miracle of penicillin. Never before, probably, was nature so quickly forced to yield up her secrets. And never before was the value of international cooperation so clearly proved. Dr. Florey spoke to official men of Britain.
We have to find a way to extract this drug in mass quantities.
You can't do it in Britain. We're being bombed to pieces. The drug firms are up to their necks trying to make what they can now. You'll have to try the Americans, Florey.
With dust of bombed London in his hair, a tablespoonful of penicillin in his pocket, penicillin derived from my original culture, Florey and his co-worker Heatley took off for America. 1 million lives, maybe more than that, hung on his success. 1 million lives in his pocket. And he knew it, Florey did.
Exactly what are we going to ask them, Florey?
Well, I don't know. I'll put it up to them. Here's the drug. I'll tell them how to make it.
Well, who do we look up?
I have an idea their agricultural department would be right for this. We'll go to Washington.
Mold, eh, Dr. Florey?
That's right. Now, who in the United States do you suppose would know best how to grow a mold? It's the excretion of the mold in the broth from which we derive the drug. We've got to find a way of growing this mold rapidly, Dr. Tom.
Well, now, you don't know the country very well, do you?
No, I'm afraid not, Doctor.
Well, take a look at this map. Here you are in Washington. I'm going to send you across country to Peoria, Illinois. That's the Agriculture Department's Northern Regional Research Lab. Ask for Dr. Robert Cohill. He's got some bright boys there. When it comes to mold, That's the moldiest crew in the United States.
When Florey and Heatley flew west to Peoria, they flew over towns where young men were working and sleeping and laughing. Young men who in a year or two would lose their lives on some distant battlefield, were it not for what was in that plane above them. They didn't know, and hardly looked up as it passed overhead. But Florey knew, and when he stood in the Peoria laboratory, he saw that Dr. Robert Kohlheer knew. And they went to work. In one day, the whole laboratory was turned on its head and made to work on penicillin. And two things happened. Two of the most sensible things that could ever happen. Andrew Moyer of the research staff, for a reason only God can explain, took some penicillium mold and fed it a mixture of corn steeped liquor.
Dr. Kohlheer, look at this, will you?
What is this? What did you do?
Some of Fleming's mold. I put it in corn steeped liquor. When it feeds on that, it gives 10 times as much penicillin.
Well, that was one triumph for the Americans. And meanwhile, another man at Peoria was playing a new kind of long-distance game.
Hello? Hello, Major?
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Well, this is Mr. Raper at the agricultural lab in Peoria.
Yes, sir. I got your letter this morning. What's it all about?
Well, here's the ticket. I'm trying to find a new strain of the penicillin mold that'll give us a larger yield. You see, the thing floats in the air, but originally it comes out of the soil. Now, what I'd like for you to do for me is this. Whenever any of your pilots go out to India or China or anywhere in the world, I'd appreciate it if they'd pick up a jar full of soil and bring it back with them.
Soil? You mean any kind?
That's right. You just tell them to take it from around the airport wherever they happen to land.
From the far corners of the world, little jars of earth moved toward Peoria, Illinois. In North China, a pilot dug beneath the snow and filled his jar. In the baking sun of India, another scooped up some airport dust, and in Australia, with the wind blowing high. And it came to pass that a better strain of penicillin-producing mold was found. It gave off twice the amount of penicillin, and Mr. Raper found it. On a cantaloupe, it was growing, a cantaloupe for sale on a Peoria fruit stand.
Gentlemen, Mr. Fred Stock of the War Production Board.
Well, gentlemen, I'll be short, if not sweet. It takes about a second for me to say one word. And every time I say a word, somebody is dying. Somebody who might live if he had penicillin. The War Production Board has called you here to ask you to build factories to produce penicillin. We're asking you to put millions of dollars into this, in spite of the fact that we're not sure your factories won't be outmoded tomorrow by some new way of making the stuff. At this moment, there is less than 1 pound of penicillin in the entire world. I know it's like asking a man to build $1 million auto plant when there's only one car in the world that really works. But we can't wait for improvements. We must build now. Here's the plan.
It was something to see. One day there was marshland. Next, there were pipes rising from the mud. They worked by day, and at night the floodlights glistened on their sweat. The guns were booming all over the world, ripping men apart. And for these builders, time was covered with blood. Government with government, executives with laborers, and scientists with doctors, all together forcing nature open with the crowbar of their will. It should have taken 10 years to do what was done in 10 weeks. This is what happens when the life of man becomes the most important thing instead of the least. This is what happens when we live like brothers. The gigantic fermentation tanks crowded over the countryside, and in them, the penicillium mold, the little green fuzz, was growing, pouring out its juice. And the word spread. Penicillin was the word, and it spread like a continental fire.
Hello?
Hello, is this Dr. Kiefer?
Dr. Keeper speaking.
My name's Brigham, Dr. Gerald Brigham, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a patient, 43 years old, double pneumonia. I've tried everything, sulfo included. Could you send me some penicillin?
I'm sorry, Doctor. We already know that penicillin will cure pneumonia. I'm sorry I can't send you any.
But the man is dying.
Oh, let me talk to him. It's my husband. He's dying. You're inhuman. The man is dying, and you have the power to save him.
Chester Kiefer was not inhuman. He merely knew that the maximum of knowledge had to be gotten out of penicillin. For when it came from the factories in big quantities, the Army was going to get it. And the Army had to know what it would do and what it would not do. The larger mercy overruled the cry of the wife in Utah and the gasp of the sick baby in New York. Dr. Kiefer's job was to discover with the little bit he had what this chemical would do. He hadn't enough to go around. It was the most heartbreaking job any man ever had. And he did it. He had to. 12 million Americans in khaki were watching him, and the legions of Britain and Russia and China moving into battle. There's a shell, flying through the air, hot from the cannon's mouth. Not much different than the last war's killer. There it noses earthward now, slicing through the same air that covered this same field in 1917. Closer now. Steel. Made to kill. Made to cripple. And the sons of their fathers below, hearing it, sweating at the sound like their fathers did, plowing the earth with their bellies, digging down deeper, holding on like babies to a mother. And he groans like his father did. It's all the same, except one thing. One little difference.
All right, Bud. Get back to the clearing station now. Now, just hold still.
What are you doing?
Now, hold still. Okay.
What'd you give me?
Penicillin. Don't worry, Bud. You'll make it home.
And he will make it home. And for many, that homecoming will be something of a miracle. But it was the working together of many men and nations that brought that miracle to pass. Penicillin is yours now. What we found belongs to you. May it save many lives, and may those whom it saves understand the moral of humanity in its rescue. And now, from Southbridge, Massachusetts, we present the great scientist whom I've had the honor of portraying this evening, Sir Alexander Fleming. Sir Alexander will be interviewed by Arthur Harris.
Sir Alexander, we feel signally fortunate to have you in this country at the time we presented the story of your discovery of penicillin. What do you feel the next act in this great medical drama will be?
The next step is what brought me to this country. We are all hoping to make penicillin an easier drug to administer to the patient. You know it has now to be given by injection every 3 hours or so.
Why do you need to give injections so frequently?
Because the body throws off penicillin very quickly.
Isn't it possible to give it by mouth?
That's the very problem on which we are now doing a great deal of research. Penicillin is a very delicate drug, and the strong fluids in the stomach tend to decompose it, for it has an opportunity of being absorbed.
Is there any danger of a person getting too much penicillin?
That seems most unlikely. Penicillin itself is quite harmless. However, the public should be warned against home dosing, because penicillin is not a cure-all. There are many very serious diseases upon which it has absolutely no effect, and it can only be used to the best advantage under the supervision of a physician.
Do you feel that we're on the threshold of new discoveries about penicillin or molds in general?
Of course, we have a great deal more to learn about penicillin, and much research is being done. But I think it's likely we shall find things which may be even better, that will attack other microbes or even some of those which are immune to penicillin.
And where will scientists look for such magic remedies?
Oh, in all sorts of places. The earth from the garden, for instance. Our soil's alive with microbes which prey on other microbes. Someday, by accident or design, it's quite possible we may find one that works even better than those we now know.
Well, penicillin itself is miraculous beyond belief. And I understand that with its help, some of mankind's most dreaded diseases may be wiped out.
I don't like the word miraculous. We aren't given to believing in miracles, but some of our results have seemed little short of that. And now the riddle of producing penicillin has been solved by the great accomplishment of the 22 American manufacturers now producing it in quantity. We can certainly expect to do much towards reducing the sum total of human suffering.
Humanity will certainly never forget how much it owes you, Sir Alexander. Not only for the discovery of penicillin, but for opening up a whole new field of medical research. Tell me, what did you actually say that day back there in London when you first discovered the tiny green mold that was going to change the entire course of the treatment of disease?
Now, what did I say? I don't remember. It's quite likely it was just as Ronald Coleman said. Here's a funny game.
And now we return you to Ronald Coleman in Hollywood.
This is Ronald Coleman again, and I'd like to send my personal greetings, Sir Alexander, to so distinguished a fellow countryman. It has been an honor to appear on the same program with you.
The Dr. Fights is dedicated by Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, to the 180,000 doctors of our country. Next week over these same stations at the same time, Shenley Laboratories will present The Dr. Fights, starring one of motion picture's outstanding actors, Gene Lockhart, in the thrilling true story, Lips for the Trumpet. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Shenley Laboratories presents The Dr. Fights, starring Van Heflin in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Dr. Fights, starring Van Heflin.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the heroism of tomorrow's battles. This is a doctor at war. Ladies and gentlemen, once again it is the privilege of Shenley Laboratories to bring to you this program based on actual happenings and dedicated to the physicians of America who are giving so unstintingly of their strength and skill in this time of crisis. In the ever-continuing battle against disease, your welfare lies with these men and the constantly increasing list of weapons with which they fight. Among the most valuable of these aids that help in their fight today is penicillin, the drug which last year was available principally to the armed forces, but which today thanks to concerted effort by American production facilities, is available for use wherever indicated in civilian medicine as well. Shenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in helping to bring this drug from the status of a medical rarity to a standard item in every physician's arsenal. Tonight, Burma Incident is the true story of Captain Henry G. Stelling, head of a surgical ward at Lawson General Hospital. Captain Stelling has the Presidential Unit Citation. We will meet Captain Stelling in person later in our program. And now, The Doctor Fights, starring Van Heflin.
They ask you how it was, your wife and your friends, and the people that you meet on trains, but you don't say much. Well, it isn't that you don't want to talk about it. It's just that it's hard to tell how it really was. Nobody could have told us what it was going to be like as we flew the Pacific. Toward what, we don't know. 12 doctors in the uniform of the United States Army. 12 men who had volunteered for a combat mission. Secret and highly hazardous, the War Department had called it. You passed those long flying hours remembering what you'd left behind and sort of wondering what was ahead. You asked the ATC pilots, but all they answered was Calcutta, the way you might say Pittsburgh or Oshkosh or, or Hutchinson, Kansas. Well, I always wanted to see India.
What makes you think you're going to see it? They'll probably lead us through blindfolded.
No, we weren't blindfolded. In India, you got a good look at how things were going to be.
Tank hut!
At ease, gentlemen. First thing we dispense with on this operation is military protocol. I welcome you into the 5307 Composite Unit Provisional, but don't let that number fool you. There's never been anything like it. You'll be going into Jap-held territory with guerrilla fighters who will cut Jap communications and supply lines and harass them when they least expect it. You'll be going through some of the worst country in the world, and the fighting will be as tough as any you'll find in this war. For you doctors, there'll be no first aid stations, no field hospitals, no nurses. You'll have to carry all your equipment with you, your casualties as well, until they can be evacuated by air. Now, the mission of this team is to retake that part of the Lido Road now in the hands of the Japs. The commanding officer is Brigadier General Frank D. Merrill. Any questions? Yes, Doctor?
Oh, well, Colonel, what about medics?
Well, each doctor will get 10 aidmen. They'll be your only medical assistants. Their training will be up to you.
Now, Bessie, that ain't no way to act. You volunteered for this mission, too. Come on, Bessie. Come on. Bessie, walk nice for this now. There. That's my Bessie.
Hello, Sergeant.
Oh, hiya, Captain. Don't mind if I keep walking this mule, do you? She needs special training.
No, not at all. I'll walk with you. I'm Captain Stelling, the surgeon for the Blue Team.
Oh, glad to make your acquaintance, Captain. I'm Albert Ditmar, your first medic. Got the men out working the mules.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll be depending a lot on them.
Yeah, I guess we will. I'm a good man for this job. I got away with animals. I guess that's why they made me a medic on this shebang. Keep it up, Bessie.
Well, is this the first time out as a medic, Sergeant?
Oh, I had some experience down in New Georgia, Doctor. You come up against the Japs before?
No. This will be my first combat.
Sort of a rugged beginning. I got a feeling.
Yeah, I guess it is.
They'll be looking to you for a lot, Captain. This ain't New Georgia where a man knew there was a nice LST waiting to take him to a hospital ship.
Well, I'll do the best I can, Sergeant, but I I don't perform miracles.
Well, maybe you better learn a couple, Captain. Because when we get out in Jap country, it'll be you or nothing.
You or nothing. That was just about it. You've been to the newsreels and you've seen a modern army on the march, the tanks and the half-tracks roaring down the road, the tremendous supply dumps and the beautiful communication system. But not the 5307 composite unit provisional. The 5307 was just fighting men with their mules strung out single file through a Burmese jungle, waiting for it to happen. Things going all right, Det?
All packed secure, Captain, and Bessie's feeling fine. You smell anything, Doctor?
Just the heat and Bessie. Same for the past 2 weeks.
No, there's something different in the air today. We're getting into the purple heart country, Doctor. Don't you smell it?
No, Det, I can't.
You learn to before this shebang's over. I got a feeling. You know, back home, I'd sort of look forward to nighttime. But here, it's just the other way around.
No smoking or show of light. Pass it on.
No smoking or show of light. Pass it on.
No smoking or show of light.
Now, that order didn't come just because they don't want to make the Wuju boys nervous. You smell anything now, Doctor?
Well, yes, I believe I do detect a slight odor in the air, Det.
It can happen any time, Doctor. I got a feeling.
Out here on the road, I almost missed the noise of the jungle.
Yeah, I don't like it so quiet. Neither do the other guys. That smell's getting awful strong.
Det, I think your nose may be getting oversensitive. That's probably just a couple of Jap snipers our boys put away.
It's funny. When you're in the jungle, you wish you was out in the open. And when you're out in the open...
Take cover! Take cover!
Det, are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right, Doctor. They were laying for us, letting the rest of the column pass and then cutting us in half.
We'll stick under this tree, Det. That's just about as good cover as we'll find.
Yeah, it's shooting overhead so far.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yes, okay, Major. I was just going to check on the casualties.
We were lucky. Only one. Brady here got a minor flesh wound, but I doubt if you can do much about it here.
Oh, hello, Brady. Where is it? Is it your shoulder?
Nothing, Captain. Can't feel a thing.
Det, give me a bandage.
Coming.
Keep down, Det. Det, keep down.
Looks like those Japs wanted to keep us pinned down. They must have something in mind. We're not in a good spot, Captain. Most of our supplies are out on that road.
Oh, Major, what's the plan?
Try and contact the rest of our unit. If not, we'll have to put up into the jungle to the rear. But it's pretty rugged country.
Here's a bandage, Doctor.
All right, fine. Roll over on your side now so I can get at that shoulder, Brady.
Right, Captain.
Mr. Healy. Well, Burnett's Smith.
Missing?
Yeah, just checked up. Nobody knows what's happening.
Hey, wait a second. Down there on the side of that road, there's something moving.
That's Burnett. He's trying to crawl up on the road.
Get back, Roy! Get back!
He can't hear you.
I guess the nips think he's dead.
He got it bad. Really bad.
Yeah, Roy's our first bad casualty.
Are we just going to lie here and watch him die?
Major, let me take half a dozen men and go after that machine gun nest so Roy can be pulled to cover. We could do it. Knock it off temporarily anyway. Hey, look at Roy just 50 feet away and us not even trying.
You think he'd have a chance if we got him, Captain?
Well, that's hard to say, Major.
Out here, if you get it bad, I guess there's nothing nobody can do. You just die.
Major, I think maybe you'd better let the sergeant go out to that machine gun nest. You lay flat on Burma ground, pinned down by the Japs. And you watch a crumpled khaki uniform darken with blood. You see it twist in pain. and watch life ebb out of a man, and you wonder if you have the skill in your hands and your brain to bring life back to him. That is, if you get the chance. But you know that you mustn't fail, because it's not just Roy Burnett lying out there on that road. It's every man in the outfit waiting to see what happens to a soldier in the Burma jungle who's plugged full of holes. 1 hour, 2 hours, you wait for that signal from the sergeant. At the end of the 3rd hour, every man is wondering if the signal's going to come at all, and then... That's it, Davis! Fuller, go to it!
They gotta make it, Doctor.
Hey, look, they're picking them up. Here they come.
Jordan, get 2 saddles under that tree. Plenty of blankets. Everything laid out?
All ready for him, Doctor.
Here they come.
We got him, Captain. We got him.
All right. Put him over on those saddles. Give me a hand ripping off his clothes here.
What are the chances, Doctor?
Oh, well, it's hard to say. Not very good, though. 6-inch hole here in the abdomen. Machine gun slugs in the hip, arms, grenade fragments. No, Dit, they're not good. Start giving him ether. But easy, take it easy.
Right, Doctor.
Where's the alcohol now?
All out, Captain. Cans were hit when we come in.
Okay, well, I'll have to do it with alcohol.
What are Burnett's chances, Captain?
Oh, about 1 in 5,000.
I'm sorry to hear that. Not only for him, but, well, it's our first casualty.
Yes, I know, Major. I know very well.
Ready here, Captain.
All right, let's go, Fuller.
Yes, sir.
Start giving him plasma, about 6 units. He's in shock. How's that supply, Dit?
Bessie was carrying the plasma. We're fine.
All right, give me gauze soaked in plasma. We'll wash out the wound with that.
Right.
All right, clear away the leaves in the bark there.
Starting up again, heavier than before.
More gauze, Dit, more gauze. Blast those leaves.
Funny, I was thinking of the bullet.
Dit, more ether. Jordan, you take over the gauze from Dit.
Right. Captain, how long will it take?
Oh, I don't know. That's hard to say. At least 3 hours, maybe more. His intestines are like a sieve, and the slugs in his arms and legs.
We may have to pull out before then.
Well, that's impossible. Fuller, leave the scissors.
Right, sir.
The scouting party just came back. The Japs are bringing up reinforcements. The firing is to keep us pinned here until they're ready to attack.
That's enough ether, Dit. More gauze now and plenty of plasma. Hemostats.
Captain, did you hear what I said?
Yes, Major, yes. Somebody wiped the sweat from my forehead. It's getting my eyes. Dit, hemostat. Davis, get those leaves.
You're damn lucky they haven't got us zeroed in yet. Captain, I want to save this man's life, but we can't withstand a Jap attack now.
Scissors again. Major, look, isn't there any way that we can tell just how much time we've got? You know there's more at stake than this man's life.
I'll see what I can do. Corporal Yoto.
More gauze, Dit, more gauze. Now keep that plasma going.
Yes, Major.
Corporal Yoto, I've got a job for you, but purely volunteer. We've got to find out what time the Japs plan to attack, so the captain knows how long he's got to work on Roy. Could you tap their communication wire and find out?
Sure, Major. I try. Maybe Roy has a chance, huh? Boys say no bad casualty can be saved out here.
He's doing fine, Corporal.
They'd get the sweat. It's running again.
How's a miracle coming, Doctor?
Oh, Dit, the odds are against us. Way against us. All right, now. Knife.
He's bleeding bad, Doctor.
All right, give me gauze, plenty of it.
We're running low.
Well, give me all you've got. You'll have to take a chance.
Yoto just got back.
Yeah?
The attack is at 6. We've got to be out of here by 5:30.
What time is it now? 4.
You've got an hour and a half, Doctor.
Can you make it, Doctor?
I don't know. All we can do, Dit, is try. Sutures and open needle, Dit. 10 holes to sew up in the intestines. And it's very delicate, Dit. What's the time?
4:30. The boys are making bets. It can't be done now.
All right, more ether, Dit. And maybe you'd better say a prayer. Time.
5 o'clock. It's blowing up, Doctor. Looks like a storm.
There. Well, now, that last stitch won't ever be written up in the American Medical Association Journal, but maybe it'll do the work. Check his pulse.
It's low but steady.
Okay, now the slugs. Pincers.
Coming.
Get the leaves off of him.
Yes, sir. Things are going pretty good, aren't they, Doctor?
Dick, listen, don't you understand what it means to have your intestines punched full of holes? I told you that I can't work miracles.
This time you have to, Doctor.
Blast those leaves. Blast them. Time.
5:20. Are we going to make it? Are we?
Start bandaging the wounds.
Coming, Doctor.
That's the last slug. All right, now the grenade fragments.
What about it, Captain?
Well, I'm doing all I can.
We're pulling out in 8 minutes.
Fuller, Davis, get Bessie in the other mule saddle. Knife, Dad.
Coming, Doctor, coming.
Jordan, watch that plasma. Plenty of it.
Knife.
Right. Now keep the morphine handy, Dad. He's going to need it. Is that rain?
Afraid so, Doctor. I told you it was blowing up.
Did you? There. All right, now the needle and suture. Quick.
Ready, Captain?
Get a stretcher, Dad, and blankets. Plenty of blankets.
Captain Stelling, are you ready?
Yes, Major. Yes, I'm ready. All right, come on now. Let's get him on the stretcher. Easy. Easy now. How is it, Captain? He's still breathing. That's all I can tell. What do you know? It's raining.
Yes, Doctor. It's raining.
The jungle. Wet. Black. Misery. The sky opened up and let go. It isn't rain, it's a wall of water. You slip, you fall, you curse, and you pray. You go forward by inches, feet, not miles. Somehow you must get Burnett through. Somehow you must keep him alive. And then you wonder how anyone can stay alive in that black hell where you can no longer see, only feel.
Doctor, where are you? Doctor!
Keep hollering, Jet. Keep hollering.
Here, Doctor. Here.
Where are you, Det?
Here, on the ground. We fell. The stretcher slipped. We can't find it.
Well, all right. Easy does it now, Det. Easy does it. You get down on your knees in the jungle with the monsoon beating against you, and you feel for the body of a soldier named Roy Burnett. 7 times in that one night. 7 times. Four days and 4 nights of it. Stumbling, crawling, fighting your way through the jungle. 4 days and 4 nights of mud and hunger. And Roy Burnett, 180 pounds wrapped in soaked blankets, just breathing, no more. And finally, the jungle ends and the storm dies. But the job of saving Roy Burnett, that isn't finished. All right, stand back now, fellas. Stand back now and give him some air.
He's alive. We didn't think it could be done.
That's because you don't know the doctor.
Men, we'll have to be on our way again in a few minutes. Patrol reported Japs in a village within a mile of here.
But, Major, what about Burnett? He can't stand another march.
If we contact the base and the Cub lands here, we're telling the Japs just where we are. And we're in no shape for a fight.
But if Burnett isn't gotten
I'm ready
out of
for
this...
a fight, Major.
Maybe the Nips will think it's one of their own planes.
Maybe they won't see it.
You want to chance it, men?
Sure thing.
Right, sir. All right. Sergeant, get a detail and start clearing that rice paddy field for a landing strip.
Yes, sir.
Johnson, set up the radio. Contact the base and give our position. Katz, get out the identification panels. Captain Stelling?
Yes, Major.
Prepare your patient for evacuation.
Right, sir.
Okay, Dad. Now lift him easy.
I got him, Doctor.
All right. And he goes. Take him away.
Well, Doctor, chalk up your first miracle. Every guy knows a few slugs don't mean the end of him.
No, Dad, I don't think he's going to live to get to the hospital even. I don't think there's a chance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doctor. Wait a minute. You can't give up hope now. Why, hope's your strong point. From the minute you started working on Roy back there under that tree, you give us all hope. If you've lost it for a spell, it's only because you gave so much away. Just look at our fighting men behind you, Doctor. Look what you put in their faces.
I looked at those faces, tanned, hardened, ready. And I saw something in them that hadn't been there before. They were faces that I'll never forget. I still see them, alert, squinting down the barrel of a gun. I see them twisted in pain, looking up at me from a litter. I see them in shock, white against the black of the jungle. But always in those faces, I see the hope that was there that day in the rice field. And I like to think that a doctor operating under a tree by the Lido Road was in a way responsible for that hope. Because without it, a man is lost 10,000 miles from home. A doctor and a boy named Roy Burnett. A boy whose face I saw 2 days after I returned to Lawson General Hospital in Atlanta. Yes, Roy Burnett is alive. And he's well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Atlanta, Georgia, we present the man whom I had the honor of portraying tonight, Captain Henry G. Stelling. Captain Stelling will be interviewed by Hugh Whiteside.
Good evening, Captain Stelling. It is a real pleasure to have you here tonight.
Thank you, but I don't think you can single out one man as the hero of Merrill's Marauders. Some of us were more fortunate than our comrades. We got through.
How many of you did get back, Captain?
The exact figures are still a military secret, but my own personnel records show that of the original 500 men in my outfit, 107 were killed and 205 were wounded.
And you were the only doctor for those men?
Well, the only one for the Blue Combat Team. There were 12 doctors when we started, but only 3 lasted the whole campaign.
Merrill's Marauders accounted for 9,000 Japs, didn't they?
Yes, that is an approximate number. My own outfit, for example, fought 5 major battles and 45 minor engagements in the 4 months of the campaign.
For the 4 months you were entirely on your own?
Yes. As you know, the mission of the Marauders was to open the Lido Road. We had orders to infiltrate and cut Jap communication lines, harass them in any way we could.
How far did you march in those months, Captain?
750 miles all told. We lived on K-rations except when we could come to a friendly village and could barter for food.
Captain, what experiences in past training do you consider contributed to withstanding such a rugged ordeal?
Aside from a good start from my parents, Mr. and Mrs. H.B. Stelling of Augusta, Georgia, I graduated from the University of Georgia School of Medicine in Augusta and the University Hospital there. Also, I had excellent training at Piedmont Hospital in Atlanta, where I completed my surgery just before going into active military service in 1942. But I consider the greatest contribution to my ability to withstand the rugged ordeal of the Burma campaign the training I received as an Eagle Scout of the Boy Scouts of America. My scouting skills helped me to take care of the men in the Marauders.
And now, Captain, what are you doing at Lawson General Hospital?
I have charge of a surgical ward there. Lawson is one of the 60 general hospitals the Army has established to care for casualties requiring lengthy hospitalization, and it has received the Meritorious Service Unit plaque for superior performance of duty. Lawson specializes in the care of neurosurgical and amputation cases.
Lawson uses the Army's famous reconditioning program, doesn't it?
Yes, and while Lawson has a staff of experts in this field who devote their whole time to reconditioning these men, it is part of the doctor's job to do all he can to see that these soldiers are able to take their place in a normal civilian community and lead a normal life. The courage of these men is inspirational. And may I thank Van Heflin for his sincere, authentic portrayal of a small part of the story of Merrill's Marauders.
Thank you, Captain Stelling. The way you doctors fight disease, illness, and the hazards of warfare right up on the front lines with our soldiers is an inspiration to all of us at home whose sons, husbands, or friends are in your care. We now return you to Van Heflin in Hollywood.
This is Van Heflin, again adding my thanks to you, Captain Stelling.
Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 American doctors overseas and here at home. Wherever, whenever it is needed, in quantities unobtainable little more than a year ago, penicillin is now available to these doctors to aid them in the cause of healing. It is a tribute to American manufacturing enterprise that so greatly increased quantities of this valuable drug are now on the market. Shenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in the expansion of penicillin production, and in closing makes this pledge. In the same spirit of research for ways to benefit mankind, the Shenley organization will continue to work toward new developments, new products, which may well mean for thousands a more abundant life in the years to come. This is James Wallington reminding you to listen next week over these same stations at the same time when Shenley Laboratories will present The Doctor Fights, starring one of motion picture's young outstanding stars, Glenn Ford, in a thrilling true story, Captain Raim's Story. Mr. Heflin has just returned from the armed forces to resume his motion picture career, which was highlighted by his Academy Award for his performance in Johnny Eager. Tonight he appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production Anchors Away. Tonight's Dr. Fights was written by Donald Ettlinger with music by Leith Stevens and was produced and directed by D. Engelbach. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity, always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the victory which is ours. This is the doctor at war. With the rest of America, Shenley Laboratories looks with great expectation toward the limitless opportunities afforded by peace. Opportunities for bettering the lot of all mankind. Much has been said of the material benefits that will accrue, the time-saving, labor-saving developments which mean a more abundant way of life for a world at peace. What then of the life-saving developments, gifts in the realm of healing, which mean for all a healthier way of life? One of the greatest among these gifts of medicine is penicillin. Born of war, this promising drug will contribute much toward making a peacetime world in which disease and suffering reach a new and all-time low. Shenley Laboratories is proud that it has had a share in the fulfillment of that ancient dream. Physical well-being for humanity everywhere. Tonight, Medicine for the Enemy is the true story of Lieutenant Commander Harry Joseph. We will meet Lieutenant Commander Joseph in person later in our program. And now, Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck. Every doctor returns from combat duty with stories of heroism, bravery, and sacrifices. But there's always one story, one special story. He knows he'll remember long after all the others are blurred over by time and distance. Well, this is my special story. Now, this is no tale of great heroism or bravery. It has much to do with these battle stars and ribbons I collected during my 1.5 years of sea duty. And yet, funny enough, it has to do with meeting the enemy. Meeting him on an obsolete destroyer in the middle of the North Atlantic. Meeting him face to face. And I like to think, defeating him. The destroyer was the USS Osmond Ingram. It was a 20-year-old four-stacker on submarine duty. I was its medical officer. I remember that certain December morning in 43 because it was calm for the first time in 3 weeks. I was lying on my bunk listening to the news over the ship's loudspeaker system.
Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox announced today that while Allied shipping losses were on the increase, supplies to England are at a...
General quarters. That meant the sub we'd been trailing for 3 days was picked up again. I could hear the ash cans going off as I ran topside. What's the word, Taylor?
This may be it, Doctor. This time I think we got that crowd pinned down there under us.
No oil coming up yet.
Just the same, this time I think we got him.
Wait a minute, Taylor. Look over there. Starboard.
Subsurface. It's a big one. We better get them crowds before they get us.
We got the sub all right. But before it rolled over like a sick whale, 2 of our men were killed and 5 injured. And from the water we pulled 13 survivors from the submarine. 13 Germans, whom I, as medical officer, had to tend. All of them in there, Emerson?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll unlock the hatch and I'll have a look at the master race.
Yes, sir. Doctor, is it true about Dick Daniels and Fred Matthews?
I'm afraid it is.
Now you're going in there to help those Germans. It's a funny war.
Yeah, it's that all right.
Don't forget, Doctor. I'm right out here with this Tommy gun. If there's any trouble in there...
I'll be the first to let you know. Which one of you is the commanding officer?
I'm the commander, Captain KOHLER.
Instruct your men to get to their feet when an American officer comes in here.
I will instruct them, Captain.
No, I'm not the captain. I'm the medical officer on this ship. So what are you holding your eyes for?
Because they burn, and I'm not able to see. I've been blinded.
Oh, let me have a look.
That I'm sure will be of great help.
Well, my advice to you, Commander, is to shut up. Here, let me see your eyes. Uh-huh. Well, they're burned all right. Acid.
A brilliant diagnosis, Herr Leutnant.
I'm going to put on some medication and a bandage. Leave it on.
I am quite resigned to my blindness, Herr Leutnant. I was prepared to give more than my sight for the Führer.
Well, you have my permission to take off the bandage any time you want, Commander. Now, what about the rest of your men?
Steiner.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Steiner, we are honored by the presence of the medical officer. Show him our wounded.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Our casualties are minor except for Ekar. His leg is not good.
Where is he?
Over here, Herr Leutnant. He was hit in the ankle.
Uh-huh. So I see. How's it feel? Doesn't he understand?
Yeah, he understands.
Well, then have him answer me.
Answer the Lieutenant.
You are a non-Aryan, are you not?
That's right.
I will not be handled by a non-Aryan.
I'm taking care of your foot regardless of how you want to be handled. I don't think there's much chance of saving it, but I'm going to try. I'll give you a shot of morphine to ease the pain.
It is good to bear pain. I want no morphine.
Hold his arm. I said hold his arm.
Take the morphine, Eka. For the present, we are the prisoners.
For longer than the present, and don't forget it. There. Now, this will make him sleep for a while. I'll be back later.
We'll look forward to your visit, Herr Leutnant. Must be fascinating to watch a great American doctor at work. I regret I can't see it myself. But of course, your miraculous bandage will fix all that, won't it?
The first time since I've been a doctor, Commander. I'm not sure I care.
Hello, Doctor. What shape are the prisoners in?
Oh, there's only 2 serious casualties, Captain. Commander's eyes have been badly burned by acid. There's a boy with his ankle shot out.
Well, they're in your hands, Doctor.
They're the dirtiest cases I've ever handled. Vicious, stupid.
No. Not stupid, Doctor. Anything but. Look at this notebook that was taken off the executive officer. Thermodynamics and higher calculus. This is what the commander was carrying around with him. A book of philosophy by Nietzsche.
Well, I'm sure they're the flower of Germany.
Sit down. Have a cup of coffee with me, Doctor. You seem pretty upset.
Thanks, Captain Miller. I am.
There's cream in that pitcher. Now, what's bothering you? Will you be able to save the sub-commander's eyesight?
Well, that's what I came to see you about, sir.
Why me?
His eyes can be saved if the burn doesn't become infected. Maybe I can save the boy's leg, too, if I can stop infection there. But both cases call for penicillin. I've only got 3 ampules left.
So?
Well, what if one of our own men's injured before we get back to port? And the only medicine that can save him has been used up on enemy prisoners. I don't think I'd feel very good about it.
No, I don't think I would either. But it's up to you as medical officer to make the decision. You're the doctor.
I was the doctor. There could only be one decision. At ease. From now on, I'm here as a doctor and not as an officer.
So, we put down the gun and pick up the scalpel. Is that it?
Sit down and take the bandage off your eyes, Commander.
And now we are going to change bandage. This is magnificent, Herr Doctor.
I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to give you back your eyesight.
I'm no child, Doctor. I've seen submarine men who have been burned by the acid from the battery. They are blind.
Only because infection set in and it wasn't stopped.
But you, of course, have discovered a way to stop such infection. You should share your secret with the world, Herr Leutnant.
No, it's no secret. It's a drug called penicillin. One of the greatest discoveries in the history of medicine.
I'm not that naive, Herr Leutnant. If there is such a drug, Germany would have it.
Oh, you're taking your first injection of penicillin right now, Commander.
Very well. I did not expect to find such humor in blindness. Don't you know that Germany leads the world in medical science? Or do they keep such facts from you in your land of supposed free speech?
Isn't it possible that facts have been kept from you?
I would say quite the opposite was the case. Tell me, Doctor, you plan to use this magic drug on Eckhart with the bad leg?
Well, that leg isn't ready to be operated on yet. When I do, I'll use the penicillin then. We haven't got too much of it. You're lucky to get it.
America's a land of plenty. Without enough magic. Without a lot of things now, eh? Without food enough for everything. Land of famine is it now, nicht wahr? You see, we in Germany are given plenty of facts about you, America. So we will know how best to administrate when we take over.
Do you honestly believe that's going to happen?
Naturally. America's soft. Already New York is in ruins from our bombers.
Well, that's news to me, Commander.
It's news to you, because the American Navy is routed to other ports since the New York harbor is filled with sunken ships. Our German intelligence is very complete.
Uh-huh. Well, what does the German intelligence have to say about Russia, Commander?
Well, we are probably much further now, but according to the last German broadcast I heard, we are 3,000 miles inside Russia. all the way to Kiev. Is that not correct, Steiner?
That is correct, Captain.
3,000 miles, huh? Well, that's an interesting figure.
Oh, I can give you many interesting figures, Herr Leutnant. All of which add up to America's defeat. A so-called democracy is for weaklings. And weaklings can't exist in this world today.
That night, under the cold North Atlantic sky, I stood on the deck and heard again the words of the German. The words he spoke for the 12 men with him, for all of Germany. Words which were the true sound of this war. And I knew that he and every man in that compartment was sick, and that war and capture hadn't cured them. They were sick not in their bodies, but in their minds, which were infected with prejudice, ignorance, and lies. They were sick with a deadly disease, and I was their doctor. Perhaps it wasn't in my province, but standing on the deck that night in the middle of the Atlantic, I decided that as a doctor I must try and cure my patients. Try and administer a medicine which would combat their disease. Good morning, Commander.
Ah, the medical officer. You come with more of your magic drug or to get more facts?
Well, there was just one or two of yours I wanted to check up on. I thought this map might help.
Which, unfortunately, I'm unable to see. But I'm sure another injection...
Well, your men can see the map. Steiner, the rest of you men come around this table. Now, look at this map carefully. Is it a true map? Examine Germany and see if it's all drawn correctly to scale.
Yeah, it looks true. There's Berlin, Karlsruhe, Stuttgart. They all seem right.
Well, you told me yesterday that the German radio announced your army was at Kiev, 3,000 miles inside Russia. Steiner, take this ruler and measure how far Kiev is inside the Russian border. Go on, take it.
Here's Kiev. Here's the Russian border. I make it out to be about 3/4 of an inch.
And according to the scale of the map, how far is that in miles?
Approximately 150 miles. I don't understand this. The announcement clearly said 3,000 miles, and yet this map looks correct.
It's correct, all right. A regulation United States Navy map.
Obviously, there's some trick being played on you.
That's right, Commander. But the trick was played a long time ago. And in your country. That was the first dose of the medicine. Their first doubt. But in diseases of this type, the dosage has to be constant and in various forms, adapted to the special needs of the patient.
This music on the loudspeaker is beautiful, Doctor. Beautiful, but I do not recognize it. Who is the composer?
A German named Mendelssohn, Steiner. But according to your Führer, you shouldn't listen to his music, because Mendelssohn was a Jew. But you men are wrong. Hitler doesn't believe in telling the truth.
Lieutenant, I will watch my words. Even though we are prisoners, you have no right...
Calm down, Steiner. Listen to this paragraph from Mein Kampf, written by Herr Hitler himself. The function of propaganda is not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Now, you get the general idea? You know, the more I talk to you men, the more I'm afraid your information is pretty shaky. Doses of truth backed up by facts. That was the treatment used in combating the disease. And slowly, as we headed toward America, it began to take effect. But, like all cures, certain patients showed a greater resistance to it than others.
Herr Leutnant, you brought the newspaper with the pictures of New York City in it?
Here it is, Steiner. That skyline doesn't look very bombed out to me.
No, does not.
I'll show it to the rest of the men. Ask them if any one of them has ever seen a picture of New York bombed.
Steiner.
Ja, Captain.
Just a moment. Men, come here. Now, I've heard our learned medical officer make fools and traitors of you this past week. But I intend to hear no more. Has it not occurred to any of you, for instance, that it is very easy for a newspaper to publish a picture which is a year old or 50 years old?
Captain, we only meant
What you meant is a matter of indifference to me. It was easy to see what the lieutenant was up to from the first day. He tried to convince me America had a great magic drug which Germany was too stupid to have discovered. The lieutenant is always talking about facts. All right, I'll give him a few. I am still blind. And Eckhart there on the bed will lose his foot as sure as there's water in the ocean. Now, this is one lie the lieutenant will have a very difficult time disproving.
Well, what do you say we wait and see the results, Commander? I'm operating on Eckhart tonight.
He's under, Doctor.
Right, Taylor. Make sure those straps are tight. I don't want him rolling off the table.
Doctor, look, can't you put off the operation till we ride out this storm? You can hardly stand on your feet. You see, now you got to scrub again.
Get some more straps and strap me to the stanchion.
But, Doctor...
That's an order, Taylor.
Sure, Doctor. Here goes. One around your waist.
Tighter.
Right, Doctor. Another around your knee should keep you steady.
Now get me the scrubbing bowl. We're operating as scheduled. Give me the bayonet scalpel, Taylor.
Here, Doctor. You think it can save his foot?
If it can be done, I'm going to do it. I'll bring down that light right to the wound.
The way you're working, you'd think it was one of our men.
How much penicillin's left?
Just one ampule.
We'll start giving it to him, Taylor. It was never used for a better cause. Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you feel, Eckhart? Any pain in the foot today?
No. Every day there is less, Doctor.
Good. I think the time's about here to take off that bandage. Steiner and you men like to watch this?
We are most interested, Herr Lieutenant.
I'll bet you are. Well, here goes. And there it is.
It looks as if there had been no wound at all.
You'll be walking on it within a month, Eckhart.
I am grateful, Doctor.
Jawohl. We are all grateful. Herr Kapitän, did you hear the Lieutenant? Eckhart will be walking on both feet soon.
Oh, this is excellent, Herr Lieutenant. More for credit to your surgery than to the magic drug, is it not?
There's only one answer to that remark, Commander. Come with me. I have permission to take you up on deck.
Somehow smells different, Herr Lieutenant.
Oh, we're no longer at sea, Commander. I wanted your first sight to be a good one when the bandage comes off your eyes.
You have great faith in your magic drug, haven't you?
Let's try it and find out. There. Open your eyes, Commander. Open them good. For the first time.
I can see, Lieutenant. just as you said. I can see. I did not think that I would ever again. I owe you a...
Nothing, Commander. Now, turn towards shore and get a good look at the New York skyline.
New York? Yes. There it is. New York. There have been no bombs here. Herr Lieutenant.
Yes, Commander.
We didn't know. Any of us. We were kept in ignorance and darkness. I apologize.
In treating a disease for the first time, a doctor never knows how effective his cure will be, or how long it will last. But that day, as I said goodbye to the commander and his men, I hoped that my cure would be permanent. And even more than that, I hoped that when they returned to their defeated homeland, they themselves might carry on the work of combating the disease in the minds of their countrymen which once had infected them. That, in truth, was the antitoxin for fascism. Shenley Laboratories take you now to New York to meet Dr. Harry Joseph, the physician I've had the honor to portray this evening. Dr. Joseph, medical officer of the destroyer USS Osmond Ingram, is now on the psychiatric service at St. Albans Naval Hospital, Long Island. He will be interviewed by Anthony Marvin.
Dr. Joseph, do you really feel those Nazi prisoners were changed? Or do you think they'll go back quickly to their old beliefs?
Well, they've had those beliefs a long time. But I do think their experience made a pretty strong impression on them.
I see.
These boys were the cream of the crop, but they have been taught nothing other than their immediate specialty.
Well, you mean that from childhood these particular men had been trained for submarine warfare exclusively?
Yes, they could do the most intricate calculus, but they were ignorant beyond belief on other things. For instance, they told me Canada was a small city in the United States.
Imagine that. And yet they could all speak fairly good English.
No, they couldn't. For the program tonight, of course, we had to have them speaking English. But actually, none of them knew a word of it. And I was the only officer aboard who spoke German.
Well, did you have any disciplinary problems at any time?
Indeed not. We made them understand we would have no nonsense. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't think of speaking without first getting permission. The Nazis were amazed when our enlisted men talked to us whenever they wanted to.
Well, I suppose the good food was a great surprise to them, too.
They couldn't get over the meals we served them. They were so unaccustomed to fresh bread, it made them ill. They used to let it get stale before they ate it.
Well, how did you feel, Dr. Joseph, knowing you were apt to run into another sub any minute?
Run into one? We were out looking for them.
Oh.
We knew there were as many as 8 or 10 under us at one time.
Well, I wouldn't have cared for that, loaded as you were with explosives.
That's right. If we had ran that sub, we would have been blown to Kingdom Come. But at that moment, it seemed worth it. Later, when I was peeling the clothes off one of the burned survivors, we found their logbook with a list of the 20 big vessels it had sunk.
Well, getting that one was certainly a good day's work. But tell me, Dr. Joseph, what do you plan to do now?
Right now, I want to go on with the psychiatric work I'm doing out at St. Albans. Most of the men we called shell shock after the last war can be rehabilitated.
Well, I understand you use hypnotism and sodium pentothal with remarkable results.
Yes, we found hypnotism and sodium pentothal very effective in many cases. It makes the men relax and talk freely about the experiences that are bothering them. But you understand, these are not a cure. They're a valuable adjunct in treating mental illness.
Modern medicine that gets more wonderful all the time. And thank you so much, Dr. Joseph, for permitting us to tell your story, and even more for all you're doing to help men regain a happy, normal life. Shenley Laboratories returns you now to Gregory Peck in Hollywood.
This is Gregory Peck again in Hollywood, adding our sincere thanks to you, Dr. Joseph.
Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 American doctors and their continuing battle against disease. Wherever, whenever it is needed, in quantities unobtainable little more than a year ago, penicillin is now available to these doctors to aid them in the cause of healing. It is a tribute to American manufacturing enterprise that so greatly increased quantities of this valuable drug are now on the market. Shenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in the expansion of penicillin production, and in closing makes this pledge. In the same spirit of research for ways to benefit mankind, Shenley Laboratories will continue to work toward new developments, new products, which may well mean for thousands a more abundant life in the years to come. This is James Wallington reminding you to listen next week over these same stations at the same time when Shenley Laboratories will present The Dr. Fight, starring George Brent in the thrilling true story, Hero Without Metals. Tonight's Dr. Fight was written by Don Ettlinger, with music by Leith Stevens, and was produced and directed for Shenley Laboratories by D. Engelbach. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity, always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the victory which is ours. This is a doctor at war. With the rest of America, Shenley Laboratories looks with great expectation toward the limitless opportunities afforded by peace. Opportunities for bettering the lot of all mankind. Much has been said of the material benefits that will accrue, the time-saving, labor-saving developments, which mean a more abundant way of life for a world at peace. What then of the life-saving developments? Gifts in the realm of healing, which mean for all a healthier way of life. One of the greatest among these gifts of medicine is penicillin. Born of war, this promising drug will contribute much toward making a peacetime world in which disease and suffering reach a new and all-time low. Shenley Laboratories is proud that it has had a share in the fulfillment of that ancient dream. Physical well-being for humanity everywhere. Tonight, Medicine for the Enemy is the true story of Lieutenant Commander Harry Joseph. We will meet Lieutenant Commander Joseph in person later in our program. And now, Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck.
Every doctor returns from combat duty with stories of heroism, bravery, and sacrifices. But there's always one story, one special story. He knows he'll remember long after all the others are blurred over by time and distance. Well, this is my special story. Now, this is no tale of great heroism or bravery. has much to do with these battle stars and ribbons I collected during my 1.5 years of sea duty. And yet, funny enough, it has to do with meeting the enemy. Meeting him on an obsolete destroyer in the middle of the North Atlantic. Meeting him face to face. And I like to think, defeating him. The destroyer was the USS Osmond Ingram. It was a 20-year-old four-stacker on submarine duty. I was its medical officer. I remember that certain December morning in 43 because it was calm for the first time in 3 weeks. I was lying on my bunk listening to the news over the ship's loudspeaker system.
Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox announced today that while Allied shipping losses were on the increase, supplies to England are at a...
General quarters. That meant the sub we'd been trailing for 3 days was picked up again. I could hear the ash cans going off as I ran topside.
And your back.
What's the word, Taylor?
This may be it, Doctor. This time I think we got that crowd pinned down there under us.
No oil coming up yet.
Just the same, this time I think we got him.
Wait a minute, Taylor. Look over there. Starboard.
Subsurfacing. It's a big one. We better get them krauts before they get us.
We got the sub all right. But before it rolled over like a sick whale, 2 of our men were killed and 5 injured. And from the water we pulled 13 survivors from the submarine. 13 Germans, whom I, as medical officer, had to tend. All of them in there, Emerson?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll unlock the hatch, and I'll have a look at the master race.
Yes, sir. The doctor, is it true about Dick Daniels and Fred Matthews?
I'm afraid it is.
And now you're going in there to help those Germans. It's a funny war.
Yeah, it's that all right.
Don't forget, Doctor. I'm right out here with this Tommy gun. If there's any trouble in there...
I'll be the first to let you know. Which one of you is the commanding officer?
I'm the commander, Captain KOHLER.
Instruct your men to get to their feet when an American officer comes in here.
I will instruct them, Captain.
No, I'm not the captain. I'm the medical officer on this ship. What are you holding your eyes for?
Because they burn, and I'm not able to see. I've been blinded.
Oh, let me have a look.
That I'm sure will be of great help.
Well, my advice to you, Commander, is to shut up. Here, let me see your eyes. Uh-huh. Well, they're burned all right. Acid.
A brilliant diagnosis, Herr Leutnant.
I'm going to put on some medication in the bandage. Leave it on.
I'm quite resigned to my blindness, Herr Leutnant. I was prepared to give more than my sight for the Führer.
Well, you have my permission to take off the bandage any time you want, Commander. Now, what about the rest of your men?
Steiner.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Steiner, we are honored by the presence of the medical officer. Show him our wounded.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Our casualties are minor except for Eckhart. His leg is not good.
Where is he?
Over here, Herr Leutnant. He was hit in the ankle.
Uh-huh. So I see. How's he feel? Doesn't he understand?
Yeah, he understands.
Well, then have him answer me.
Answer the Lieutenant.
You are a non-Aryan, are you not?
That's right.
I will not be handled by a non-Aryan.
I'm taking care of your foot regardless of how you want to be handled. I don't think there's much chance of saving it, but I'm going to try. I'll give you a shot of morphine to ease the pain.
It is good to bear pain. I want no morphine.
Hold his arm. I said hold his arm.
Take the morphine, Eckhart. For the present, we are the prisoners.
For longer than the present, and don't forget it. There. Now, this will make him sleep for a while. I'll be back later.
We'll look forward to your visit, Herr Leutnant. Must be fascinating to watch a great American doctor at work. I regret I can't see it myself. But of course, your miraculous bandage will fix all that, won't it?
The first time since I've been a doctor, Commander. I'm not sure I care.
Hello, Doctor. What shape are the prisoners in?
Oh, there's only 2 serious casualties, Captain. Commander's eyes have been badly burned by acid. There's a boy with his ankle shot up.
Well, they're in your hands, Doctor.
They're the dirtiest cases I've ever handled. Vicious, stupid.
Oh, no. Not stupid, Doctor. Anything but. Look at this notebook that was taken off the executive officer. Thermodynamics and higher calculus. This is what the commander was carrying around with him. A book of philosophy by Nietzsche.
Oh, well, I'm sure they're the flower of Germany.
Sit down. Have a cup of coffee with me, Doctor. You seem pretty upset.
Thanks, Captain Miller. I am.
There's cream in that pitcher. Now, what's bothering you? Will you be able to save the sub-commander's eyesight?
Well, that's what I came to see you about, sir.
Why me?
His eyes can be saved if the burn doesn't become infected. Maybe I can save the boy's leg, too, if I can stop infection there. But both cases call for penicillin. I've only got 3 ampules left.
So?
Well, what if one of our own men's injured before we get back to port? And the only medicine that can save him has been used up on enemy prisoners. I don't think I'd feel very good about it.
No, I don't think I would either. But it's up to you as medical officer to make the decision. You're the doctor.
I was the doctor. There could only be one decision.
Achtung!
At ease. From now on, I'm here as a doctor and not as an officer.
So, we put down the gun and pick up the scalpel. Is that it?
Sit down and take the bandage off your eyes, Commander.
Ah. Now we are going to change bandages. This is magnificent, Herr Doctor.
I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to give you back your eyesight.
I'm no child, Doctor. I've seen submarine men who have been burned by the acid from the battery. They are blind.
Only because infection set in and it wasn't stopped.
But you, of course, have discovered a way to stop such infection. You should share your secret with the world, Herr Leutnant.
No, it's no secret. It's a drug called penicillin. One of the greatest discoveries in the history of medicine.
I'm not that naive, Herr Leutnant. If there is such a drug, Germany would have it.
Oh, you're taking your first injection of penicillin right now, Commander.
Very well. I did not expect to find such humor in blindness. Don't you know that Germany leads the world in medical science? Or do they keep such facts from you in your land of supposed free speech?
Isn't it possible that facts have been kept from you?
I would say quite the opposite was the case. Tell me, Doctor, you plan to use this magic drug on Eckhart with the bad leg?
Well, that leg isn't ready to be operated on yet. When I do, I'll use the penicillin then. We haven't got too much of it. You're lucky to get it.
America's a land of plenty. Without enough magic. Without a lot of things now, eh? Without food enough for it. Land of famine is it now, nicht wahr? You see, we in Germany are given plenty of facts about your America. So we will know how best to administrate when we take over.
Do you honestly believe that's going to happen?
Naturally. America's soft. Already New York is in ruins from our bombers.
Well, that's news to me, Commander.
Ah, it's news to you, because the American Navy is routed to other ports since the New York harbor is filled with sunken ships. Our German intelligence is very complete.
Uh-huh. Well, what does the German intelligence have to say about Russia, Commander?
Well, we are probably much further now, but according to the last German broadcast I heard, we are 3,000 miles inside Russia, all the way to Kiev. Is that not correct, Steiner?
That is correct, Captain.
3,000 miles, huh? Well, that's an interesting figure.
Oh, I can give you many interesting figures, Herr Leutnant, all of which add up to America's defeat. This so-called democracy is for weaklings, and weaklings can't exist in this world today.
That night, under the cold North Atlantic sky, I stood on the deck and heard again the words of the German. The words he spoke for the 12 men with him, for all of Germany. Words which were the true sound of this war. And I knew that he and every man in that compartment was sick, and that war and capture hadn't cured them. They were sick not in their bodies, but in their minds, which were infected with prejudice, ignorance, and lies. They were sick with a deadly disease, and I was their doctor. Perhaps it wasn't in my province, but standing on the deck that night in the middle of the Atlantic, I decided that as a doctor I must try and cure my patients. Try and administer a medicine which would combat their disease. Good morning, Commander.
Ah, the medical officer. Did you come with more of your magic drug or to get more facts?
Well, there was just one or two of yours I wanted to check up on. I thought this map might help.
Which, unfortunately, I'm unable to see. But I'm sure another injection...
Well, your men can see the map. Steiner, the rest of you men come around this table. Now, look at this map carefully. Is it a true map? Examine Germany and see if it's all drawn correctly to scale.
Yeah, it looks true. There's Berlin, Karlsruhe, Stuttgart. They all seem right.
Well, you told me yesterday that the German radio announced your army was at Kiev, 3,000 miles inside Russia. Steiner, take this ruler and measure how far Kiev is inside the Russian border. Go on, take it.
Here's Kiev. Here's the Russian border. I make it out to be about 3/4 of an inch.
And according to the scale of the map, how far is that in miles?
It's approximately 150 miles.
150?
I don't understand this. The announcement clearly said 3,000 miles, and yet this map looks correct.
It's correct, all right. A regulation United States Navy map.
Obviously, there's some trick being played on you.
That's right, Commander. But the trick was played a long time ago. And in your country. That was the first dose of the medicine, their first doubt. But in diseases of this type, the dosage has to be constant and in various forms, adapted to the special needs of the patient.
This music on the loudspeaker is beautiful, Doctor. Beautiful, but I do not recognize it. Who is the composer?
A German named Mendelssohn, Steiner. But according to your Führer, you shouldn't listen to his music, because Mendelssohn was a Jew. You men are wrong. Hitler doesn't believe in telling the truth.
Lieutenant, I will watch my words. Even though we are prisoners, you have no right...
Calm down, Steiner. Listen to this paragraph from Mein Kampf, written by Herr Hitler himself. The function of propaganda is not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Now, you get the general idea? You know, the more I talk to you men, the more I'm afraid your information is pretty shaky. Doses of truth backed up by facts. That was the treatment used in combating the disease. And slowly, as we headed toward America, it began to take effect. But, like all cures, certain patients showed a greater resistance to it than others.
Lieutenant, you brought the newspaper with the pictures of New York City in it?
Here it is, Steiner. That skyline doesn't look very bombed out to me.
No, it does not.
I'll show it to the rest of the men. Ask them if any one of them has ever seen a picture of New York bombed.
Steiner.
Ja, Captain.
Just a moment. Men, come here.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard our learned medical officer make fools and traitors of you this past week. But I intend to hear no more. Has it not occurred to any of you, for instance, that it is very easy for a newspaper to publish a picture which is a year old or 50 years old?
Captain, we only meant
What
that...
you meant is a matter of indifference to me. It was easy to see what the lieutenant was up to from the first day. He tried to convince me America had a great magic drug which Germany was too stupid to have discovered. The lieutenant is always talking about facts. All right, I'll give him a few. I am still blind. And Eckhart there on the bed will lose his foot as sure as there's water in the ocean. Now, this is one lie the lieutenant will have a very difficult time disproving.
Well, what do you say we wait and see the results, Commander? I'm operating on Eckhart tonight.
He's under, Doctor.
Right, Taylor. Make sure those straps are tight. I don't want him rolling off the table.
Doctor, look, can't you put off the operation till we ride out this storm? You can hardly stand on your feet. You see, now you got to scrub again.
Get some more straps and strap me to the stanchion.
But, Doctor...
That's an order, Taylor.
Sure, Doctor. Here goes. One around your waist.
Tighter.
Right, Doctor. Another around your knee should keep you steady.
Now get me the scrubbing bowl. We're operating as scheduled. Give me the bayonet scalpel, Taylor.
Here, Doctor. You think it can save his foot?
If it can be done, I'm going to do it. I'll bring down that light right to the wound.
The way you're working, you'd think it was one of our men.
How much penicillin's left?
Just one ampule.
I'll start giving it to him, Taylor. It was never used for a better cause. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, how do you feel, Eckhart? Any pain in the foot today?
No. Every day there is less, Doctor.
Good. I think the time's about here to take off that bandage. Steiner and you men like to watch this?
We are most interested, Herr Lieutenant.
I'll bet you are. Well, here goes. And there it is.
It looks as if there had been no wound at all.
You'll be walking on it within a month, Eckhart.
I am grateful, Doctor.
Jawohl. We are all grateful. Herr Kapitän, did you hear the Lieutenant? Eckhart will be walking on both feet soon.
Oh, this is excellent, Herr Lieutenant. More of a credit to your surgery than to the magic drug, is it not?
There's only one answer to that remark, Commander. Come with me. I have permission to take you up on deck.
The air somehow smells different, Herr Lieutenant.
Oh, we're no longer at sea, Commander. I wanted your first sight to be a good one when the bandage comes off your eyes.
You have great faith in your magic drug, haven't you?
Let's try it and find out. There. Open your eyes, Commander. Open them good. For the first time.
I can see, Lieutenant. Just as you said. I can see. I did not think that I would ever again. I owe you a...
Nothing, Commander. Now turn towards shore and get a good look at the New York skyline.
New York? Yes. There it is. New York. There have been no bombs here.
Herr Leutnant.
Yes, Commander.
We didn't know. Any of us. We were kept in ignorance. In darkness. I apologize.
In treating a disease for the first time, a doctor never knows how effective his cure will be, or how long it will last. But that day, as I said goodbye to the commander and his men, I hoped that my cure would be permanent. And even more than that, I hoped that when they returned to their defeated homeland, they themselves might carry on the work of combating the disease in the minds of their countrymen which once had infected them. That, in truth, was the antitoxin for fascism. Shenley Laboratories take you now to New York to meet Dr. Harry Joseph, the physician I've had the honor to portray this evening. Dr. Joseph, medical officer of the destroyer USS Osmond Ingram, is now on the psychiatric service at St. Albans Naval Hospital, Long Island. He will be interviewed by Anthony Marvin.
Dr. Joseph, do you really feel those Nazi prisoners were changed? Or do you think they'll go back quickly to their old beliefs?
Well, they've had those beliefs a long time. But I do think their experience made a pretty strong impression on them.
I see.
These boys were the cream of the crop, but they had been taught nothing other than their immediate specialty.
Well, you mean that from childhood these particular men had been trained for submarine warfare exclusively?
Yes, they could do the most intricate calculus, but they were ignorant beyond belief on other things. For instance, they told me Canada was a small city in the United States.
Imagine that. And yet they could all speak fairly good English.
No, they couldn't. For the program tonight, of course, we had to have them speaking English. But actually, none of them knew a word of it. And I was the only officer aboard who spoke German.
Well, did you have any disciplinary problems at any time?
Indeed not. We made them understand we would have no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't think of speaking without first getting permission. The Nazis were amazed when our enlisted men talked to us whenever they wanted to.
Well, I suppose the good food was a great surprise to them, too.
They couldn't get over the meals we served them. They were so unaccustomed to fresh bread, it made them ill. They used to let it get stale before they ate it.
Well, how did you feel, Dr. Joseph, knowing you were apt to run into another sub any minute?
Run into one? We were out looking for them.
Oh.
We knew there were as many as 8 or 10 under us at one time.
Well, I wouldn't have cared for that, loaded as you were with explosives.
That's right. If we had rammed that sub, we would have been blown to kingdom come. But at that moment, it seemed worth it. Later, when I was peeling the clothes off one of the burned survivors, we found their logbook with a list of the 20 big vessels it had sunk.
Well, getting that one was certainly a good day's work. But tell me, Dr. Joseph, what do you plan to do now?
Right now, I want to go on with the psychiatric work I'm doing out at St. Albans. Most of the men we call shell shock after the last war can be rehabilitated.
Well, I understand you use hypnotism and sodium pentothal with remarkable results.
Yes, we found hypnotism and sodium pentothal very effective in many cases. It makes the men relax and talk freely about the experiences that are bothering them. But you understand, these are not a cure. They are a valuable adjunct in treating mental illness.
Modern medicine that gets more wonderful all the time. And thank you so much, Dr. Joseph, for permitting us to tell your story, and even more for all you're doing to help men regain a happy, normal life. Shenley Laboratories returns you now to Gregory Peck in Hollywood.
This is Gregory Peck again in Hollywood, adding our sincere thanks to you, Dr. Joseph.
Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 American doctors and their continuing battle against disease. Wherever, whenever it is needed, in quantities unobtainable little more than a year ago, penicillin is now available to these doctors to aid them in the cause of healing. It is a tribute to American manufacturing enterprise that so greatly increased quantities of this valuable drug are now on the market. Schenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in the expansion of penicillin production, and in closing makes this pledge. In the same spirit of research for ways to benefit mankind, Schenley Laboratories will continue to work toward new developments, new products, which may well mean for thousands a more abundant life in the years to come. This is James Wallington reminding you to listen next week over these same stations at the same time when Schenley Laboratories will present The Doctor Fights, starring George Brent in a thrilling true story, Hero Without Medals. Tonight's Dr. Fights was written by Don Ettlinger, with music by Leith Stevens, and was produced and directed for Schenley Laboratories by D. Engelbach. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
The Master Mentalist, Dunninger.
Good evening, everyone. I think I can be a thrilling thought reader if my audience will give me some thrilling thoughts to work out. Someone in the audience tonight is concentrating his or her mind upon a name and a number. I receive the initials HMK, Corporal HMK. Where does that come from, please? That thought is coming from a lady in the center of the studio who is seated about 35 rows down the auditorium. The young man at the mic travels up the steps to get to the lady. Madam, is that your thought?
Yes, sir.
Have we ever met before?
Never.
Those are the initials that you were thinking about?
Yes, sir.
The full name, as I mentally receive it, is Henry M. Kraus, spelled Kraus. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this number you have in mind the corporal's number?
Yes.
Remember, please, that I cannot give you any locations. That is a war secret, military secret, and please do not concentrate upon anything that might possibly lend itself toward aiding our enemies in any fashion. But I will give you the number, which of course is known only to you. The number as I mentally receive it is 1203981 and 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
I thank you.
Wait a minute, Dunninger. Even if you can go on like this all night, I can't stand it.
Stand what, Glenn?
Well, I can't stand to see one of the loveliest ladies in show business sit here without being introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a famed singing star who opens at the cotillion room of the Hotel Pierre next week. A beauty contest winner if I ever saw one, Jane Pickens. And while I have my oar in, I'm going to pull as fast as I can. Right next to Jane Pickens is certainly no beauty contest winner, but he has been a winner for over 30 years with one of the most beloved of all cartoon strips. Ladies and gentlemen, the creator of Maggie and Jiggs, the author of Bringing Up Father, who was chosen last week by the Laugh Makers of America as principal laugh maker of 1944, George McManus.
Glenn.
Don't rush me, Dunninger. Our third judge is as Scotch as Heather and has come all the way from Wheeling, West Virginia, expenses paid by his sponsor, to get that $10,000 Dunninger offers to anyone who can prove he uses any accomplices or Confederates who could possibly assist him in his thought readings. Here's radio's own star of the musical Steelmakers, Wheeling Steel's old-timer, Mr. John Winchcole. Do you like radio, old-timer?
Do I like radio? Look, my bro laddie, where else can you find $10,000 grabbing you by the hand and saying, take me home?
Do you refer by any chance to the $10,000 offer of a renowned member of the clan Dunninger?
None other, laddie.
Say, Dunninger, I'm your pal, and I'm warning you. When a Scotchman sets his eye on that much money, look out, brother.
Well, I hope there'll be no hard feelings, old-timer, if I keep my hand and my $10,000 in my pocket. Now watch me closely. The $10,000 sweepstake is on. Someone in the audience is concentrating his or her mind upon a name. The simple and good old name of Mary. M-A-R-Y. Associated with a number. The number which I mentally receive is 924. Where does that come from, please? Mary, 924, about the 25th row on the left side of the studio. Is that your thought, madam?
Yes, it is.
We never met before, is that correct?
No.
Would Mary be your mother's name?
No.
It isn't your mother's name. Is it some friend's name, or whose name is it, please?
My sister.
Your sister's name. Is it true that you are concentrating upon her present address?
Yes.
The 924, therefore, is part of that address, is that correct?
Yes.
Does she reside at 18th Avenue?
Yes.
I thank you very much. Some lady or gentleman in the audience is concentrating his or her mind upon a sentence or a quotation which he or she has made in their notebook before coming to the studio tonight. Is there anyone who has made this notation at home in their notebook? The words, ask and ye shall receive. Whose thought is that, please? Ask and ye shall receive. There to the left side of the auditorium, about the 20th row, young lady, second seat from the left. Is that your thought, young lady?
Yes.
Have we ever met before?
No.
Is it true that you made this notation in your own notebook?
Yes.
Are you also thinking of a name and saying, what name am I thinking about? And does that name begin with the letter B?
That's right.
Would that be Blossom?
Yes.
It is Blossom. Thank you very much. Blossom. Who among you is thinking of the initials W-J-Z, or not Z, C? W-J-C. Where does that come from, please? That is on the right side of the auditorium, about the 35th or 36th row. Of a gentleman's thought. Two have raised their hands to those initials. The one person that's concentrating their mind upon this thought is thinking of the Junto, J-U-N-T-O, or Joto.
That's right.
Is that yours, sir?
That's mine.
What type of name is that, may I ask?
That's a member of a club.
A member of a club.
Or a name of a club, rather.
A name of a club. Is that located in Pennsylvania? No. Are you thinking of McKee's Port, perchance?
That's right.
Is that not in Pennsylvania?
That's right.
Oh, it is
Pennsylvania.
Right. Sir?
It's in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. That is your thought. But is there someone near you that is thinking of a name beginning with letter B? I get Burton. B-U-R-T-O-N. Where does that come from, please? The lady on the other side of the aisle. Is that your thought, young lady?
Yes, that's right.
Did you ask your question by making a notation in your own notebook?
That's right.
Perfect. I like it very much when you write your questions in notebooks. That eliminates the old-fashioned idea of the possibility of employing sleight of hand in doing this type of work. Remember, I make no supernatural claims. At the same time, the matters of accomplishing results is not quite as simple as all that. At the same time, I receive an impression of someone thinking of May 15th and a B. Where does that come from, please? The lady in the second row, right here. No, the second row. Second row. Right here, May 15th and a B. Is that your thought, young lady? Would you kindly identify it over the microphone?
Yes, it is.
That is 100% accurate?
Yes.
I thank you. Someone near you or at the opposite side of you is thinking of 99N. Where does that come from, please? 99N. That is the lady about the 20th row, I should say, the right side of the auditorium. Is that your thought, young lady?
Yes, it is.
We never met before?
No, we haven't.
Are you thinking of a name beginning with a B? I get B-E-R-N-I-E or some such name?
That's correct.
That is correct. I am obliged to you. Hazelhurst. Who was thinking of that, please? Hazelhurst. That is the lady about the 12th row. Is that your thought, young lady?
Yes, it is.
You have a number of thoughts in your mind, haven't you?
What are they?
What are they? Well, I couldn't possibly give you all of them. But are you thinking of a word that looks like introduction or something like that?
No.
No, that doesn't come from you. Is there anyone near you that is thinking of the word moving, M-O-V-I-N-G, and a B-H? As the lady in the center of the auditorium, about the 40th row. Is that your thought, young lady?
That's right.
Did you make that notation in your own notebook?
Yes, I did.
You have. Perfect. Moving. I don't get the significance. Has that anything to do with the number you have in mind?
No.
Well, aren't you also thinking of BH888?
Yes, I am.
What type of number is that, please?
It's a license plate number.
Oh, your license plate number. What is that Mel that you're thinking about, M-E-L?
My fiancé.
Oh, that is his name?
That's right.
Well, are you saying to me mentally that he is traveling?
No, that was another thought.
That is another thought. Well, that's probably someone else that's traveling. I don't know. But are you thinking of the word amazing?
Yes, in relation to you.
Oh, thanks. That's... would that be 095 as well in your mind?
That's right.
You thought of that subconsciously. You didn't choose to send it across to me, but I received it. Isn't that so?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. There is someone here that's asking me something about a horse. The 4th race in Jamaica. Whose thought is that, please? That is yours, madam. On the left side of the auditorium. Madam, I've heard that time-worn tale that the horses carry tails, but they never speak to me. But believe me, I can't even read their thoughts. They never think for me. I've tried it very often. It can't be done. You see, I'm only a thought reader. I'm not a fortune teller. I cannot read a horse's mind. Who among you was thinking of Paris, France, and the name of a structure there? In Paris, France. Where does that come from, please? That is the lady about the 5th row. Is that your thought, madam?
Yes.
Did you ask me to give you the one point in all of Paris that you were concentrating upon?
That's right.
In other words, the words that you've written upon your question were, what is the place in Paris that I am thinking about?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes.
The answer is known only to you.
That's right.
And has not been placed upon paper. Is that the Eiffel Tower?
That's right.
The Eiffel Tower is correct. Thank you. The initials, RJP. Where does that come from, please? RJP.
Right there.
That is yours?
That's right.
We never met before, madam?
No.
That name, would that be a relative of yours?
Yes.
Son's name?
No.
No. I get Richard very clearly
That's
from
right.
your thoughts. Is that right?
That's right.
Would that be Richard J. Potter?
That's right.
Are you asking me to tell you where Richard J. Potter is at this time?
That's right.
Do you know where he is?
I do.
Because if you don't know, I can tell you. You appreciate that. I'm no fortune teller. I'm not a psychic. I can only call the thoughts that you were thinking about. He is in Texas.
That's right.
He is in Dallas, Texas.
Right.
Thank you very much. How can I stop my husband snoring at night? Just raise your hand, madam. I don't know. I don't know what to suggest unless... Well, there's one way out. Why don't you get him a night job and put him to sleep in the daytime? That is...
Well, Mr. McManus, how's Dunninger doing?
He's doing as well as corned beef does with cabbage. What more can I say?
Well, you couldn't say any more, sir, but don't mention corned beef and cabbage again, or Dunninger will go out and get a platter and leave us flat. Miss Pickens, what do you say?
Well, so far all I can say is I'm just flabbergasted.
That's fine, thank you.
A word with you, Dunninger.
Yeah, remember what I said, Dunninger. Look out, pal.
Well, this bony lassie now wants you to do a favor for us, Dunninger.
Here it comes. Hold everything, Glenn. Okay, old-timer, what's up?
Well, I come up from Wheeling with a suitcase and checked in at the station to save a hotel bill. And if you can tell me what station, the number of my check, and what's in my bag, Jane Pickens will give you and me a real treat. Aye, she'll sing for us.
Well, and if I can't?
Then you'll sing.
Oh, my. Well, that would be very disastrous. I've simply got to read your thoughts, old-timer, and there's nothing I'd rather do than to hear Jane Pickens sing. Well, would you mind, old-timer, answering one or two questions before I begin? Am I accurate in stating that at this time you are the only man in all the world who knows the exact and complete contents of your bag?
That's right, Dunninger.
You have relayed, or rather passed the number of the check on to Miss Pickens, but that is all.
She's the only one that knows.
Have you made any written note dictation about the contents of your bag?
Never.
Have I requested you to write it?
No.
You haven't written it. It only appears in your mind.
That's all.
And you pledge your word of honor to this audience that I've asked you absolutely not a single question relative to the contents of that bag.
That's correct, folks.
That is upon your word.
Upon my word.
I do this only to disprove the theory of the necessity of writing information. It has been stated that I cannot read a thought unless a notation has been made. You have been pledged the word of honor of a man whose honesty we cannot possibly contradict. To the absolute truth that in doing this reading, I have requested no written notations of any order at any time. That is important. And remember that I am reading an impression known only to one man. You, sir, have checked your bag, if I get it accurately, mentally, at exactly 11 minutes to 12 before noon. At the Grand Central Station at a station post of the lower level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. The bag contains, think hard please of its contents. The bag contains what seems to be a horseshoe. Did you bring a silver horseshoe with you?
Yes, sir, a horseshoe.
A silver horseshoe. See if I can work this thing out accurately now.
No, it isn't silver.
And not a silver?
No, it's made out of wheeling steel.
Oh. Well, all right. I give myself an average of 10% of failure, sir. Made of steel. Did you likewise have in your bag a package of cigarettes, Chesterfield? Is that correct?
That's right.
Striped pajamas?
Striped pajamas.
Have you a toothbrush?
Right.
And a photograph, a picture of yourself and another person?
Correct.
Concentrate your mind upon the name of the person in the picture. Would that be Lewis? Or you're pronouncing it. I get Louise or Lewis. It's not accurate. May, M-A-E. Would that be Nolte?
Lois May Nolte, believe it or not.
I thank you, sir, very much. Just another few moments, Mr. Oldtimer. I want to give you the number of that check. Would that be 75173?
None other.
I thank you.
What do you say, Miss Pickens?
Well, since Dunninger told the truth, it looks as though I'd better say the consequences.
Grand.
Spring will be a little late this year, a little late arriving in my lonely world over here. For you have left me, and where is our April of old? You have left me, and winter continues cold, as if to say spring will be a little late to start, a little late reviving that music it made in my heart. Yes, time heals all things, so I mustn't cling to this fear. It's only that spring will be a little late this
Pickens. Now, get out your pencil and paper as Dunninger prepares for projection time. Inspired by the presence of Jiggs and Maggie's creator, George McManus, Dunninger has chosen 5 well-known comic strips. His projection will be one of the following: Flash Gordon, Dick Tracy, Blondie, Terry and the Pirates, The Lone Ranger.
Now, don't play favorites. Make your mind positive blank. When I say concentrate, write down the first impression that you receive. Here again are the titles: Flash Gordon, Dick Tracy, Blondie, Terry and the Pirates, The Lone Ranger. All right, let's try. Ready? Begin. Concentrate.
Well, now for tonight's Brainbuster, the maddest thing Dunninger has ever attempted. But being Dunninger, he's an experimenter. George McManus will leave the studio with a blackboard. And while he's alone outside, he'll draw a cartoon character in action. Meanwhile, Dunninger, inside the studio, in front of the audience, will try to duplicate George McManus's drawing on another blackboard. Incidentally, Dunninger can hardly draw a straight line.
Says who, Glenn? Did you say walk a straight line or draw a straight
Dunninger,
line?
I said draw, and I meant that.
Oh, Glenn. I can do a little better than that. All right, Mr. McManus, our experiment now is a rather difficult one. I'm relying entirely upon your cooperation. You recognize the fact, of course, that you have complete liberty of selecting any picture of any character, any comic strip, or anyone else, or anyone other that you choose to select. You understand that, of course, do you not, sir?
I do.
I haven't asked you a single question, nor have I prompted you in any way as to reference or with reference to the diagram which you have now been requested to so kindly draw. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you now be good enough to walk to any part of the building, escorted by one of the ushers? Be sure that the usher does not see what you draw, and would you kindly, as rapidly as you can, since we're on the air and time is very valuable, draw whatever impression you have mentally chosen. Would you kindly do that, sir?
I will.
And then come back to us just as rapidly as you can. Mr. McManus is now being led out of the auditorium. No, he's not being led. He manages to get there all right upon his own. Dunninger can't draw a single line. I'm complimenting myself all along, Glenn, upon my tremendous ability as an amateur craftsman. Well, I'm just joking, of course, but I'm going to try and get the impression of the diagram that Mr. McManus is now about to sketch at an approximate distance of 200 feet. He has left the auditorium, or the studio, as you choose to call it. He is now beginning to draw. Of course, his picture be far better than my own. I'm making my lines upon this slate as I go along. This is just a rough idea of his diagram. This is of particular interest. I hope that you can all see what I'm drawing. Watch this end particularly. This is important. Of course, Mr. McManus, I hope, is making a better job of this than I am. Well, that's about as close as I can get to that. I hope it isn't very far from being accurate. Would you ask Mr. McManus, please, to come in? Remember, he isn't quite through yet. He has placed the last line upon his diagram now. This is the line that he is drawing. I'll point it out to you as we go along. There it is. Would you please see if Mr. McManus is ready? And then if he is, bring him back into the studio, please. Don't tell me that I'm ahead of Mr. McManus. Of course, there is a difference in the diagrams, even if accurate, I assure you of that. But this is it, anyway. And the important thing, which my radio audience cannot see, is the thing I pointed to. I'm now turning it away so that Mr. McManus cannot see what I have drawn. Remember, he stood at a distance of several hundred feet. He's been in back of a steel wall behind closed doors. He alone is the only one that knew what he has sketched. Would you please bring it to me so that I might compare notes, sir, with what you have drawn? Mr. McManus is still concealing the diagram from view. It isn't terrible if you made it, sir, I assure you. Well, here it is, anyway. How close are we?
Dunninger, by golly, you did it. What's the good word, Mr. McManus?
I think he's better than I am.
Well, Jane Pickens, what can you say to keep Dunninger from inflating his well-proportioned ego?
Well, I could tell him to go out and win a beauty contest, but after tonight, I'm afraid he'd find a way to do that, too.
Well, old-timer, I hate to say this, but you look something like a deflated bagpipe.
Did you say bagpipe, Mr. Riggs?
I did.
Well, I'm just wondering about the extra bag I brought with me. It's a money bag.
So you really thought you were going to get my $10,000?
Well, I guess this bag is going to remain deflated, too.
I'm afraid so, old-timer, if you're waiting for my 10 grand.
Well, Dunninger, even if I didn't win the money, I've had $10,000 worth of fun on this program tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, here's Dunninger to say...
I believe that my listening audience should know that I have duplicated the McManus drawing. He decided to select the famous character of Jiggs, front face, with the one eye closed, winking at his audience, the usual high hat, flower to the left side of his lapel, and a sort of front face caricature somewhat different from his usual drawings. I succeeded in reproducing that picture word for word. Is that correct, sir? Correct. That is correct.
Dunninger, the Master Mentalist, was rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. And now the storyteller. Listen as a tale unfolds.
And here is tonight's story, The Case of the Canine Critic.
The French painter Armand Villiers steps back from the picture to which he has just put the finishing touches. It is excellent. He has caught the grossness, the dominating quality of the society dowager who is the subject of the portrait. It is not pretty, but then neither is the sitter. However, Mrs. Lanfar has insisted that she be allowed to approve the portrait before she pays the artist 1 cent. And his forehead wrinkles anxiously as he hears her heavy steps upon the stair, accompanied by the barking of her spoiled poodle, Wowzer. When Mrs. Lanfar enters, the artist welcomes her and leads her directly to the painting, displayed naturally under the most flattering light in the room. Then he stands back to wait. Mrs. Lanfar lifts Wowzer in her arms and says, "Voici, Wowzer, what do you think of it?" The dog yawns, squirms uneasily in his mistress's fat arms, and looks about with a bored expression. The dowager turns on Villiers. "I will not take it," she says flatly. "Mon Dieu, not even my own precious pet recognizes me. It is no good." With that, she turns on her heel and waddles out of the studio. The Frenchman at first feels impelled to sue his patron, but upon reflection he realizes he doesn't stand a chance to collect. No, he must use guile to sell his client the painting. He stands a while in thought before the portrait, and then his brow clears. He has it. He knows just the thing to do. The next day he rings Mrs. Lanfar on the phone. He would like her opinion on them if she will trouble to return to his studio. When he wins her consent to appear, he rushes to the picture with a twinkle in his eyes. The next day the dowager arrives with her obnoxious Wowzer. She inspects the painting critically and admits grudgingly, "It seems to resemble me a little more. But there is only one way to find out. Here, Wowzer." She scoops her poodle up in her arms once more expectantly. Again, Wowzer evidences no interest. "See," complains Mrs. Lanfar, "she still does not recognize me." Desperate, the artist replies, "Oh, but madame, dogs are notoriously nearsighted. Hold the pet a little nearer to the picture." Mrs. Lanfar holds Wowzer closer to the portrait, and instantly a change comes over him. He struggles in his mistress's arms, making frantic efforts to kiss the painted image of his mistress. "Voila," says the Frenchman. "He adores your likeness." The bargain is sealed. The satisfied dowager writes out a check for the full amount and sweeps out of the studio after exacting a promise that the picture will be delivered immediately. Only after he is sure that she and Wowzer have gone out the front door does Armand Villiers pull out a fresh piece of fat bacon from the pocket of his smock and throw it away. The piece of bacon which he had smeared liberally over the oil painting that morning, and which Wowzer alone had detected.